Nighttime in a bustling yet restless second-tier city. The streets were alive with traffic, and the onset of nightlife drew countless young people out of their stifling rooms to indulge in the fleeting moments of life. Su Xiao crouched on the roof of a two-story villa, the cool night breeze brushing past him. Dressed in black with a wide hood obscuring his face, Su Xiao blended into the shadows of the rooftop. In the sweltering heat of summer, even at night, such attire would feel suffocating. But compared to the misfortunes he had endured, this was nothing. He had already been waiting here for 2 hours. At his age, Su Xiao should have been enjoying the best years of university life. Instead, consumed by hatred, he had abandoned his studies 3 years ago to immerse himself in other kinds of knowledge anatomy, combat, lockpicking, and more. The long wait began. 2 hours later, a sleek black luxury car slowly pulled into the villa's courtyard. The low rumble of the engine ceased as the door opened, and a middle-aged man, clearly intoxicated, stumbled out. His steps were unsteady from excessive drinking. On the rooftop, Su Xiao picked up a long blade beside him. The blade, dark and almost invisible under the night sky, slid silently from its sheath. With a swift leap from the 5-meter-high roof, Su Xiao's agile arm caught onto a protruding edge of the villa, slowing his descent. He landed smoothly, right in front of his enemy. Without a word, Su Xiao's blade sliced through the air, emitting a low whistle before cleanly cutting open the man's throat. Blood gushed out. Despite Su Xiao's efforts to avoid it, his sleeve and the back of his hand were stained. The drunken man, unaware of what had just happened, collapsed to the ground. Such a wound was fatal, so Su Xiao immediately sprinted toward a less populated area. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a uniformed security guard. Though he was in the middle of committing a crime, being witnessed didn't matter much. His face was well concealed. But in the next moment, Su Xiao's hair stood on end. The guard had drawn a gun from his waist, a sleek, black pistol with a long barrel, clearly equipped with a silencer. Why would a security guard have a gun? Su Xiao didn't have time to ponder. Behind him was the expansive villa, at least a dozen meters wide. The guard was about 20 meters away. If he chose to flee, his back would be fully exposed, making him an easy target. When faced with danger, Su Xiao's first instinct was to eliminate the source, not to run. He charged forward, running in shape pattern to avoid being shot. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The silenced pistol emitted faint sounds. After covering about 5 meters, Su Xiao felt a numbness in his calf, followed by a similar sensation in his chest. He knew he had been shot. Though he was an Avenger, he had never been shot before. A sense of weakness spread through his body. Su Xiao felt no fear, only a deep sense of regret. His revenge was incomplete, and now he was about to die at the hands of an unknown enemy. What a pitiful way to go. Summoning his last ounce of strength, Su Xiao hurled the long blade in his hand. This throw was a desperate gamble, but as if the heavens had sensed his resentment and the injustice he had suffered, the blade spun through the air and miraculously pierced the chest of the gun-wielding guard. Collapsing to the ground, Su Xiao managed a faint smile. The blade had been coated with a neurotoxin, a deadly mixture. The wounded guard would undoubtedly die. His consciousness began to fade. Su Xiao felt a heavy blow to his head, and then everything went dark. In his final moments of awareness, he faintly heard, "Hunter, the cycle paradise opens for you. Body transmission in progress. 10-50-100. Transmission complete. Detected severe damage to the Hunter's body. Awaiting repair. Hunter's consciousness not yet awakened. Repair command delayed. Maintaining minimal survival state. Duration, 10 minutes. Beep. Detected Hunter's talent as a growth type. Survival time extended by 2 hours. In the darkness, several lines of pale blue text floated in midair, emitting a faint glow. Beneath the text, Su Xiao lay in a pool of blood, suspended in the void. His fingers twitched as he slowly regained consciousness. Upon waking, Su Xiao was momentarily disoriented, but the memory of the gun's muzzle quickly brought him back to reality. He tried to stand, but a sharp pain shot through him, nearly causing him to black out again. Gritting his teeth, he managed to sit up and surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the glowing blue text, everything was pitch black. "Hunter, welcome to the cycle paradise." A line of text appeared before Su Xiao, but he ignored it, focusing instead on assessing his injuries. His calf had been pierced, the wound gruesome and gaping, with flesh torn open. Despite the bloody scene, Su Xiao only frowned slightly. He had endured far worse, and this was nothing to him. The wound on his chest was even more severe, but neither injury was bleeding anymore. "I'm not dead." Placing a hand on his chest, Su Xiao felt the strong beat of his heart. "Hunter, you're not dead. Do you wish to join the cycle paradise?" Here, you can obtain everything you desire. Su Xiao had noticed the suspicious text earlier, but had ignored it out of caution toward the unknown. The situation was bizarre. He had suffered fatal injuries, but had miraculously survived. Before him, a line of blood-red numbers was counting down. 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 10 seconds. 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 9 seconds. 1 hour, 35 minutes, and 9 seconds. If Su Xiao wasn't mistaken, that was what the numbers represented, and they were steadily decreasing. The blood-red countdown gave him an ominous feeling, as if his life would end when the numbers reached 0. Hunter, please communicate with the Paradise promptly to sign the contract. Otherwise, you will die in 1 hour and 35 minutes. As expected, the numbers represented his remaining time to live. Su Xiao had already suspected as much his injuries were too severe, and he should have died long ago. Where's my blade? Su Xiao ignored the talk of contracts or paradise, instead demanding the return of his weapon. That blade was the only memento left by his parents, said to have been seized by his great-grandfather from an enemy officer and passed down through generations. Real-world items cannot be brought into the paradise. Please sign the contract immediately. Su Xiao fell silent. The pale blue text flickered, perhaps unaccustomed to encountering a hunter like him. The contract? Tell me, what do I have to give and what can I gain? The dwindling survival time left Su Xiao with little room for delay. Moreover, he sensed that he had stumbled upon something supernatural, which stirred something within him. Su Xiao desperately needed power to exact his revenge, and while supernatural events came with great risks, they also offered the potential for extraordinary strength. By signing the contract, you will traverse various derivative worlds, completing tasks issued by the Cycle Paradise and earning world origin. The amount of world origin obtained will determine the richness of your rewards. The Cycle Paradise is omnipotent. Lines of text flooded Su Xiao's vision, and he read them carefully. Omnipotent? Can it bring the dead back to life? All the pale blue text froze midair before vanishing. Given your status as a hunter, no. Chapter 2. The Hunter. From the outset, the enigmatic Cycle Paradise referred to Su Xiao as the Hunter. This designation struck Su Xiao as peculiar, for he had not entered into any so-called contract. What did this title signify? His query elicited a profound response from the Cycle Paradise. Ordinary individuals, upon signing a contract, become contractors tasked with executing missions for the Paradise, which in turn offers rewards. The so-called hunter comprises exceptionally gifted contractors whose talents are particularly suited for combat. While undertaking standard missions, the Paradise concurrently issues hunting tasks to eliminate those abnormal contractors. Once inquiry attempts are exhausted, the Paradise will no longer entertain any questions from the hunter. Please sign the contract or await death. As all light faded, darkness enveloped him. An ancient-looking parchment emerged from the void, suspended in midair. Struggling to his feet, Su Xiao approached the parchment, which was adorned with peculiar symbols, leaving a substantial blank space at the bottom. Do you wish to sign the contract? Yes, no. A vague sense of foreboding washed over Su Xiao. He felt that signing this contract would irrevocably alter the course of his life. With myriad tasks ahead of him, even if it meant leaping into an abyss, he resolved to take the plunge. I agree. As his voice faded, his hand involuntarily lifted, and his thumb pressed against the blank space of the parchment. A sharp sting shot through his fingertip, and a vivid droplet of crimson blood stained the parchment, transforming it into a pale red hue, exuding a faint scent of iron. Contract established. Commencing restoration of Hunter's injuries. A soft green light enveloped Su Xiao, clinging to his body, and within mere seconds, his wounds were wholly mended. Injury restoration complete, forcibly awakening Hunter's talents. Just as his body returned to normal, an excruciating pain surged through him suddenly, causing his veins to bulge. Yet, Su Xiao's endurance exceeded that of ordinary men. He merely emitted a muffled grunt and knelt upon one knee. The intense agony was fleeting, and he sensed something within him awakening, a feeling that was not foreign, as if he had always possessed this capability, yet had remained oblivious to it. To visually represent the hunter's composite qualities, semidatification is initiated. Warning: semidatification serves as an auxiliary combat ability. If vital organs such as the heart or brain are severely compromised, the hunter will still perish. Exercise caution in dealing with derived dimensions. The hunter's exclusive trial commences. Failure to complete the trial will result in the loss of hunter status, reverting to an ordinary contractor. Death during a mission will lead to total demise. Paradise regulation. All shall be exchanged at equivalent value. As Su Xiao finished reading the text before him, darkness engulfed him once more, and he lost consciousness. Teleportation commencing. When Su Xiao regained consciousness, he found himself in a dilapidated dwelling. The room measured a mere dozen square meters, with the roof partially collapsed, allowing sunlight to stream in. Cobwebs filled the corners, coated in dust, and the windows and doors had vanished, leaving only heaps of refuse spilling into the space. This ramshackle room lay buried beneath a massive pile of garbage, with the roof serving as the sole exit. An acrid stench assaulted his senses, and just as he prepared to leave, a searing sensation coursed through his arm. A black tattoo resembling a sword materialized on his forearm. Once again, the faint blue text appeared, but this time it was not suspended in the air. Instead, it manifested directly within his line of sight, remaining immobile even as his gaze shifted, as if embedded in his retina. The text read, Interworld, One Piece World Difficulty, LV, 6. Hell, this difficulty is exclusive to the Hunter's Trial. World Source, 0. As the Hunter explores or interacts with characters in the current world, the world source will increase. Upon world conclusion, the source will be calculated in conjunction with mission difficulty to yield a final score. World Synopsis, The Ocean, Freedom, Pirates, Navy, World Government. Main Quest, Assassinate the King of the Goya Kingdom. Side Quests, None. Warning, do not mention anything related to paradise in this world. Failure to heed this warning will result in immediate execution. Tip, this world is a high-tier derived world. Do not leave the Goya Kingdom area, or the world difficulty will significantly increase. Tip, as this is the Hunter's first entry into the world, the Hunter will automatically master the language of this world. Valid for 3 natural days. World commence. As the text faded, Su Xiao began to process the information he had gleaned. First and foremost, he had arrived at a mysterious locale known as Cycle Paradise. While the purpose of this paradise eluded him, his own objective was crystal clear: to gain power within the Cycle Paradise to exact his revenge. Secondly, he found himself in the world of One Piece. Though he sought vengeance, he also indulged in anime to unwind. One cannot remain perpetually tense. Given Su Xiao's understanding of the pirate world, it was undeniably perilous, with formidable beings capable of sinking islands or annihilating entire nations. Despite possessing some lethal skills, Su Xiao could only be considered an ordinary person in this realm teeming with monstrous entities, making survival an arduous endeavor. The difficulty level labeled Hell revealed the daunting challenges that awaited him. As for the task assigned, Su Xiao was utterly perplexed. Assassinate the King of the Goya Kingdom. These few simple words provided no further clues. As he grappled with his confusion, a surge of information flowed from the sword-like tattoo on his arm. He realized he could activate the brand with his consciousness. This brand was the sword-like tattoo on his forearm. It was of utmost importance and possessed numerous functions. Su Xiao attempted to activate the brand, and to his relief, succeeded effortlessly. Several lines of text materialized before him. 1. Personal information. 2. Mission. 3. Storage space. 4. Skills. 5. Equipment. Due to insufficient rank, other functions remain locked. At present, Su Xiao could only access the first 2 options, personal information and mission. The others were temporarily unavailable. He was eager to unveil the specifics of the mission, for based on the previous demeanor of the Cycle Paradise, failure would likely result in dire consequences. The notion of being reduced to an ordinary contractor seemed implausible. Even a brief encounter had sensitized him to the Paradise's ruthlessness. Upon selecting the mission option, detailed information appeared. Main quest: Assassinate the King of the Goya Kingdom. Difficulty level, LV, 3. Mission synopsis: The Goya Kingdom is located in the East Sea, governing the surrounding towns and villages, near Windmill Town and Kalbo Mountain. Mission details: Employ any means necessary to eliminate Philip Herbert, the King of the Goya Kingdom. The target is typically found within the royal palace, making assassination challenging. Mission deadline: within 72 hours. Mission reward: complete activation of Hunter status. Upon reviewing this information, Su Xiao finally comprehended his target and his current location. No wonder the area was littered with refuse. He was situated near the Goya Kingdom, at the scrap terminal. A heap of garbage that had been incinerated due to the arrival of the celestial dragons in the original narrative. The protagonist Monkey D. Luffy, along with significant characters Ace and Sabo, spent their formative years on the slopes of Mount Corbo, which also housed a band of mountain bandits. It remains uncertain what era it is now, or whether the 3 brothers have set sail, or if they are still in their youth. The capital of the Goa Kingdom lies in proximity to Mount Corbo, adjacent to the scrap terminal where he currently resides. The surrounding debris is a byproduct of the capital's existence. Contemplating these matters, Xiao felt no urgency to depart. The scrap terminal was teeming with numerous refugees, presenting considerable danger. He decided it prudent to gather information before making any further plans. With that, Xiao closed the task panel and accessed his personal information. Chapter 3. The Lone Wanderer Personal Information. Contractee number 13013. To protect the hunter, this is a fictitious number. No means can pinpoint the hunter. Name, Xiao the Hunter. Level, LV, 1, first stage. Every 10 levels constitute a stage, and level advancement provides no attribute bonuses, merely conferring the hunter's privileges within the paradise, corresponding to world difficulty and mission difficulty, among others. Health points, 100. This attribute cannot be fully quantified. It fluctuates according to the extent of injuries. Mana points, 60. Intelligence 10. Current mana recovery rate is 3 points per hour. Strength, 6, related to attack power, carrying capacity, etc. Agility, 7, related to movement, attack speed, etc. Stamina, 5, interrelated with health points, defense, and resistance to abnormalities. Intelligence, 6, related to spell damage, mana points, perception, etc. Charisma, 3, related to social interactions, summoning, etc. Luck, 1, related to item unlocking, crafting, etc. This attribute is exceedingly difficult to enhance, and the hunter should cherish any opportunity for improvement. Note, the standard attributes for an adult male are set at 5 points, with luck at 1 point. Killing talent, Soul Devourer. Upon slaying a target, 1 to 15 mana points will be permanently siphoned. This talent can extract a maximum of 100 mana points per world. Personal information is provided for the hunter's self-assessment of power and is unrelated to actual combat capability. The magnitude of attribute values affects the hunter's physical constitution. But combat efficacy is not solely determined by physical attributes. Thus, the hunter should exercise caution. Xiao meticulously reviewed his personal attributes, committing them to memory. His current level is LV, 1, a fact that speaks volumes regarding his authority within the Reincarnation Paradise. He had entered the world of One Piece, where the difficulty level stands at LV, 6, while he is merely at LV, 1, indicating the perilous nature of his situation. Ordinarily, the Reincarnation Paradise does not transport contractees to worlds exceeding their level by more than 5. All of this is tied to his identity as a hunter. The advantages of this hunter identity remain elusive to Xiao, yet its drawbacks are glaringly apparent, primarily manifested in the inherent danger. Entering a LV 6 world and subsequently receiving a LV 3 mission, while being only LV 1 himself, suggests that the game presents a substantial challenge. Moreover, according to the Reincarnation Paradise introduction, he will be required to assist in eliminating certain abnormal contractees in future worlds. This fundamentally denotes that he is a natural enemy to most contractees. And even if Xiao were willing to collaborate, others would likely not consent. Should his identity be uncovered, he would find himself besieged. Who can ascertain that his hunting tasks do not involve their numbers? As for the protective measures noted above, Xiao harbors a profound skepticism towards the Reincarnation Paradise, let alone the safeguards it purports to offer. Yet, there is a silver lining. His attributes surpass those of the average individual, a testament to his diligent training. While such physical prowess may not hold much weight in the world of pirates, it bestows upon him a superior starting point. Xiao's strength is not solely defined by the attributes displayed. He possesses a unique skill. He knows how to fight and dares to engage. Though he lacks the omniscient cunning, he possesses a heart unafraid of injury or death. It is not that he is entirely fearless, but rather that his courage eclipses that of ordinary people, enabling him to undertake perilous endeavors. This trait serves as his capital while navigating the Reincarnation Paradise. Sometimes, a brave heart is far more significant than a powerful physique. Thus, let me witness the true perils of the pirate world. Xiao swiftly advanced a few steps, planted his foot on the edge of the window, and leaped, extending his arms to grasp the eaves of the roof. With a powerful pull, he hoisted his body upward, his upper half emerging through a hole in the ceiling. Just as he prepared to survey the situation outside, a sharp crack sounded. Bang! It was the sound of gunfire, somewhat muffled. Xiao quickly deduced the situation. He retracted his body against the wall, gripping the eaves tightly, and cautiously peered outside. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire resonated outside, indicating a fierce exchange between two factions in the scrapyard. Each side boasted dozens of combatants engaged in mid-range gunfire. Xiao observed that both groups bore tattered clothing and appeared emaciated, likely the destitute of the scrapyard. Toby, this territory belongs to us. What do you mean by this? We are all wretched scavengers. Do you intend to exterminate us? As the gunfire subsided momentarily, both sides began to argue vociferously. Your territory? I currently wield over a dozen firearms. From now on, this place is under my command. Once I gather enough berries, I shall set sail, and then I shall be the pirate. Roger, lower your weapon. I offer you a chance to join me. Before Toby could finish, a gunshot interrupted him, compelling him to retract his head behind a mound of garbage. From his vantage point in the dilapidated building, Xiao could clearly see the speaker, a burly man with a thick beard, grinning maliciously from behind a heap of refuse. It was evident he had no intention of accepting the other's surrender, but rather sought to annihilate him. This man, Toby, stood in stark contrast to the emaciated scavengers. He was tall and muscular. Xiao sighed inwardly, finally grasping the perilous nature of a LV-6 world. Had he rashly ventured out earlier, he would undoubtedly have been riddled with bullets. And this was merely the beginning. Greater dangers surely lay ahead. As Xiao awaited the dispersal of the two factions, a nimble figure suddenly leaped from the rooftop into the room where he was situated. Phew, that was close. I finally found a safe. The newcomer's words were cut short as she spotted Xiao clinging to the wall. As the other party began to speak, Xiao released his grip on the eaves, allowing himself to drop freely to the ground. Once on the floor, he crouched low, springing off the ground, sending a flurry of dry leaves flying as he lunged at her like a swift leopard. The other party barely had time to explain before it was too late. Xiao delivered a punch to her abdomen, feeling the softness of her midsection yielding to his strike. She doubled over in pain, attempting to scream. But Xiao swiftly covered her mouth and nose, stifling any sound. This was not the end. With one hand sealing her mouth, he extended the other, fingers sharp as blades, and struck her chest with a resounding thud. Xiao sensed her body weaken, her eyes filled with panic as she collapsed, issuing only a faint whimper. As he struck the location of her heart, he felt a remarkably soft texture. A woman? The reason for his actions stemmed from his inability to discern whether she was friend or foe. It was prudent to subdue her first. No. Please don't hurt me. A voice, delicate as a whisper, reached his ears as he scrutinized her. Her hair was a disheveled black, her face smeared with grime. Yet the untainted complexion of her cheeks shone through. The oversized linen garment she wore hinted at her frail physique, and she appeared quite young. Who are you? Xiao surmised her intentions. She was likely seeking refuge. My name is Mia. I mean you no harm. Please, do not hurt me, she implored in a barely audible tone. Despite the heavy blow to her heart, Mia's resilience was noteworthy. She had not lost consciousness and remained incapable of independent movement for the time being. Make no sound, otherwise, I shall end your life. If life were to be endangered, Xiao would not hesitate to take a life, for he harbors deep-seated grievances yet to be avenged. Gulp. Mia, merely 15 or 16 years of age, swallowed hard. Very well, I merely seek refuge and shall remain silent. Suddenly, Mia felt that being in the presence of this man was no safer than being outside. The gunfire from outside gradually subsided, indicating that the chaos would soon come to an end. Xiao was biding his time. Once the turmoil outside ceased, he would venture out immediately. Although such a course of action was fraught with peril, it also presented an opportunity, for he was in dire need of weapons. Starting off unarmed, Xiao had not even a decent weapon, nor a mere stick within reach. Chapter 4. Weapons and Currency. As the gunfire gradually subsided, the anguished cries of the wounded filled the air. Observing from the shadows, Xiao felt that the moment had arrived. The hulking figure of Toby had successfully repelled the enemy's refugees. The refugees fought without strategy, firing wildly before recklessly pursuing their foes. Emerging from the rubble, Xiao landed steadily but immediately lowered his body. Before him lay a seemingly endless expanse of garbage mountains, with wisps of smoke curling upward, accompanied by a foul stench that assaulted his nostrils. Disregarding the unpleasantness, Xiao's gaze fixated on a firearm lying in the distance, a short-barreled flintlock. Although somewhat worn, it remained a deadly weapon. The owner of the flintlock lay deceased, a large portion of his throat shattered by a stray bullet, his death a gruesome sight. Likely, the obscurity of his demise had allowed Toby's forces to overlook the weapon. In the scarcity of arms at the scrap terminal, such a flintlock would never be abandoned. Lowering himself, Su Xiao began inching closer to the gun. Just then, a gaunt refugee dashed toward the flintlock, his filthy hand reaching for it. Su Xiao furrowed his brow, not out of concern for losing the weapon, but fearing the attention it might attract from the two factions. Grabbing a fist-sized rock, he hurled it with all his strength. The stone struck the refugee's arm with a resounding thud. Staggering, the refugee let out a pained wail. Su Xiao quickly closed the distance, pivoting his body to deliver a knee strike to the refugee's spine. The refugee's body curled forward, saliva spewing forth, yet shockingly, despite the brutal blow, he only stumbled 2 steps forward without collapsing. Su Xiao's pupils constricted. The physical resilience of humans in this pirate world was astonishing, and this was merely the weakest of the refugees. However, there was no time for contemplation, as the refugee's eyes glinted with fury, resembling an enraged beast. His yellowed teeth bared, the refugee's jaw muscles tensed. Such a menacing visage would instinctively cause an ordinary person to recoil, but not Su Xiao. With combat experience, he understood that retreating now would expose his vulnerable back to gunfire. With clenched fists, Su Xiao struck the refugee's jaw before he could recover. The jaw is rich in blood vessels, and a sudden, forceful impact can lead to insufficient blood flow to the brain, resulting in temporary unconsciousness. With a dull thud, several bloodied yellowed teeth flew into the air. After receiving Su Xiao's full-force punch, the refugee fell backward like a toppled tree. An ordinary person might remain unconscious for several seconds after such a blow, but the natives of this pirate world possessed an inexplicable physical strength. Thus, Su Xiao quickly flipped the refugee over and aimed for the back of his neck with another punch. A muffled sound echoed. The refugee was now unresponsive. Seizing the short-barreled flintlock from the ground, a line of text appeared before Su Xiao's eyes. Before he could read it, a large group of people was discernible in the distance, Toby's faction returning after their failed pursuit. A chill ran down Su Xiao's spine. If he were discovered now, he might not even have the chance to utter a word before being turned into a sieve, as these individuals were already bloodthirsty. Casting a wary glance around, Su Xiao's expression darkened. He was surrounded by towering mountains of garbage, encircling him like a ring. He dared not climb the precarious heaps, fearing they could collapse at any moment, hiding unknown dangers beneath. If misfortune struck and he were pierced by a sharp object, in such a dire environment, he would be doomed, either from blood loss or infection. Thus, he sought refuge in a dilapidated building, where a girl named Mia stared at him with trepidation. This time, without needing Su Xiao's prompting, Mia spoke up. "I won't say anything." Realizing she had spoken, she quickly covered her mouth, her gaze darting towards the flintlock in Su Xiao's hand. Not long after Su Xiao entered the building, a cacophony erupted outside. After a flurry of angry shouts, the noise gradually subsided, indicating that the group had returned to scavenge for supplies. However, judging by their furious voices, their haul was evidently meager. Su Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief and began to examine the prompt that had appeared earlier. Acquired, worn flintlock, white. Worn flintlock, white. Origin, Pirate King. Leopold's Workshop durability, 630 ammo count, for 6. The rapid-fire flintlock is a unique technology of the Pirate King world. Attack power, 213, calculated based on distance. Equipment requirement, strength 1 point to use. Strength exceeding 3 points for agile use. Rating, 3. Note: white equipment ratings range from 1 to 10. A rating of 10 indicates rare with additional special attributes. Description: this flintlock is poorly maintained, causing its high potential score of 9 to plummet to 3. Use it with caution. The next shot may be its last, and yours as well. Price: 150 Paradise coins. This item is a chance pickup and cannot be taken out of the Pirate King world. The hunter has acquired equipment for the first time, beginning the equipment tier introduction. Equipment is categorized as white, green, blue. An insufficient tier prevents access to further information. Hunters must explore independently. The hunter has encountered Paradise coins for the first time, beginning the explanation of Paradise coins. Using Paradise coins allows transactions with the Reincarnation Paradise or other contractors. This is the only universal currency in Reincarnation Paradise. Warning: exercise caution with each Paradise coin, as it is your capital for survival or strength. Su Xiao nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the Reincarnation Paradise had strict regulations. not only marking the performance of various weapons, but also maintaining a comprehensive currency system. Although he was aware that he would face numerous dangers ahead, a sense of anticipation stirred within him, eager for the Reincarnation Paradise to empower him. While he was still uncertain of the means to gain strength, he knew that such methods must exist within the Reincarnation Paradise. Otherwise, he could never complete the more challenging tasks that lay ahead. After a careful inspection of the worn flintlock in his grasp, a smile graced Su Xiao's face. At last, he possessed a weapon. Without it, navigating this perilous world would be fraught with anxiety. However, compared to firearms, Su Xiao harbored a greater affinity for bladed weapons, particularly slender, razor-sharp swords. Should he have his favored blade at his side, Su Xiao's combat prowess would increase by at least 50%. Having grasped the basic situation, it was now imperative to prepare for the task at hand, which had a deadline of merely 72 hours. Su Xiao was unwilling to contemplate the consequences of failure. Thus he resolved to devote himself entirely to the completion of the task. Yet, to assassinate a king was no trivial matter. Alternative strategies would be necessary, particularly to approach the monarch undetected. The notion of secretly infiltrating the palace had never crossed Su Xiao's mind, for in the pirate world, there existed a phenomenon known as observation hockey. Based on Su Xiao's recollection, this king was likely connected to the world nobles, the celestial dragons, making it plausible for experts in observation hockey to be present nearby. Otherwise, given Su Xiao's assassination capabilities, the task of eliminating a king could not possibly be rated at LV-3. In a reality filled with surveillance equipment, Su Xiao had executed his vengeance plan. What more could he achieve in a technologically backward pirate world? Yet, pondering such matters was premature. The immediate priority was to comprehend his surroundings. As the Reincarnation Paradise lacked a mapping function, leaving him to navigate solely through exploration, his gaze drifted to the girl cowering in the corner. She must possess intimate knowledge of this scrap terminal, having lived here all her life. Upon sensing Su Xiao's gaze, the young girl Mia curled up her body. "What do you intend to do?" Her voice trembled, laced with a hint of tears. She had concealed her gender, for in the wasteland's junkyard, being a woman was a perilous existence. "Are you hungry?" Su Xiao crouched before the girl, a gentle smile gracing his face. Yet there was a chilling glint in his eyes. He was not a benevolent individual. Hatred had long since extinguished the remnants of kindness within him. Chapter 5. Gunfire. Mia nodded, then quickly shook her head. In the scrapyard, one thing was exceedingly scarce: food. The scavengers, who lived by foraging rather than producing, were perpetually on the brink of starvation. Su Xiao retrieved several compressed biscuits from his pocket, his emergency rations. He had observed a forest in the distance beyond the scrapyard. With a gun in hand, he had no need to worry about food. Mia, somewhat apprehensive, accepted a piece of the compressed biscuit, having never encountered such sustenance before. Under Su Xiao's guidance, she peeled open the biscuit and took a cautious bite. Delightful. After a day of gnawing hunger, the young girl devoured the biscuit ravenously. "Your name is Mia, right? Take me away from here, and these biscuits are yours." After finishing her biscuit, Mia fixed her gaze on the remaining pieces in Su Xiao's hand, swallowing hard. "I can, but you must not harm me." Su Xiao did not respond but rummaged through the dilapidated building, with Mia following closely behind. "Where are you going? You're not a resident of the scrapyard, are you?" Su Xiao suddenly halted, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. He tossed a piece of the biscuit to the ground and crushed it beneath his foot. "Take me away from here. Do not ask anything else." Should Mia display any signs of treachery, Su Xiao's gun would be aimed at her forehead. Startled by Su Xiao's actions, Mia took a few steps back. "All right, okay." She dared not say more and hurried ahead. "Take me to the entrance of the kingdom of Goya." Su Xiao scanned his surroundings warily, often catching sight of the predatory scavengers. Upon noticing the gun in Su Xiao's hand, their greedy gazes quickly retreated. Recalling the information gleaned from anime, Su Xiao began to contemplate his next strategy. The so-called scrap yard was essentially a vast landfill, the result of the kingdom of Goya dumping a considerable amount of refuse outside the city, leading to the current dismal state. The scavengers, once residents of Goya, had either committed grave offenses or offended nobility, resulting in their expulsion to this forsaken place. The decaying refuse emitted a toxic haze that permeated the scrapyard, incessantly eroding the lives of the scavengers. This was starkly evident as Su Xiao's health had already diminished from 100 to 98. Within the scrapyard, there were no doctors, no food. Crime and disease thrived here. a lawless territory where everything was dictated by strength. With Mia leading the way, Su Xiao swiftly exited the scrap yard and arrived before a towering wall. The black stone wall loomed high, and a modest city gate appeared within Su Xiao's line of sight. This is as far as you can go. The kingdom of Goya has laws. Scavengers are not allowed within the city, and anyone caught will be executed. Although Mia spoke to Su Xiao, her eyes remained fixated on the compressed biscuits in his hand. Su Xiao tossed the biscuit to her and disregarded her thereafter. Mia dashed away, her guidance motivated solely by the allure of food. The gate to the kingdom of Goya stood wide open, with several guards stationed on either side. This was merely a side gate, intended for the disposal of garbage. Though the guards appeared lethargic, flashes of coldness occasionally flickered in their eyes. These guards were likely accustomed to killing those who attempted to breach the city. Su Xiao concealed himself nearby, refraining from rushing into the city as he awaited the opportune moment. Engaging those guards directly was utterly impossible. The denizens of the pirate world possessed extraordinary physicality. Even after a powerful blow from him, Mia had managed to recover quickly, which heightened Su Xiao's vigilance. He surmised that the guards' attributes must be at least 10 or higher, if not more. An hour passed, then 2, until 3 hours later when noon arrived. The temperature rose rapidly, and the weather turned sweltering. At last, the moment Su Xiao had been waiting for presented itself. A cart laden with household refuse rolled out of the city, the noxious stench wafting for quite a distance. The guards paid no mind to the cart, instinctively stepping back instead. "Good sirs, would you like a routine inspection?" The driver halted the cart, fear evident in his demeanor. "Get moving, it stinks." The guards waved dismissively, showing no intention of inspecting. Observing this, Su Xiao's brow arched, and he swiftly followed the cart. After delving deeper into the refuse mound, the cart found a clearing to unload its contents. The previously timid driver now revealed a dagger at his waist. For the law of the scrap yard was one of survival of the fittest. Lighting a cigarette to mask the stench, he began to clean the filthy cart. As the driver perspired profusely, Su Xiao approached soundlessly from behind like a stealthy cat. Just as he prepared to incapacitate the driver, he inadvertently stepped on a half-broken glass cup. Crack! The sharp sound startled the driver. Su Xiao, too, was taken aback. The deep layer of refuse beneath his feet was so soft that he had not felt it. However, with no other option, Su Xiao lunged forward. The driver, no meek soul himself, spun around and drew his dagger, lunging straight at Su Xiao. The driver's ferocious expression made it clear he intended to take Su Xiao's life. As Su Xiao's gaze turned icy, he recognized that in this world of peril, it was either him or the enemy. Mercy towards adversaries equated to cruelty towards oneself. Raising his flintlock, Su Xiao aimed at the driver's head. Ordinarily, a person would halt or retreat when confronted with a gun. Yet this driver charged forward with even greater speed. Su Xiao, expressionless, pulled the trigger. The hammer struck the flint, sending sparks flying, igniting the gunpowder within the chamber. In the confined space, a tremendous force erupted as the bullet was expelled amidst smoke and flame. Bang! A cloud of smoke billowed, the acrid scent of gunpowder filling the air as a lead bullet pierced the driver's skull. The man's forward momentum abruptly ceased. His body propelled backward by 2 meters before convulsing twice and falling lifeless. Hint: you have killed a black market merchant. Your talent Soul Devourer has activated, permanently increasing your mana by 5 points. Current mana, 65 points. You have obtained a treasure chest, white. This marks your first kill. Storage space has been unlocked, 2 square meters. Upon returning to the Reincarnation Paradise, this storage space can be upgraded with Paradise coins. The prompt from the Reincarnation Paradise revealed to Su Xiao that the man was not merely a driver, but a black market merchant, likely using the driver's guise to conduct illicit transactions within the scrapyard. After the merchant's demise, a wooden box floated above his corpse. Entirely white and no larger than a palm. Su Xiao attempted to grasp the floating box. Though small, it felt surprisingly heavy. Treasure chest, white, open? Yes, no. Su Xiao chose not to open the treasure chest, but instead stored it along with the old flintlock in his storage space. With a thought, the old flintlock materialized in his hand. He was quite pleased with the newly appeared storage space, recognizing its immense utility for his mission. This place was unsafe, so Su Xiao refrained from opening the treasure chest, white. Should it emit a blinding light upon opening, he could find himself in grave danger. His immediate priority was to enter the capital of the Kingdom of Goya. Su Xiao removed his shirt and donned the garments of the deceased black market merchant. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao threw himself onto the wet ground, the stench rising around him. His clothes and cheeks became tainted with large patches of filthy water, obscuring his visage. Sitting at the front of the carriage, Su Xiao awkwardly maneuvered the horses as they advanced into the city. At that moment, he held a dagger in his hand, the very same that belonged to the black market merchant. Yet this dagger was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Chapter 6. This is the real world. Upon acquiring the worn flintlock, Su Xiao received a multitude of prompts. However, the dagger he obtained yielded no such notifications, lacked detailed information, and did not indicate whether it could be sold. This led Su Xiao to speculate that his earlier acquisition of the worn flintlock was a matter of fortune, possibly orchestrated by the Reincarnation Paradise. This implied that while he could obtain weapons, he would also need to bear certain risks, which seemed to be a fundamental principle of Reincarnation Paradise. The dagger in his possession clearly fell outside this framework. It was remarkably sharp and usable. Yet he could not extract it from the pirate world nor exchange it for paradise coins. This was only reasonable, as if anything could be traded for paradise coins. The monetary system of Reincarnation Paradise would become a mere joke. As he urged the somewhat unruly steed onward, Su Xiao gradually approached the city gate, where several guards came into view. The sudden change of master rendered the old horse somewhat disobedient, placing Su Xiao in a predicament as he had never handled a horse before. However, the guards were now within sight, leaving no room for retreat. With a tug on the reins, the horse snorted, coming to a halt. Su Xiao willingly paused for inspection, suspecting that exiting the city might be relatively lax, but entering would be far more stringent. A few guards approached, appearing lethargic, yet their eyes were as sharp as hawks. "What brings you back to the city so early?" The familiarity in the guard's demeanor sent a chill down Su Xiao's spine. These guards might be aware of the identity of the black market merchant, suggesting a potential conflict of interest, complicating matters further. "My lord, I just left the city today. It was Toby's faction that attacked." Ugh. Su Xiao's voice was intentionally muffled, accompanied by retching sounds, distinguishing it from that of the coachman. Coupled with the foul stench emanating from his soiled attire, the guards harbored no suspicions and even recoiled from him. "What, Toby? Are they seeking death? Do they not realize your identity?" One guard appeared visibly enraged, yet another interjected, "Boss, Toby's influence has been rapidly expanding. According to my informants, he has just eliminated Roger's faction. Now, aside from the Balsam Pirates, no force surpasses Toby at the waste disposal station. Is that how it ends? What about the money?" The guards exchanged glances, their eyes betraying their reluctance, yet they felt powerless against Toby, who lurked within the waste disposal station. Forget it. If such a situation arises again, you need not return. Simply live at the waste disposal station. Su Xiao feigned a submissive nod, but his eyes remained cold and composed. The more critical the moment, the greater the need for calm. Many failures occur due to hubris just before success. As he drove the horse, the reluctant brown steed advanced. Just before Su Xiao departed, a guard bent down to inspect beneath the cart, wary of anyone hidden there, a common tactic for vagrants seeking entry into the city. Su Xiao had never contemplated hiding beneath the cart. Instead, he took a risk by eliminating the coachman and assuming his place, a method that effectively exploited the guard's oversight. The refuse cart gradually passed through the city gate, progressing smoothly, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. "Carlos, wait a moment." A guard's voice rang out from behind. Su Xiao's pupils constricted momentarily before returning to normal. "I've arranged matters concerning your nephew. Bring adequate sincerity, and you may report to the guard squad today." The guard raised one hand, rubbing his thumb and middle finger together, the sincerity referring to money. Su Xiao quickly nodded, feigning gratitude while continuing to retch. "Hurry up, it reeks. I can smell it from this distance." Clearly, Su Xiao would not let such an opportunity slip by. Grabbing a whip from the side, he lashed it against the old horse's rear. Crack! The sharp sound echoed, and the horse neighed in protest, its pace noticeably quickening. He had successfully infiltrated the royal capital of the Goya kingdom. Although safer methods existed for entering the capital, they required time, which Su Xiao did not possess. Moreover, he gleaned a wealth of useful information from the guard's brief exchanges. First, the current timeline was prior to the original protagonist Monkey D. Luffy setting sail, meaning Luffy was either still a child or had not yet been born. This conclusion stemmed from the mention of the Balsam Pirates, which Su Xiao recalled as the pirates who battled young Luffy and Ace during a fire in the original work. The Balsam Pirates were manipulated by the king of the Goya kingdom, who ignited the waste disposal station, ultimately abandoning them to perish in the flames. Secondly, an unexpected revelation emerged, which could prove to be the key to Su Xiao's success. A remark from the guard filled him with joy. "I've arranged matters concerning your nephew. Bring adequate sincerity, and you may report to the guard squad today." It appeared this transaction involved the deceased black market merchant and the supervising guard, utilizing money to procure a position within the guard squad. Should Su Xiao impersonate the merchant's nephew to gain entry into the guard squad, it would bring him one step closer to his assassination target. Although this course of action was fraught with risk, it was the best option available at present. Driving the cart along the streets of the Goya Kingdom's capital, Su Xiao found himself in the residential area of the common folk. The streets here were relatively tidy, flanked by vendors peddling their wares. Crowds of civilians meandered through the thoroughfares, lending the city a bustling atmosphere, though some bore expressions of distress, hurrying along. The only distinction between these civilians and the vagrants outside the walls was that they were not starving, yet they teetered on the brink of subsistence. The pirate world was rife with turmoil, beset by war and marauding pirates, resulting in impoverished living conditions for the populace. As Su Xiao navigated the cacophonous streets, he felt as though he had transcended time, perceiving this place not as a realm of missions, but as a genuine world inhabited by sentient beings, rather than mere NPCs. The vigilance exhibited by the guards earlier indicated a formidable awareness. Had Su Xiao not been meticulously prepared and quick to adapt, he might have been detected. Nevertheless, the immediate priority lay in finding a place to cleanse himself. He also intended to open the treasure chest, white, he had previously acquired, seeking to utilize every available resource. With Su Xiao at level 1, navigating this world of level 6 and nightmarish difficulty proved to be an arduous endeavor. Chapter 7. The Recommendation Letter Under the Scorching Sun. The temperature soared to 30 degrees, causing the streets to gradually empty of pedestrians. Su Xiao trudged along under the relentless rays, noticing the frowns and disdainful glances from those who passed him by. The carriage had already been dealt with, and the horse sold at a meager price. After counting the banknotes in his possession, Su Xiao let out a sigh. The currency, known as Bailey, had yielded him 100,000 Bailey from the sale of the horse. While this figure may seem substantial, it merely equated to a purchasing power of 6,000 RMB. One must not overestimate the worth of these 100,000 Bailey, as their purchasing power was far less impressive than it appeared. Su Xiao had previously attempted to acquire decent clothing, only to find it required 8,000 Bailey, and a satisfying meal would cost approximately 900 Bailey. Casting his gaze around and confirming the area was devoid of onlookers, Su Xiao ambled towards a modest residence. Though his choice appeared casual, he had been observing the dwelling for quite some time. The house, while not particularly tidy, bore no creeping vines upon its walls, indicating it was inhabited and its facilities intact. The fine layer of dust on the doorknob suggested that the owner did not frequent the home often, returning only occasionally, making it an ideal temporary refuge for him. The rationale for avoiding inns or taverns stemmed from the potential chaos such places harbored, which could easily lead to unnecessary troubles. He had come to this pirate world to fulfill a task, and with only 68 hours remaining, he intended to limit his interactions to those necessary for the mission. Engaging with too many unknown individuals equated to trouble and unforeseen dangers. Once certain that no one was around, Su Xiao produced a set of simple lockpicking tools. With a few deft clicks, the door creaked open. Having learned the art of lockpicking, such rudimentary locks in the pirate world posed no challenge to him. As if stepping into his own abode, he entered the house and secured the door behind him. As anticipated, the interior was devoid of any occupants. The spacious residence, spanning over 100 square meters, featured a photograph upon the wall depicting a man, a woman, and a small girl, their expressions radiating warmth and happiness. With a sense of urgency, Su Xiao swiftly stripped off his garments and headed straight for the bathroom. Although his endurance was remarkable, the stench emanating from his body was intolerable. As cool water cascaded down from above, it washed away the grime and odor, and upon donning fresh attire, he felt rejuvenated. Sitting upon the sofa, a white treasure chest materialized in his hand. White chest, open. Choosing to open it, the chest silently unfurled, devoid of any dazzling light or sound. You have opened the white chest and received the following items. 500,000 Bailey, usable only in this world. Recommendation letter from Captain Rowan of the City Guard. 100 Paradise coins, receiving only 3 items. The yield was modest yet satisfactory, considering it was merely a white chest. the lowest tier according to the classification of items in the Reincarnation Paradise. First, he tucked away the Bailey. It was not yet needed. Next, he examined the letter. Recommendation letter from Captain Rowan of the City Guard, quality, white. Type, trigger item. Rating, 5. The rating for items parallels that of equipment, ranging from 1 to 10, with higher ratings indicating greater value. Description, a passionately written recommendation letter, wherein Captain Rowan has misused his authority to endorse a local bully as a member of the Guard. With this letter, any man possessing sufficient Bailey may join the Guard. Upon reading the letter's description, a smile of delight spread across Su Xiao's face. This was precisely what he sought. Since direct assassination of the king was not feasible, at the very least, he needed an audience with him. The task's difficulty in this nightmare-level world could not be resolved through brute force. Storing all items in his inventory, Su Xiao departed the residence. He first sought out a restaurant to satiate his hunger before turning his attention to the patrolling guards on the streets. The so-called guard unit was responsible for patrolling the area and dealing with petty thieves. Although their power was limited, they still belonged to the authority of the Goya Kingdom. After trailing a few guards, Su Xiao swiftly located their headquarters, a 2-story office building where 2 guards stood idly at the entrance. Armed with the recommendation letter, he approached confidently. "Stop. This is the guard unit. No unauthorized entry." A young guard spoke with arrogance, his tone condescending upon noticing Su Xiao's humble attire. "I am a new recruit." Su Xiao began to introduce himself, but quickly realized the name Su Xiao may not sit well in the pirate world. Thinking quickly, he continued, "I am the new recruit. Bai Yi." The young guard hesitated, scrutinizing Su Xiao from head to toe. "Bai Yi? I don't recall any new recruits being announced. Are you trying to sneak in?" "Reese, do you remember what the captain said earlier? Don't ask too many questions. Bai Yi, come with me." The older guard shot a glare at the young one before ushering Su Xiao into the headquarters. The younger guard glared at Su Xiao in frustration, muttering something under his breath. Such insignificant characters were not worth his concern. He followed the older guard to an office door, clearing his throat. The older guard straightened himself and adjusted his attire, preparing to knock when a fit of hurried breaths erupted from within. Su Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with the older guard. Both understood the nature of the commotion inside, and the older guard opted to remain silent. Knocking at this moment would clearly be inappropriate, as it would interrupt the superior's leisure. The older guard offered an apologetic smile to Su Xiao, recognizing him as a person of special consideration from above, thus wishing to avoid offending him. They stepped aside, and Su Xiao produced a pack of cigarettes. Offering one to the older guard, with a soft crack, the cigarette ignited, and the two engaged in casual conversation in the corridor. Though merely a cigarette, it served to foster a fragile bond of friendship, and why not? You are quite fortunate to receive special consideration from above. Rest assured, your entry into the guard unit has already been communicated. There will be no issues. By the way, my name is Hank. We shall be colleagues henceforth. Su Xiao smiled politely, though his eyes remained unchanged in emotion. "I am Bai Yi. I look forward to working together." As he spoke, he slipped the remaining cigarettes into Hank's pocket. He was already contemplating the potential utility of the guard before him. Considering his complete ignorance of the capital's circumstances, Hank could prove invaluable. Hank's smile brightened, but just then, a low growl emanated from within the office. Both men understood that it was time. After a few moments, Hank knocked on the door. "Who is it? Come in." A gruff voice boomed from within the office. Chapter 8. The Dragon Slayer Blade. Hank entered the office with a sycophantic smile, pushing the door open. "Boss, it's me, Hank." Vale followed closely behind, and a faint metallic scent mingled with a hint of hormones filled the air. "Is it you, Hank? At least you haven't disturbed my leisure. Speak. What is it?" A burly man sat in the office, shirtless, his glistening bald head and ferocious demeanor making it clear he was no weakling. "This is the new recruit. Bai Yi, recommended by that person. Here is the letter of recommendation." The burly man glanced at Su Xiao, casually flipping through the letter before tearing it to shreds, one hand wandering over the voluptuous woman beside him. The initial price was 200,000 berries, but due to impending significant events and the tight atmosphere, the price has risen to at least 400,000 berries. Su Xiao maintained a smile, concealing his true emotions, aware of his current weakness. Although he longed to shoot the burly man and inquire about the actual price, he silently presented the 400,000 berries to him. Su Xiao's straightforwardness raised the burly man's eyebrows. As expected from someone from that side, generous indeed. "You are now a member of the guard squad. Remember to call me boss or sir." Su Zhao's smile remained, yet it bore an eerie undertone. All right, boss. Joining the guard squad was a significant step forward in his mission to assassinate the king. Hank lowered his head, fixated on the ground as if it held captivating content. In reality, he was expressing his stance, indicating that he had not witnessed his superior's bribery. This incident underscored the chaotic atmosphere of the pirate world, where wealth or perhaps higher status could buy anything. For Su Xiao, this was undoubtedly good news. Berries held little significance for him. What he lacked was time. The problems solvable by berries were not his concerns. Notification: the hunter has joined the guard squad. Minor plot changes occur, gaining world source 2. 1. Upon exiting the office, Su Xiao received the standard issue for the guard squad, a uniform and a flintlock pistol. In the warehouse, he looked at the rudimentary flintlock pistol in his hand with some exasperation and turned his gaze to Hank. Hank, can I exchange this for another weapon? Hank displayed a troubled expression. Well, these are designated supplies, His hesitant tone made Su Xiao realize that the man was seeking a bribe. Subtly sliding 20,000 berries into Hank's pocket, the expression on Hank's face transformed, now filled with delight. We are colleagues. If you face difficulties, we can discuss it. Choose a weapon, but you can only select one. That's a rule that cannot be altered. Su Xiao placed the flintlock pistol down and began searching through the array of weapons in the warehouse. Soon, his gaze landed upon a long sword. The blade measured over 1 meter in length, approximately 3 centimeters wide, with a slight curve. Though it did not match Su Xiao's preferred weapon, it was still a commendable choice. This one will do. Su Xiao took the sword and sheathed it. Upon touching the long blade, a notification from the Cycle Paradise appeared. Hey, you can take other weapons, but not this sword. Hank's expression turned cold, as if he had never received that 30,000 berries. What did you say? Su Xiao held the long sword, tilting his head to face Hank, his eyes glinting with coldness. Yielding would only make others perceive him as weak and easily bullied. Noticing the intensity in Su Xiao's gaze, Hank's expression changed, a chill washing over him. This man had killed before, and not just one person. Hank grappled internally with the urge to confront Su Xiao, yet the sight of Su Xiao wielding the blade instilled trepidation within him. Hank, let's not dwell on this. We are friends, are we not? Su Xiao pointed the hilt of the sword towards Hank's chest. You can either take the money and remain silent, or I will eliminate you right here. These are your only options, for this longsword is crucial to my mission. Su Xiao firmly believed that even if he were to kill Hank, as long as he bribed the burly man sufficiently, the latter would turn a blind eye. This matter is between us. Consider this sort of token of friendship. Hank patted Su Xiao's shoulder amicably, signaling his concession, diffusing the tense atmosphere in the warehouse. I just arrived in the capital today and need to gather some information, so I have decided to keep you as a friend. Su Xiao sighed inwardly, contemplating how difficult it was to deal with an ordinary guard, pondering the formidable adversaries he would face when he reached the king's side. The thrill of this challenge quickened Su Xiao's heartbeat, igniting a fervor within him. The warrior within him was awakening. Su Xiao's steadfastness stemmed from the notification he received when he touched the long sword. Acquired Dragon Slayer Flash, White Rare, Origin, Pirate King. Iron Forge Blacksmith Shop Durability, 3540-5. This weapon has suffered severe damage. Durability reduced by 5. Attack power, 516, calculated based on slashing intensity. Equipment requirement, requires 2 points of strength to use. Can be wielded flexibly with over 5 points of strength. Rating, 10. Note: white equipment ratings range from 1 to 10. A rating of 10 denotes rare status with additional special attributes. Additional attribute, Dragon's Dread. While wielding this weapon, it will instill an intimidating effect on enemies. Intimidation effect reduces enemy morale. Description: this was once the weapon of the Dragon Slayer swordsman, Ryoma, during his youth. However, it has suffered severe damage and has deteriorated in rank after restoration. Following Ryoma's acquisition of the Black Blade, Xiao, this weapon was left in Ryoma's chamber. After his demise, it was deemed unworthy to accompany him in death and subsequently fell into obscurity. Master, I am on the verge of rusting. Where are you? Please wield me to slay that great dragon. Price, 1,100 paradise coins. This item is a regulated item and can be taken out of the pirate world. Ryoma was a figure of great renown, a formidable presence in the pirate world, perhaps even rivaling the current world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. How could a weapon once wielded by such a powerful individual be weak? Su Xiao even speculated that if the Dragon Slayer flash had not been damaged, it might have been a green or even blue-tier weapon. This was why Su Xiao was willing to confront Hank to obtain this sword. Fortunately, neither party had escalated the conflict, allowing this facade of friendship to endure for a while longer. Consider yourself fortunate. This sword was seized from a group of pirates. Besides me, few are aware of its worth. Had it not been for my disinterest in swords and the strict regulations of the warehouse prohibiting the selection of a second weapon, I would have claimed it long ago. Su Xiao smiled but remained silent, simply sheathing the Dragon Slayer flash at his waist. With the sword at his side, his combat prowess surged, bringing him a sense of reassurance. Let us go. A significant event is set to unfold in 2 days, and we must remain vigilant. Hank sighed, as if harboring concerns. What event? Please give me a hint so I can prepare. In half a month, the world nobles, the celestial dragons, will be visiting the Goya kingdom for inspection, so in 2 days, we must clean up the scrap terminal. Chapter 9. Piercing them, Hank's words sparked a glimmer of realization in Su Xiao's eyes. He had finally confirmed that the current moment was a scene from the original narrative, precisely 3 days before the incineration of the scrap station. This implied that within the critical time frame of his mission, the scrap station would indeed be ablaze. For Su Xiao, this was undoubtedly fortuitous news. The greater the chaos, the more opportunities he would have, for it is amidst turmoil that one can thrive. As Hank sauntered towards the warehouse exit, he seemed to recall something and turned to say, "Our leader is named Brandon Oka. As a member of the guard, how could you be unaware of our leader's name?" Su Xiao chuckled softly and nodded in acknowledgement. Upon exiting the warehouse, the twilight had deepened, and the streets were filled with weary pedestrians. Through casual conversation, Su Xiao gleaned that the robust man he had encountered earlier, who was now his superior Brandon Oka, had held the position of head of the guards for nearly a decade. He was well connected, having interacted with various officials within the palace, and had even been summoned by the king himself. Su Xiao harbored doubts about Hank's claims, suspecting flattery was at play. While it might be true that Brandon Oka had served as head of the guards for a decade, the assertion of his extensive connections remained to be verified. After all, a decade in a single position could very well indicate that his superior was not particularly adept at navigating the intricacies of the royal capital. Just as Hank was about to bid farewell, Su Xiao took the initiative to suggest, "Shall we share a drink? I have just arrived in the capital today and have many inquiries to make." Hank feigned reluctance, but under Su Xiao's warm invitation, they entered a tavern together. After a few cups of rice wine, Hank's face flushed slightly, the scent of alcohol evident in his breath, and he became noticeably more talkative. "Let me tell you, if our leader had not been reckless with his own affairs, he would have already secured a position in the palace. You see, why did he have to get involved with Hick?" Hank interrupted himself with a burp, suddenly aware that he had misspoken. Su Xiao raised his cup to clink with Hank's, and as Hank tilted his head back to drink, the wine in Su Xiao's cup mysteriously vanished. In a perilous world of missions, indulging in alcohol was tantamount to courting death, hence Su Xiao refrained from consuming a single drop. "Forget it. Our boss is living quite lavishly now, a regular at Joy Street." "Truly enviable," Hank continued, and Su Xiao offered some casual responses while pouring Hank another glass. As the evening progressed, around 7 o'clock, Su Xiao and Hank parted ways outside the tavern, the streets now aglow with lights. Su Xiao lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around him as he contemplatively watched Hank depart. The information provided by Hank had been invaluable, and with nightfall, it was time for Su Xiao to act. Placing one hand on the hilt of his blade, Su Xiao intercepted a passerby. Initially irritated, the individual's demeanor shifted to one of fear upon recognizing Su Xiao's guard uniform. "Could you direct me to Joy Street?" Su Xiao inquired. The passerby flashed a knowing smile, one that hinted at understanding, and provided the necessary directions. This smile, coupled with the name Joy Street, evoked thoughts in Su Xiao about the nature of this locale. His superior certainly had a vibrant energy. As the lights began to twinkle, Su Xiao found himself perched atop a building in a district adorned with hues of pink and red. The streets were lined with 2- or 3-story buildings featuring pointed roofs, covered in glazed tiles, with round or square lanterns hanging before their doors. The gentle strains of music mingled with laughter as couples nestled closely together. From the balconies, women clad in revealing attire, holding slender pipes, giggled enticingly, seeking to attract passing patrons. This was Joy Street, the flower street of the pirate world. On the rooftop of one such building, Su Xiao, clad in black, crouched with his weapon, the Dragon Slayer flash, in hand. Since entering the pirate world, he had refrained from drawing his blade, but tonight marked the occasion for him to eliminate his first target and lay the groundwork for his mission. A hearty laugh echoed through the street, drawing Su Xiao's attention as he recognized the familiar sound belonging to none other than his superior, Brandon Oka, accompanied by 2 guards. Oka strode confidently down Joy Street, pedestrians instinctively stepping aside, their expressions tinged with apprehension. At last, the moment had arrived. Su Xiao concealed himself on the rooftop, following Oka and his entourage. Before long, they entered a building, and Su Xiao stealthily traversed the night, reaching the rooftop of that very establishment. After a brief wait, he leaped down silently and pressed himself against the wall to avoid detection. Utilizing the cover of darkness and dim lighting, he began his search of the rooms. This exploration required no visual scrutiny. He relied solely on sound. Having trained extensively in this skill, he distinctly remembered Oka's voice. After investigating 3 rooms, he pinpointed his target. Hearing the exchange of conversation between a man and a woman. When will you rescue me? Can you truly bear to see me with other men? Very soon, very soon. This is a business of the left minister. It's not merely a matter of money. I am working diligently. After all, the left minister is a confidant of the king. Su Xiao listened impassively to their dialogue, though the increasingly intimate nature of their conversation caused his brow to furrow. However, the time was not yet ripe. He needed to wait for Oka to be at his most vulnerable to deliver a fatal blow. Things proceeded smoothly, and soon, the room was filled with the sounds of heavy breathing. Su Xiao slowly unsheathed his long blade, then quietly pushed open the window, slipping into the room without a sound. Inside, a man and a woman were entwined, engaged in their passionate encounter. Su Xiao had chosen this precise moment because Oka was at his most defenseless. With each step toward Oka, Su Xiao moved with utmost caution, akin to a predator stalking its prey, making no sound. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Su Xiao positioned himself behind Oka, raising his blade with precision, its tip aimed at the back of Oka's head. The woman, who had been lost in pleasure beneath Oka, suddenly opened her eyes, alarmed by the sight of Su Xiao wielding the lethal weapon. Her face contorted with fear, she instinctively attempted to scream, drawing Oka's attention to her expression of terror. However, it was all far too late. With a reverse grip on the hilt, Su Xiao thrust the blade with all his might into Oka's skull. The long blade pierced through, as effortlessly as one would slice through paper, emerging from Oka's mouth. The momentum of the blade did not relent, as it subsequently pierced the eye socket of the woman beneath him, embedding itself deep into the tatami mat below. The 2 pierced individuals writhed like fish stranded on land, their bodies convulsing violently, one suffering spinal and oral injuries, the other with their brain penetrated, both unable to scream, thus avoiding drawing attention from others. Su Xiao's strike had been meticulously calculated. Had he only targeted Oka, the woman beneath would have screamed, prompting the guards at the door to rush in, placing Su Xiao in a precarious situation. The common folk of the pirate world possessed formidable physical attributes, especially the guards. A single strike claiming 2 lives, devoid of mercy, showcased Su Xiao's lethal prowess, surpassing that of most assassins. This was precisely why the Reincarnation Paradise had chosen him as a hunter. To become a hunter, one must not only possess exceptional talent, but also the audacity to kill. Chapter 10. The heart of powerful desires. After Su Xiao pierced through the 2 individuals with his blade, he immediately noticed a faint crimson health bar appear above Oka's head. It was evident that this represented Oka's remaining life force. The strike had severed Oka's spine, rendering him in a state akin to death, yet not entirely lifeless. This state, often referred to as playing dead, signifies a body devoid of the capacity to resist while the brain remains functional. This was the first time Su Xiao had encountered a health bar. Previously, when he had dispatched the black market dealer with a single gunshot to the head, no such bar had manifested. The health bar undoubtedly exemplified the benefits of semi-digitalization, allowing him to ascertain whether his foe had perished and to gauge their approximate vitality. Presently, Oka's health was reduced to a mere 5%, teetering on the brink of expiration. Withdrawing the long knife from Oka's nape, Su Xiao shifted his grip from reverse to a standard hold and delivered a decisive strike to Oka's neck. Blood erupted, spraying several meters into the air, splattering Su Xiao's cheek with droplets that rendered him remarkably cold in appearance. Following this blow, Oka's head was severed, and the health bar instantly depleted. You have slain the guard captain, Brandon Oka. Brandon Oka, an official of the Goya kingdom, has granted you 3/6 of the source of the world. You now possess a total of 5. 7 of the source of the world. Your talent Soul Devourer has activated, permanently increasing your mana by 10 points. Your current mana is now 75 points. As a series of notifications flashed before him, Xiao merely glanced through them. The fact that eliminating Oka could yield the source of the world was somewhat unexpected. He mused that slaying stronger adversaries would likely result in an even greater accrual of this resource. Should he vanquish formidable figures such as Fleet Admiral Sengoku or the red-haired Shanks from the pirate world, the amount of source he could obtain would undoubtedly be staggering. However, such thoughts were moot at present, as Xiao had no hope of encountering beings of that caliber. Even if he did, they would not engage him, for that would be tantamount to courting death. The precise utility of the source of the world remained unclear previously. The Reincarnation Paradise had merely hinted that it pertained to his rewards upon completing tasks and departing from the pirate realm. This so-called reward was likely the key to his ascension in strength. Indeed, various methods existed within the pirate world to grow stronger, yet all required time. With only 72 hours at his disposal, and now less than 60 remaining, it would be a stroke of luck if he could complete his tasks within the allotted time. He simply had no opportunity to contemplate anything else. As for the devil fruits, those extraordinary entities, Xiao had not even entertained the thought of pursuing or seizing one. Without a solid foundation of strength, he had no right to seek them. He was merely an ordinary individual with above-average physical attributes, fundamentally distinct from the powerhouses of the pirate world. Under normal circumstances, Xiao's debut world would never have been one as perilous as that of One Piece. A consequence of his identity as a hunter, the current predicament resembled casting a level 1 novice into a high-level domain, where even the minor foes would appear as formidable bosses to him. The extent of what Xiao had achieved thus far already surpassed the capabilities of the average person. A typical contractor would likely have perished at the scrap heap outside the royal capital. Setting aside the source of the world for now, the mana he had acquired left Xiao thoroughly perplexed. He possessed no means by which to expend mana. Thus, regardless of how abundant it was utterly inconsequential to combat. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and he needed to rely on himself. From Oka's corpse, a white treasure chest materialized, identical to the one he had previously opened. Xiao grasped the chest and stowed it in his storage space before hastily vacating the scene. He was currently a guard, and this identity was of paramount importance to him. Furthermore, if news of Oka's demise were to reach outsiders, he would become a fugitive in the Goya kingdom. At that point, not only would completing his tasks become impossible, but evading the kingdom's soldiers would also prove to be a monumental challenge. The cool night breeze tousled Xiao's dark hair, gradually dissipating the stench of blood clinging to him. Upon returning to the humble abode where he had bathed during the day, he inspected the precautionary measures he had previously set. A short twig and a few strands of hair indicated that no one had come, ensuring the area was secure. Entering the house, he refrained from switching on the lights, instead settling into the pitch-black bedroom to examine the treasure chest acquired from Oka. Treasure chest, white. Yes, no to open. Upon opening the chest, a necklace materialized in Xiao's hand. You have opened the treasure chest, white, and obtained the following items. Acquired 300 paradise coins. Acquired the pendant of the deceased wife. Pendant of the deceased wife. White. Origin. One Piece. Garrett Gem Company category. Jewelry. Jewelry equipment is rare. Durability. None. Jewelry equipment has no durability and requires no repairs. Equipment requirement. Usable by anyone. Equipment effect. Strength 1 rating. 8. Note. White equipment ratings range from 1 to 10. Those rated 10 will be marked as rare and possess additional special attributes. Description. I love you as you love those little lovers. Oka's wife who took her own life. Price. 1,600 paradise coins. As he clutched the necklace in his hand, a smile graced Xiao's face. At last, he had discovered a means to augment his strength. This gemstone necklace could indeed enhance his power. Exhaling deeply, Xiao collected himself and adorned the pendant of the deceased wife around his neck. Upon reviewing his personal statistics, he noted that his initial strength of 6 points had now risen to 7 points. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, and he distinctly felt his strength had significantly increased. The elevation of his strength to 7 points did not imply a mere 1/6 increase. Rather, it represented a substantial enhancement. This signified that each increment in attributes would yield a profound transformation, far from the simplicity of 1/1. The Reincarnation Paradise was indeed a wondrous realm. Su Xiao clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking as a torrent of power surged within him. This sudden amplification of strength left him somewhat intoxicated, yet not disoriented. He was acutely aware that the strength granted by the necklace was superficial. His inherent power remained unchanged, and should he lose the necklace, his attributes would diminish. The exhilaration of increased strength did not cloud Su Xiao's judgment. He swiftly recalled that the pendant was Oka's possession, and there was a possibility it could be recognized by others. If that were the case, it would lead to complications. Just as Su Xiao was mired in his concerns, he suddenly noticed a line of tiny text appearing in his line of sight, scarcely perceptible. Yes, no to activate hidden equipment function. This function requires 100 paradise coins and is a permanent ability. Su Xiao was uncertain of the purchasing power of 100 paradise coins, but he understood that the coins in his possession had been acquired through perilous endeavors and were exceedingly precious. However, the practicality of this function was undeniable, and he decisively opted to activate it. You have initiated the equipment hiding function, allowing you to conceal equipped items at will. Weapon-type equipment cannot be hidden. The pendant around his neck gradually vanished, yet the strength enhancement remained, which left Su Xiao thoroughly satisfied. He felt the expenditure of 100 paradise coins was well worth it. When he first entered the Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao had harbored doubts regarding the intentions of this unknown yet powerful entity. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that as long as he fulfilled his tasks, the Reincarnation Paradise would bestow rewards upon him. As for whether the Reincarnation Paradise would harm him, Su Xiao was no longer preoccupied with that concern. The entity had restored his seemingly fatal injuries and transported him to the world of One Piece, showcasing its formidable capabilities. Su Xiao was not one to indulge in baseless fears. If the Reincarnation Paradise sought to undermine him, why would it go to the lengths of rescuing him? Even if it was leveraging him for its own gain, Su Xiao could still derive benefits from the relationship, benefits unattainable in the real world, namely, the opportunity to grow stronger. Perhaps once he completed his first task, he would gain deeper insights into the Reincarnation Paradise. For now, the priority was to strengthen himself. Weakness is indeed the original sin, a truth Su Xiao fully comprehended. Had he been sufficiently powerful in the past, he might have been able to avert the tragedy that unfolded. The pristine ground, stained with blood, lay scattered with fragmented remains, and that Su Xiao forcefully severed the tendrils of memory, his obsidian eyes widening in the darkness. Lying awake in bed, devoid of sleep, Su Xiao compelled himself to rest, for tomorrow held numerous tasks that awaited him. Essential repose would invigorate his spirit. The situation had unfolded, and if all proceeded smoothly, Su Xiao was confident in his ability to eliminate the king of the Goya kingdom. Not only to slay him, but to extricate himself unscathed. He was merely executing a mission, not acting as an assassin of the Reincarnation Paradise, a distinction of great importance. An assassin is but a mere pawn of death, while Su Xiao possessed a clear and resolute objective. Chapter 11. One day in the early hours of the following day, Su Xiao awoke early. After attending to his morning routine and donning his guard uniform, he made his way to the headquarters of the guards. Before even entering, he observed a flurry of guards bustling in and out, their expressions marked by urgency. Quickly, Lord Oka has been assassinated. This incident had alerted the left minister, prompting the nobleman to order a citywide manhunt for the perpetrator. Hank, feigning sorrow, orchestrated the movements of numerous guards, yet a glimmer of ambition shone in his eyes, revealing his desire to ascend to power following Oka's demise. Su Xiao noted the presence of 2 guards stationed at the entrance of the headquarters, watching the scene with keen eyes. These 2 were undoubtedly Oka's trusted confidants. Hank's actions may have already raised their suspicions, but this presented an opportunity. If executed wisely, Hank could potentially usurp Oka's position. The guard division was not particularly large. Aside from Oka, the others were mere ordinary guards, with Oka himself merely serving as a captain. The division had never had the title of deputy captain, as Oka would never allow his power to be diluted, a fact Su Xiao had witnessed firsthand through Oka's arrogant demeanor. Su Xiao's motive for eliminating Oka was not merely due to the latter flaunting his authority. He urgently needed to elevate his status, and Oka's continued existence thwarted that ambition. As for the palace's internal affairs, Su Xiao was unfamiliar and had no desire to entangle himself in them. The simpler the plan, the fewer the loopholes. He only required a position that would grant him access to the king and facilitate rapid ascension. Tomorrow marked the day designated for the incineration of the waste disposal site. Such a disreputable task would undoubtedly be handled by underlings, as the palace itself would refrain from direct involvement. Xiao had investigated, discovering that the security forces in the capital were divided into two factions, one responsible for maintaining order, the guard division, and the other tasked with guarding the city gates. Typically, such matters would fall to the gate guards. However, during the selection of weapons in the warehouse, Xiao had observed a considerable stockpile of explosives. The clues within the warehouse indicated that these explosives had only recently been stored, and their intended use was all too evident. Setting ablaze a substantial waste disposal site could not be accomplished merely through arson. Thus, Xiao required the position of guard captain. Whether he could meet the king depended on his personal actions. Hank, what has transpired? Hank, directing the guards, turned his attention to Xiao. Our leader has been assassinated. Just last night. These fellows only realized it this morning. You arrived just in time. Let us go meet the left minister. A chill ran down Xiao's spine at the mention of the left minister. Hank's intentions seemed dubious. Having only become a guard yesterday, this was undoubtedly a potential trap, perhaps aimed at making him a scapegoat. However, the likelihood of that was slim. As he pondered how to outmaneuver Hank, a smile crept across Xiao's face. The left minister? A figure of such stature wishes to summon me? Feigning confusion, he kept his gaze fixed on Hank. Indeed, the left minister wishes to see you. The specifics of why remain unknown to me. Hank's expression betrayed a mix of envy and jealousy. This unexpected news left Xiao somewhat astonished. He had no connections to the upper echelons of the palace. The only conceivable link was that letter of recommendation. It appeared that the letter held far more significance than he had anticipated. Following Hank through several blocks, Xiao arrived at a courtyard, where a luxurious villa came into view. Hank appeared anxious as he approached, but two gate guards barred his entry. Is this the individual the nobleman wishes to see? Hank nodded vigorously, and the guards confiscated his weapons. As for Xiao, all his arms were securely stored in his spatial compartment, beyond the guards' detection. The guards led the way, and Xiao entered a grand hall where a family was gathered for breakfast. A stern-faced elder with a shock of white hair occupied the seat of honor. Upon spotting Hank, the elder nonchalantly discarded his meal and gestured for the others to leave, leaving only a formidable man standing behind him. This man exuded an aura of danger, although he was unarmed. Xiao noticed the thick calluses on his knuckles and the flattened fists, a master of hand-to-hand combat, the elder's personal bodyguard. You are Hank, correct? And this is the new guard? The elder spoke slowly, his demeanor exuding authority. Yes, indeed, my lord, Hank stammered, visibly anxious. You may leave now. The elder seemed displeased with Hank's nervousness, scarcely acknowledging him. Hank bowed his head and retreated to the door, disappearing from Xiao's view. I am the left minister of the kingdom. Carlos had many intriguing collectibles to offer, and as his nephew, I ought to extend my courtesy to you. Unfortunately, Carlos had an unfortunate outing yesterday, and my collection fell through. Unable to locate him, I sought out his nephew, namely you. Xiao quickly grasped the situation. Carlos was the black market merchant he had slain yesterday. With Carlos deceased, the left minister's offering had vanished, prompting him to seek out Xiao as a substitute. It seemed Carlos was quite unfortunate, facing exploitation from the gate guards while also serving the left minister. The current scenario suggested that the minister intended for Xiao to take Carlos's place in procuring goods. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of their dealings, Xiao would have seized control of the left minister had it not been for the imposing figure behind him. However, such an opportunity to engage with the kingdom's elite was rare. The collectibles are not an issue. I am well versed in my uncle's channels. He sustained severe injuries yesterday and is recuperating, but the left minister raised an eyebrow, fixing Xiao with a direct gaze. If you can procure the items I require, you may propose any conditions you wish. I heard that your captain was killed yesterday. Should you accomplish this task, I shall appoint you as the captain of the guard. Half an hour later, Xiao exited the left minister's courtyard, strolling through the streets. The proceedings had unfolded rather smoothly, yet the conditions proposed by the left minister left him somewhat troubled. Moreover, upon the minister's proposal, a new task appeared in the cycle paradise. Side quest triggered. The left minister's collectibles. The left minister's collectibles difficulty level, LV. 2 quest overview. The left minister possesses an extensive array of valuable collectibles, all of which pique the interest of this avaricious old man. Quest details. Slay the master of Colbo Mountain and acquire its teeth. Master of Colbo Mountain. a ferocious beast from the pirate world. A colossal feline creature. Quest deadline, within 10 hours. Quest reward, identity of guard captain. Failure penalty, expulsion from the guard division and unjustly branded as a criminal. Su Xiao understood what the master of Kolbo Mountain was, an enormous tiger that had nearly slain the young Luffy. With a deep sigh, he reflected on the formidable opponents he had encountered since entering the pirate world, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. One day, he vowed to wield his long sword and carve a path forward, refusing to cower as he did now. Yet, the pirate world was fraught with peril. He lacked even the right to fight desperately. He was still too weak. Before he could grow stronger, he needed to learn the virtue of patience. The master of Kolbo Mountain was formidable, certainly beyond Su Xiao's current capacity for direct confrontation. However, no matter how powerful, it remained merely a beast. Just because he could not contend with it head-on did not mean he could not slay the tiger. Chapter 12. Arrangement and estimation. As Su Xiao walked along the streets of the capital, he took note of the shops lining either side until his gaze fell upon a store named Delu Grocery. He halted his steps, for this was precisely the establishment he sought. Entering the desolate grocery store, he encountered the shopkeeper, who, upon recognizing him, expressed trepidation. "Ah, Sir Guard, we paid the security fee 3 days ago. So what brings you here?" The shopkeeper's eyes reflected the fear of a specter, likely a result of frequent exploitation by the guards. "I am not here to collect the security fee. Do you happen to have a certain type of plant?" Half an hour later, Su Xiao exited the grocery store with a smile, the shopkeeper warmly bidding him farewell, indicating that he had purchased quite a number of items. The task of eliminating the master of Kolbo Mountain would not be straightforward. Recalling from memory, Su Xiao remembered that the tiger's size was at least several times that of an ordinary tiger, standing roughly 4 to 5 meters tall, a veritable beast. Rather than venturing directly into the wilderness in search of the master of Kolbo Mountain, Su Xiao first returned to the guard headquarters. After meandering about the headquarters for a while, he made his way to the warehouse where supplies were stored. Following the death of Oka, the guards were left leaderless. And within just one morning, a factional struggle began to emerge. Hank and Oka as confidants each formed their own factions, engaged in both overt and covert battles for power. With the time for the incineration of waste scheduled for tomorrow night, a new guard leader must be appointed today, lest it impede significant matters. In this chaotic environment, Su Xiao easily infiltrated the warehouse. After spending a while inside, he departed the guard headquarters and headed toward Kolbo Mountain. Gazing at the distant city gates, Su Xiao recalled that he had previously slipped in through these very gates. Now, exiting the city would be a simple matter of walking forward with confidence. Upon seeing Su Xiao, several gate guards nodded in acknowledgement and allowed him passage without question. Crossing through the city gates and passing the waste incineration site, Su Xiao beheld a vast expanse of forest. This was Kolbo Mountain, the place where the protagonist Luffy had grown up. Upon entering the forest, Su Xiao immediately sensed the invigorating freshness of the air, filled with the scents of various plants. Some unfamiliar birds chirped incessantly from the branches, while gentle herbivores roamed among the foliage, showing little fear of humans. Though Kolbo Mountain was picturesque, it was also perilous, often inhabited by ferocious beasts, making it unwise for common folk to venture too deep. As Su Xiao wandered through the deserted forest, his hand rested on the hilt of his blade, appearing relaxed while remaining vigilant to the rustling of the surrounding foliage. The dense forest was not suitable as Su Xiao's hunting ground. He required an open space. The clearing did not need to be vast, but it had to meet 2 essential criteria. The first was access to a water source, as the island nation of Goya faced frequent water shortages, making water sources on Kolbo Mountain scarce. Locating one would significantly increase his chances of finding the giant tiger. The second criterion was that the clearing should be covered with vegetation, facilitating the setup of traps. Of course, the traps Su Xiao intended to set were far from simple pits to ensnare the master of Kolbo Mountain. The soil on Kolbo Mountain was not particularly hard. Such a massive creature would easily escape unless the pit's walls were reinforced with cement. Otherwise, a collapse would render it a dead end, leaving no opportunity for escape. Finding a suitable trap site proved to be a challenge, yet fortune favored the diligent. After 3 arduous hours of searching, Su Xiao finally discovered a promising location. It was a clearing surrounded by trees, carpeted with lush green grass and adorned with a variety of wildflowers, exuding a delicate floral fragrance. Upon catching a whiff of the scent, Su Xiao furrowed his brow. The fragrance might impact his plans, though it presented both advantages and disadvantages, potentially masking the odors of certain items he intended to conceal. Retrieving a shovel from his storage space, Su Xiao shed his upper garment and began to dig in the clearing. 2 hours later, he concealed himself in a large tree nearby. Observing the clearing that appeared unremarkable save for a few casually placed dried fruits on the ground. Sweat dripped down Su Xiao's cheeks, revealing his toned physique. His muscles, though not exaggerated, were smooth and defined. In truth, excessively muscular individuals are not ideal for combat. While robust muscles do enhance strength, they can compromise speed and flexibility, proving detrimental in a fight. Su Xiao once tested this notion at a renowned boxing gym, sparring with the strongest instructor there. He estimated that the heavily muscled trainer possessed at least double his strength and exhibited remarkable speed. Yet, after merely 5 minutes, the instructor, who had supposedly won a city championship in free fighting, collapsed, convulsing on the ground, eliciting sympathy from some female students. Su Xiao honed his skills for assassination, while that instructor trained for competition, a fundamental distinction. Under regulated conditions, Su Xiao might have struggled. However, in a life-or-death scenario, he could eliminate his opponent within 2 minutes. Upon noticing Su Xiao's relatively average build of around 1.80 m, the instructor remarked, "In sparring, there is no need for rules," sealing his tragic fate. Perched on a sturdy branch, Su Xiao gripped an old flintlock pistol, which still held 3 bullets. He had previously attempted to load the weapon, but the cyclical paradise warned him that due to extensive wear, loading it might damage the gun beyond usability. This was likely a limitation, as he had found the pistol rather than acquiring it from a treasure chest. After unlocking 2 white treasure chests, Su Xiao grasped some of the cyclical paradise's rules. Items obtained from treasure chests were generally governed by the rules and could be taken out of the pirate world, while those found or acquired during tasks had a chance of being taken out, such as the slash of the void at his waist. Through preliminary exploration, Su Xiao reached several conclusions. The semi-datification of entities served merely as a form of indication. For instance, the concept of his strength increasing from 6 to 7 points vividly illustrated his growing power. As for life points, they could not be quantified precisely, typically represented as percentages. Without a scenario where a single strike would cause a specific amount of blood loss, the health bars appearing above enemies primarily indicated their vitality. The more substantial the loss, the weaker the enemy appeared. Upon receiving a fatal injury, an enemy would die immediately, even if they still retained 100 of their life points, resulting in their health bar vanishing before their demise. The datification of equipment and items was even more intriguing. For example, Su Xiao understood the durability and additional attributes of the Dragon Slayer flash at his waist, while its attack power ranged from 5 to 16, signifying the weapon's sharpness and striking force. The equipment S rating proved the most crucial metric, providing an immediate understanding of an item's worth. After several battles, Su Xiao comprehended that, despite being semi-datification, this merely facilitated strength estimation. Everything remained grounded in reality, devoid of any gamified elements. This semi-datification served to more intuitively represent his prowess and the value of his possessions. This was the greatest assistance granted to Su Xiao by the cyclical paradise. Chapter 13. The weakness of feline creatures. The semi-data-driven approach offers numerous advantages, allowing one to intuitively grasp their own strengths. In this light, the path to enhancement becomes significantly clearer. It suffices to augment physical attributes while concurrently honing combat capabilities, regardless of how formidable one's attributes may be. If they cannot be effectively utilized in battle, they hold no value. Furthermore, Su Xiao speculates that since he has been transported to the world of pirates, he is likely to be sent to other worlds as well, presenting ample opportunities for growth. His current attributes are Strength 7, Agility 7, Endurance 5, Intelligence 6, Charisma 3, and a meager luck at 1. The attributes of strength and agility are self-evident, directly correlating with his prowess in close combat. Endurance signifies vitality and resilience against blows, while intelligence pertains to magical abilities, the significance of which remains unclear. The notion of charisma raises further questions. Could enhancing charisma render him more appealing? Su Xiao shook his head, postulating that charisma likely pertains to social skills or summoning abilities. As for luck, it appears to be a crucial attribute, exceedingly potent, yet its enhancement likely presents considerable challenges. Su Xiao is adept with a blade, and his future development may hinge on attributes such as strength and agility. However, He has yet to finalize his direction, as this marks his first experience in a derivative world, rendering it premature to ponder such matters. While Su Xiao mused, the distant forest echoed with the cracking of branches. A massive beast was approaching. It was the Lord of Corbo Mountain, an enormous tiger. This colossal tiger bore resemblance to an ordinary tiger, but its size was remarkable, standing over 4 meters tall and measuring at least 7 to 8 meters in length, surpassing even the dimensions of an elephant. Its deep golden fur was richly textured and gleamed in the bright sunlight, reflecting soft glimmers. Concealed in a tree, Su Xiao closely observed the giant tiger below, suppressing even the sound of his breathing. Such a predator could detect even the faintest noise, prompting Su Xiao to exercise utmost caution. Upon nearing the trap he had set, the giant tiger's nostrils flared, as if sensing danger, hesitating to approach. Yet, the few dried fruits atop the trap exerted a fatal allure on the creature. These fruits, known as wood heaven herb, were peculiar to the pirate world. In the real world, a plant with similar effects exists, catnip. Although the Lord of Corbo Mountain was massive, it could not resist the innate instincts of felines. The wood heaven herb held an irresistible appeal for it. It is well known that catnip possesses narcotic properties, exerting a potent attraction on most feline species. Observing the tiger's drooling gaze, Su Xiao knew his plan had succeeded. The giant tiger circled the trap cautiously, having detected an unfamiliar scent but not perceiving any threat. At last, lured by the wood heaven herb, it gradually approached the center of the trap. The tiger advanced cautiously for a few steps, then halted, turning its head to survey the surroundings. Su Xiao, perched in the tree, noted with a twinge of concern that the intelligence of creatures in the pirate world appeared significantly heightened compared to ordinary beasts, exhibiting the cognitive level of a child of at least 10 years. As time passed, a prolonged stalemate ensued, a test of patience. Ultimately, the Lord of Corbo Mountain succumbed to the temptation of the wood heaven herb and lunged forward. A cloud of dust erupted as it devoured the fruits, beginning to chew. The taste of the wood heaven herb was far from pleasant, bitter and astringent, but the Lord of Corbo Mountain savored it nonetheless. After a brief moment, it began to exhibit reactions, rolling onto its back in the grass. The creature was now in a state of ecstasy, akin to that of a domestic cat after consuming copious amounts of catnip, lost in hallucinations and rolling about. Although the Lord of Corbo Mountain appeared formidable, it could not suppress this instinct. The drool at the corners of its mouth revealed its current state of delirium. The moment was ripe. Su Xiao raised his flintlock, aiming at the ground beneath the giant tiger. Indeed, he targeted the ground. Even if he were to shoot at the tiger's eye, the creature would endure rather than perish. And given his marksmanship, he could not guarantee a direct hit on its eye. Beneath the tiger, Su Xiao had buried a considerable amount of explosives, and he had also devised additional mechanisms above the explosives, sufficient to incapacitate the beast. Extending his arm, he pulled the trigger of the flintlock. A resounding shot shattered the tranquility of the forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. Propelled by the combustion of gunpowder, a searing bullet soared from the barrel, cutting through the air and embedding itself in the soil, shattering a blade of grass in its wake. The crimson bullet first pierced the surface soil before plunging into the buried barrels of gunpowder, igniting them with an instantaneous surge of heat. The unexpected gunfire startled the Lord of Corbo Mountain, prompting it to attempt an escape, but it was too late. A deafening explosion reverberated through the forest, causing every creature within a kilometer radius to tremble in fear, turning their gazes toward the source of the sound. The multiple barrels buried underground detonated in succession, creating a chain reaction of explosions. The ground beneath the Lord of Corbo Mountain erupted, sending dirt and debris flying in all directions. With glimpses of iron nails visible amidst the chaos, these were placed by Su Xiao atop the barrels to enhance the lethality of the blasts. The colossal beast, weighing several tons, was thrust upward by the force of the explosion, soaring 3 meters into the air, while numerous nails embedded themselves deeply into its body. A chilling roar echoed through the forest, yet the nightmare did not end there. Flames erupted into the sky, engulfing the Lord of Corbo Mountain, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed fur. As the creature crashed to the ground, the smoke produced by the burning gunpowder enveloped it, accompanied by the sound of crackling embers. From a distance, Su Xiao observed the unfolding scene with cold detachment, though his expression betrayed unease. This was not due to any surge of sympathy. He had long since relinquished such sentiments. His discomfort stemmed from the realization that the giant tiger had not succumbed. At least, the Reincarnation Paradise had not issued any indication of its demise. While the plan had unfolded smoothly, the formidable nature of creatures in the pirate world was indeed daunting. Leaping down from the tree, Xiao unsheathed his sword, the Dragon Slayer Flash, and advanced toward the cloud of smoke. If it could not be killed by the explosion, he would resort to slaying it. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope for victory, he would muster the courage to engage in battle. He had never shied away from conflict. From a certain perspective, Xiao was a fervent aficionado of combat. The sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death allowed him to momentarily forget grievances and past misfortunes, immersing himself fully in the fight until his adversary lay vanquished. Chapter 14. The beauty of battle. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, the acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with the burnt odor of singed fur, creating an unsettling aroma that caused Xiao to frown deeply. The dense smoke obscured his vision, rendering him unable to ascertain the precise location of the colossal tiger. A furious roar resonated through the haze, sharpening Xiao's focus, even as his muscles remained relaxed. Tension could lead to sluggishness, creating a fatal vulnerability in combat. His long blade hung loosely at his side, its tip resting against the ground. Though the giant tiger had yet to emerge from the smoke, Xiao sensed it was already aware of his presence. A gust of wind swept through the jungle, dispersing the swirling smoke. In that moment, a massive figure, accompanied by a wisp of blue smoke, burst forth from the haze. It was the giant tiger. But the creature that came into view was no longer the majestic beast it once was. Its fur was singed in patches, burnt hair clinging to its skin, with faint embers still glowing. Its enormous body bore numerous wounds, countless iron nails embedded in its flesh. The most grievous injury was to one eye, surrounded by a cluster of nails, from which dark red fluid seeped. Upon seeing the tiger's injuries, a smile crept onto Xiao's lips. Such wounds would diminish the creature's combat capabilities by at least 90%, confirming the effectiveness of his traps. Indeed, humans were the most perilous beings in the natural world. With a roar that carried the sound of rushing wind, the tiger lunged at Xiao, closing the distance in mere strides. Compared to this behemoth, Xiao barely reached the height of its forelegs. Yet, inexplicably, his heart raced with excitement at the prospect of facing such a formidable opponent. Before the tiger could reach him, Xiao pushed off the ground with force, sending dry leaves flying as he darted toward the beast, his blade slicing toward the tiger's paw. With a splatter of blood, Xiao's strike opened a deep wound in the tiger's forepaw. The dragon slash, rated a perfect 10, effortlessly penetrated the tiger's hide, plunging deep into its muscles. The tiger let out a pained roar. Previous explosive injuries had left it somewhat sluggish, its mind still clouded. As the tiger prepared to retaliate, Xiao leaped aside, positioning himself perfectly in the creature's blind spot. The tiger's massive claws, resembling grinding wheels, swiped forward, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Should Xiao fall victim to those claws, the consequences would be dire. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao advanced, gripping the hilt of his sword firmly, and struck once more at the tiger's paw. Choosing to target the paw was a reluctant decision. The tiger stood at least 4 meters tall, making strikes to its throat or head exceedingly difficult. The threat of those claws kept Xiao from recklessly attacking the beast's vital areas. However, time was on his side. He still had hours before the deadline of his side quest, whereas the tiger did not. The ground around them was already stained with blood, and it wouldn't be long before the tiger succumbed to its wounds, leaving it at Xiao's mercy. Realizing this, the tiger's single eye glared at Xiao with hatred, but a hint of retreat began to flicker in its gaze. Such is the nature of beasts. Under dire circumstances, most would choose flight, unless there were young to protect. The instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm is not solely human. This tiger, possessing a high level of intelligence, exhibited the same. The tiger panted heavily, its claws digging into the earth, poised to escape. Yet, with combat reaching this juncture, Xiao was determined not to let the tiger flee. He would not squander precious time setting traps. As the tiger contemplated retreat, Xiao unleashed a flurry of strikes with the dragon slash, etching gruesome wounds across the tiger's body. With the creature's health bar dwindling to a mere 8, its demise was imminent. In the realm of reincarnation, no creature becomes berserk when their health drops below 10%. Rather, they become exceedingly weak. Not only could the tiger not escape now, but it was also struggling to mount a coherent attack, its sole focus on fleeing. As the tiger made its sixth attempt to retreat, Xiao plunged his blade into its hind leg and yanked it outward with force. The sound of the blade slicing through muscle was distinctive, and Xiao could feel the subtle tremor in the hilt as the flesh parted. The tiger howled in agony, a deep gash appearing on its hind leg, revealing a severed tendon before the wound could be soaked in blood. With the tendon severed, the tiger had lost its chance to flee. Its fate was sealed. Perhaps the tiger recognized this, for it shifted its demeanor, facing Xiao and emitting a series of threatening roars. Standing before the massive beast, Xiao's bare torso was splattered with the tiger's blood. The slick, warm sensation of blood ignited his ferocity, rendering him particularly formidable at that moment. Before this colossal predator, Xiao smiled, a gentle yet fierce expression. The lord of Ghoul Mountain, who had ruled for many years, had never feared any creature. Yet, at this moment, the giant beast felt a twinge of trepidation towards this smiling human who might just take its life. With a roar imbued with both anger and fear, the sound reverberated throughout Ghoul Mountain. Xiao, agile and alert, charged toward the tiger, frequently shifting his position. The tiger lowered its body, seemingly preparing to engage Xiao in a final confrontation. One enormous paw, carrying the scent of blood, lunged towards Xiao's face with incredible speed, revealing a hidden swiftness in its dying moments, poised to deliver a potentially lethal blow. Should he be struck, even if he survived, escape would be his only option. Though Xiao appeared to have the advantage, the reality was starkly different. The disparity in their strengths was immense. Despite the numerous cuts he had inflicted, the tiger's health bar had only diminished by about 1%, a negligible amount, especially considering the creature was rapidly losing blood. But if Xiao were to be struck by that paw, the battle could very well conclude there. As the lethal claw approached, Xiao maintained his forward momentum, unexpectedly choosing to meet it head-on. Just as the tiger's paw was about to make contact, Xiao spread his legs, dropping into a kneeling position, lowering his center of gravity as he leaned back. The blood-stained paw grazed past his nose, the force of the wind lifting his disheveled hair. With his knees brushing the ground, Xiao narrowly evaded the tiger's strike. Propelling himself off the ground with one hand, he leaped into the air, positioning himself directly beneath the tiger's head, exposing its vulnerable throat. Without hesitation, Xiao plunged his blade forward. A torrent of blood erupted, drenching him entirely. As Xiao engaged in this life-or-death struggle, a slight figure concealed within a thicket observed intently. It appeared to be a child. Impressive, indeed. The bushes rustled as the child's head emerged, a straw hat adorned with green leaves perched atop. Chapter 15. The elite beast. After Xiao delivered a nearly fatal blow, the massive tiger's body began to slump, its colossal form collapsing towards him. Beneath the weight of the giant beast, Xiao perceived a sudden darkness above him and instinctively rolled to the side. Boom! Dust billowed as the giant tiger fell to the ground, appearing lifeless, covered in blood. Xiao rose cautiously, eyeing the fallen creature with vigilance. He refrained from approaching, for the health bar above the tiger's head still indicated a residual 5 life. The master of Ghoul Mountain had not perished. This cunning tiger was feigning death to deceive Xiao. Such cleverness in a mere beast. With a flick of his long blade, he cast off the blood that clung to it, leaving a semicircle of splattered crimson on the ground. Huffing heavily, Xiao realized that despite only engaging in a few exchanges, the encounter had been fraught with peril, consuming a significant amount of his stamina. With a constitution of merely 5 points, his endurance was average, only on par with an ordinary human. In the realm of reality, enhancing even a single attribute is an arduous task. 3 years of rigorous training had yielded him just 1 point in strength and 2 in agility. Armed with these elevated attributes, Xiao surpassed the capabilities of the average person, underscoring the immense impact of each incremental improvement. 1 minute passed, then 2. As the man and the tiger entered a stalemate, the master of Ghoul Mountain continued its ruse, while Xiao opted not to attack, needing to recuperate his strength. Suddenly, the tiger, lying in a pool of its own blood, opened its singular eye, which reflected a mix of despair and defiance. It was astonishing to witness such complex emotions in a wild beast, though perhaps not entirely surprising. The creatures of the pirate world possessed heightened intelligence. In a desert kingdom within this world, there was even a lascivious camel that would only carry women. Struggling to rise, the one-eyed tiger fixed its gaze upon Xiao, black-red blood trickling from the corners of its mouth. Having regained some strength, Xiao cautiously approached the master of Kolbo Mountain. A low growl filled with menace resonated as a massive paw reached out towards Xiao in a tentative swipe. He retreated momentarily, only to step forward again a few seconds later. Knowing full well that confronting the tiger head-on was unwise, Xiao remained acutely aware that, despite its current state, the beast still possessed the capability to kill him. The hierarchical dangers of the pirate world demanded his utmost caution. Perceiving Xiao's delay, the tiger sank into utter despair, realizing it faced an experienced hunter. Trembling, the master of Kolbo Mountain finally stood upright and unleashed a thunderous roar, perhaps its final proclamation to the forest. With that roar, the tiger lunged at Xiao, disregarding the blade in his hand and the internal injuries it had sustained. Boom, boom. The ground trembled slightly under the force of the tiger's charge. The beast was indeed fierce, yet its battered body betrayed a lack of strength. Its chosen method of attack was simple: to bite, opening its maw wide in an attempt to clamp down on Xiao. However, due to the injuries to its hind legs, the tiger faltered just a few steps into its charge, collapsing to the ground. Its intended assault transformed into a desperate act. The gaping jaws of the tiger loomed before Xiao, catching him by surprise, yet his movements remained swift as he thrust his blade forward. Dragon Slash pierced the soft cavity of the tiger's mouth, penetrating through bone and embedding deeply into its brain. As a top-tier white-grade weapon rated at 10, Dragon Slash surpassed even some green-grade equipment, its sharpness beyond reproach. The tiger's eyes dimmed as it suffered such a grievous injury, and its health bar plummeted to the brink of depletion. Despite sustaining such damage, the tiger still clung to life, its vitality astounding. What followed was utterly unexpected. The tiger, impaled through the brain, propelled its body forward, driving the blade deeper into its skull. Xiao's expression shifted as, with the tiger's advance, his arm inadvertently entered the range of its bite. The tiger's jaws snapped shut, clamping down on Xiao's right arm. He immediately felt the searing pain as the sharp teeth pierced through flesh, sending a wave of numbness coursing through him, quickly followed by excruciating agony. Though his entire arm began to lose sensation, Xiao did not relinquish his grip on Dragon Slash. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he drew forth a flintlock from his left hand. Aiming the weapon at the tiger's singular eye, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The eye exploded, sending fluid splattering. This shot served as the final straw for the beleaguered beast. The tiger's health bar emptied completely, and its massive jaws released Xiao's arm, allowing him to withdraw. Looking at his arm, he saw a gruesome mess of blood and flesh, but fortunately, the bone remained unscathed. Although the pain was intense, it was not broken. The tiger, having taken such a fatal blow, was on the brink of collapse, its injuries appearing grave, yet strangely, it was not entirely so. You have slain the elite beast, Master of Kolbo Mountain. The Master of Kolbo Mountain, being an elite creature, grants you 2 of the world's source, totaling 8. 9 now. Your talent Soul Devourer has activated, permanently increasing your mana by 15 points, bringing your current mana to 91 points. The notifications from the Cycle Paradise eased Xiao's tension. The Master of Kolbo Mountain was utterly vanquished. With extensive blood loss and exhaustion weighing on him, Xiao slumped to the ground. He retrieved a cigarette from his storage space, igniting it with a snap, as wisps of smoke began to rise. Sitting amidst the grass, drenched in blood, Xiao lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. He had become enamored with the exhilarating sensation of life and death that accompanied battle. The victors live, the vanquished perish. A brutal yet straightforward reality. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Xiao gazed at the lifeless body of the tiger. Above it floated a light green treasure chest, gleaming with an enchanting green luminescence. Struggling to his feet, Xiao was filled with anticipation. This was his first encounter with a green treasure chest, having acquired the necklace of the deceased wife from a white chest. What wonders might this more precious green chest conceal? His heart raced with fervor, yet he understood the time was not yet right. In this forest of uncertainty, danger lurked at every corner, and the pervasive scent of blood could easily attract other predators. Xiao stowed the green chest, using the hilt of his blade to knock out the remaining tiger teeth, then prepared to find a nearby water source to cleanse himself. At that moment, a faint rustling emerged from a thicket a mere 10 meters away. Xiao's gaze sharpened, gripping Dragon Slash tightly as he peered intently at the underbrush. Who goes there? Step out. His commanding voice echoed, anticipating a reaction from any lurking beast. However, contrary to his expectations, the thicket remained eerily silent, heightening his sense of alertness. There might be someone hidden within the brush. Chapter 16. The blade of escape. Xiao approached the thicket cautiously, his flintlock aimed at the underbrush, where a single bullet remained in the chamber. Wait, I am not a bad person. A clear child's voice emanated from within the bushes. A child? Xiao gazed in confusion at the thicket. In the perilous Corbeau Mountain, what could a child possibly be doing here? This thought heightened his vigilance. You have 3 seconds to come out, or don't bother, he warned, tightening his grip on the trigger. If the child failed to emerge in that time, he would not hesitate to fire. If that's the case, then I won't come out. The child seemed to misunderstand Xiao's words. Xiao's eyes twitched. He was now certain there was indeed a child hidden in the thicket, and judging by the child's response, their intelligence was rather low. He lowered his flintlock. That last bullet might serve a more useful purpose elsewhere and should not be squandered here. Come out. With a few strides, he reached the thicket and kicked it forcefully. Instead of encountering the sensation of striking a body, he felt a peculiar springiness. Thud. The sound was akin to kicking a ball, as a small figure was sent flying. Upon landing, the figure bounced several times before finally collapsing to the ground. Wah! The child, having been kicked, began to wail loudly, tears streaming down their face. The strange springiness piqued Xiao's interest, and he squinted at the child. With yellow skin, black hair, and dark eyes, combined with that bizarre resilience, he deduced the child's identity. Was this not the protagonist from the original story, Monkey D. Luffy? He had previously wondered how a child could appear in Corbeau Mountain. If it was Luffy, it would make sense, as he had lived here during his childhood. Xiao stepped closer to Luffy, who sat on the ground weeping, snot dripping from his nose, clearly hurt from the kick. At this age, Luffy's devil fruit abilities were largely undeveloped, leaving him vulnerable to physical attacks. The current Luffy was merely a small child, lacking the charisma of the original narrative. Stop crying, or I'll make you regret it, Xiao growled, his bloodied appearance making him seem quite menacing, and the weeping abruptly ceased. Please don't kill me, I don't want to die, Luffy replied, his honesty eliciting a wry smile from Xiao. His interest in the child stemmed not from Luffy's status as the protagonist of the pirate world, but rather from a desire to observe a devil fruit user. Grabbing Luffy's cheeks, Xiao lifted him, stretching his face comically. Luffy sniffled, gazing up at Xiao with a bewildered expression. Just then, a series of alerts blared from the Reincarnation Paradise. Warning! Warning! The hunter is in contact with the child of the plane. Please distance yourself. Warning! Warning! The hunter is in contact with the child of the plane. Please distance yourself. Warning! Warning! The hunter is in contact with the child of the plane. Please distance yourself. The warnings were not the usual pale blue, but a menacing crimson, imparting a sense of danger. Warning! A powerful biological entity is approaching. Detected as Monkey D. Garp. The hunter is advised to retreat immediately. Mission triggered. Legendary assassination. Legendary assassination difficulty level, LV 79. Upon seeing the difficulty level, LV 79, Xiao promptly discarded Luffy, heading toward the water source. He had no interest in the mission's rewards, nor would he undertake this so-called legendary assassination. It was evident that a task of such high difficulty would yield significant rewards. However, for Xiao, this level of challenge was premature. Even completing a LV3 mission posed considerable difficulty. When he entered the pirate world, the difficulty was indicated as LV6, but that did not reflect the true peril of the pirate realm, as LV6 merely referred to the difficulty of the Goya Kingdom region. Xiao paid little mind to Monkey D. Garp. The man should be quite distant, otherwise he would have had no chance to escape. Arriving at a small riverbank, Xiao began to cleanse himself. The clear waters washed away the blood, turning a section of the river crimson, attracting a swarm of fish. A large fish leaped from the surface, and instinctively, Xiao drew his blade, piercing the 2-meter-long creature. With a powerful arm motion, he hoisted it ashore. The angle of his strike was exceptionally precise, and the force applied was remarkable, even surprising Xiao himself. His swordsmanship had evidently improved significantly, a fact he attributed to his training in the real world. In reality, he seldom had the chance to fight with full force. But this recent struggle against a giant tiger had activated the skills he had honed over 3 years. The real world felt like a cage, where the lethal techniques he practiced served little purpose beyond vengeance. During his quests for revenge, he typically struck with a single blow, leaving little room for extended combat. In contrast, the Reincarnation Paradise was fraught with peril. Even the wealthiest or most powerful individuals in the real world would find themselves awaiting death if they lacked sufficient strength here. Emerging from the cage, Xiao felt a sense of liberation. The dangers within the Reincarnation Paradise were real, a brutal survival of the fittest akin to a primordial forest. Yet he found himself more at ease here than in reality. Perhaps he was inherently suited to the Reincarnation Paradise, where his talents could truly flourish. Gaining strength while adventuring in another world was indeed an appealing prospect. Taking a deep breath, Xiao resolved to make the most of his time in the Reincarnation Paradise, to grow stronger, and to continually enhance his abilities until he surpassed all others, for only then could he break free from his shackles. However, before embarking on this grand ambition, he first needed to satiate his hunger, and the writhing fish on the grass was undoubtedly the perfect lunch. Bleeding, scaling, and gutting the fish, he built a fire. After a few minutes, the 2-meter-long fish was now skewered over the flames. Lacking any seasoning, the fish might not taste exceptional, and he noted that killing it had not granted him any mana. This was likely due to the fish being too weak to meet the standards of his innate ability, Soul Devourer. This made sense. If any creature he killed could yield mana, he could simply step on an anthill to gain 100 points of mana, reaching his maximum limit for each world. As for the purpose of mana, Xiao remained uncertain, but suspected it might prove crucial in the future. The branches crackled as they burned, and soon the fish was cooked to perfection, its juices bubbling and hissing as they dripped into the flames. Cutting a piece of fish, Xiao placed it in his mouth. Although it appeared appetizing, its flavor was likely lacking without any seasoning. Yet after a few bites, he was taken aback. The fish was tender and succulent, imbued with a primal flavor, the essence of the fish itself. Any seasoning would be superfluous. It was delicious, truly delectable. Perhaps the best meal he had ever tasted. Swallowing the morsel, Xiao gazed at the large fish, swallowing hard. Perhaps he could acquire strength in this derived realm while also indulging in a variety of culinary delights. After relishing an extraordinarily delightful lunch, he departed, feeling satisfied. The side quest had been completed, and if all went well, he would soon acquire the identity of the guard captain. It was time to prepare for the assassination of the king. That was to be his ultimate mission. Everything he did now was merely a prelude. Chapter 17. Preliminary success. Upon returning to the capital, Xiao made his way directly to the residence of the left minister. In the study, the left minister was examining several tiger teeth. Indeed, quite impressive, he remarked, tucking away the teeth and casting a significant glance at Xiao. I never imagined you could accomplish this. Although that tiger was not particularly strong, it was exceedingly difficult to hunt due to its concealment in the kelp mountain. You have outshone your uncle, so from now on, you shall take his place. In just a few words, Xiao had supplanted the black market merchant's position, revealing the left minister's callousness, as he had seemingly forgotten the merchant's previous offerings. The task has been accomplished, and I am prepared to assume the role of chief of the guards today. I wonder, left minister. Xiao observed the left minister carefully, aware that the old man's frigid demeanor might lead him to renege on their agreement. Chief of the guards? What are you talking about? I never said. The left minister's words faltered, his cunning eyes suddenly dimming. The left minister has violated the regulations of the Reincarnation Paradise. Corrective measures are being enforced. A cold voice echoed in Xiao's ears, marking his first encounter with the voice of the Reincarnation Paradise. It was a mechanical tone, devoid of emotional fluctuation, exuding a chilling cruelty. After a brief silence, the left minister resumed speaking. Since you have completed the task, the position of chief of the guards will be yours. I will go to the palace shortly to facilitate this. In 1 hour, you will be the current chief of the guards. The left minister's tone was rigid and contradictory, leaving his guards perplexed. Xiao meticulously scrutinized the left minister, recognizing that the man's unusual behavior was undoubtedly linked to the Reincarnation Paradise. He had long suspected that the left minister would not honor his promise, and his pursuit of the Kelp Mountains master was entirely the result of the tasks mandated by the Reincarnation Paradise. Thus far, while the Reincarnation Paradise had exhibited a frigid demeanor, it had never failed to uphold its word. Cold and ruthless, yet just. That was the impression the Reincarnation Paradise had left on Xiao. Consequently, Xiao sought to test the waters. Should the left minister default, what repercussions would ensue. It was important to note that his side quest reward was the title of Chief of the Guards. Given the current situation, it appeared that the Reincarnation Paradise had chosen to exert direct control over the left minister, compelling him to fulfill the task's reward. As for the left minister's fate, that remained uncertain. He might regain his senses shortly, or perhaps become a fool. Moreover, Xiao had been pondering whether the pirate world he inhabited was a genuine reality or merely a construct of the Reincarnation Paradise. If it were a fabricated realm, then the left minister would essentially be an NPC, incapable of breaching his commitments. Presently, it seemed highly plausible that this was indeed a real world. For everything Xiao encountered felt exceedingly authentic. The so-called derivative world might very well stem from the fantasies of individuals, ultimately manifesting into a tangible reality. Leaving the left minister's residence, Xiao began to contemplate how to assassinate the king. Although he had now become the chief of the guards, this title would not grant him an audience with the king, nor could he directly carry out the assassination. The king would undoubtedly be surrounded by formidable guards, and even if Xiao were to have a minuscule chance of success, he would likely perish in the attempt. The Reincarnation Paradise had previously warned him that death in the pirate world would result in his permanent demise. There would be no second chances. While it appeared that Xiao was ensnared in a dilemma, the reality was quite the opposite. He had already acquired the means to assassinate the king. To succeed in this endeavor, two critical elements were paramount. First, infiltrating the palace, an aspect Xiao had never been concerned about. The second, however, was to divert the guards surrounding the king, which was the most crucial factor. The guards by the king's side would possess considerable strength. Under what circumstances could they be lured away? The answer lay in the presence of a formidable enemy within the palace. One that posed a significant threat to the king's safety would compel the guards to act. At that moment, Xiao would seize the opportunity to strike. As for the king's own prowess, Xiao was unconcerned. If the king were exceptionally powerful, the likelihood of completing the task would be exceedingly low, as the main quest difficulty could not simply be LV3. As to where he might find an adversary capable of threatening the king, he intended to rely on the situation surrounding the incineration of waste at the disposal site. Thus, he sought the title of Chief of the Guards to gain decision-making authority during the incineration operation. Although the nobility of the Goya kingdom looked down upon the refugees outside the city, they would not entrust the disposal of waste to the kingdom's departments. The rationale was straightforward. It would tarnish the kingdom's image. Therefore, the incineration would be delegated to various nefarious forces, with the pirate factions in the nearby waters being the most relevant. Several large pirate crews had received word that the Goya kingdom was on the verge of a lucrative deal, which, if successful, could grant them noble status. The allure of nobility was a devastating temptation for those desperate souls, as most individuals turned to piracy out of necessity. Consequently, a few pirate crews had already gathered in the waters near the Goya kingdom, awaiting their chance. That very night, the Goya kingdom would select one of these crews to assist with the incineration operation the following evening. As the armed force within the capital, the guards were responsible for liaising with and negotiating with the pirates. If Xiao leveraged his current position effectively, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to successfully assassinate the king. According to the original storyline, the king had no intention of granting the pirates noble status. He was merely exploiting them. While Xiao contemplated these matters, he had already returned to the guards' headquarters. In stark contrast to the day prior, the headquarters now appeared chaotic. The guards stationed at the entrance had vanished, and upon entering, Xiao discovered a dozen guards gambling in the main hall, with several others gathered around, drinking. The stench of cheap tobacco, alcohol, and sweat pervaded the hall. There was no longer a leader. Although Xiao was now the de facto chief, he had no intention of managing the guards. He merely required his current title, while the state of the guards' headquarters was of no concern to him. Arriving at the office previously occupied by Oka, Xiao pushed the door open. Inside, 3 individuals were present, Hank and 2 of Oka's confidants. Hank lounged on the sofa, while Oka's 2 associates flanked the chair. All 3 engaged in a standoff, yet no one dared to take a seat. Xiao's entrance caught them off guard. Hank remained silent, but Oka's 2 confidants spoke up. "Is this where you belong? Get out." Xiao lowered his gaze, ignoring them entirely as he approached Oka's chair and sat down. "You scoundrel, do you think you belong here? Who do you think you are?" One of Oka's confidants, fuming with rage, advanced towards Xiao. "You are no longer a guard. I give you 1 minute to disappear." Xiao continued to disregard him. deep in thought about his next course of action. Engaging with such individuals was a waste of time. The confidant initially stood frozen in disbelief before a mocking smile crept across his face. Just then, the office door swung open, and a messenger entered, holding some documents. Mr. Bai, here is your appointment notification and identification as Chief of the Guards. The left minister's efficiency surpassed expectations. The confidant of Oka stood dumbfounded, staring at Su Xiao. You two need not leave. You will remain here forever. Su Xiao glanced at Oka's two subordinates, while Hank's mind raced, culminating in a loud exclamation. Everyone downstairs. Come up and celebrate for our new chief. Hank felt a deep sense of resentment, yet he found himself powerless, daring not to openly defy the edicts of the kingdom. Chapter 18. Pirates. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a throng of guards rushed towards the office. Due to their overwhelming numbers, they jostled at the entrance. Listen carefully. This is our new leader, Lord Bai, Hank stated firmly beside Su Xiao, signaling his allegiance. The surrounding guards appeared bewildered, but as Su Xiao raised the appointment letter in his hand, comprehension dawned upon them. Greetings, Lord Bai, I am Kaba. From now on, we shall heed your commands. The flattery poured forth, and Su Xiao merely nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze shifting towards the two trusted aides of Oka. These two had colluded with pirates, aiming to disrupt the order of the royal city. Before Su Xiao could finish his statement, the two aides brandished their weapons, aiming at him. Brothers, do not listen to him. Lord Oka is our true leader. Su Xiao was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at the two. Were they truly devoid of reason? It was not that they lacked intelligence. Rather, Su Xiao's current status and previous words instilled fear in them. Su Xiao had previously declared they would be permanently bound to this place, and now, having been exposed for their treachery, they dared to openly resist. Hank, ever astute, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Fools, he muttered under his breath. Su Xiao remained seated behind the desk, refraining from intervening. The moment no longer demanded his action. The guards surged forward, and in that instant, despair enveloped the two aides of Oka. Wait, we only wanted to, but before they could elaborate, the guards descended upon them with a flurry of blades. The sounds of clashing metal, gunfire, and flesh being cleaved resonated through the office. Within 30 seconds, two mangled corpses lay sprawled across the floor, the guards stained with blood. The scent of carnage permeated the air. While this scene might appear absurd, it was, in fact, a stark reflection of the brutal rules of the pirate world. The strong wielded absolute power while the weak awaited their demise. In this blood-soaked office, the palace's herald swallowed hard, the ruthlessness of Su Xiao instilling a sense of dread. Any thoughts of profit he harbored had dissipated like smoke. Clean this up, and you may leave, Su Xiao commanded. Soon, only three remained in the office, Su Xiao, Hank, and the herald. Hank did not exit but stood resolutely beside Su Xiao. The latter cast a glance at Hank, acknowledging his necessity in this unfamiliar environment. He required a clever and ambitious assistant. Lord Bai, I kindly ask your subordinate to step aside. I have urgent matters to convey. No need, he is my confidant. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, a smile blossomed on Hank's face. Very well, here is the situation. You are likely aware of the operation slated for tomorrow night. The herald referred to the incineration of the waste disposal terminal. I am aware. Good. The higher-ups have indicated that there are 3 factions suitable for this task. We have made preliminary contact with them, and now, we require you to engage with these factions and select one to execute tomorrow's operation. Me? I get to decide who participates? Indeed, the decision rests with you. After all, our knowledge of these pirates is merely hearsay. Actual engagement is necessary for an informed choice. With a clear affirmation, Su Xiao felt elated. His choice had proven fortuitous, and his current identity was pivotal. Understood. I shall reach out to the 3 factions shortly. The herald smiled at Su Xiao, preparing to depart. One more thing. Although there are 3 factions, only one may be chosen to execute tomorrow's plan. The pertinent details are contained within the documents. The herald exited with Hank's assistance, and Su Xiao picked up the file on his desk. It detailed the incineration plan for the waste disposal terminal, essentially outlining the selection of a pirate crew, followed by the provision of explosives to ignite the terminal. 3 pirate crews were available for selection. The first was the local force from the Goya Kingdom, the Balsam Pirate Crew, known from the original narrative for its clashes with a young Luffy and Ace. The second was the Clique Pirate Crew, recently arrived in nearby waters. Su Xiao was somewhat surprised upon reviewing the information on this crew, as he was familiar with them. The clique pirate crew was renowned in the East Sea. During the original storyline, they faced annihilation at the hands of Hawkeye, later fleeing to a sea restaurant where they battled Luffy's crew and ultimately met their defeat. Although this was a decade before the story's events commenced, the clique pirate crew was no weakling, boasting a fleet of approximately 600 members. The third crew, the Skull Pirate crew, was of little consequence and was promptly dismissed by Su Xiao. According to the original narrative, the Balsam Pirate crew was average in strength, having been defeated by a youthful Luffy, Ace, and a gang of mountain bandits, indicative of their capabilities. Su Xiao held high hopes for the clique pirate crew. Thus, he decided to meet with them first. Hank, reach out to the clique pirate crew. Hank chuckled awkwardly. Well, my lord. Hank's demeanor was revealing. It's up to you. We must meet them today. Clearly, Hank could establish contact with the clique pirate crew, and Su Xiao had no interest in their relationship. The collusion between government officials and pirates was a common phenomenon in the pirate world, with numerous potential mutual benefits. Hank did not disappoint Su Xiao. Within 2 hours, he secured a meeting location with the clique pirate crew. The rendezvous was, of course, within the royal city. No one would trust a band of pirates. In the slums, in a filthy alley, several men clad in oversized black cloaks and hoods stood watchfully, scanning their surroundings. This is the place, Captain Clique. The old warehouse ahead is our meeting spot, a thin pirate with a cutlass at his waist said cautiously, standing behind a tall man. The latter was similarly garbed in a black cloak, but glimpses of golden armor peeked through the seams. Wait here, Akin, you come with me. Clique commanded in a low voice, the sound of clashing armor accompanying his steps. Yes, Captain. Akin, also dressed similarly, concealed a weapon within his sleeve. Captain, I've heard that the new head of the guards is quite ruthless. We should exercise caution. Clique turned his head slightly to Akin. Do you think I cannot handle a mere guard, Captain? If it weren't for the conveniences afforded by noble status, I wouldn't be doing any favors for the Goya kingdom. Arrogance and hubris are common afflictions among pirates. Akin fell silent as they proceeded towards the warehouse. Chapter 19. The eve in a dilapidated warehouse. Clique and Akin waited restlessly. The long unopened warehouse door creaked as it was pushed ajar, and both pirates, hardened by their bloodied pasts, became alert. Standing at the entrance was Su Xiao, who did not immediately step inside. Wait for me here, he instructed before entering the warehouse. Hank, standing behind him, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent, taking his post outside. Upon entering, Su Xiao was greeted by a haphazard arrangement of wooden crates and a floor coated in dust, indicating the warehouse had been abandoned for quite some time. Is this the attitude of the kingdom of Goya? You're moving too slowly, Clique remarked, his tone sharp. Su Xiao chuckled softly, sizing up Clique. The man loomed tall, his features obscured by a hood, yet despite the distance, Su Xiao caught a whiff of a peculiar odor, one he recognized as the scent of potent poison, reminiscent of the toxins he sometimes applied to his blades. This task is entrusted to you. Upon its completion, the kingdom will grant you noble status, Su Xiao stated, cutting straight to the chase. Uninterested in idle chatter with these pirates. Is that it? I was under the impression there were 3 factions vying for power. Clique began, but Su Xiao interrupted him. No, those 2 factions are a rabble. I hold the decision-making authority. You need only respond with agree or disagree. Clique, taken aback, felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. However, given their location within the capital of Goya, he refrained from displaying too much bravado. Su Xiao was not alone in meeting Clique. Over 100 guards lay in ambush nearby. Clique hesitated, revealing his distrust towards Su Xiao, or perhaps it was his skepticism towards the kingdom of Goya. First, clarify what exactly we are to do, he demanded. The incineration of the waste disposal site is known only to those within the capital. Outsiders remain oblivious, Su Xiao explained. As an outsider himself, Clique was unaware of the specifics, drawn in by the allure of noble status. At 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, ignite the waste disposal site. Timing is crucial. Su Xiao detailed the plan, and as he spoke, both Clique and Akin's expressions grew increasingly grave. Burn it all? That poses a significant challenge. The disposal site is vast, Clique responded, a hint of incredulity in his voice. Are you not aware of a substance called dynamite? Su Xiao fixed his gaze on Clique, bracing for any potential fallout as negotiations reached a critical juncture. That quantity of dynamite is only feasible if you provide it. Otherwise, I shall withdraw, Clique declared, his stance predictable to Su Xiao. Is that so? What a pity. With that, Su Xiao turned to leave without any negotiation. Wait, a kin called out, then whispered to Click. Boss, if we transport all the explosives from the ship, the quantity will suffice. Click glared at Su Xiao, furious yet aware of the necessity. Do you truly believe that merely igniting the waste disposal site will earn you noble status? The dynamite must come from your end, otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. Half an hour later, Su Xiao exited the warehouse, leaving Click and Akin with expressions of dismay. As a preliminary benefit, Su Xiao presented a document, a noble certification from the kingdom. With Click's signature, he could attain nobility, bound by a contract that could not be unilaterally breached. Bearing the seal of the world government, pirates are not easily duped. Without genuine bait, they would never commit themselves. Lord Baiyi, has the matter been settled? Hank inquired cautiously, causing Su Xiao to halt abruptly. Are you certain you wish to know? Su Xiao's icy gaze made Hank instinctively take a step back. Not at all. At that moment, Hank regretted not eliminating Su Xiao when selecting weapons. Hank, there is something I need you to do. It is quite important. With that, Su Xiao signaled for the guards concealed nearby to reveal themselves. Hundreds of guards assembled behind him as he led them back to the guard headquarters. As night fell, Su Xiao sat alone in the dimly lit office of the guard headquarters. The sudden appearance of Click's pirate crew had not disrupted his plans. Rather, it had rendered them more seamless. Leaning his elbow on the desk, he pressed his forehead, aware that while his strategy was clever, it was not without potential flaws. Yet, there was little he could do. His current weakness forced him to rely on careful planning to achieve his goals. Su Xiao preferred to resolve matters with the blade in his hand. Not much longer, and I will escape this perilous world. Although his first experience in this realm was within the treacherous world of One Piece, he believed the Reincarnation Paradise would not consistently cast him into worlds 5 levels beyond his own. His entry into the pirate world might be a test from the Reincarnation Paradise, a trial concerning his identity as a hunter. Until he completed the main quest, he was not truly a hunter, merely labeled as such without the corresponding function. That night, Su Xiao slept in the office. The following morning, he awoke early to prepare for the evening's operation. It was the last day before the deadline for his main quest. At midnight, he would attempt to assassinate the king of Goya, a pivotal moment. Throughout the day, he busied himself, now the principal coordinator of the waste disposal site's incineration, ensuring cooperation from every department he encountered. The minister of the left had been rendered incapacitated. Upon seeing him, Su Xiao felt a chill from the man's vacant stare. After working tirelessly until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Xiao completed his tasks and retreated to the guard headquarters office, disappearing from everyone's sight. Now, all he needed to do was wait for the pirates outside to ignite the waste disposal site. The rationale behind the incineration was absurd. In just over 10 days, the celestial dragons would arrive for inspection. To prevent them from witnessing the heaps of garbage outside the city, the kingdom of Goya intended to burn the disposal site, along with the thousands of beggars living outside. As evening approached, the sky darkened and the night breeze began to stir. With only an hour remaining until the incineration, the city remained eerily silent. In the pitch-black office, only Su Xiao sat behind the desk, and suddenly, a green treasure chest materialized in his hands. This chest had been acquired after he had slain the master of Kalpashan, but due to his recent busyness, he had yet to open it. The green chest filled Su Xiao with anticipation, a smile breaking through his weariness. Treasure chest, green. Open? Yes, no. Choosing to open it, several items appeared in his hands. You have opened the treasure chest, green, and received the following items. 1,000 berries, soul crystal, small, tiger claw. While no equipment had emerged, this outcome was expected. Having opened several chests before, Su Xiao understood the rules. The quality of items obtained corresponded with the chest's color, with only white, green, blue known to him. Furthermore, the items dropped from the chest were influenced by the nature of the creature or individual from whom it was obtained. For instance, a chest dropped by a slain tiger would not yield a sword or shield. To slay a tiger primarily yields its formidable claws or a hide. And the same principle applies to taking a human life. Upon vanquishing the black market dealer, Su Xiao acquired a letter of recommendation left behind. While the demise of Oka granted him a pendant that Oka had worn, Su Xiao examined the items in his possession. The paradise coins were directly deposited into his imprint. Despite being termed paradise coins, they were an incorporeal currency. Tiger claw, quality, green type, material rating, 16, note, Green materials are rated between 10 and 30, with higher rated materials being more precious. Description: claws of an elite creature capable of being forged into equipment within the Reincarnation Paradise or used as enhancement amplifiers. Small soul crystal, quality, none type, essence of soul concentration rating, none description. Soul crystals are rare items with various uses. Insufficient permissions to access the following content. As he toyed with this small soul crystal in his hand, Xiao found himself utterly bewildered by the two newly acquired items. Yet, he harbored a sensation that this translucent crystal, scarcely the size of a fingernail, might indeed be the most valuable item he had ever obtained. Clarity would come once he returned to the Reincarnation Paradise. For now, his priority was to complete his mission. Unbeknownst to him, time had drifted to 6 in the evening. Xiao departed from his office, vanishing into the night, with only two fates awaiting him, either to accomplish his task or to perish within the palace, with no third outcome possible. Chapter 20. Deception and Ransom. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions resonated from outside the city. The Click Pirates had ignited the junkyard, and the deadline for their primary mission was dwindling to just a few hours. After 3 days of meticulous planning, the moment of fruition had finally arrived. Xiao navigated through the encroaching darkness, making his way towards the city gates. Outside the city, at the junkyard, explosions erupted in a relentless chorus, flames soaring skyward as heaps of burning refuse were propelled into the air. The destitute inhabitants, who had been resting within the junkyard, were suddenly roused by the deafening blasts, as the inferno began to spread across the mounds of garbage. Before they could react and flee their makeshift shelters, the flames had engulfed the area entirely. The anguished screams intertwined with the explosions, painting a horrific tableau reminiscent of hell itself. If a hell truly existed, the junkyard was its embodiment at that moment. The members of the Click Pirates observed the growing blaze consuming the junkyard and hastened towards the city gates. They had previously conferred with Xiao, agreeing that once the junkyard was ignited, they would swiftly proceed to the gates where Xiao would send someone to open them. However, Click was unwilling to place his life in the hands of another. Thus, following their meeting, Xiao dispatched his trusted confidant, Hank, to accompany the Click Pirates. Now, Hank had disguised himself as a pirate, trailing closely behind Click. "Hurry, the fire will spread soon, and we'll be in peril," Click bellowed, urging his crew to quicken their pace. Within 3 minutes, the Click Pirates arrived at the city gates. Upon reaching them, smiles broke out among the pirates. Their plan had succeeded, and soon they would enter the city to embrace a life of luxury. Click himself was already lost in fantasies of noble status, envisioning opulent residences, exquisite feasts, and throngs of beautiful women. At that moment, he even contemplated abandoning his pirate identity altogether. Bang, bang, bang. Click rapped on the gates. "Open up. We are the Click Pirates, and we have set the junkyard ablaze." After his knocks echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Aside from the rustling flames stirred by the night breeze, the city remained ominously quiet. "Hey, open the door quickly. The fire is about to engulf us." The silence persisted, and a sense of panic surged within Click. Behind him loomed an all-consuming inferno, while in front stood the formidable gates, trapping them in a lethal predicament. It would not be long before they faced a fiery demise. What is happening? Why aren't the gates opening? Bloodshot rage filled Click's eyes as he turned to glare at Hank. Hank's lips turned pale. Dispatched by Xiao, he was merely an ordinary guard, oblivious to the king's intentions of breaking his promise. "No, this can't be. Wait, let me try?" Hank stammered, a sense of foreboding dawning upon him. Bang, bang, bang. "Open the gates. This is Hank from the guard. Bai Yi, come out." Hank began to shout, omitting the honorific in his desperation. "Bai Yi, I'll kill you." Click realized he had been deceived by Xiao. They were merely pawns, sacrifices in a larger game. With fury burning in his bloodshot eyes, he turned to Hank. "Burn him. Kill him." After uttering that command, Click's subordinates swiftly bound Hank, throwing him into the nearby flames. "Ah, it's not my fault. Bai Yi, you won to escape unscathed." The flames began to kiss Hank's skin, his shrieks of agony fading after mere seconds. Just as despair gripped the Click Pirates, a deep male voice echoed from the city walls. "Hey, down there. Do you wish to live?" Everyone present trembled at the voice. "Who are you? Show yourself." Click, teetering on the brink of madness, squinted into the darkness illuminated by the fire, spotting a gaunt middle-aged man atop the wall. Just as Click was about to speak, the man began to drop barrels of explosives over the edge. Seeing the barrels crash to the ground sent a chill down Click's spine. They were intended to obliterate them. Blow open the gates, and you might have a chance. With that, the middle-aged man withdrew into the shadows. In less than 2 seconds of hesitation, Ajin was the first to rush towards the barrels, positioning them at the gates. Inside, anxious murmurs erupted as they realized something was amiss outside. Click tore off his black cloak, revealing a suit of yellow armor, raising his arm as a bullet found its mark in the explosives. Boom. The explosion's shockwave propelled the Click pirates backward, some unfortunate souls pierced by flying debris, falling lifeless to the ground. From a crew of hundreds, at least a dozen were lost in that blast, but it was a worthy sacrifice, for the gates had been blasted open. Through the ruined gates lay the scattered remains of the guards, the Click pirates trampling over the debris as they surged into the royal city. They were a band of enraged pirates, intent on pillaging and wreaking havoc within the royal capital. "Hey you, stop right there," Click shouted, spotting a figure shrouded in darkness. His arm poised, weapon aimed forward. "Don't shoot. I'm here to save you." The middle-aged man from the wall emerged from the shadows, his eyes betraying fear. "Why are you saving me? I don't recognize you." Click did not lower his weapon. "I have a vendetta against Bai Yi. The enemy of my enemy is my ally." A cruel smile crept across Click's face. "Where's Bai Yi?" "In the royal palace. He is being rewarded by the king. They say he has been granted noble status." The words reward and noble status provoked Click, for such honors rightfully belonged to him. Bang! The gunshot rang out as the middle-aged man's chest was pierced. A gaping hole left in its wake. Click had just shot his savior. "You bastard! Did you intend to kill me with those explosives?" With that, Click charged towards the palace, driven by a desire to slay Bai Yi, eliminate the king, and plunder the royal treasury to redeem himself for today's losses. The middle-aged man collapsed, blood trickling from his mouth, his body convulsing. As he watched the Click pirates depart, the light in his eyes began to fade. At that moment, a young man smoking a cigarette stepped from the darkness. "Give the money to my wife and daughter. I did as you asked." Xiao crouched before the middle-aged man, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Well done. The money has been delivered to them." "That's wonderful. Thank you, thank you." The man's eyes dimmed entirely, succumbing to Click's gunfire. This middle-aged man had been a death row inmate rescued by Xiao from prison. The prior events were merely a transaction. Xiao had provided the funds, and the man had paid with his life. A transaction both fair and unfair. Watching the Click pirates retreat into the distance, Xiao extinguished his cigarette, crushing it beneath his foot. "Click pirates, do not disappoint me." As he vanished into the night, he hurried towards the royal palace. Chapter 21. The humanoid tank charge, my little ones. Slaughter them, rend the white knight to pieces. A horde of pirates surged through the streets of the royal capital, sending the civilians into a frenzied panic as they screamed and fled. As the pirates advanced towards the palace, their ruthless nature manifested in flames igniting along their path. Outside the city, flames soared into the sky, and soon thick smoke billowed within. Xiao navigated through the night, swiftly surpassing the pirates and arriving at the palace ahead of them. The kingdom of Goya was merely a small nation in the world of pirates, and thus, its palace resembled a modest castle. Concealed near the kingdom, Xiao began to await the arrival of the Click pirates. The capital was divided into 3 distinct areas. The outermost was the civilian district, followed by the central street, and at the heart lay the palace. Outside the palace district stood a wall, but it was not particularly high. The Click pirates would soon breach it and invade the palace area. The guards stationed within the palace had long since mobilized, and before long, the sounds of battle echoed through the air. Xiao remained patient, knowing that the palace guards were merely a fade of strength. Those who had rarely seen combat were no match for the seasoned pirates. Indeed, within half an hour, the palace guards were driven back, retreating to the palace entrance in disarray, their faces marked by panic and significant casualties, with some fleeing in utter defeat. "Little ones, the palace is within our grasp. We shall seize it." Click, consumed by bloodlust after having been deceived by Xiao, had gone completely mad. "Kill them all. Leave no survivors." At Click's command, hundreds of pirates charged towards the palace, clashing with the beleaguered guards. A brutal melee ensued, punctuated by the crack of gunfire and the splatter of blood as limbs fell in the chaos. Meanwhile, the king, who had been resting, was jolted awake by the clamor outside. King Philip Herbert of the Kingdom of Goya was a man in his 60s, with a head full of black hair and a bushy beard. His luxurious lifestyle and the skill of the palace's physicians had kept him from appearing elderly. What is happening outside? Why all this noise? The king, somewhat vexed, rose, as the young queen beside him stirred in confusion. Your Highness, it sounds like gunfire. What is going on? The queen, timid and frightened, nestled closer to the king. Enter. The bedroom door swung open, and a burly man rushed in. A deep scar marred his face, lending him a particularly fearsome appearance. This man, known as Hausen, was the king's personal guard. However, around Hausen's neck was a metal collar, dark as iron, intricately linked with precise mechanisms. Had Xiao been present, he would have recognized this collar as a slave's collar from the world of pirates. Hausen, despite being a formidable warrior, was a slave, his life bound to the king's will. No wonder the king entrusted him with such a crucial role. Hausen remained silent, communicating instead through gestures. His ability to speak had been taken from him, his tongue severed by a slave trader. Had he not possessed exceptional strength, he might have met a more gruesome fate. Pirates? How can there be pirates in the palace? Right, Minister, send someone to deal with these scoundrels. Although the king sensed something was amiss, he was not overly concerned, confident in the palace's defenses. Hausen stood in the room, his slave collar shackling his freedom. It could be detonated at any moment, sealing his fate. Outside the palace, Xiao awaited the opportune moment. Now was not the time, for though fierce combat raged within, it had yet to reach its climax. After nearly an hour of skirmishing, the king could no longer maintain his composure. He sensed the din of battle drawing ever closer. In that moment, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. With a resounding crash, the door burst open, and a bloodied right minister stumbled into the chamber. Your Highness, grave news. The pirates have breached our defenses and are now on the 3rd floor. The king's countenance paled. Impossible. My guards are elite, handpicked for their prowess. How could they be driven back so easily? The right minister knelt, trembling, unable to respond. The guards were far from elite. They were merely overpaid youths masquerading as protectors. Hausen, go wait. The king's face twisted in turmoil. While Hausen was indeed powerful, dispatching him meant risking his own safety. Yet, if he did not send Hausen, the pirates would soon be upon him, and bullets spared no one. Eliminate the pirates swiftly, then return at once. Even if you are injured, it matters not. Do you understand? Should I perish, you shall accompany me in death. Hausen's eyes revealed no emotion. He simply nodded blankly before exiting the room. Outside the palace, Xiao soon heard a tremendous explosion from within. A cloud of purple poison gas spread from the 3rd floor. At last, the moment has arrived. Xiao leapt, his body adhering to the castle's outer wall like a gecko. Ascending with agility, he bypassed the 3rd floor, where the fighting raged, knowing the king would be above. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Xiao peered through a window and beheld a fierce battle between Click and a towering brute. To his surprise, Click was faring poorly, his arm hanging limply, as though he could not endure much longer. This hulking figure was a veritable humanoid tank, capable of shattering walls with his charges. Engaging such a creature would spell doom for Xiao in mere moments. Click's decision to refrain from directly assassinating the king had proven wise. Confronting such an adversary was tantamount to seeking death. This brute's strength was conservatively estimated to exceed 20 points. With Click on the verge of collapse, time was of the essence for Xiao to act swiftly. The palace housed numerous rooms, and Xiao quickly scanned through windows. The 4th floor yielded no sign of the king, nor did the 5th or 6th. After a rapid search, he finally spotted the king through a window. The monarch was not in a room, but fleeing down a corridor, evidently attempting to escape upwards to evade detection by the pirates. Tremors reverberated through the castle as the king's panic escalated. The silvery moonlight poured through the windows as he sprinted down the corridor. Your Highness, wait. I can't run anymore. Let me rest. The young queen, gasping for breath, collapsed on the ground. The king's expression shifted rapidly. While he felt a fleeting novelty towards this woman, compared to his own life, she was of little consequence. You may rest here. With that, the king turned to leave, abandoning the foolish queen seated on the floor. Just then, a glass window shattered beside him, and a shadow wielding a sharp blade crashed through the opening. Chapter 22. Return and reward. With shards of glass scattering, Xiao charged into the corridor, adjusting his center of gravity midair, and struck towards the king of the Goya kingdom before him. The king, unaware of Xiao's presence as he faced away, bore an expression of sheer astonishment. The gleaming blade sliced through the air, illuminated by the moonlight, as the sharp edge emitted a sorrowful wail. With a swift motion, Su Xiao severed the king at the waist, blood erupting into the air, forming droplets that shattered upon contacting the ground or walls. This strike cleaved the king in two. His legs remained rooted while his upper body and severed hands flew upwards. In the air, the king wore a look of bewilderment as he gazed at his own legs, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity with them. Thud! The king's upper body fell to the ground, and an agonizing pain threatened to engulf him. His mouth opened wide, ready to scream, but Su Xiao's second strike was already upon him. As swift, precise, and ruthless as the first, the blade glided past, and the king's head rolled away. Mission accomplished. Wiping the blood from the blade, Su Xiao single-handedly assassinated a king, unscathed in a world teeming with monsters. Such an achievement demanded both courage and valor. You have slain the king of the Goya kingdom, Philip Herbert. Philip Herbert was a mission target. You cannot obtain the world source. Current world source acquired. 8. 9. Your talent Soul Devourer has activated, permanently increasing your mana by 2 points. Current mana, 93 points. Upon the king's demise, a white treasure chest floated above his corpse. Having already opened several white chests, Su Xiao chose to unlock this one immediately. You have opened a white treasure chest and obtained the following items. Acquired the World Tree Ring. A ring appeared in Su Xiao's hand, entirely transparent, seemingly crafted from a certain crystal. World Tree Ring, quality, white rating. Description: this ring is forged from Adam's wood. Do not underestimate it. For its material is derived from the core of the Adam tree, which is also known as the World Tree, the fulcrum of the pirate world. This ring bore no attributes, and its quality was white, with a rather vague description. Su Xiao promptly cast it into his storage space for further examination later. A piercing scream erupted. It was the queen. Su Xiao frowned. Her screams would attract other foes. He dashed forward, swiftly severing her throat, silencing her instantly. To show mercy to enemies is an act of utter folly, a lesson Su Xiao understood well. Once one is classified as an enemy, he would not hesitate to strike. Indecisive individuals are ill-suited for battle, and even less so for navigating the cycle of reincarnation. The hunter has completed the main quest, assassinate the king of the Goya kingdom. Main quest difficulty, LV 3, world difficulty, LV 6. Hunter's exclusive trial successful. The hunter's identity has been officially unlocked, and hunting tasks will commence, to be issued in the next world. Main quest completed. The hunter will depart this world in 30 seconds and return to the Reincarnation Paradise. Please prepare accordingly. It was over. After enduring countless perils, Su Xiao had finally accomplished his task. In just 30 seconds, he would escape the pirate world. Although the Reincarnation Paradise offered no absolute safety, it should not be perilous. Unless the paradise sought to eliminate him, it would not continually place him in danger. Boom! A resounding crash echoed below, and with it, the entire castle began to tilt. This was likely caused by the king's guards engaged in battle with Clique. Indeed, humanity can grow powerful to such an extent. Su Xiao felt no fear of their strength. Instead, a smile crept onto his lips. He had a feeling he might return to the pirate world, but next time, he would not merely complete a task in a small kingdom. Perhaps he would partake in the great battle at Marineford or engage in the struggle for supremacy at sea. All of this hinged on his own strength. As the 30 seconds elapsed, darkness enveloped Su Xiao, as if he had been struck on the head, leaving him dazed. In his hazy consciousness, he sensed himself encased in a transparent membrane, hurtling through space amidst indistinct stars. Thud! Mid-transport, Su Xiao felt a jolt as his awareness sharpened. Was this the Reincarnation Paradise? A jest, surely. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings, greeted by an expanse of darkness. Clang! A surge of sword energy sliced through the void, illuminating the darkness as vast arcs of lightning spread forth. These bolts seemed capable of devouring all matter, even the surrounding shadows, as they surged towards Su Xiao. Humans? What manner of beings dwell in the void? Fascinating. This spatial force is quite formidable. Come forth, consciousness. Let us battle. A voice laced with bloodlust echoed, unmistakably tinged with the scent of blood. Though Su Xiao could not discern the entity's form, he felt its immense power. Rising from the shadows, he fixed his gaze upon the source of the voice. Warning. Transport interrupted by an unknown powerful entity, suspected to be a highly dangerous creature. Void Swordsman. Repairing. ZZZT. Repair complete. Transport resuming. Once again, darkness enveloped Su Xiao's vision, restoring the previous sensations. In the void stood a man wielding a long sword, his keen eyes surveying the surroundings. Has he fled? How dull. I had hoped for a fight. Very well. I shall seek out that bald fellow named Qi for a duel. The void brimmed with uncertainty and peril, and Su Xiao found himself unfortunate to encounter such danger. When he regained consciousness, he discovered himself in a peculiar room. The room was strange, with walls completely sealed, devoid of windows or doors. The ceiling emitted a soft glow, illuminating the space pleasantly, with a comfortable temperature that felt far from stifling. As Su Xiao scrutinized his surroundings, a notification from the Reincarnation Paradise appeared. Transport complete. The hunter has returned to the exclusive room. The exclusive room is an absolute safe point. No one may enter without the hunter's permission. The hunter has returned to the Reincarnation Paradise. Task rewards are being calculated. Derived world, 1 piece. Difficulty, LV, 6, nightmare. World source acquired, 8, 9. Total tasks completed, 2. Main task, assassinate the king of the Goya kingdom. Side task, left minister's collection. Overall evaluation, A-. Note, ratings range from E to S. Overall evaluation calculated based on total world source acquired and number of tasks completed. Due to the world's level exceeding the hunter's level LV. 5. Classified as nightmare difficulty. Rewards are doubled. Commencing collection of world source. Collection complete. Rewards are being distributed. Rewards acquired. For attribute points, 10,000 paradise coins. This reward is the doubled value. Overall evaluation of A-. Hunter's level increased by 1, now LV2. Level increases based on ratings, as this world is a trial world. The maximum increase is LV1. Settlement complete. Rewards have been automatically deposited into the hunter's imprint. Su Xiao immediately opened his imprint to review the attribute points. Indeed, it did not disappoint. This was the hope for his enhancement. A smile crept upon Su Xiao's lips, for the attribute points could elevate any attribute except luck, as long as he could grow stronger. What did it matter if it cost him his life? In truth, the most despairing aspect is not being in danger, but rather lacking the opportunity to take risks. Su Xiao was eager to utilize his attribute points, but the Reincarnation Paradise informed him that such enhancements could only be executed within the Attribute Enhancement Hall, a specific facility within the realm. The settlement phase had concluded, leaving Su Xiao feeling somewhat bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Enclosed by impenetrable walls, he pondered his escape. At that moment, an unusual prompt materialized before him. Would you like to sell the World Tree Ring for 50,000 paradise coins? The World Tree Ring was an item Su Xiao had acquired after vanquishing the king, and now, the Reincarnation Paradise was prompting him to sell it. Given the circumstances, it was apparent that refusal to sell would result in his continued confinement within this exclusive chamber. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao resolutely chose to decline, prepared to embrace the consequences of his defiance. Chapter 23. The distinction between being reckless and being a couch potato. A silence enveloped the room, devoid of any interruptions. I refuse to believe that I shall perish here. Su Xiao chose to sit down, engaging in a stalemate with the Reincarnation Paradise. He had come to a pivotal realization. The World Tree Ring, within his storage space, was an exceptionally valuable item. The rating of the World Tree Ring hinted that the Reincarnation Paradise was reluctant to reveal its true worth. Please, Hunter, sell the World Tree Ring so that the Reincarnation Paradise may absorb the power of the world. The message reappeared, prompting Su Xiao to ponder and then inquire, what is your true purpose in sending me to this derivative world, and what precisely is this ring? To his surprise, the Reincarnation Paradise provided an answer. The Reincarnation Paradise and the Hunters share a symbiotic relationship. Hunters, or other contractors, enter derivative realms to explore and acquire the essence of the world, which the Reincarnation Paradise requires for evolution and to sustain its normal operations. The World Tree Ring contains a substantial amount of world power. Please sell it immediately, Hunter. The following content cannot be viewed due to insufficient permissions. Although the hints from the Reincarnation Paradise were scant, Su Xiao grasped the most crucial insight. The reason the Reincarnation Paradise had transported him to the derivative world was to extract world power through him. This so-called world power was presumably derived from the essence of the world, which explained why the Reincarnation Paradise offered him rewards based on the quantity of that essence. It seemed that the Reincarnation Paradise operated under certain rules. Otherwise, it would have forcibly confiscated the World Tree Ring rather than allowing him to sell it. His designation as a hunter indicated that, under normal circumstances, the Reincarnation Paradise could not execute contractors directly. As long as he did not violate the regulations of the Reincarnation Paradise, it could not punish him. This principle applied not only to him, but also to other contractors, which justified the existence of hunters. A hunter is tasked with addressing those who have transgressed, yet have not broken the Reincarnation Paradise's rules. For instance, if a contractor discovers a loophole in the Reincarnation Paradise's regulations to gain an advantage, it is then that Su Xiao's role comes into play. It was evident that those violating contractors would likely possess considerable strength and cunning. Remaining seated, Su Xiao casually toyed with the Dragon Slayer flash. A bold thought crossed his mind: to extort the Reincarnation Paradise. Though it seemed somewhat reckless, his identity as a hunter would afford him some degree of protection. Su Xiao was gambling on the importance of his hunter status. If it were insignificant, then his harrowing experience in a nightmarish world would have been in vain. As time passed, 2 hours later, a message from the Reincarnation Paradise materialized before him. Special mission. Choice, difficulty level. Mission description: hand over the World Tree Ring to the Reincarnation Paradise. Mission information: none. Mission deadline: 5 minutes. Mission reward: a high degree of synergy with hunter talents. A smile crept onto Su Xiao's face. Evidently, his identity as a hunter held more significance than he had anticipated, as the Reincarnation Paradise had issued him a mission. After a moment of consideration, he chose to accept it. Despite the cold and merciless nature of the Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao felt an unease in his heart, knowing he would need to navigate his survival within its confines. Special mission. Choice has been completed. Reward disbursement is imminent. Please prepare, hunter. Prepare? It seemed the reward was not trivial. As soon as the Reincarnation Paradise provided the notification, a beam of light enveloped Su Xiao, leaving him motionless, staring ahead. His gaze unfocused, with blue light occasionally flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Su Xiao's consciousness transcended into a vast hall. The hall was extraordinarily expansive, stretching beyond the limits of perception. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed 6 towering stone statues, each over 100 meters tall, depicting humans but magnified to an astonishing degree. Herald of the Legacy, step forth. A resonant voice echoed, causing Su Xiao's body to tense. The voice emanated from one of the stone statues. The time had come to fulfill their initial agreement. Another statue spoke, and the arrival of Su Xiao seemed to trigger a chain reaction as all 6 statues began to converse. You are the last herald of the legacy. Thus, our lineage concludes here. It is for you to determine whether we should fade into the annals of time or allow those spellcasters to persist. Spellcasters disrupt the balance of the world and matter. Their so-called spells consume the power of the rules. Foolish spellcasters, even if our bodies are destroyed, our consciousness endures. Su Xiao stood frozen, a chill creeping down his spine as he realized the immense power of the statues before him. They were not mere beings but the remnants of consciousness left by extraordinarily powerful entities. Destruction, birth, annihilation, and revival all transpired within this sanctified place of creation. Herald, remember our shared name. We are the shadows of annihilation, the archenemies of all spellcasters. The 6 statues simultaneously opened their eyes, fixating on Su Xiao, and he felt a surge of ferocious energy coursing through his body, followed by a disorienting whirl. Gasping for breath, Su Xiao awoke in his exclusive chamber, panting heavily. The previous scene felt like a mere illusion. Reward concluded. Exclusive chamber activated. Following the notification from the Reincarnation Paradise, a door manifested on one wall of the chamber, signifying his opportunity to exit. However, Su Xiao paid little attention to this. He felt an overwhelming energy surging within him, threatening to burst him apart. What on earth is happening? Su Xiao struggled to articulate his thoughts as the energy rapidly transformed his body. His blood flowed at an alarming rate. This mysterious energy was not destroying him, but rather enhancing him, albeit in a rather brutal manner. His cells underwent a metamorphosis, the most noticeable change being his hair, which began to show subtle hints of gray, though the transformation was minuscule and nearly imperceptible. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, feeling as if he could no longer endure. If this continued, he would soon meet his demise. Abnormal life signs detected in the hunter. Initiating recovery function. This function will consume the Hunter's Paradise coins. Proceed? Yes, no. At that moment, the voice of the Reincarnation Paradise no longer sounded cold, but rather like celestial music to his ears. Activate. Excruciating pain enveloped his body, gradually consuming his consciousness. As soon as he uttered the word, a verdant glow enveloped him, and simultaneously, his paradise coins began to diminish rapidly. In less than 5 seconds, the recovery function consumed thousands of coins. Moments later, the energy within him dissipated, entirely absorbed by his body, and the recovery function ceased. Xiao sat up, attempting to move, and quickly realized something was amiss. What is this? He gazed at his hands in disbelief. After absorbing that energy, he seemed to have grown stronger. No, he had indeed become significantly more powerful. However, this newfound strength did not stem from the assistance of the Reincarnation Paradise, which explained the absence of any notification. Upon accessing his personal information, Xiao was left in a state of shock. The rewards he had earned from the World Tree Ring exceeded his wildest expectations. Chapter 24. The Unexpected Individual, Contractee number 13013. To protect the hunter, this is a false number. No means can lock onto the hunter. Name, Xiao Hunter, level, LV. 2. First stage. Every 10 levels constitute a stage. Level advancement offers no attribute bonuses, corresponding instead to the hunter's permissions within the paradise, as well as the difficulty of the world and tasks. Health, 100. This attribute cannot be fully quantified and changes according to the extent of injuries. Mana, 153. Intelligence, 10. Current mana recovery rate is 4 points per hour. Strength, 12, related to attack power, carrying capacity, etc. Agility, 10, related to movement, attack speed, etc. Endurance, 6, related to health, defense, resistance to abnormalities, etc. Intelligence, 12, related to spell damage, mana, perception, etc. Charisma, 3, related to social interactions, summoning, etc. Luck, 1, related to item unlocking, crafting, etc. This attribute is exceedingly difficult to enhance, so the hunter should cherish any opportunities for improvement. Note, the standard attributes for adult males are 5 points, with luck being 1 point. Killing talent, Soul Devourer. Upon slaying a target, 1 to 15 points of mana will be permanently seized. This talent can extract a maximum of 100 mana from each world. After acquiring the inheritance of Shadow of Annihilation, Xiao's attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Strength surged from a mere 7 points to an impressive 12. Agility also saw a substantial increase, rising from 7 to 10. Intelligence increased from 6 to 12. The enhancement in strength and agility quickly manifested. Xiao tentatively threw a punch, producing a sharp wind sound. The force of his strike was exponentially greater than before. He took a few steps forward but halted abruptly, nearly colliding with the wall. This sudden increase in speed left him somewhat disoriented. The newfound strength quickened his heartbeat. Had he possessed these attributes in the pirate world, assassinating a king would have been a trivial endeavor. He could accomplish it in 6 hours rather than 3 days. Such power is intoxicating, a pursuit worth risking one's life. However, he would require time to adapt to this sudden augmentation in attributes. Engaging in combat now would feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Once accustomed to his current capabilities, his combat prowess would reach astonishing heights. The Shadow of Annihilation is indeed a delightful acquisition. Just as he prepared to close his personal information, he noticed the skill options flickering. Upon opening the skill panel, he observed a significant transformation. From a blank slate, a skill tree had emerged. A notification from the Reincarnation Paradise appeared. Due to the hunter acquiring the unique profession Shadow of Annihilation, the skill list has been modified accordingly. Shadow of Annihilation, unique, skill 1, Azure Steel Shadow, LV. 1, active skill, activation conditions. Upon activating Azure Steel Shadow, the hunter consumes 2 points of mana per minute. The skill will deactivate automatically if mana falls below 1. Skill effect. Once Azure Steel Shadow is active, every melee attack will drain 10 points of mana from the enemy, inflicting an equal amount of true damage, causing the enemy to suffer intense pain from the mana burn. Skill 2, Mastery of Blades, LV. 1, passive, skill effect, increases melee attack power by 10 and proficiency with bladed weapons. Note, this is a skill-based ability, categorized into levels. Basic, Proficient, Mastery, Grandmaster. The higher the level, the greater the potential for growth. The probability of acquiring mastery-level abilities is exceedingly low. Skill 3, Anti-Magic Physique, LV Max. Skill Effect, inability to master or learn any spell-type skills. Skill 4, Locked, requires Soul Crystal, Small, and 1,000 Paradise Coins to unlock. Su Xiao realized what he had previously acquired, a complete occupational inheritance. This profession is named Shadow of Annihilation. Upon observing the skills listed above, he discerned that this profession is the nemesis of mage-type occupations. By activating Azure Steel Shadow, each of his melee attacks would incinerate the enemy's mana. A mage rendered devoid of mana becomes utterly useless, reduced to wielding a mere stick. However, Su Xiao found himself puzzled as to whether mages truly existed within the Reincarnation Paradise. Although the Shadow of Annihilation had significantly enhanced his attributes and granted him 2 formidable skills, it also came with a drawback. He would be unable to learn spell-type skills in the future. It was premature to ponder these matters. Su Xiao was in no rush to unlock the 4th skill of the Shadow of Annihilation. He wished to first explore the Reincarnation Paradise. He pushed open the door, and a cacophony of voices greeted him, revealing the site of the Reincarnation Paradise. Numerous buildings came into view, each distinct in design, some constructed from metal, others from stone, and some seemingly formed by some living entity, with liquid seeping from their surfaces. The presence of these buildings established thoroughfares throughout the Reincarnation Paradise. Glancing upwards, he observed that the ceiling was draped in a translucent, milky membrane, resembling an inverted dome, enveloping the entire Reincarnation Paradise. The ground beneath his feet was composed of a pale yellow, gelatinous substance, not particularly soft, but remarkably even. The expanse of the Reincarnation Paradise was vast, at least. Su Xiao could not discern its limits. A diverse crowd traversed the streets, some clad in full armor, while others wielded staffs and donned long robes, unmistakably dressed as mages. Su Xiao felt as if he had wandered into a fantastical convention, with an array of flamboyant costumes appearing before him. Some even sat by the roadside, laying out a carpet and beginning to hawk their wares. White 6-rated firearms, 700 Paradise Coins, desperate for buyers. 5 health restoration potions, 1,000 Paradise Coins. 3 or more at a 20 discount. Seeking protection from the mage, currently entering a world of difficulty LV. 3, price negotiable. The tone of these individuals evoked a sense of familiarity in Su Xiao, leading him to speculate that perhaps these people within the Reincarnation Paradise hailed from the real world. Terms like desperate and mage were seldom heard in derivative worlds. Stepping out of his room, Su Xiao began to wander through the Reincarnation Paradise, eager to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Hey, brother, want to check out my goods? They're truly affordable. I'm about to enter a derivative world and urgently need Paradise Coins to survive. A man dressed in a suit, his face shrouded in mist, called out to Su Xiao. Turning his head, Su Xiao noticed that the man's features were obscured, rendering his appearance indistinguishable. Pausing at the suit-clad man's stall, Su Xiao began to inspect the items for sale. The goods were displayed on a black cloth, laid out without concern for theft. Su Xiao casually picked up an item and immediately understood the reason for the lack of caution. Beast bone quality, white type, material rating, 1, note. White materials are rated from 1 to 10, the higher the rating, the more valuable the material. Description, the skeletal remains of an ordinary beast. This item belongs to another and cannot be moved beyond 1 meter, nor can it be stored. Ownership must be purchased to gain control. It appeared that goods for sale in the Reincarnation Paradise were granted a degree of protection. However, to be frank, the items presented by the suited man were rather unimpressive. Is this thing even useful? The suited man chuckled lightly, though his expression betrayed some irritation. I risked my life to acquire this. I nearly perished while hunting that rhinoceros. How about this, brother? 30 Paradise Coins for this beast bone. Though its rating is low, it is a material for weapon crafting. Su Xiao shook his head, discarding the beast bone and continuing his leisurely exploration. Hey, the newcomer over there. Yes, you. A petite girl with white hair and blue eyes called out to Su Xiao. Upon recognizing the little girl's appearance, Su Xiao was momentarily stunned. Connor? The author expresses a heartfelt sentiment, noting the emotional turmoil and the commitment to deliver consistent updates, especially during the initial phases of the new book's release, promising a surge of content once it is officially launched. Chapter 25. Specializing in various turrets, the little girl skipped a few steps to stand before Su Xiao, her face beaming with joy as she gazed up at him. Hi, I'm Connor. Adorable, right? Her vivacious personality was evident as she twirled around in front of him. Upon closer inspection, Xiao realized that the girl before him was not the gluttonous Connor he had heard of. You are not Connor. Have I been discovered? Indeed. I must pay more attention to my tone, the little girl replied, her playful demeanor fading. So, how about we strike a deal? I can help you understand the cycle paradise, and you can pay me 50 paradise coins. Xiao was eager to learn about the cycle paradise. And this imposter Connor was undoubtedly the best option available. All right, how do I transfer the coins to you? His straightforwardness took the little girl by surprise. Aren't you worried I might deceive you? There are plenty of fraudsters in the cycle paradise, you know. The dragon slash appeared in Xiao's hand, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the little girl. If you deceive me, I will kill you. The little girl chuckled lightly. You must be a newcomer. Outside the arena, contractors cannot attack each other in the cycle paradise. This is an absolute safe zone. Is that so? Then it should be permissible in the derived worlds. Xiao's chilling gaze compelled the little girl to take a few steps back. Hey, we're not enemies, and I have no intention of deceiving you. The icy glint in Xiao's eyes made her heart race. She sensed that he was not someone to be trifled with. Thinking quickly, the little girl decided to withdraw and forego the deal with Xiao. Beep, you have received 50 paradise coins from contractor number 13013. The little girl's expression immediately soured, looking at Xiao with a hint of melancholy. There are too many people here. Let's discuss this at an ice cream shop. With a resigned sigh, she walked ahead, and Xiao followed. I initially did not want to make a deal with you. But since the coins have already been transferred, let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao, and I am an employee of the Cycle Paradise. Employee? Xiao mused. His curiosity piqued, yet he remained silent. Before long, Xiao led Xiao to an ice cream shop, intriguingly named Cats and Dogs. Welcome. Oh, it's little Xi. Have you attracted a new customer? A mature lady, dressed provocatively, approached them. With her ample bosom and long legs clad in black stockings. She nearly matched Xiao's height in her high heels. Boss, I would like a watermelon juice. What would you like, sir? Plain water. Xiao casually replied, unwilling to consume drinks offered by strangers. Rest assured, we are employees, unlike you contractors. We harbor no ill intentions. Xiao tapped his fingers on the table, inquiring. What exactly is an employee? Clearing her throat, Xiao began to explain, and soon Xiao grasped the concept of employees. In the Cycle Paradise, there are primarily two types of individuals, contractors and employees like Xiao. Contractors are often tasked with perilous missions, while employees serve the paradise, either selling goods or working in the service industry. Employees are those who failed in their first world mission and were thus eliminated as contractors. Without these employees, contractors would struggle to meet their basic needs. It is worth noting that one benefit of being an employee is the ability to enter a derived world once every 2 months. Xiao was wary of Xiao because she too needed to enter a derived world. Should she encounter Xiao, given her lackluster combat prowess, survival would be unlikely. Xiao produced a transparent tablet and handed it to Xiao. This contains detailed information about the Cycle Paradise. Take a look. It has been verified by the Cycle Paradise, so you need not worry. As Xiao took the tablet, its advanced technology allowed for 3D projections. Gradually, he began to understand the broad strokes of the Cycle Paradise. The Cycle Paradise is vast, with an uncounted population, certainly exceeding 100,000. The absence of statistics is due to the high mortality rate among contractors. According to the information Xiao provided, the death rate for contractors in the first world is 80, 60 in the second, 50 in the third, and so forth. Xiao did not delve into the subsequent statistics. This terrifying mortality rate underscores the hardships contractors face in the Cycle Paradise. Most shops within the paradise are run by employees, catering to the daily needs of contractors. At the heart of the Cycle Paradise, there are a dozen buildings established by the paradise itself, including the previously mentioned Attribute Enhancement Hall. These buildings are crucial for contractors seeking to enhance their abilities. After perusing the last piece of information on the tablet, Xiao set it down. It mentioned that contractors may remain in the Cycle Paradise for 3 days before returning to the real world to await their next mission. Does this mean I can return to the real world? Xiao bit on her straw, retrieving the tablet. Yes, after a contractor completes a derived world, they can stay in the Cycle Paradise for 3 days. Following that, the paradise will teleport them back to the real world. Typically, after returning, One can expect to receive a summons from the Cycle Paradise within about a week to commence another derived world. At this point, Shi Lulua's expression turned somber as she looked at Su Xiao with envy. Employees differ from contractors. We can only return to the real world for 3 days each month. I miss my family. With her chin resting on her hands, she pouted. By the way, there is one more thing. You can conceal your appearance through the Cycle Paradise to avoid being targeted for revenge or assassination by other contractors in the real world, which could also endanger your family. This is a hard-learned lesson. My current appearance was altered through the Cycle Paradise, costing me 500 paradise coins. Su Xiao merely acknowledged her with a grunt, showing little concern. Are you not planning to hide your appearance? You can do so right now. Shi Luo regarded Su Xiao with curiosity. No need. There is no one who could be implicated. Su Xiao's response silenced Shi Luo, who refrained from further probing. This astute little girl dared not aggravate Su Xiao's wounds. You have reviewed the information, so the deal is settled. A friendly warning. Avoid provoking mages in the derived worlds. They are monstrous beings, akin to turrets. With a shiver, Shi Luo displayed a hint of trepidation. Mages? Are they particularly formidable in the Cycle Paradise? A faint smile played on Su Xiao's lips, prompting Shi Luo to shake her head. Not just formidable, they are extraordinarily powerful. Every adventurer group seeks to recruit mages without restrictions. You know, in my 2 experiences in derived worlds, I had to pay mages for protection. Su Xiao nodded, his heart turbulent with anticipation. His current profession as a shadow of annihilation made him a natural enemy of mages. He found himself curious about whether those mages would still appear so formidable in his presence. Having recently embraced the legacy of the shadow of annihilation, Su Xiao was still unfamiliar with the true strength of his new vocation. Now, it was no longer a matter of whether mages could contend with him. It was whether they could survive after encountering him. Chapter 26. Growth. Leaving the ice cream shop, Su Xiao walked thoughtfully along the streets of the Reincarnation Paradise. According to the information provided by Shi Luo, his foremost task was to head to the central area of the Reincarnation Paradise to familiarize himself with the significant buildings that dotted the landscape. He intended to first become acquainted with the Reincarnation Paradise, subsequently enhance his attributes, and finally, utilize the paradise coins he had acquired. Presently, he possessed a total of 400 paradise coins. Although initially more, he had expended over 3,000 coins to recover from his injuries and had also given 50 coins to Shi Luo. After these deductions, this was all that remained in his possession. Through preliminary exploration, Su Xiao had grasped the value of the paradise coins. Typically, ordinary contractors would earn between 1,000 to 2,000 paradise coins after their first derivative world, sufficient only to purchase a single weapon. However, given the perilous nature of the derivative world he had traversed, he had amassed a considerably larger sum, exceeding 10,000 coins. As he strolled through the streets of the Reincarnation Paradise, observing the diverse array of contractors, Su Xiao felt a burgeoning fondness for this place. The Reincarnation Paradise resembled a primordial forest, where its inherent brutality stripped away the masks of pretense, revealing the true selves of its inhabitants. Though harsh, it was also refreshingly simple, should enmity arise. It could be resolved through direct confrontation in the arena specifically designed for such encounters. After approximately an hour of walking, Su Xiao reached the central area. Due to his unmasked appearance, he drew many curious glances from passers-by. However, none were foolish enough to provoke him. Not concealing one's visage could imply various possibilities. Perhaps one was a newcomer, or conversely, an exceptionally formidable being who deemed concealment beneath them. Unbeknownst to Su Xiao, he embodied both of these categories, a novice and an extraordinary entity. The inheritance of the shadow of annihilation had bestowed upon him a remarkable increase of 14 attribute points. Gaining attribute points was no simple feat. Typically, an ordinary contractor would need to navigate through 4 to 6 worlds to barely accumulate such a sum, and that was contingent upon favorable circumstances. Upon arriving at the heart of the Reincarnation Paradise, a multitude of grand structures came into view. Unlike the shops operated by workers, these edifices towered significantly higher, standing out like cranes amidst a flock of chickens. Attribute Enhancement Hall, Equipment Enhancement Hall, Trial Grounds, Arena. Su Xiao could discern only these 4 buildings. The others were shrouded in mist, indicating he had yet to obtain the necessary permissions to access them. Su Xiao stepped into the Attribute Enhancement Hall. As he crossed the threshold, his surroundings blurred, and upon regaining his focus, he found himself within a steel compartment of a few square meters. A mechanical whirring echoed around him, and a screen materialized before him. Welcome to the Attribute Enhancement Chamber. Please pay the activation fee of 100 Paradise coins. He was already well acquainted with this procedure. Upon entering the Attribute Enhancement Hall, each individual would be randomly transported to an enhancement chamber, where they would be required to pay for its use. After submitting 100 Paradise coins, the screen displayed a prompt. Strength, 12-1. Equipment bonus temporarily ineffective. Agility, 10 stamina, 6 intelligence, 12 charisma. 3. The hunter may allocate the 4 available attribute points at will. Beep. Detected that the hunter's affinity attributes are strength, agility, and intelligence. Please prioritize enhancing these 3 attributes. Xiao was not surprised by the prompt from the Reincarnation Paradise. After inheriting the Shadow of Annihilation, he had received a notification indicating that once his 3 affinity attributes reached 20 points, an additional transformation would occur. Each contractor typically selects their affinity attributes, often opting for strength or agility for melee fighters, while mages favor intelligence, and so forth. Xiao's situation was somewhat unique. Following his inheritance, his affinity attributes had already been predetermined. Moreover, there was a rather vexing characteristic to his affinity attributes. The disparity among the 3 could not exceed 3 points, or else the higher attributes would be unable to be enhanced within the chamber. This undoubtedly constrained Xiao's rapid development. If he were to focus solely on one attribute, he could easily elevate it to 20 points. However, there was a silver lining. By developing multiple attributes concurrently, as long as he kept pace with contractors of the same tier, he would undoubtedly stand among the pinnacle of power. With 4 attribute points at his disposal, Xiao deliberated briefly and allocated 1 point to strength, distributing the remaining 3 points entirely to agility, thus achieving a more balanced attribute distribution. Enhancement commencing. Due to the immense pain accompanying the enhancement process, would you like to activate the anesthesia function? This function is complementary. Do not activate. Xiao decisively replied. Shi Luoluo had casually mentioned that it was advisable to forego the anesthesia during the attribute enhancement, as it would affect the efficacy of the enhancements. Nevertheless, the majority of contractors opted for the anesthesia function, as the sensations experienced during the enhancement were akin to a torment worse than death. To surpass others, one must endure what others cannot. The enhancement chamber began its operation, and an excruciating pain surged through him. Why would others choose the anesthesia function? Xiao's skin gradually flushed red, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The sensation during the enhancement was indeed exhilarating. 10 minutes later, drenched in sweat, Xiao emerged from the attribute enhancement hall. Though the pain had been unbearable, enduring the initial agony was worthwhile, as the subsequent feeling of burgeoning strength was quite gratifying. He was uncertain of others' experiences, but he found a peculiar enjoyment in his own. The strength acquired through trials and tribulations was the most reliable. He would not succumb to the allure of the anesthesia function, not today, nor in the future. In truth, Shi Luoluo had merely made a passing comment. Aside from a scant few freaks, most contractors opted for the anesthesia function. Following the enhancement, Xiao's base attributes transformed to Strength 12, Agility 13, and Intelligence 12. When considering the enhancement from Necklace of the Deceased Wife, his strength reached 13, equal to his agility. Although Xiao had significantly strengthened, he remained unsatisfied. The sudden surge in attributes left him struggling to adapt. Even walking felt somewhat awkward. His consciousness was not synchronized with his newly augmented physique. Necessitating extensive training, there were no shortcuts. However, this was not a concern. The trial grounds within the Reincarnation Paradise stood as his optimal choice. Glancing at the trial grounds before him, Xiao shook his head. He had not rested since departing the derivative world, and in that realm, one had to remain vigilant against myriad dangers, making genuine relaxation impossible. Activating the brand on his arm, Xiao vanished from the spot, reappearing in his exclusive room. This was a benefit provided by the Reincarnation Paradise. As long as he was within its confines, he could return to his exclusive room at any time. The comfortable temperature of the exclusive room lulled Xiao into a state of drowsiness. Within 5 minutes of lying on the somewhat soft ground, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The prolonged tension he had endured in the derivative world left him utterly exhausted. Chapter 27. The unspoken secret. After a deep slumber lasting several hours, Su Xiao was roused by an insatiable hunger. Had it not been for the discomforting sensation of gastric acid burning against his stomach lining, he would have preferred to linger and sleep a while longer. As he stepped out of the barren confines of his designated chamber, Su Xiao frowned. The surroundings were exceedingly austere, lacking even a simple bed. It seemed imperative to invest some of his paradise coins to enhance this dismal space. The Cycle Paradise only provided the functionality to expand exclusive areas and did not offer furniture exchanges, which necessitated Su Xiao's personal procurement. Such inconveniences were vexing. He resolved to address these matters swiftly today. He sought out a restaurant operated by a worker, and with merely 3 paradise coins, he indulged in a satisfying meal. The food was quite palatable, and the proprietor exhibited remarkable warmth. From the proprietor's amiable demeanor, it was evident that survival within the Cycle Paradise was no simple feat for the workers. Following his meal, Su Xiao perused the stalls lining the streets, eager to acquire essential furnishings. It was not difficult to find, as a worker had previously devised a compression capsule, reducing the size of various pieces of furniture to that of a fingertip, making them exceedingly portable. After expending 200 paradise coins, Su Xiao procured the necessary items for daily living. With his accommodation and sustenance secured, Su Xiao proceeded directly to the central area of the Cycle Paradise. Arriving at the trial grounds, he had 2 days remaining in the Cycle Paradise, during which he must acclimate to his suddenly enhanced physique. Welcome, Hunter, to the trial grounds. Please select a mode. Assistance mode, combat mode. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao opted for assistance mode. Assistance mode selected. Please choose the level of summon mirror. 3 options materialized before him: low-level mirror, mid-level mirror, and high-level mirror. Each option was accompanied by a price tag. The low-level mirror cost 100 paradise coins per hour. The mid-level mirror 1,000 paradise coins per hour, and the high-level mirror a staggering 10,000 paradise coins per hour. After a brief hesitation, Su Xiao chose the mid-level mirror. He had observed for quite some time within the Cycle Paradise that the equipment sold by the contractors was predominantly of white quality, with low ratings. The sole green-grade firearm he had encountered was priced at 4,000 paradise coins and was highly sought after by many contractors. Yet, the attributes of that green piece of equipment paled in comparison to the Dragon Slayer flash strapped to Su Xiao's waist. Though there might be fine items among the contractors' wares, they were not easily found, requiring a stroke of luck. In contrast to purchasing equipment, Su Xiao preferred to enhance his innate strength. True power lay in internal fortitude. After paying 1,000 paradise coins, a mid-level mirror materialized before him, enveloped in a soft, milky luminescence. As the radiance dissipated, a middle-aged man, clad in a white training outfit and wielding a sharp blade, appeared. The surrounding scenery transformed into a dojo of a swordsmanship hall. Summon mirror, Gungshiro. From the world of pirates. Upon reading the Cycle Paradise's notification, Su Xiao felt a surge of delight. While he was unsure of Gongshiro's combat prowess, he was certain of his teaching ability. Zoro was a living testament to that. Although Gungshiro had not imparted any techniques to Zoro, he had established the foundational principles necessary for Zoro to become a formidable warrior. Greetings, I am Gungshiro. Time is of the essence, so let us commence immediately. Gongshiro's demeanor was relaxed. After all, this was merely a reflection, not the actual person. He glanced at the Dragon Slayer flash at Su Xiao's waist and nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, a weapon similar to mine. This simplifies matters. Strike with all your might. Without further ado, and mindful of the 1,000 paradise coins per hour summons fee, Su Xiao lunged at Gungshiro with a powerful slash. Given Su Xiao's current attributes, the strike was both swift and fierce, targeting Gongshiro's neck at an unexpectedly acute angle. To his astonishment, Gungshiro did not even draw his weapon. He merely deflected the blow with the sheath of his sword, subsequently altering its angle. Su Xiao felt his long blade veer uncontrollably to the side, and due to the force exerted, he stumbled sideways. The ease with which his attack was parried left Su Xiao feeling disheartened, yet there was little he could do. The reality he inhabited and the pirate world from which Gungshiro hailed existed on entirely different levels of combat prowess. The swordsmanship he had diligently honed in reality was trivial in Gongshiro's eyes, while the real world may boast exceptional sword techniques. The rapid advancement of technology had rendered many of these skills obsolete, leading to their eventual decline. Enough. Your understanding of swordsmanship is lower than I anticipated. Gung Shiro's reference to swordsmanship was, in fact, a synonym for his own blade techniques, merely differing in nomenclature. A wave of frustration washed over Su Xiao. The skills he had painstakingly developed were deemed insignificant by another, and he had no grounds for rebuttal. Indeed, he fell short in comparison to Gung Shiro. It is not shameful to be outmatched. What is truly disgraceful is to stubbornly deny one's inferiority. What must I do? Should I practice the basics? He executed a few casual slashes, drawing fleeting white lines through the air. No, your foundation is commendable, far superior to most. Few are willing to dedicate years to perfecting such a simple, yet arduous motion as a cut. Answer me this. How do you perceive the weapon in your hand? Seated cross-legged on the ground, Gung Shiro wore a gentle smile, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. He exuded an aura of kindness. How do I perceive the weapon in my hand? A tool for killing. Su Xiao's response elicited a series of headshakes from Gung Shiro. If you maintain such a perspective, even after a century of diligent practice, you will merely be swinging a stick. It will hardly constitute swordsmanship. Su Xiao cast a glance at the Dragon Slayer flash in his hand, remaining silent. Perceive your weapon. Let it become an extension of your body. If you cannot even achieve this, I have nothing to teach you. Gung Shiro's words darkened Su Xiao's expression. He had summoned Gung Shiro at the cost of 1,000 paradise coins, yet the latter insisted he must learn to feel. Desperate to pause the practice, Su Xiao attempted to communicate with the Cycle Paradise, wishing to suspend the training until he could fully grasp the essence of his blade. Unfortunately, the Cycle Paradise informed him that pausing training was not an option. He could leave the trial grounds at present, but the Paradise coins spent would not be refunded, and Gung Shiro would vanish. Reluctantly, Su Xiao settled into a cross-legged position, placing the Dragon Slayer flash upon his knees, and began to attune himself to it. Do not envision your weapon in your mind. Instead, feel it. Sense its sharpness, its grip, its unique essence. Gung Shiro was not summoned without purpose. While Su Xiao endeavored to connect with his weapon, Gung Shiro began to offer detailed guidance from the side, imparting invaluable insights. Such wisdom was typically reserved for disciples he deemed worthy, like Zoro. But as a reflection summoned by Su Xiao, he shared these precious teachings without reservation. As minutes turned into moments, half an hour passed, and Su Xiao gradually sensed the Dragon Slayer flash resting upon his legs. Instinctively, he drew the blade and executed a cut, causing the air to resonate with a sharp whistle. Gung Shiro nodded in satisfaction, continuing to guide Su Xiao. An hour later, Gung Shiro dissipated into the ether. Yet Su Xiao remained seated, repeatedly executing cuts. He sensed a door slowly opening within him. The techniques he had practiced previously had been mere flailing, mastering only the basic postures without substantial utility. With each strike and retraction, Su Xiao immersed himself in his own world, oblivious to Gung Shiro's departure. To persevere for 3 years in honing a simple cutting action speaks volumes of Su Xiao's dedication to swordsmanship. As the adage goes, a single thought can lead to enlightenment. After 3 years of arduous practice, under Gung Shiro's guidance, Su Xiao began to experience a profound transformation. Chapter 28. The Yellow Sand and Death. Su Xiao gripped his long knife, extending his arm straight. Although he had not yet reached the stage where the weapon became an extension of his body, his perception of the blade in his hand had transformed. Achieving such a level was not a task to be accomplished overnight. Despite spending 1,000 paradise coins in a mere hour, Su Xiao deemed the expenditure worthwhile. Gung Shiro had not taught him any specific techniques, yet he had opened a new door for him. Summoning Gung Shiro once more, Su Xiao felt invigorated and ready for the encounter. Unable to summon designated mirror. Ding, Hunter's authority activated. Please select summoning duration. A smile crept upon Su Xiao's lips. It seemed his identity as a hunter had its advantages. 3 hours. Gung Shiro mirror summoning in progress. Summoning complete. Gung Shiro reappeared, nodding at Su Xiao without introducing himself. Su Xiao was somewhat taken aback. It seemed Gung Shiro recognized him. Thus, the training continued. As Gung Shiro noted that Su Xiao had begun to perceive the weapon in his hand. This revelation clarified why the Reincarnation Paradise did not permit the summoning of the same mirror image. After a mirror appeared, it would retain the memories from the last encounter, which was undoubtedly beneficial for Su Xiao. Now you are qualified to spar with me. Come, Gung Shiro stated as he unsheathed his weapon. A knife Su Xiao recognized, the dagger of the 21st craft, also known as the Daoi Wenzi. Rising to his feet, Su Xiao charged at Geng Shiro, aware that time was of the essence, and he must seize every moment to grow stronger. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated as Su Xiao engaged in combat with the masterful Geng Shiro, an invaluable experience he would never have had without the Reincarnation Paradise. During the duel, Su Xiao meticulously observed every movement of Geng Shiro, akin to a parched sponge rapidly absorbing the intricacies of swordsmanship. After an hour of relentless practice, sweat drenched Su Xiao's clothes, and heat radiated from his body. It's time to rest. There are a few points you must heed. During the respite, Geng Shiro began to address Su Xiao's previous shortcomings. At that moment, Geng Shiro, being a mirror image, imparted knowledge without reservation. 3 hours swiftly elapsed. Yet Su Xiao felt a lingering desire for more. Time's up, until next time. Geng Shiro gradually faded away, and though Su Xiao yearned to summon him again, he had to relinquish the idea upon seeing the remaining 4,027 paradise coins. Taking a deep breath, the overwhelming sensation of power that had once felt capable of shattering everything dissipated, merely a side effect of his rapid attribute enhancement. Clenching his fist, the crisp sound echoed, as he had grown accustomed to the sudden increase in his attributes. Now he needed only to complete the final step. Paradise, initiate combat mode. Combat mode consumes 10 paradise coins per minute. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, no. Hey. Combat mode activated. Mechanical puppets will appear in 30 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. The surroundings began to shift, transforming from the sword hall to a vast desert. The sword hall was an automatically generated scene following Geng Shiro's appearance, whereas the current setting was designated for combat. The combat mode would only cease upon Su Xiao's death within the trial ground. However, dying inside the trial ground did not equate to true demise. A fierce wind stirred the yellow sand, casting a hazy glow around. A silver iron sphere emerged from the dunes, not a mere sphere, but the head of a mechanical puppet. One by one, the steel-crafted mechanical puppets burrowed from the sand. Dozens of red electronic eyes fixated on Su Xiao. The mechanical puppets multiplied rapidly, soon numbering in the hundreds, encircling Su Xiao heavily. Time's up, combat practice begins. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed as the mechanical puppets swiftly surrounded Su Xiao from all directions. The dense mass of mechanical puppets left no room for complacency, prompting Su Xiao to quickly adjust his breathing rhythm. Countless weapons surged toward him, enveloping him in a relentless assault. With flashes of silver blades slicing through the air, numerous mechanical puppets shattered under his strikes. Su Xiao was no longer the same. Both his physical prowess and swordsmanship had seen remarkable improvements. Metal splintered, sand flew in all directions, and the brutal slaughter commenced. 10 minutes later, Su Xiao found himself transported to the entrance of the trial ground. Upon appearing, he instinctively checked his head, confirming that it had indeed been shattered by the mechanical puppet's onslaught. Truly lifelike. With a smile, Su Xiao departed the trial ground. Although he had spent over 4,000 paradise coins, he had adapted to his current physique. Moreover, his gains extended beyond mere adaptation. His mastery of swordsmanship had also progressed. Skill 2. Swordsmanship Specialization, LV. 2. Passive Skill Effect. Increases melee attack power by 12 and proficiency with bladed weapons. The enhancement of swordsmanship specialization had reached a new level. And from Su Xiao's understanding, such an improvement was exceedingly difficult, requiring a small soul crystal and 1,000 paradise coins. To upgrade his skill, Shadow of Destruction, he needed to either train independently or utilize the soul crystal alongside paradise coins. Now, Su Xiao comprehended the value of the soul crystal. Even after defeating elite creatures, he had only acquired a single small soul crystal. He had searched the trading market within the Reincarnation Paradise for soul crystals, yet none were available for purchase. It was rare for contractors to even recognize what a soul crystal was, making his solitary small soul crystal all the more precious. Returning to his exclusive room, Su Xiao spent 100 paradise coins to expand his bedroom, bathroom, and other spaces, arranging the purchased furniture neatly. After some meticulous decoration, his exclusive room transformed into a spacious and luxurious haven. Sitting upon the soft bed, purchased for 40 paradise coins, Su Xiao fell into contemplation. He now possessed a small soul crystal and faced two choices: upgrade his existing skills or unlock a new one. Presently, aside from Azure Steel Shadow and swordsmanship specialization, he lacked substantial combat skills. However, he had devised a clear objective: to focus on swordsmanship as his primary means of combat, with supplementary abilities to support him. This path held great potential, as numerous powerful figures across various dimensions had pursued similar routes. For instance, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, fought with unparalleled swordsmanship. Although the term swordsmanship was used in the pirate world, Mihawk wielded a blade, as did others like Shanks. Evidently, specializing in a single ability bore considerable promise. Su Xiao's grasp of Azure Steel Shadow was not yet refined, so he was in no rush to acquire new skills. Thus, he contemplated whether to enhance Azure Steel Shadow or swordsmanship specialization. After much deliberation, Su Xiao ultimately opted to elevate swordsmanship specialization, as it would yield a more pronounced increase in his power. Consume Soul Crystal, small, 1,000 Paradise coins to upgrade swordsmanship specialization. For a few moments, Su Xiao felt disoriented before knowledge of swordsmanship filled his mind. Checking his skill once more, Skill 2. Swordsmanship Specialization, LV. 3. Passive, Skill Effect. Increases melee attack power by 14 and proficiency with bladed weapons. The enhancement of the skill through the Soul Crystal was seamless. There was no sense of difficulty, only immediate mastery. No wonder soul crystals were so scarce. Acquiring such a miraculous item from a green treasure chest was indeed fortuitous. It was not merely luck. Within the nightmarish difficulty world, the rewards from defeating enemies had significantly increased, making such fortunate occurrences likely rare in the future. Chapter 29. Seeking the Blade in the Cycle Paradise. Su Xiao spent most of his time traversing between the trial grounds and his exclusive space. He refrained from summoning the mirror image of Gung Shiro, opting instead for real combat mode to hone his practical skills. Despite encountering death several times, Su Xiao reaped substantial rewards. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and he received a notification from the Cycle Paradise. The hunter is about to return to the real world. Please remember the regulations of the Cycle Paradise. Under no circumstances may any aspect of the Cycle Paradise be divulged in the real world, or else a warning will be issued, and if ignored, the hunter will be executed. The hunter cannot utilize abilities, personal attributes, or passive skills acquired within the Cycle Paradise in the real world. Most equipment or items obtained in the Cycle Paradise cannot be retrieved in the real world and remain locked, restoring upon returning to the Cycle Paradise. Teleportation commencing. Destination, real world. As the familiar sensation of teleportation enveloped him, Su Xiao regained consciousness to find himself lying in a cold morgue. The temperature inside was frigid, and the cramped space left his complexion pallid, leading him to one inevitable conclusion. With a powerful kick, he struck the door of the morgue, warping it and sending it flying outward. Not only did his kick propel the door away, but it also sent him sliding out of the compartment, which resembled a long metallic drawer. With a resounding crash, the morgue hit the ground, echoing in the silence of the room. Su Xiao surveyed his surroundings, the harsh fluorescent lights casting an icy glare in the room. His suspicions were confirmed. He was indeed in a morgue, a place designated for the storage of corpses. Previously, he had been shot and his body placed here. He had entered the Cycle Paradise in a state of apparent death, as the Cycle Paradise had locked his life, leaving him in a state that could not be considered truly dead. The loud noise from the morgue drew attention from others. In the hospital's duty room, a young intern nurse was startled by the commotion. Clad in a white coat, the nurse recognized the sound as emanating from the lower morgue. However, her colleague had gone out for a late-night snack, leaving her alone in the quiet hospital, while others had long since retired for the night. She hesitated to venture out. "No, it can't be a haunting. Don't think like that. My instructor always said there are no such things as ghosts." No. The nurse, named Irual, had been interning for 2 months. Her slender figure and fair complexion made her appear somewhat delicate, yet her refined features evoked a sense of sympathy, particularly in her nurse uniform, which exuded an air of allure. Bang! Another loud noise reverberated from the morgue, causing Irual to scream in fright, her pink thermos slipping from her grasp and shattering upon impact with the floor. This sound was the result of Su Xiao violently breaking through the morgue door. He traversed the narrow corridor, where rooms were labeled with various departments, the pungent odor of disinfectant confirming that he was indeed in a hospital, one located in his city. Su Xiao had visited this modest public hospital once and had some recollection of it. He was in no hurry to leave. He must locate the ancestral blade that had been passed down through his family. He could part with anything, but that blade was non-negotiable. Searching for hospital staff proved futile. as he had no leads on the blade's whereabouts. Soon, he found himself standing before a duty room where the lights were on, and a beautiful young nurse stared at him in shock. Upon entering the duty room, before he could utter a word, the nurse, seated in her chair, fainted, collapsing to the floor. Puzzled by the sight of the unconscious nurse, Su Xiao approached and pinched her acupoint. The nurse gradually regained consciousness, but upon seeing Su Xiao, terror filled her eyes, and she instinctively attempted to scream. Su Xiao quickly covered her mouth and nose, feeling the soft warmth of her fair cheek against his palm. Be silent, or I shall end you. Having just exited the derivative world, his aura was laden with menace. The nurse nodded frantically, tears welling in her eyes, appearing utterly pitiful. Which police station brought me here? The nurse's earlier reaction led Su Xiao to suspect that she might have seen him before, explaining her current demeanor. Oh. The nurse pointed at Su Xiao's hand, indicating her inability to speak. He released her. Huff. You're not dead? This has nothing to do with me. Don't come after me. Her voice trembled, her body limp, tears brimming in her eyes. Su Xiao's cold gaze remained fixed on the nurse. Answer my question. His icy tone made her shiver. Yes, it was the East City precinct that brought you here. Receiving a clear answer, Su Xiao immediately stood and departed, heading toward the East City precinct. He was born in this second-tier city and was aware of its location. Hailing a taxi on the dark streets, Su Xiao made his way to the East City precinct. 10 minutes later, he arrived at its entrance. He would not enter through the main door. He was currently a fugitive and possibly implicated in a homicide. With his infiltration skills, he easily accessed the evidence room within half an hour. The more he rummaged through the evidence, the more his expression darkened. His blade was not here. Impatience began to creep in. The longer he took, the slimmer his chances of finding the blade became. He exited the administrative area and began searching for police officers within the precinct. It sounded reckless, but given his current strength, he had little to fear from the officers. Before long, he set his sights on a young officer seated at a desk. Gradually approaching, he suddenly sprang into action, wrapping his left arm around the officer's neck while forming a chokehold with his right hand, executing a Brazilian jiu-jitsu technique known as the guillotine choke. This maneuver was brutal in its efficiency, capable of completely cutting off blood supply to the brain. If applied with sufficient force, it could render someone unconscious in mere seconds, and death could follow shortly thereafter. The young officer had no opportunity to cry out before his body went limp. Su Xiao hoisted the officer over his shoulder, retracing his steps out of the precinct. Navigating the dimly lit police station at this hour was a simple task for him. In the pitch-black alley, the young officer gradually regained consciousness. If you wish to live, answer my questions honestly. Who are you? I am. Before he could finish, Su Xiao delivered a punch to the officer's chest. A pained groan escaped the officer as he slumped to the ground. Where's my blade? The officer, bewildered, looked up at Su Xiao, his face contorted in agony, as if he had been struck by a train. What blade? Who are you? Su Xiao. Standing in the shadows of the alley, Su Xiao unabashedly revealed his true name. At this stage, there was no need for concealment. He was certain that by tomorrow, he would be branded a wanted criminal. It's you. Your blade was taken by someone from the headquarters. The officer spoke with a calmness that belied the gravity of the situation. Lies. Su Xiao seized the officer's hand, twisting it until a series of sharp cracks echoed through the alley, eliciting screams akin to a pig being slaughtered. This time, it's your fingers. Next time, it will be your neck. After you die, I will seek out other officers. The precinct is not limited to just you. Consider your family. Is this stubbornness truly worth it? After you're gone, your beautiful wife will be at the mercy of strangers, while others will sleep beside her and your children. The young officer's face contorted in anguish, his eyes blazing with fury as it became evident that he was married. The knife in your possession was taken away by our director, and it bears no connection to me. Very well, lead me to your director. Chapter 30. Abnormality. Su Xiao drove through the midnight streets, with a young police officer seated beside him. At that moment, the officer was bound by a belt around his throat, securely fastened to the chair behind him. Each time Su Xiao disengaged the brake, the officer's eyes rolled back in agony. How much further? Su Xiao had pressed the accelerator to the floor, the speedometer reading over 160 kilometers per hour. It was midnight, and the streets were nearly deserted. Despite the velocity, Su Xiao found himself completely at ease. His agility not only enhanced his speed, but also significantly heightened his reflexes. Please slow down. My son is only 2 years old, the young officer implored, a hint of despair in his eyes. He recognized Su Xiao's gaze all too well. It was the look that appeared only after a murder had been committed. The officer sensed that Su Xiao was unlike the typical criminal, as his intensity was far more menacing, even more so than that of the serial killer he had encountered a year prior. "Help me find my knife, and you may live," Su Xiao stated, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. The young officer sighed, ultimately nodding in agreement. Upon entering a residential complex, Su Xiao arrived at his destination. "Get out," he commanded. In his hand was a jet-black handgun, the officer's weapon. Following the officer's guidance, Su Xiao approached the home of the police chief and knocked on the door. After a moment's hesitation, the officer glanced at the loaded gun in Su Xiao's grasp and reluctantly knocked. Bang, bang, bang. A faint sound of footsteps approached from within. "Who is it at this late hour?" A weary female voice called out. "It's me, Xiaozhang." Moments later, a middle-aged woman, still possessing an air of elegance, opened the door. "Come in. What's the matter at this hour?" Her inquiry was abruptly cut short as a dark handgun was pressed against her forehead. "Step back slowly and remain silent." The woman, stunned, stared at Su Xiao, her expression frozen in shock as she gradually retreated. Su Xiao pulled the young officer inside and quietly closed the door behind them. As the woman backed away, she inadvertently bumped into a half-meter-tall vase. The sound of shattering ceramics echoed painfully in the silent living room. "Please, don't be rash. It was an accident," the middle-aged woman pleaded, but Su Xiao ignored her. His gaze fixed on a knife rack on the coffee table, prominently displaying his sheathed sword. He approached and picked up the familiar weapon, a smile creeping onto his face. "Mom, it's so noisy." A door to a nearby bedroom swung open, revealing a young girl in a camisole, rubbing her eyes as she stood in the doorway. The girl stared blankly at Su Xiao, her mouth agape, as if to scream. Su Xiao raised his gun, subtly signaling her to retreat. She nodded vigorously and slammed the door shut. With his weapon secured, Su Xiao departed the living room under the watchful eyes of the two women, swiftly exiting the complex. "Xiaozhang, we should call the police," the middle-aged woman stammered, clearly shaken. The young officer offered a wry smile, glancing at her helplessly. "I'll notify the provincial office immediately. That guy is highly trained. I don't even know how he subdued me. He is not an ordinary criminal." As Su Xiao's incident was reported to the provincial office, he had already boarded a high-speed train to a neighboring city. At this point, Su Xiao's appearance had undergone a significant transformation. He now resembled a student. With a touch of makeup, he could easily pass for a university student of his age. Upon arriving in the neighboring city, Su Xiao did not linger and casually boarded a long-distance bus. As the bus jolted along, he appeared to be resting his eyes, yet remained vigilant, attentively observing his surroundings. The sounds of a child crying, the whispers and laughter of two girls in the front seats, and a young man swaying to music through his headphones filled the air. Breaking news: a violent murder suspect is on the loose in the neighboring city. The film playing on the bus's LCD screen abruptly cut off, showcasing Su Xiao's photograph. Criminal suspect. Passengers on the bus were captivated by the announcement, turning their heads to gaze at the screen. Su Xiao sighed, acknowledging the swiftness of the authorities. Less than 6 hours had passed since the alert was issued. However, the threat of the manhunt held little weight for him. Setting aside his formidable strength, his ability to conceal himself made it exceedingly difficult for the police to locate him. After several days of travel, Su Xiao finally ceased his journey when he could no longer discern his location. Upon retrieving a new phone to ascertain his position, he discovered he had arrived in DL City, a coastal metropolis. Quite a fine place. DL City is bordered by the sea on 3 sides. Even amidst a police search, his most drastic option would be to make an escape overseas. Moreover, his situation was merely a homicide case, not particularly heinous, at worst. It was an unusual resurrection. The matter of his kidnapping a police officer would remain undisclosed. Not wishing to flee abroad unless absolutely necessary, Su Xiao deemed it imperative to find a place to settle. He was averse to hotels, as they were crowded and unsuitable for extended stays. Standing on a bustling street, Su Xiao felt a pang of hunger. He had been on the move for days without a proper meal. He entered a restaurant and ordered the local mud crab. It was May, the peak season for mud crabs, and the specimens were at least 1 kilogram in weight. After cracking open the hard shell and dipping the succulent meat into the restaurant's secret sauce, he savored the rich, tender crab meat, its unique flavor tantalizing his palate, leaving him with a lingering aftertaste. "Bill, please." Su Xiao set down the last crab shell and let out a satisfied belch. The restaurant owner approached, astonished at the pile of crab shells on the table. Wow. The owner was taken aback by Su Xiao's appetite, having consumed an amount that exceeded the average person's by 7 or 8 times. The enhancement of his physical attributes meant that Su Xiao required significantly more energy. Strength does not manifest without substantial fuel. That will be 789. You can pay 780, the owner stated. Su Xiao produced several hundred yuan bills and handed them over. Are there any rental accommodations nearby? I've just arrived as a student and need a place to stay for a few months. The owner retrieved his phone and, after a moment of fiddling, turned it towards Su Xiao, revealing the screen that read, DL City Rental Network. The owner's gaze seemed to imply, young man. No one searches for rentals on the street anymore. Su Xiao chuckled awkwardly, noting the website before leaving the restaurant. As he strolled down the vibrant street, Su Xiao deftly tapped on his phone screen, exploring the site, an informal local social network dedicated to housing rentals. After a lengthy search, he stumbled upon a rather peculiar listing. Excellent location, convenient transportation, rent starting at 100,000 per month. In DL City, a monthly rent of 100,000 wasn't uncommon. Yet the advertisement lacked substantial housing details, merely providing a contact number. Su Xiao, unfazed by financial constraints, dialed the number. Surely, a residence with such a rental price would possess commendable conditions. The call connected swiftly, and a somewhat hoarse male voice responded. Let us discuss in person. 37, Tianhai Road. With that brief instruction, the call was abruptly terminated. Chapter 31. The terrifying mental realm. After careful consideration, Su Xiao selected a residence and arrived at the community that afternoon. The neighborhood appeared somewhat dilapidated, located on the outskirts of the city, yet the transportation was relatively convenient. The area seemed rather desolate, with only a few elderly individuals gathered to play chess. Such older communities tend to be occupied primarily by seniors. However, the greenery here was commendable, offering a significant contrast to the polluted air of the city center. From a distance, Su Xiao noticed a young man in a tailored suit, seemingly waiting for someone, occasionally glancing at his watch. As Su Xiao approached, the young man acknowledged him, his eyes lighting up as he hurried over. Hello, are you Mr. Su? I am Xiao Ji from Sunshine Housing Network. Su Xiao nodded, currently using the alias Su Xiao, a name accompanied by a legitimate identity complete with an ID card and other necessary documentation. In today's world, lacking a legal identity would make survival nearly impossible. That's me. Please take me to see the property. Xiao Ji's demeanor instantly became enthusiastic as he began to present the housing details. Mr. Su, to be candid, the monthly rent of 800 is an exceptionally reasonable price. Given the current real estate landscape in DL City, if your finances allow, purchasing this property would also be a splendid option. As the enthusiastic introduction continued, Su Xiao responded with a smile. He had no intentions of buying. Given his status as a wanted criminal, the duration of his stay here was uncertain, and he remained ever prepared to flee. Although his current strength had surged significantly, rendering him unconcerned about the police, it did not mean he could disregard the might of the state. The police merely maintained urban order. The true power of the state lay within its military. Should the military encircle Su Xiao, he would have no choice but to evade them, as the military in the real world starkly differed from the disorganized mobs of the pirate world. The advanced technology and weaponry of modern militaries posed a formidable challenge. Unless his attributes exceeded 30 points, he could not confront them directly. Furthermore, based on the stances of the Reincarnation Paradise, it was clear they preferred not to allow contractors to interfere with the real world, which might serve as the foundation of their operations. From Su Xiao's prior observations, most contractors likely hailed from the real world, hence the Reincarnation Paradise's efforts to prevent any disruptions. As Su Xiao contemplated these matters, he arrived at the door of the apartment. This is it, Mr. Su. Please, go ahead. Xiao Ji opened the door, but his movements were hurried, suggesting he was pressed for time. Do you have urgent matters to attend to? Su Xiao scrutinized Xiao Ji's expression. The latter exhibited no unusual behavior apart from a hint of anxiety. It's nothing. I just need to use the restroom. My apologies, Mr. Su. Stepping into the room, Su Xiao was greeted by a spacious living area, already beautifully decorated in a warm style, ideal for long-term residents. He surveyed the room. The ventilation was excellent, and it received ample sunlight. The amenities were complete, requiring no additional preparations. He could move in immediately. Knocking on the walls, Su Xiao roughly assessed their thickness. Older buildings typically had thick walls, enhancing sound insulation. Not bad. I'll take this place. Xiao Ji displayed evident delight. This was a commendable achievement for him. Very well, Mr. Su. Due to the favorable pricing, the minimum rental period is 1 year. Here is the contract for your review. Su Xiao examined the contract, finding no issues, and proceeded to pay and sign, officially renting the property. Once everything was finalized, Xiao Ji politely bid farewell, but his subsequent action struck Su Xiao as peculiar. After ensuring the corridor was clear, Xiao Ji hastily exited. This scene caught Su Xiao's attention. He had sensed something unusual about this agent earlier. It appeared that the issue was not with the apartment itself, but rather with certain individuals residing within the building who instilled fear in the agent. How intriguing. A faint smile played on Su Xiao's lips. Having previously encountered a bizarre rental priced at 100,000, he now found himself in an extraordinary community once more. Yet, Su Xiao remained indifferent. As a wanted criminal, he had little reason to fear others. Such thoughts were absurd. Seated on the living room sofa, Su Xiao suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do. Having eliminated his last remaining enemy, he was now in unfamiliar territory, forcing him to postpone his vengeance, a necessary compromise. Despite possessing extraordinary strength, he understood that revenge could not be executed on a whim. He had endured for 3 years. A little longer would not make a difference. Moreover, he believed that as his power grew, so too would his methods for locating his foes. Gradually calming himself, Su Xiao began to plan for the future. With a stable residence secured, the next step was to await the summons of the Reincarnation Paradise and enhance his strength within its confines. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, a call from an unknown number. He picked up the phone without the customary ringtone. "Friend, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Why haven't you arrived?" Su Xiao's eyes narrowed. It was the voice of the man associated with the exorbitant rent. "Renting your place is too troublesome. I'm hanging up." He feigned disconnection. Yet the voice on the line grew urgent. "Wait, we're all working in the paradise. How about we meet?" The mention of paradise struck a chord with Su Xiao, reminiscent of the Reincarnation Paradise. Not interested, he replied flatly, yet a sense of unease washed over him. Why had he made that call in the first place? Though he was not financially deprived, the 10,000 rent seemed ludicrous in hindsight. He was not foolish or wealthy enough to fall for such a scheme. His mind raced, and realization dawned upon him that rental advertisement might be problematic. How had he unwittingly dialed that number? Believing that 10,000 was reasonable and that the property must be of high quality? Now, it seemed utterly absurd. Hypnosis? No, he quickly dismissed that notion. He had encountered hypnosis before. It was not so miraculous. The advertisement resembled a form of psychological suggestion. "Don't push your luck. Come meet me immediately, or I will end you sooner or later." The man on the other end had begun to threaten him blatantly. Threats should be made in person, not over the phone. With that, Su Xiao hung up, unconcerned about being traced. The phone he was using had cost him a fortune and was designed to prevent tracking. In a small courtyard on the outskirts of the city, a burly man sat shirtless on a stool, his face contorted as he gripped the phone tightly. "Old Five, has the tracking team located this phone?" The man's roar sent ripples across his scarred face. A lean figure darted out from a nearby bungalow. "Boss, the other party is formidable and completely untraceable. It's military personnel. The higher-ups have instructed us to abandon the pursuit." The scar-faced man's eyes darkened with fury. "Abandon? Do you have any idea how much I spent on that advertisement?" "A full 10,000. Those psychological mages are truly unscrupulous." Though he voiced his frustration, a part of him had already resigned to defeat. That advertisement was visible only to contractors, and those with intelligence attributes exceeding 20 points were immune to it. The fact that the other party had only called once indicated that their intelligence attributes were likely quite high. If the opponent is a formidable sorcerer, the scarred brute felt a chill in his heart and chose not to provoke Su Xiao further. After Su Xiao entered into a contract with the paradise of reincarnation, the true nature of the real world began to gradually unveil itself before him. Although the paradise of reincarnation does not endorse its contractors interfering with the real world, the allure of immense profit often tempts individuals to take reckless risks. Unbeknownst to them, within the paradise of reincarnation exists a formidable entity known as the Hunter, whose sole purpose is to deal with such transgressions. Chapter 32. The new derivative world tick-tock. The sound of the clock echoed in the quiet living room. Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the sofa, the blade resting atop his thighs as he entered a state of meditation. This meditation was not akin to that practiced by wizards, but rather a technique imparted to him by Geng Shilang. enabling a clearer perception of oneself. Practicing swordsmanship was not merely about striking. It was a profound process of strengthening both body and mind. While this endeavor might seem tedious to others, Su Xiao found immense joy in it. The degree of passion one holds for a pursuit often reflects the heights one can reach. If one lacks even the basic enthusiasm, it might be wiser to abandon the endeavor altogether, particularly in the pursuit of swordsmanship. With a long exhale, Su Xiao concluded his meditation. Although he had not exerted himself physically, a gnawing hunger had taken hold of him. He picked up his phone and ordered takeout for 8. As his current appetite rendered even the portion for an ordinary individual insufficient. Half an hour later, a knock sounded at the door. Observing the delivery person, drenched in sweat, Su Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly, recognizing the effort it took to bring up 8 orders. Click. The door swung open, revealing a man wearing sunglasses and an expression of seriousness. The man cast a glance at Su Xiao and the delivery person, visibly on guard upon recognizing Su Xiao as his neighbor. A new resident? After a brief exchange, the man descended the stairs. After a hearty meal, Su Xiao reflected on the man in sunglasses. His powerful stride and stable footing indicated he was no ordinary individual, yet Su Xiao refrained from probing into his background, deeming it unnecessary meddling. Having lingered in the real world for just a few days, Su Xiao felt an inexplicable restlessness. It struck him that he was eager to venture into the Reincarnation Paradise for an adventure, prompting a rueful smile. Perhaps he was simply not one to be content in stillness. Beep, a new derivative world is about to open. The hunter will return to the Reincarnation Paradise. Please ensure there are no witnesses nearby. Teleportation complete. Su Xiao felt a momentary disorientation, a buzzing in his ears, and when everything settled, he found himself in his dedicated room. The arrival of a new derivative world stirred a sense of anticipation within him. What realm would he enter this time? If it were another nightmare like that of the Pirate King, matters would become quite complicated. In this new derivative world, Su Xiao would not only undertake the main quest from the Reincarnation Paradise, but also receive assassination missions. Should the difficulty of the derivative world prove too high, his chances of success in the assassination would dwindle. Paradise, what derivative world shall I enter? Hunter level, LV2. Notification of the derivative world will be received 10 minutes prior to entry. The hunter will enter the derivative world in 1 hour. Please be patient. Understanding dawned upon Su Xiao. He could indeed learn of the derivative world in advance, but this required a certain level, with higher levels granting more preparation time. Currently, he could only receive a 10-minute notice, neither short nor long, yet insufficient for thorough preparation. Leaving his exclusive space, Su Xiao made his way to a trading market. It was a circular plaza bustling with activity. While various vendors occupied the Reincarnation Paradise, this particular location was the most crowded, teeming with quality goods. The green firearm he had previously encountered was also found in this trading square. Comprehensive skill materials, 4-month-old shop. You're charging too much. 700? Why don't you just rob someone? Purchasing derivative world resources, fair prices. Don't miss out, various recovery items for sale. The crowd was lively, with shouts and haggling voices mingling together. Su Xiao had 2,827 paradise coins left, a sum he had deliberately set aside to prepare for the impending derivative world. Pausing in front of a stall selling recovery items, he noticed a few other contractors gathered, seemingly hesitant. He recognized the stall from previous visits. The proprietor was likely a worker, often seen vending here. Compared to the contractors' stalls, Su Xiao had greater confidence in the worker's offerings. Many contractors would treat items obtained in the derivative worlds as treasures, inflating their prices to absurd levels. In contrast, workers, seasoned in the trading market, were well aware of the price dynamics in the Reincarnation Paradise. If many contractors had recently entered a world inhabited by dark entities, the prices of light attribute items would naturally surge. Such price fluctuations were an unbreakable rule. Workers would not dare to inflate prices, as they too would enter the derivative world and risk retaliation. At the recovery item stall, Su Xiao discovered several appealing options. Salt rice ball, origin, gourmet captor quality, white type, recovery item effect. Consuming it gradually restores 10 of health. Rating, 3. Note: white items are rated from 1 to 10. The rating represents the item's value. Description: a rice ball, a magical rice ball, one that can slowly heal wounds. Golden fried rice, origin, food wars quality, white type, recovery item effect. Consuming it gradually restores 40 of health. This item requires a longer consumption time. Health restoration varies with the amount eaten, from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 40. Rating: 5. Description: not only is it a recovery item, but it is also delicious. A dish that cannot burst, it seems, is not a good dish. XT 12 Life Vitality Potion. Origin: Reincarnation Paradise. Production line No. 3 for glowing potions. Quality: white type. Recovery item effect: drinking it restores 15 of health for a short duration. Rating: 8. Description: manufactured by workers. Approved by the Reincarnation Paradise. Safe. These 3 recovery items, while golden fried rice boasted the highest restoration amount, required complete consumption and had a slow recovery rate. Salt rice ball was similar to golden fried rice, but could be consumed much faster. Xiao estimated he could finish it in 2 bites, and in a pinch could even swallow it whole. The most valuable was the XT 12 Life Vitality Potion. Although it only restored 15 of health, it could be consumed during combat. The Reincarnation Paradise lacked a direct function for using potions. He would need to administer them himself. In the heat of battle, consuming recovery items could be challenging, but that did not diminish their worth. Utilizing them post-battle to mend wounds was the best strategy. Let us hear your offers for these 3 items. The worker observed Xiao's intent to buy. Unlike the nearby contractors, he was far more purposeful. Salt rice ball, for 100 paradise coins. Golden fried rice, for 200 paradise coins. XT 12 Life Vitality Potion, for 700 paradise coins. A total of 1,000 paradise coins. My friend, I can see your sincerity in purchasing, and I am equally sincere in selling. This is the best price. You can call me Medicine Jar. Consider it a friendly gesture. The prices for the first 2 recovery items were not steep, but the potion commanded a hefty sum of 700 paradise coins. Yet, given its potential to save a life, the cost was entirely justified. Imagine a contractor on the brink of death who might owe their survival to a single vial. Too expensive. How about this? I'll buy more after some haggling. Xiao purchased 1 XT 12 Life Vitality Potion, 2 golden fried rice, and 5 salt rice balls, for a total of 1,500 paradise coins. The worker, known as Medicine Jar, appeared quite pleased and even shared the correct usage method with Xiao. Of course, Medicine Jar was a pseudonym, just as Xiao went by White Knight. Contractors using their real names in the Reincarnation Paradise were rarer than pandas. Although the salt rice ball restores merely 10 of health, it is remarkably convenient to consume. There exists no cooldown period for recovery items. However, if consumed in rapid succession, their efficacy diminishes, ultimately leading to a complete loss of restorative effects. Brother, may you return safely. The medic gestured to Xiao with a sincere smile. Unlike contractors, workers have not endured much brutality. The majority of them have never taken a life. Thank you for your kind words. After wandering through the trading market for a while, Xiao received a notification from the Reincarnation Paradise. The hunter will enter the derivative world, Tokyo Ghoul, in 10 minutes. Chapter 1. A bold idea accompanied by the cues from the Reincarnation Paradise. Xiao observed a noticeable shift in the expressions of the surrounding contractors. It appeared that they had all entered the derivative world simultaneously, en masse. What a joke! How could I possibly find myself in the world of Hunter x Hunter? This is the end. I am doomed. Who among you would join me in forming a temporary adventure group? I am willing to offer all my assets, 2,000 paradise coins. A lament from a female contractor echoed from a distance, drawing Xiao's gaze. Upon her desperate cry, those nearby cast mocking glances in her direction. Reincarnation Paradise is known for its perilous derivative worlds, such as One Piece, Bleach, and Hunter x Hunter. Most contractors who venture into these realms often meet with demise. It is rumored that 30 contractors once entered the world of pirates, and at the moment of Luffy's battle with Colonel Monka, only 2 emerged alive, while the rest perished without exception. Who will help me? Please. The despairing expression of the female contractor was palpable as she helplessly looked around. The surrounding contractors displayed no compassion, some even sneering. Such is the cruelty of Reincarnation Paradise. One can rely on no one but oneself, unless one possesses a stable adventure group. Xiao, devoid of any savior complex, felt no concern for her fate. Yet, he had taken note of a term she uttered, adventure group, which seemed to be a form of team assembly among contractors. He quietly inquired within the Reincarnation Paradise, which provided him with pertinent information. There are 2 types of adventure groups, temporary and permanent. As the name suggests, A temporary adventure group consists of unfamiliar contractors who band together before entering a derivative world. In the trading square, numerous contractors have already posted recruitment notices. Those entering the same derivative world can form a temporary adventure group. Conversely, the permanent adventure group is somewhat special. One must first register at the Adventure Hall of Reincarnation Paradise, after which tasks will be assigned. Upon successful completion, contractors can form a permanent adventure group, becoming its leader and inviting others to join. Once part of a permanent adventure group, contractors of similar levels will invariably enter the same derivative world, significantly enhancing their survival odds. As a hunter, Xiao had no intention of joining any adventure group. If his targets were among his teammates, it would indeed be an excruciating predicament. However, the special benefits associated with a permanent adventure group piqued Xiao's interest. Perhaps he could establish a permanent adventure group, one consisting solely of himself. The presence of teammates was of little concern to Xiao, but the advantages of a permanent adventure group fascinated him. Yet, it was premature to ponder such matters. One could only establish a permanent adventure group upon reaching level 10. With 3 minutes remaining until entry into the derivative world, Xiao took a deep breath, steeling himself for the impending transfer of Reincarnation Paradise. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. Contractor seeking assistance. I promise to be obedient and not cause trouble. I possess supportive abilities. Xiao turned to see that the speaker was none other than the little girl, Xiao, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Connor. Within her recruitment notice, Xiao was astonished to see the words Tokyo Ghoul, indicating they would be entering the same world. She was a contractor, entering the derivative world every 2 months, and it was indeed a remarkable coincidence. Xiao refrained from approaching her. He had a hunting mission in the Ghoul world, and thus would not accept her request. He was adept at killing, but had little interest in guiding others. Time has arrived. Derivative world. Tokyo Ghoul is now open. The derivative world requires reset. Timeline refresh in progress. Refresh complete. Consumed temporal power, 0.03 ounces. Due to the consumption of 0.03 ounces of temporal power, the minimum comprehensive rating required for contractors in this world must reach grade C. A sudden uproar erupted within Reincarnation Paradise, with several contractors displaying particularly grim expressions. Xiao's face turned pale, her fists clenched tightly, desperation evident in her eyes. An elderly man wielding a golden staff suddenly bellowed, "Which bastard has disrupted the balance of the Ghoul world? It must be the child of destiny who perished before the plot commenced." Kaneki Kin was utterly useless in the early stages. Before the elder's tirade could conclude, Xiao felt the familiar sensation of transfer from Reincarnation Paradise. The sensation mirrored that of his return from the world of pirates. As his consciousness wavered, he speculated whether he would encounter another void swordsman. It was a concern entirely unfounded, as his previous encounter with a void swordsman had been a 1 in a million chance. When his awareness returned, Xiao found himself within a tall building. It seemed to be the office of a certain company, adorned with Japanese-style decor, and a massive wall aquarium filled with swimming ornamental fish caught his attention. The time was night. The building was brightly lit, yet devoid of any occupants. Just as he contemplated his departure, a circular light membrane encircled him, gently pushing him back to his original position. While a countdown appeared before his eyes, 5 minutes and 30 seconds. The situation was clear. He would not be able to leave for another 5 minutes. He was not alone. A dozen or so individuals were nearby, distinguishable as contractors by their attire. Xiao was among them, sheltered within the same light membrane as several other contractors, indicating she had successfully formed a temporary adventure group. Temporary adventure groups were relatively dependable, at least. They could not attack one another within the derivative world. However, a drawback existed. Contractors could forcibly exit a temporary adventure group by paying a penalty fee of 10,000 paradise coins. In total, there were 18 individuals present, with 2 groups of adventurers, one consisting of 5 members and the other 7, while the remaining individuals were solo fighters, as evidenced by the restrictive light membranes. Everyone, be cautious. The timeline is resetting, and the plot is reverting to its initial state. I am Hanyu. I wonder if any of you have heard of me. The elderly man who had previously spoken, wielding the staff, was clearly attempting to garner support. As the leader of the 7-member temporary adventure group, Hanyu's group was the largest faction present, which also included Xiao. The 5-member adventure group showed subtle changes in expression. Evidently familiar with Hanyu, while the solo contractors cast sidelong glances at the elder. Su Xiao paid little mind to Hanyu. He sensed someone approaching rapidly. His heightened intelligence attribute sharpened his senses. They're coming, from behind the left wall of the hall. Boom. Just as Hanyu was about to speak, a resounding crash erupted as the left wall of the hall collapsed, and several figures tumbled through the opening, collapsing to the ground, their fates unknown. A strikingly beautiful woman with purple hair emerged from the wall's breach, her figure alluring, a vague smile gracing her lips. Why run? Wouldn't it be better to be devoured by me? The purple-haired beauty approached the group, seemingly oblivious to Su Xiao and the others. Help me. A middle-aged man, clad in office attire, struggled to raise his arm, seeking assistance from anyone. The purple-haired beauty advanced, seizing the man's arm with one hand while stepping on his back, yanking him forcefully. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed forth as the man's arm was gruesomely torn away. It was unimaginable that this seemingly delicate beauty possessed such monstrous strength. What followed was chilling. The purple-haired woman brought the severed limb to her mouth, biting into it. The sound of her gruesome chewing filled the air, followed by a sultry sigh. Delicious. More, give me more. This horrifying spectacle unfolded before the eyes of the many contractors present, and the previously composed Hanyu turned ashen, clearly wary of the purple-haired beauty. What is happening? What level of difficulty exists in the world of ghouls? How could one encounter such an S-class ghoul as Kishu Arima right from the outset? No, this individual hovers between S and SS. The other contractors gazed at Kishu Arima with expressions of trepidation. Without the protective barrier, they would undoubtedly become the delectable morsel spoken of by her. Su Xiao observed the stunning ghoul with a mixture of astonishment and confusion in his eyes, suddenly feeling an odd sensation. It seemed as though he could overpower Kishu Arima. Chapter 2. The emergence of fangs at that moment. The information from the alternate world finally materialized before Su Xiao's eyes. Interworld. Tokyo Ghoul. World difficulty. LV. 3. Difficult. Difficulty adjusted due to the lower strength of ordinary contractors. Source of the world. 0. Hunting contractors or engaging with current world characters will increase this. At the conclusion of the world, it will be calculated alongside task difficulty to form a final score. World description. In the chaotic and noisy modern society, Tokyo is overrun by man-eating monsters known as ghouls. Ghouls appear indistinguishable from normal humans, but when the RC cells within them become active, they exhibit crimson eyes. Ghouls maintain the activity of their RC cells by consuming human flesh, which also endows them with extraordinary physical capabilities. Main quest. Join CCG, Ghoul Investigators, or the Ghoul Faction, Aojirai Tree, Clowns. Subsequent tasks will activate once the hunter joins a faction. Hunting task. Eliminate Violator 12470. Once the hunter enters a 1 kilometer radius of the target, the tracking function will automatically activate. Warning. Refrain from mentioning anything related to paradise in this world. Failure to comply will result in immediate execution. Note. The main quest in this world is a chain task. After completing 3 main quests, one may choose to return to the cycle paradise. Hunters must complete hunting tasks. The more main quests completed, the higher the comprehensive evaluation. Note, it has been detected that the hunter does not grasp the language of this world. 100 paradise coins will be consumed to automatically acquire the language. World commence. Upon seeing the difficulty level of LV 3, Su Xiao let out a sigh of relief, a smile creeping onto his face. Finally, it was not a life-threatening nightmare level. He would not feel as stifled as he did in the pirate world. Now, he simply needed to assess the strengths of the ghouls and the CCG. This was the first time he received a chain main quest, and naturally, he chose CCG. Joining the ghouls would be a poor choice, aside from his human identity. Their elusive nature made them inherently untrustworthy. As for the hunting task, Su Xiao found himself in complete ignorance regarding this unfortunate 12470, with no leads available. The cycle paradise indicated that tracking could occur within a 1 kilometer radius. Fortunately, Tokyo was not vast, and a 1 kilometer sensing range was sufficient. Now, he merely needed to complete the main quest. The time limit for the main quest was 48 hours, with a penalty of losing 13,000 paradise coins for failure. If the coins were insufficient, equipment would be deducted, and if that too fell short, death would be the only recourse. As for the hunting task, Su Xiao noted there were no visible penalties or deadlines. He sensed that there were deeper implications behind the hunting task. Perhaps the time had not yet come. Any contractor that made it onto his hunting list would not be a compliant individual. It would not be long before one of them recklessly emerged, and he felt no urgency. Creak, creak. The sound of flesh being chewed echoed, as Shindai Rise had consumed 2 individuals entirely. Su Xiao gazed at the blood-stained beauty with astonishment, silently marveling at her voracious appetite. It was no wonder she was dubbed the binge eater, having devoured 2 lives. Her slightly protruding abdomen hardly betrayed her gluttony. Gag! A retching sound came from behind, as the little girl, Hira Lala, looked on in horror, tears welling in her eyes. Some novice contractors also wore grim expressions, for Rise was indeed feasting upon human flesh. Su Xiao shook his head. Their mental fortitude was clearly lacking. 2 minutes had passed, and Rise continued her relentless consumption. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps resonated from the distant corridor as a burly man wearing a mask emerged from the shadows. It appeared that the title of binge eater was well-deserved. The man donned a white suit and a matching mask, with air holes at the mouth and nose. Upon nearing Rise, he made a sound by pressing his thumb against his index finger, producing a crisp click. Rise ceased her meal, her expression darkening. I abhor being interrupted during my meals. The two began to converse, the air thick with tension, clearly hinting at a confrontation. This is dire, Lord Hanyu. What shall we do? 2 S-rank ghouls, with Rise hovering between S and SS ranks. A chill swept through the hearts of many contractors. They could scarcely believe their predicament. The cycle paradise had delivered them right into the midst of 2 S-rank ghouls. Once the protective barrier dissipated, they would need to flee immediately. Their survival would hinge on luck. Hanyu had lost his previous composure, gripping his staff tightly. With less than a minute remaining on the barrier, once it vanished, their lives could very well be forfeit. Su Xiao had already recognized the 2 before him. The violet-haired beauty was Shindai Rise, and the masked man in the suit was known as Daisuke Yagami. While the name might not ring a bell, CCG referred to him as Jason, while ghouls called him Gecko, the same Gecko infamous for re-educating Kaneki Ken in the original tale. I've been sent to capture you, and I need you alive. Gecko brandished a long-handled iron clamp, which was, in fact, a surgical tool for ghouls. Unlike ordinary humans, ghouls harbored a significant amount of RC cells, rendering their skin exceptionally resilient. Common knives or medical instruments were utterly ineffective against them. In the world of ghouls, ordinary humans also contained RC cells, but only in trace amounts. The reason ghouls consumed humans was not only driven by hunger, but also to replenish their RC cells. It could be said that RC cells were a remarkable form of energy, capable of enhancing the human body and forming powerful weapons known as kakuja. If not for the accompanying cannibalistic urge, RC cells could serve as a superior means of enhancement, at least better than the clearly flawed bloodlines of vampires or werewolves. Su Xiao speculated that some contractors within Cycle Paradise might utilize this method for enhancement, while he would not choose such a path. Those with a taste for the macabre certainly had that option. The confrontation between Rise and Gecko was imminent, as Gecko exhibited a frenzied demeanor. Before I take you back, could you spare me a finger, 3 or 4 arms, or 5 or 6 legs? Gecko let out a hearty laugh. He was a sadist who relished inflicting pain more than simply killing his opponents. With a massive physique, he preferred to toy with smaller beings. Do you enjoy playing house? How adorable. Rise's taunts incensed Gecko, prompting him to charge at her, swinging the iron clamp toward the back of her head. Rise did not even glance back. From her slender waist, for kakuja sprouted at the base of her spine. The kakuja glimmered a deep crimson, resembling 4 long tails, their surface radiating a red glow, indicative of the RC cell's heightened activity. Boom. Gecko was knocked back several steps by Rise's kakuja, a nearby wall shattering as a torrent of water gushed forth. Rise had no intention of engaging Gecko. She leaped high into the air, preparing to escape. Just as she ascended, the protective barrier surrounding Su Xiao vanished, the time up. In a flash, Su Xiao tensed his leg muscles and leaped, soaring through the air like a shadow. When he reappeared, he found himself suspended in midair, right before Rise. With a swift kick, he struck Rise in her soft abdomen. Suspended in the air, Rise was taken aback, unable to evade Su Xiao's attack, her beautiful face contorting in pain. Bang! The force of the kick sent Rise crashing to the ground, rolling several times. Su Xiao landed, stretching his somewhat sore calves. The skin of ghouls was tougher than he had anticipated. Dragon Slayer Flash manifested in his hand, as he regarded Rise and Gecko with a smile. Is this the strength of an S-rank ghoul? Huh, surprisingly weak. Just as I pondered how to join the CCG, eliminating you two should pose no problem. Li Si struggled to rise to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, casting a wary glance at Su Xiao. His beautiful eyes darted around, already contemplating an escape. In the distance, the other contractors stood in stunned silence, while Han Yu was drenched in cold sweat. He finally grasped the reason behind encountering two S-grade ghouls from the very beginning. It was because there existed even more monstrous entities among their ranks. And the Cycle Paradise had orchestrated this scene to maintain narrative balance. Chapter 3. Blue Steel Shadow. Su Xiao stood motionless, wielding the dragon-slaying flash. As silence enveloped the arena, the sound of a difficult gulp shattered the stillness. Shi Luoluo gazed at Su Xiao's silhouette, her large, glimmering eyes betraying her recognition of him. At that moment, several labels spontaneously formed in her mind. Fierce warrior, super support, big shot. A sudden wave of regret washed over her. Had she known Su Xiao was this formidable, she should have noted his identification number earlier, enabling her to seek his assistance with generous offerings in future perilous realms. Who are you, and how did you come to be here? The gecko's earlier exuberance had vanished, replaced by intense focus on Su Xiao, as his Kakugan quickly manifested, enveloping one arm. The gecko's Kakugan was the scale Kakugan, situated near the kidneys. Scale Kakugans possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, characterized by immense offensive power, albeit with relatively weak defenses. There were 4 types of Kakugan: feather, scale, armor, and tail, each possessing unique advantages and disadvantages, forming dynamically based on the ghoul's imagination. At that moment, the appearance of the gecko's Kakugan was shaped by his thoughts and combat habits. Who am I? You may call me by Yi. Your Kakugan is impressive. I shall accept it. Su Xiao activated the Shadow of Annihilation, initiating the Blue Steel Shadow for the first time. His mana instantly depleted by 2 points, diminishing at a rate of 2 points per minute. Upon activating Blue Steel Shadow, he felt a certain energy within him awaken, his mana. As this mana coursed through his body, it underwent a remarkable transformation, manifesting as a new energy. This energy first traveled through his arm, then spread to the dragon-slaying flash, which suddenly became enveloped in a layer of blue light. Upon closer inspection, one could observe delicate blue-white arcs dancing along its surface. This was not lightning, rather. It was the result of mana being transformed into a new energy through a specific process, which constituted the core of Blue Steel Shadow. Blue Steel Shadow is a state-based active skill. Once activated, it consumes 2 points of mana per minute. While this may seem minimal, if he were to engage in continuous combat for an hour, it would deplete 120 points of mana. Currently, he possessed a total of 153 points of mana, sufficient for his endeavors. The advantages of having ample mana became evident, granting him the capacity for prolonged combat. Upon activation of Blue Steel Shadow, each of Su Xiao's attacks would incinerate 10 points of the enemy's mana. While this may appear trivial, should he land several strikes, the resultant mana depletion could prove fatal. Imagine if Su Xiao were to engage in a fierce battle with an adversary, preparing to unleash their ultimate abilities, only for the enemy to suddenly realize they had no mana left. What utter despair. Moreover, Blue Steel Shadow not only depletes the enemy's mana but also inflicts equivalent real damage. Su Xiao had once inquired with the Reincarnation Paradise about the nature of real damage. The response was simple: it is damage that ignores all defenses. No matter how robust the enemy's protection, they would still be harmed. Su Xiao stretched his shoulders and removed his upper garment, baring his torso. He had a habit of shedding his clothing during combat, as it heightened his sensory perception. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but it had become his custom. With attributes of 13 in strength, 13 in agility, and 12 in intelligence, Su Xiao sought to test the combat effectiveness of these attributes. One should not underestimate intelligence in melee combat. Its enhancement not only bolstered spell damage and mana points, but also heightened awareness, greatly benefiting close-quarter engagements. Let us see how you fare against me. You appear robust and resilient, unlikely to be easily shattered. Su Xiao propelled himself off the ground, charging towards the gecko with remarkable speed, his agility allowing him to surpass everyone present. The gecko barely had time to react as Su Xiao's visage suddenly loomed before him, accompanied by a long blade radiating a vibrant azure light, aimed at his neck. Su Xiao's strike was exceptionally cunning. The teachings of Go Shiro had significantly refined his swordsmanship. With both hands gripping the blade, he was on the verge of severing the gecko's neck. Despite Ghoul's formidable regenerative powers, decapitation would still spell death. In this critical moment, the gecko let out a desperate roar. There was no time to block with his arm, but his Kakegan swiftly enveloped his neck. The sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated, yet no blood emerged. Su Xiao's strike met the gecko's Kakegan, which was not renowned for its defensive capabilities, and he swiftly severed it. The gecko's face twisted beneath his mask, bewildered by the sheer force of the strike. If he was not mistaken, the opponent wielded nothing more than a standard weapon, rather than a quinqua forged from Kakegan. Flee. I must escape immediately. This human is too powerful. Not even an SS-level ghoul would withstand such onslaught. Just as the gecko contemplated retreat, he suddenly felt excruciating pain emanating from the wound left by his Kakegan. As a certain energy within him was consumed, his RC cells. Accompanied by the combustion of his RC cells, the gecko experienced an unprecedented agony. Even with his resilience, a pain scream escaped his lips as the real damage from the mana combustion took effect. Su Xiao's mastery of blue steel shadow literally meant incinerating the enemy's mana. However, what about beings devoid of mana, such as ghouls? The answer lies in the consumption of other energy types. The principle behind blue steel shadow is that it expends Su Xiao's mana to generate a unique energy. This special energy adheres to his weapon, and upon engaging the enemy in close combat, it infiltrates their body, initiating a devouring reaction with the energy within them, ultimately achieving the effect of burning their mana. If the enemy lacks mana, the special energy will seek to consume other forms of energy, such as RC cells, chakra, nun, or spiritual pressure. Compared to mana, the devouring rate of blue steel shadow against other energies is slightly reduced, from an original 10 points to approximately 7 to 9 points. The sensation of having energy within one's body consumed is certainly unpleasant. The resulting real damage pales in comparison to the torment of that intense pain, which significantly affects combat. The skill description of blue steel shadow states, upon activation, each melee attack will eliminate 10 points of the enemy's mana while inflicting an equivalent amount of real damage, subjecting the foe to the intense pain of mana combustion. Previously, Su Xiao had not considered the notion of intense pain, yet observing the gecko's expression, he understood that it was anything but pleasant. As the gecko let out a cry of anguish, Su Xiao's second strike was already upon him. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a terrifying wail, as the sharp edge cleaved through the atmosphere, creating a shockwave. With a sickening sound, an arm and half an ear flew away, as Su Xiao directed his second strike towards the gecko's head. However, the gecko sacrificed an arm to momentarily block the dragon-slaying flash, swiftly tilting his head to narrowly evade decapitation. In just 2 strikes, the gecko was left gravely injured. His Kakegan severed, and his dismembered arm lay discarded on the ground, reducing his combat effectiveness by at least 50%. Lizzie, the stunning beauty, felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight, her mind lamenting, are all humans in District 20 this formidable? Engaging without using a quinqua, they could openly confront ghouls. No, what unfolded before her was not a confrontation but a one-sided massacre. Lizzie's foremost thought now was to flee, yet a pair of sharp, cold eyes were already fixed upon her. Where do you think you're going, Kamishiro Lizzie? Chapter 4. Lizzie's despair perceiving Su Xiao's gaze, Li stiffened, her eyes fixed on him, not daring to look away for even a moment. At that moment, Zanlongshan in Su Xiao's hand had already sunk deeply into Gecko's head, piercing through the eye socket and protruding from the back of his skull. Even so, Gecko was still alive, demonstrating the tenacity of the Linha ghouls. Having his Kagun severed and an arm amputated by Su Xiao, Gecko was essentially devoid of combat power, hence the blade piercing through his head. No. Impossible. How can a human be so powerful? Gecko convulsed, his thoughts muddled by the damage to his brain. Su Xiao tightened his grip on the hilt and drew Zanlongshan horizontally. A gruesome scene unfolded as the sharp blade cleaved through Gecko's skull, emerging from his temple. Gecko's head was cleaved open, and he collapsed with a thud, ichor oozing from his eye socket in a ghastly manner. Being impaled through the head and having one's head cleaved open are two different concepts. Although Gecko's vitality was tenacious, he would soon perish without consuming human flesh. Su Xiao was somewhat aware of the ghoul's resilience. In the original story, the gourmet, Jukiyama, had half his head blown off by Tuka, yet miraculously survived by consuming his own flesh and blood. With a flash of the blade, Gecko's head fell to the ground, his blood-stained white mask shattering. Su Xiao knew that Gecko was an important character in the original story, serving to advance the plot. Without Gecko, Kaneki Kin's growth would be much slower, but what did that matter to him? He was here to complete missions and become stronger with the aid of the paradise of reincarnation, not to fawn over characters from the original story. If Kaneki Kin were to appear before Su Xiao after becoming stronger, he would still strike him down with a blade. The current Kaneki Kin wasn't even worth killing. You have slain the S-class ghoul, Amori Yakumo. Amori Yakumo is a key character in the plot. You have obtained 5. 2 of the world's origin. You have now obtained a total of 5. 2 of the world's origin. Your talent, Soul Eater, has been activated, permanently increasing your mana by 10 points. Your current mana is 163 points. After killing Gecko, a green treasure chest floated from his body. Only contractors could see this green treasure chest. At that moment, the dozen or so contractors in the distance were greedily eyeing the green treasure chest. Had it not been for Su Xiao, they would have swarmed forward long ago. What? Do you want this treasure chest? If you do, you can come and get it. Su Xiao gazed at the contractors with a smile. If he wasn't afraid of Li's Kamishiro escaping, he would have begun clearing the field long ago. In truth, Li's had long wanted to flee. But Gecko had died too quickly, slain by Su Xiao in a single exchange, a total of 4 strikes. The first strike severed the Kagun, the second amputated the arm, the third pierced the head, and the fourth decapitated him. It wasn't that Li's didn't want to run, but she simply didn't have the chance. Don't misunderstand. We have no other intentions. Hanyu was the first to state, leading his men to retreat slowly. The other contractors did the same. The little Lolita, Hiroko, hesitated for a moment before retreating with Hanyu. Although she had once conducted a transaction with Su Xiao, they had no real friendship. From Su Xiao's ruthless fighting style, one could tell that he was by no means a soft-hearted person. The contractors began to retreat, but they didn't leave immediately, observing the situation from a safe distance. Now, it's your turn. Su Xiao flicked Zanlongshan, shaking off the remnants of Gecko's body tissue. The blade gleamed with a snowy light. After several battles, Su Xiao had discovered that Zanlongshan was a formidable weapon. Although it was only white equipment, its rating was very high, reaching the limit for white equipment, 10 points. This made him realize that fully rated equipment was generally quite good, even if it was white equipment. One could imagine that if it were fully rated green or blue equipment, its attributes would be off the charts. As for higher level equipment, Su Xiao had never heard of it. But one thing was certain, higher level equipment must exist. Su Xiao, radiating murderous intent, caused Li's to take 2 steps back. The Great Eater looked somewhat pitiful at that moment. If Li's wiped the blood off her face, Su Xiao would be the quintessential villain, bullying a frail woman. But Li's was not a frail woman. She was a flesh-eating ghoul. No matter how beautiful, she was still a ghoul. Don't come any closer. We have no animosity, do we? How about you let me go? Li's resorted to the most helpless method, parley. Gecko's headless corpse still lay on the ground. A frontal battle was clearly out of the question. Su Xiao stowed away the green treasure chest that Gecko had dropped, smiling as he looked at Li's. Let you go? What's in it for me? Li's hesitated for a moment, a flash of murderous intent in her eyes. But in the end, she gave him a flirtatious glance. Upon witnessing this scene, the numerous contractors in the distance felt extremely unbalanced. To them, Li's Kamishiro was an existence akin to a boss, yet in front of Su Xiao, she was actually resorting to selling herself for survival. How unfair was that? Unfair? They only saw Su Xiao's current strength. Back in the world of pirates, Su Xiao had struggled every step of the way. In a world swarming with monsters, assassinating the king of a country was an incredibly difficult task. Su Xiao's true strength now far exceeded his level 2 rating, which was why he was able to trounce an S-class ghoul. Moreover, in Su Xiao's view, the world was inherently unfair. The only fair thing was that everyone would die. Su Xiao looked at Li's with interest, slowly walking towards her. Li's hesitated for a moment before also walking towards Su Xiao, but she didn't retract her Kagun. Li's was confident in her appearance. She had used her beauty to seduce countless men, but those men had all met a tragic end, becoming her meal. 5 meters. 3 meters, 1 meter. Su Xiao raised his left hand, gently stroking Li's cheek. The skin of a ghoul was very tough, but Li's cheek was exceptionally smooth. The 4 crimson Kaguns behind Li's gradually gathered power, their surfaces emitting a red glow, ready to strike. Die! The 4 Kaguns suddenly erupted, stabbing towards Su Xiao's back like 4 iron hooks in a ring. Poochie! The sound of a sharp weapon entering flesh echoed as the long blade in Su Xiao's hand pierced through Li's chest. Li's crimson eyes gradually widened, filled with cruelty, madness, and a hint of fear of death. I knew it. Lise gave a miserable smile, looking helplessly at the long blade that had pierced her. Zan Longshan had directly pierced through Lise's heart, the tip of the blade stained with blood. A man like you is indeed not so easily seduced. It hurts. The excruciating pain of the burning RC cells surged through her as Lise bent over. Su Xiao held the hilt with one hand, pressing the back of the blade with the other, and pushed it violently to the side. Zan Longshan sliced through Lise's chest like a hot knife through butter, exiting from under her armpit. Splash! A large amount of blood splattered on the ground as Lise's body went limp, her cocoon dissipating into the air. She leaned weakly towards Su Xiao. From beginning to end, Su Xiao's eyes held no lust. To be seduced by a woman in battle was simply idiotic beyond belief. Just then, the paradise of reincarnation actually gave Su Xiao a warning. Warning: Hunter is attempting to kill a key plot character, Lise Kamishiro. Please extract the cocoon from her body before she dies, to ensure the continuation of the plot. Su Xiao nodded. This was expected. With a thud, Lise collapsed at Su Xiao's feet, breathing heavily, her blood spreading across the white tiles. Su Xiao crouched down, his long blade wavering hesitantly above Lise. He wasn't sure exactly where her cocoon was located, but according to information from the original story, it should be near the kidneys. Su Xiao brazenly inflicted a wound upon Li Shi's smooth abdomen, then plunged his left hand into her body, groping within. A pained groan escaped Li Shi's lips as she cast a fearful glance at Su Xiao. To her, the man before her seemed deranged, intent on ravaging her before taking her life. Hey, don't handle a girl's body so carelessly. It could lead to misunderstandings, a feminine voice echoed. Emerging from the dark corridor behind Su Xiao were several figures. At the forefront stood a petite individual, wrapped in bandages and clad in loose pink attire, complete with a hood. Due to the binding, Su Xiao could not discern the person's features. Chapter 5. The rebellious youth. The sudden appearance of several individuals caused Su Xiao to pause in his actions. Despite searching for quite some time, he could not locate the Kakuja within Rise's body. As he withdrew his left hand from her abdomen, Rise's body visibly trembled, lying flat on the ground in a somewhat ruined state. Should Rise manage to escape, Su Xiao would undoubtedly become her shadow. The newcomers were not insignificant characters. From Su Xiao's recollection, the bandaged little girl was the leader of the group, the one-eyed king, Eye Patch Ado. Ado, who usually went by the pseudonym Takatsuki-san, masqueraded as a novelist, blending into human society. As a rare one-eyed ghoul in this world, her strength was unquestionable. Although not the pinnacle among SSS-grade ghouls, she was certainly formidable. Accompanying Ado were several others: the SSS-grade ghoul, Mitsuki, the SS-grade ghoul, Noro, and the S-grade ghoul, Ayato Kurishima. Mitsuki donned a red mask and a white trench coat that obscured half of his face, rendering his appearance indistinguishable. Noro was wrapped even more thoroughly, with no exposed skin save for his hands. Ayato, too, wore a mask, his crimson eyes glaring defiantly at Su Xiao. The objective of this quartet was unmistakable: to capture Rise Kamishiro. The earlier appearance of the gecko was also aimed at seizing Rise. Release her, or face death, Mitsuki stated in a tone devoid of menace, yet his Kagun had already manifested behind him. The headless corpse of the gecko lay nearby. While they did not underestimate Su Xiao, they were not intimidated either. Having defeated 2 S-grade ghouls, Su Xiao's prowess was evident. But the ghouls speculated that perhaps he had merely taken advantage of their prior conflict. Looks like fortune is on my side today. Su Xiao wiped the blood from his left hand onto Rise's clothing, choosing to disregard her for the moment, until he extracted the Kakuja from Rise's body. She could not perish. The potential repercussions in the alternate world were risks he was unwilling to take. This was explicitly warned against by the Reincarnation Paradise beforehand. With an SSS-grade ghoul and 2 SS-grade ghouls present, Su Xiao felt the weight of pressure. As for Ayato Kurishima, he was dismissed entirely. Su Xiao was confident in his ability to contend with S-grade ghouls. As for the SS-grade, he believed he could manage as well. However, he had yet to engage with an SSS-grade ghoul, so he held off on making a definitive judgment. Whether he could eliminate those before him remained to be tested. Even if he were outmatched, he had faith in his ability to escape. He was certain they could not detain him. With dragon/angled toward the ground, Su Xiao stepped forward toward the group of ghouls. In the distance, many contractors shared a singular thought: Su Xiao had lost his mind. How could he confront the top-tier strength of Takatsuki's son head-on, especially in the presence of other ghouls? The contractors hesitated no longer, fleeing in disarray, unwilling to remain as spectators. Should Su Xiao fall, their lives would be forfeit. Yet, should he prevail, he could still find himself in peril. The ghouls noticed the fleeing contractors, but merely cast a cursory glance before disregarding them. Ayato, eliminate him, Mitsuki commanded. His status within the group granting him the authority to order Ayato to kill Xiao. Although Ayato did not openly contest Mitsuki's command, he let out a huff, displaying his displeasure. Human, I am in a good mood today, so I will grant you the opportunity to vanish from my sight. While the ghouls speculated on Xiao's potential strength, they did not pay him much mind. The primary reason for their underestimation lay in Xiao's lack of a quinqua. He wielded only a long blade. Xiao remained silent, continuing his deliberate advance. The disdain of his adversaries did not concern him. It was, in fact, a form of advantage. TCH, since you seek death, I shall oblige. Ayato's Kagun manifested, an irregularly shaped wing appearing on his left flank. This wing was his Kagun, known as Kagun, Ryu. The defining traits of a Ryu ghoul included swift speed and explosive power, often with long-range capabilities. Yet they possessed a notable flaw, a lack of endurance. Should they fail to swiftly dispatch their opponent in the early stages of combat, they would typically falter. Though Ayato exhibited a degree of arrogance, he was not foolish. Recognizing Xiao's evident prowess in close combat, he refrained from closing the distance. As Ayato's Kagun unfurled, a barrage of densely packed, blood-red crystal projectiles hurtled towards Xiao. With the sound of slicing air, it became clear that these crystalline projectiles were formidable. Xiao halted, his obsidian gaze fixated on the speeding crimson crystals. With his acute focus, the rapid projectiles gradually slowed in his perception, his agility enhancing his dynamic vision. With swift, fluid motions, he executed a series of slashes with his long blade, leaving trails of white light in the air. The projectiles that had raced toward him shattered into countless fragments. Ayato was taken aback, astonished that Xiao had effortlessly neutralized his assault. In that fleeting moment of surprise, Xiao accelerated, closing the distance to Ayato in mere strides. So fast, Ayato's pupils constricted instinctively as he attempted to retreat, already poised to leap back. Yet his feet had yet to leave the ground. Could he truly evade Xiao at such close quarters? Certainly not. Xiao leaped forward, delivering a powerful kick to Ayato's shin. Although the bone was hard, it was not invulnerable. The sickening sound of fracturing bone echoed as Ayato's shin splintered, bending grotesquely, even protruding through the skin. Ayato let out a piercing scream, his momentum shattered as he stumbled backward. A smile crept onto Xiao's lips as he mercilessly swung his blade toward Ayato's throat. This was Xiao's combat style. If he chose to strike, he aimed directly for the enemy's vital points. Before Xiao's blade could reach Ayato's throat, Ayato felt a sharp prick at his neck. Should he be struck, death would be inevitable. Regret washed over him. He had been too reckless, failing to maintain due vigilance against an unknown foe. Just as he prepared to meet his demise, a thick Kagun interposed itself between him and Xiao. It was a robust Kagun, resembling a set of fangs at its tip, belonging to Noro. Xiao's strike was not easily thwarted. Noro's Kagun was cleaved in half, and Xiao's blade embedded deeply within. Xiao exerted more force, but the sensation was akin to slicing through a rubber tire, resulting in minimal damage. The blue energy of blue steel shadow surged into the wound of Noro's Kagun, causing Noro to grunt in response as he quickly retracted his Kagun. Xiao was aware of Noro's capabilities. He was formidable, his entire physique closely resembling that of his Kagun, granting him near-immortal regenerative abilities. Ayato, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for air, believing he was doomed the moment Xiao had drawn his blade. No one dared to underestimate the smiling Xiao now. Mitsuki and the others approached, forming a tight encirclement around him. Chapter 6. Adversary. Regrettably, what he had anticipated to be yet another treasure chest turned out to be a grim reality. Xiao lightly tapped the ground with the blade of his long sword, his bare torso stained with large patches of crimson. This blood belonged to the stunningly beautiful Rise, whom he had previously wounded by slicing open her abdomen, causing a profuse spillage of blood. "E.T., hold him back," came the low voice of Donato, among the camphor trees. He was one of the few who knew Takatsuki-san's true identity. "You all take Rise and leave." Takatsuki-san gazed intently at Xiao, her expression heavy with significance. Donato furrowed his brow. "Is it necessary?" "It is essential. This human is nothing short of a monster." Takatsuki-san removed her upper garment, revealing that her entire body was wrapped in bandages, clearly preparing for a fierce battle against Xiao. Understood, we shall depart, Ayato Noro. Donato no longer hesitated. With Kiryu Ayato present, Takatsuki's son could not reveal her true form. As for Noro, he too was aware of Takatsuki-sen's identity, being her adoptive father. Are we really going to flee like this? This guy has already killed a gecko. Kiryu Ayato, in immense pain, expressed his displeasure, recalling how Xiao had nearly killed him earlier. Donato remained silent, merely observing Kiryu Ayato, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze. Finally, Ayato huffed disdainfully and turned his head away. Crash! The sound of shattering glass drew everyone's attention. It was Rise, having recovered somewhat, electing to escape through the window. The drop was several meters high, and in her desperate state, she chose to leap. While the camphor tree would catch her, her fate would not be pleasant. And if Xiao caught her, death was certain. Hence, Rise opted to jump. Boom! A loud crash resonated from below, accompanied by the blaring of car alarms. Xiao disregarded the others, hastening to the window just in time to catch sight of the tattered Rise. Though she had sustained significant injuries from the fall, she managed to escape some distance away, quickly vanishing into a dark alley. She escaped. The prey had slipped from his grasp. The smile on Xiao's face gradually faded as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his dragon-slaying flash, the sound echoing ominously. It seems we have provoked this individual. Kiryu Ayato felt an involuntary chill creep up his spine, instinctively retreating, though the intense pain in his leg caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Xiao's cold gaze swept across the remaining individuals, veins bulging on his forehead. Even if he could not eliminate Rise, acquiring her Kakuja would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. However, with the appearance of the camphor tree to disrupt his plans, the bounty had jumped out of the window. She has fled. Now you shall take her place, Ayato. Upon uttering Ayato's name, the expressions of the three present shifted dramatically, while only Kiryu Ayato appeared confused, hearing that name for the first time. Take them away. Takatsuki-sen's voice was frigid, no longer retaining its youthful lilt. Noro's Kakuja erupted behind him, the fangs at its tip grasping Kiryu Ayato. Noro, what are you doing? Let me go? Ayato struggled futilely, the disparity in strength too great to overcome. Noro leaped through the window previously shattered by Rise, evidently pursuing her. Do you need assistance? Donato, wary of Xiao's formidable power, was witnessing such a strong, pure human for the first time. Ghouls possess an acute sense of smell, even surpassing that of most animals. Through the scent emanating from Xiao, Donato discerned that he was a pure human, astonishingly so. In the world of ghouls, ordinary humans typically contain a small amount of RC cells, which ghouls use to determine whether others are human or ghoul based on the density of these cells. Yet, Xiao bore no trace of RC cells whatsoever. No need, you pursue Rise. She is of utmost importance to me, among the selected targets. She is the most exceptional. After Kiryu Ayato was forcibly taken away, Takatsuki-sen no longer concealed her true voice. The CCG is approaching. My subordinates cannot hold them off much longer. We must act swiftly. Donato leapt from the window, leaving only Xiao and Takatsuki's son in the room. Who are you, and how do you know my true name? Although Takatsuki's son was 25, her stature was diminutive, standing at around 1.50 meters. Her Kakuja began to stir. As the one-eyed king, she possessed 10 Kakuja within her. With the emergence of her Kakuja, the bandages wrapped around her body loosened, particularly those on her chest, which slipped away, exposing large swathes of delicate skin, fully revealing her feminine features. Takatsuki's son paid no mind to this, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao. Byakuya. Xiao's succinct reply momentarily stunned Takatsuki. Senator what? Xiao remained silent, his muscles subtly tensing in preparation for battle. A multitude of Kakuja enveloped Takatsuki's son, blood-red energy swirling around her, quickly obscuring her true form from Xiao's view. Before him stood a monstrous entity, towering at least 2.5 meters, with pale claws gripping the ground, and a mass of spiny Kakuja blooming like a grotesque flower from her back, embodying both formidable defense and offense. At this moment, Takatsuki's son had transcended the realm of ordinary ghouls. She had transformed into a Kakuja. The transition to a Kakuja was a brutal process, necessitating the consumption of numerous other ghouls to achieve such a state. Takatsuki's son herself was unaware of how many powerful ghouls she had devoured to attain her current form. In her Kakuja form, Takatsuki's son opened her maw, releasing a plume of crimson mist. Ha ha ha, I've never encountered a human as pure as you. You must be incredibly delectable. Takatsuki-san's demeanor shifted dramatically, her tone tinged with madness. The mental state of a kakuja is often unstable when inundated with RC cells. The inherently violent nature of these cells can profoundly affect a ghoul's mind. Although Takatsuki-san had learned to control her emotions, her personality had become markedly more unrestrained. Xiao grew vigilant. If the pressure he felt from the previous Takatsuki-san was a mere 5, it had now escalated to at least 13. Taking a deep breath, Xiao steadied himself, reminding himself that he must not let anger cloud his judgment in battle. Her strength had significantly increased, and her personality had undergone considerable transformation. Rather than charging directly at her, Xiao opted to sidestep. Circling around Takatsuki's senator each time he moved a certain distance away, she would pivot, maintaining her focus on him. Feigning an advance, Takatsuki-san raised her claws, poised to strike. Yet, Xiao abruptly halted, executing a feint before resuming his watchful stance. Impatient, Takatsuki-san unleashed a roar and lunged at Xiao on all fours. Though her speed as a kakuja was not particularly swift, her imposing presence was akin to that of an armored vehicle. A gust of wind rushed toward him. Upon reaching Xiao, Takatsuki-san stood upright, her pale claw aiming for his head. Xiao leaned aside, the sharp claw grazing past his ear, the accompanying gust ruffling his dark hair. Just as he evaded Takatsuki-san's claw, the kakuja extending from her shoulder, resembling a sword, swung toward him. With no chance to evade, Xiao opted to counter. With both hands gripping his sword, he struck at Takatsuki-san's kakuja. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed, shattering the tiles beneath them, dust swirling into the air. The immense force transmitted through the blade caused Xiao's expression to shift, but the ensuing situation left him astonished. The blue glimmering surface of dragon-slaying flash shimmered as the unique energy transformed from the Qing steel shadow surged into Takatsuki-san's body. With a cry of pain, Takatsuki-san instinctively retreated. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao did not hesitate. With a swift motion, he severed one of Takatsuki-san's claws. The loss of her supporting claw caused her body to topple to the side. Xiao struck again, this time aiming for her back, shattering a large portion of her kakuja, which disintegrated into countless sparkling fragments that glimmered ominously in the air. The crimson shards, suspended in the atmosphere, created a hauntingly beautiful spectacle. In the face of such devastating injury, Takatsuki-san was filled with rage. Ignoring the agonizing burn of her RC cells, she lunged at Xiao with her remaining claw, aiming for his abdomen. Xiao quickly leaped back, but was slightly delayed, resulting in several deep claw marks appearing on his lower abdomen, blood dripping to the ground. His reflexes had been remarkably swift. Had he been any slower, his intestines might have been ripped out. Breathing heavily, Takatsuki-san braced herself with one claw, finding the man before her, known as Bai Yi, to possess an aura of sharpness and agility. She realized she could not continue the fight. The sudden pain coursing through her body had placed her at a disadvantage. Takatsuki-san hastily made her way to the window, and Xiao, unwilling to let her escape, pressed his hand against his wound while clutching his blade, following closely behind. In a graceful leap, Takatsuki-san vaulted from the building. Xiao halted, standing by the window with his weapon drawn, coldly observing her. As she hung in the air, she turned her head, and the kakuja on her head split open, revealing half of her pale cheek. Strangely, she smiled at Xiao. Though his strength and agility were considerable, Xiao refrained from jumping after her. The risk of injuring his legs from a drop of several meters was too great. The sheer number of ghouls from the bronze tree today, combined with the unfavorable terrain, made it impossible for him to pursue Takatsuki-san further. Just as he resigned himself to leave, he spotted a man in a suit nearby, holding a metallic case. The suited man, with his mouth slightly agape, stared blankly at him. Ayato Kirishima? Xiao's recent encounter with the one-eyed king had not gone unnoticed, leaving Ayato momentarily stunned. Chapter 7. Beautiful as a flower. Fierce as a wolf. After the complete withdrawal of the members of the bronze tree, the battle subsided. Xiao sheathed the Dragon Slayer flash and picked up his discarded shirt, draping it over his shoulder. During his confrontation with Takatsuki Izumi, he had suffered a 12 loss in health, and blood continued to flow from his abdomen, causing his health to gradually decline. Xiao was also mindful of Takatsuki Izumi's health bar. His previous 2 strikes had likely caused her to lose over 10 of her health. It must be said that the vitality of ghouls is indeed astonishing. In her ghoul form, Takatsuki Izumi's physical attributes were at least 15 points or higher. If one were to compare attributes, Takatsuki Izumi would undoubtedly surpass Su Xiao, yet when it comes to combat prowess, the comparison becomes rather difficult. In Su Xiao's perspective, while Takatsuki Izumi had considerable combat experience, her fighting skills left much to be desired, as she relied heavily on brute strength. This was also the reason why she could dominate S-class ghouls. Ghouls tend to charge recklessly into battle, overpowering their enemies through sheer force. Otherwise, the CCG's investigators would not stand a chance against ghouls. The CCG investigators are merely ordinary humans with exceptional physical qualities, fighting ghouls through skill and intellect. Though there are exceptions, the appearance of Arima Kanado signified that the CCG had surrounded the area, presenting an excellent opportunity to join the CCG. After sheathing the Dragon Slayer flash, Su Xiao approached Arima Kanado slowly. Halt! Arima Kanado bellowed, simultaneously pressing a button on the handle of his briefcase, which underwent a dramatic transformation as something within rapidly expanded. As the briefcase landed, a uniquely shaped weapon appeared in Arima Kanado's hands, a long metal staff wrapped with a ring of kakuja. This peculiar weapon intrigued Su Xiao. Could one truly fight with such a device? Who are you? A ghoul? A human? Arima Kanado gripped his weapon tightly, warily observing Su Xiao, who had previously chased down the one-eyed owl, Takatsuki Izumi, provoking the first-class investigator's caution. Have you ever seen a ghoul fight with a sword? Su Xiao placed a hand on the hilt at his waist, continuing to advance towards Arima Kanado. Just as Arima Kanado was about to speak, Su Xiao interjected. No need to be nervous. If I wanted you dead, you would already be so. A flash of white light passed as the Dragon Slayer flash was drawn, poised directly against Arima Kanado's neck. Gulp. Arima Kanado swallowed hard, disbelief etched on his face. Su Xiao's speed in drawing the blade was simply too swift. As I said, there is no need to be anxious. Su Xiao sheathed the Dragon Slayer flash and patted Arima Kanado on the shoulder. A profound sense of defeat welled up within Arima Kanado. Had Su Xiao been a ghoul, his head would have rolled. Hey, what? Arima Kanado looked at Su Xiao with confusion. Is the CCG in need of personnel? The ghoul lying over there can serve as a welcoming gift for joining the CCG. At that moment, Arima Kanado noticed the headless corpse of the gecko. This is S-class ghoul, Jason. He dashed forward, recognizing the ghoul from the CCG's files. You still haven't answered my question. Su Xiao retrieved some medical bandages from his storage space, wiping away the blood from his abdominal wound before hastily bandaging it. Arima Kanado hesitated for a moment, but he knew this was an opportunity. Su Xiao's ability to hunt the one-eyed owl spoke volumes of his formidable strength. There were no more than 2 individuals within the CCG capable of such feats. Joining the CCG required strict assessments, but given your circumstances, as long as you can prove you are not a ghoul, joining should pose no issue. Upon receiving a definitive answer, a smile crept onto Su Xiao's face. His greatest fear was the cumbersome process of joining the CCG, as he had limited time for his main quest. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as an elderly man with long white hair and a briefcase rushed into the room. The old man not only had a head full of white hair, but also possessed one large eye and one small eye, his movements somewhat erratic, exuding a sense of illness. Where is it? It must be here. The owl. The newcomer was Arima Kanado's superior, the first-class investigator, Kanu Wataru. Once a righteous ghoul investigator known for his humility, Kanu Wataru's demeanor drastically changed following the death of his wife at the hands of a ghoul, which he witnessed firsthand as she was devoured alive. Since then, he had developed a profound hatred for ghouls and became obsessed with crafting quinquas. Despite this, Kanu Wataru treated his fellow investigators fairly, as evidenced by his earnest mentorship of Arima Kanado. Mr. Kanu, you've arrived. Arima Kanado approached, whispering something to Kanu Wataru. Moments later, Kanu Wataru's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at Su Xiao. He swiftly approached Su Xiao, his movements remarkably agile, and began sniffing around him like a canine. Human, it cannot be mistaken. The scent of those beasts, I shall never forget it. Upon confirming Su Xiao's humanity, Kanu Wataru became exceedingly enthusiastic. Hello, I am Kanu Wataru. Did you truly engage in combat with the one-eyed owl? His eyes burned with anticipation, as if aflame. Seeing the fervor in Kanu Wataru's gaze, Su Xiao sighed. It was a look he was all too familiar with, one he had once shared. Hatred, an all-consuming hatred. Yes, I faced him. The terrain was somewhat disadvantageous, allowing him to escape. A pity, a laugh, both sickly and neurotic, erupted from Canoe Wataru. You wish to join the CCG? Come with me. I shall vouch for you. At this moment, Canoe Wataru cared little for Su Xiao's background or identity. He would sacrifice anything, even his life, for the chance to eliminate the one-eyed owl. Mr. Canoe, please remain calm. Arima Kanado placed a hand on Canoe Wataru's shoulder, allowing him a moment to collect himself before nodding in agreement. May I ask your name? Arima Kanado inquired, a smile directed towards Su Xiao. Shiroya. And your background? Su Xiao's silence left Arima Kanado feeling somewhat helpless. How about this, Mr. Shiroya? You have sustained injuries from your previous battle with the Ghoul. We have a medical vehicle downstairs. As for joining the CCG, we can discuss it further at the branch in District 20. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao eventually nodded, following Arima Kanado downstairs. Canoe Wataru had already noticed the gecko's corpse and hoisted it over his shoulder, descending alongside the two. At this time, downstairs, over a dozen vehicles had already gathered. Sirens blaring, red and blue lights flashing. The CCG likely received reports from the public regarding the presence of ghouls, prompting the dispatch of 2 ghoul investigators. The police present were merely responsible for evacuating nearby civilians. In the face of ghouls, they possessed no combat capability. In the rear of a medical vehicle, Su Xiao sat bare-chested on a makeshift hospital bed, while a beautiful young nurse meticulously tended to his wounds. The timid voice of the nurse broke the silence as Su Xiao glanced sideways. The wound is quite deep. Perhaps we should use a small amount of anesthetic, otherwise. No need. Anesthetics will impair my reflexes. Just stitch it up directly. The nurse hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Despite her delicate beauty and timid demeanor, it was evident from Su Xiao's occasional winces that she was quite skilled in her task. Chapter 8. Unforeseen designs. Following the bandaging of his wound, Su Xiao was drenched in perspiration. The comely nurse cast a timid glance at Su Xiao before procuring some anti-inflammatory medication for him. Both the wound care and the pharmaceuticals were provided gratis, not out of any personal interest on the nurse's part, but as a prerogative of the CCG. Even high-ranking investigators possessed the authority to mobilize the police to evacuate civilians. Mr. Baiyi, shall we depart? We can deliberate your induction into the CCG at a nearby branch, suggested one of the CCG members. No problem, Su Xiao acquiesced. Accompanied by Kuriomato, the trio journeyed by car to the 20th Ward CCG branch. Half an hour later, Su Xiao arrived before a majestic edifice. This was merely one of the CCG's outposts, yet it occupied a substantial area within Naruma. In the ghoul world, the CCG stood as the bulwark against ghouls, their status akin to that of guardian deities in the eyes of the populace. Indeed, were it not for the CCG's relentless extermination of ghouls, humanity would face extinction within a century. Ghouls, creatures of immense power without natural predators, subsisted solely on humans. With their numbers proliferating unchecked, the demise of humanity was a foregone conclusion. Were ghouls to outnumber humans by a mere 2-to-1, mankind would be eradicated within a month. However, the situation in the 20th Ward was quite the contrary. Humans thrived in the daylight, while ghouls skulked in the shadows, concealing their identities. This was largely attributable to the CCG's efforts. Despite its merits, the CCG harbored considerable internal flaws, but Su Xiao remained unconcerned. His motives for joining the CCG were solely to facilitate the execution of his plan. Though it was the witching hour, the CCG branch blazed with light. Upon entering, one was greeted by a sizable security checkpoint. Passage into the CCG branch necessitated traversing this portal. This was, in essence, not a conventional security gate, but rather an RC cell detection portal. Ghouls possessed RC cell counts several times, if not hundreds of times, greater than those of ordinary humans, rendering them incapable of passing through undetected. However, some exceptionally puissant ghouls had mastered the manipulation of their RC cells, circumventing the detection portal through specialized techniques. Su Xiao strode through the RC cell detection portal with an unperturbed countenance. Beep. A green light illuminated, eliciting a sigh of relief from Katoru Amon, who was trailing behind. Shortly thereafter, Su Xiao was escorted by Amon to a conference chamber. Mr. Baiyi, please wait here, Amon said before exiting the chamber. Upon his return, Amon carried a laptop. Its screen displayed a bleary-eyed visage. Amon positioned the laptop before Su Xiao, and the individual on the screen spoke. Is this the intrepid individual who single-handedly repelled the one-eyed king? Recognizing the person in the video, Su Xiao identified him as Takatsuki, one of the CCG's 7 special class investigators. Amon had directly contacted the CCG's upper echelons. Such preferential treatment was unheard of for ordinary CCG recruits. However, Su Xiao's singular feat of driving back Ito Yoshimura was deemed too remarkable to be ignored by the CCG. That is I, Su Xiao affirmed. Silence ensued. Your induction into the CCG necessitates an evaluation, Marud said. Su Xiao's brow furrowed. Perceiving his reaction, Marud continued, we are yet to ascertain your identity. Headquarters is currently compiling your records overnight. Should no anomalies arise, and following a combat proficiency assessment, I can make an exception and admit you into the CCG. Tonight, you shall reside at the 20th Ward branch, with all expenses covered. Su Xiao was somewhat perplexed. He had been transported to the Ghoul world by the paradise of reincarnation, and in all likelihood, lacked legitimate identification. This raised questions. If acquiring legal documentation was a prerequisite, the main quest's difficulty would be unduly elevated. He had encountered Rise Kamishiro upon his arrival in the derivative world, followed swiftly by the appearance of CCG personnel. He had been afforded no time to fabricate an identity. The paradise of reincarnation would not issue an unachievable quest. There must be a shortcut. Paradise, is it possible to fabricate an identity? Su Xiao mused inwardly. Unexpectedly, the paradise of reincarnation promptly presented several options. Identity, martial arts instructor in a certain region, cost 50 paradise coins. Identity, Ghoul, cost 100 paradise coins. Identity, family member of a Ghoul investigator, deceased, cost 100 paradise coins. Beneath these 3 options lay a multitude of others, varying in the paradise coins required. This was likely a prerequisite for joining a particular faction. Setting aside the difficulty of joining the CCG, most contractors were human, rendering accession to the Ghoul ranks an insurmountable task. However, with the paradise of reincarnation's disguise capabilities, matters became considerably simpler. Joining a faction was merely the initial main quest, devoid of any rewards, and thus not unduly challenging. Su Xiao judiciously selected family member of a Ghoul investigator, deceased, an identity specifically tailored for joining the CCG. Hunter's selection complete. Paradise coins will be deducted automatically. With a legitimate identity and Su Xiao's inherent combat prowess, joining the CCG was no longer an impediment. Very well. I shall await your response, but make haste, Su Xiao said. Marud nodded, forcing a smile despite his fatigued expression. His roguish grin suggested that he was not one for rigid adherence to protocol. The video terminated, and Amon ceased his wariness towards Su Xiao. After all, they were within the confines of the CCG branch. Su Xiao sighed inwardly. As expected, personal strength was paramount. He recalled his treatment upon joining the guard in the pirate world, a stark contrast to his current situation. Mr. Baiyi, shall we dine together? If all goes as planned, we may be colleagues in the future, Amon said. Su Xiao was also feeling peckish, having expended considerable energy during the battle against a Jirai tree. He accepted Amon's invitation, and the two proceeded toward the cafeteria. In the outskirts of the 20th Ward, a shadowy figure flitted across the withered grass. Assured that they were unobserved, the figure halted. A crimson glow emanated, and swathes of bandages billowed in the wind. At the heart of the bandages, a petite yet curvaceous female figure materialized. It was none other than Ito Yoshimura, who had engaged Su Xiao in combat earlier. Having deactivated her Kakuja state, Ito was visibly weakened, collapsing to the ground. That fellow, what manner of individual is he? His combat experience is too extensive. Ito possessed a cascade of verdant hair, which cascaded smoothly over her shoulders. Her crimson eye lent her an uncanny allure. Should I inform him? This sudden appearance of a human may disrupt the plan. It has been 13 years in the making. It must not be interrupted now. Ito retrieved the bandages from the ground, swathing her alluring form within them. 5 minutes later, Ito had transformed into the diminutive, bandage-clad girl known as Ito. In a tranquil chamber, Su Xiao sat cross-legged upon the bed, immersed in meditation. This had gradually become a habit, for he found himself exceptionally serene during meditation. Today's battle had been fruitful, yielding not only a green treasure chest, but also a clearer understanding of the extinguisher's capabilities. While the extinguisher was nominally designed to counter mages, Su Xiao suspected that its potential extended far beyond that. judging by the fact that the Azure Steel Shadow could incinerate RC cells. The class held far greater promise than he had initially surmised. Not only could it be employed in combat against mages, but the agony inflicted by the burning of energy would also affect other adversaries. Moreover, the Azure Steel Shadow's true damage was exceptionally potent. Had it not been for the excruciating pain inflicted upon Ito Yoshimura by the Azure Steel Shadow, he would not have gained the upper hand so readily. At present, Qing's Steel Shadow is merely at level 1. However, should its skill level rise in the future, a single strike from it would undoubtedly be formidable. Simultaneously, Su Xiao found himself intrigued by the other abilities of the Shadow of Annihilation. Upon awakening from his meditation, Su Xiao retrieved the green treasure chest dropped by the gecko, filled with a sense of anticipation. Chapter 9. Balancing Mechanism. Open treasure chest, green? Yes, no. Opting for the affirmative, several items materialized in Su Xiao's grasp. You have open treasure chest, green, acquiring the following items. Acquired 900 Paradise coins. Acquired Kakaho, S rank. Acquired Shriek of the Wicked Spirit, green. Kakaho, S rank. Origin, Tokyo Ghoul quality. White type. Material rating, 9. Note: white items are rated from 1 to 10, with higher ratings indicating greater value. Description: the Kakaho of Yamori, suitable for equipment forging or transplantation. Transplantation carries a 5 chance of becoming a ghoul, a 94 chance of death, and a 1 chance of unknown mutation. Sale price: 1100 Paradise coins. Shriek of the Wicked Spirit origin, Tokyo Ghoul. 13th Ward Jewelry Store grade, green category. Ring durability, none. Jewelry type equipment has no durability and requires no repair. Equipment requirement: 10 intelligence equipment effect, Shriek, active. Activating this effect grants pain immunity for 20 seconds. During this period, each attack received increases attack speed by 5. Maximum attack speed increase is 50. This bonus is nullified upon Shriek's expiration. Note: Shriek, active, has a 12-hour cooldown. Forced consecutive usage will result in a state of mental disarray. Rating: 21. Note: green equipment is rated from 10 to 30. Green equipment rated 30 will be marked rare and possess additional special attributes. Inscription: let me plunder everything. Price: 2,700 Paradise coins. Holding the ring, Su Xiao ruminated for a moment. While the ring offered no direct stat enhancements, it possessed an exceptional ability: 20 seconds of pain immunity. Though seemingly minor, pain is a significant factor in combat. Intense pain can lead to dulled reactions and, ultimately, defeat. However, permanent analgesia is far from ideal. This temporary pain negation ability is akin to a potent stimulant. The ring empowers him to unleash his peak combat prowess when teetering on the brink of demise. Though lasting only 20 fleeting seconds, its worth is immeasurable. Upon dipping below 10 of total health, one enters a weakened state. Below 5, most beings lose the capacity to resist. Should Su Xiao's health plummet below 5 during battle, he can invoke the ring, momentarily disregarding his body's anguish to engage in a desperate, final stand. Donning the ring, Su Xiao perceived a peculiar energy encircling it. Ready for his command. Activating the equipment's concealment feature, the ring vanished from sight. Su Xiao nodded in contentment, his gaze shifting to the Kakaho in his hand. Yamori's Kakaho. The Kakaho was spherical, about the size of an egg, its surface adorned with crimson striations. Its overall hue was a somber crimson. Its texture was rigid and surprisingly heavy, bearing little resemblance to an organ. It felt more akin to a hardened object. Su Xiao had no intention of transplanting Yamori's Kakaho into his own body. Setting aside the abysmal survival rate, ghouls themselves were not superior beings, making the risk unwarranted. Already possessing a vocation, Su Xiao would not court another lineage. Should the two clash, the probability of death would be exceedingly high. As for the prospect of merging them to engender a more exalted lineage, that was pure fantasy. Survival alone was a blessing. Even if fusion were to occur fortuitously, the union of two disparate abilities would only yield a worthless outcome. Just as the coupling of a tiger and a dog would never produce an elephant. Stowing the Kakaho in his inventory, Su Xiao reasoned that it could be sold even if it served no other purpose. A white material with a rating of 9 commanded a high price within the paradise of reincarnation, especially one suitable for weapon crafting. Many in the marketplace would be eager to acquire it. The contents of the green treasure chest had proven satisfactory. Overall, his luck had been favorable. Having opened several treasure chests, Su Xiao had discerned a pattern. Creatures capable of dropping treasure chests tended to be formidable, while weaker creatures rarely yielded any. However, even with a treasure chest in hand, the acquisition of substantial rewards remained uncertain. With the treasure chests opened, Xiao retired to bed. CCG would respond to him early the next day. In the event of unforeseen complications, Xiao would need to swiftly integrate into the Ghoul faction. Otherwise, the penalty for mission failure would be unbearable. The following morning, around 7 o'clock, a knock echoed on Xiao's door. Bai Yi. Word from headquarters has arrived. It was the voice of Kiriomato. Having already completed his ablutions, Xiao promptly opened the door. Beholding Kiriomato clad in a white robe. Has CCG headquarters approved my application? Indeed. With this affirmation, Xiao felt a sense of assurance. Here are your employment documents and credentials. It seems your father's status as an investigator greatly aided your acceptance into the CCG. Xiao accepted the documents as a notification materialized from the Paradise of Reincarnation. Hunter has completed main quest, 1 faction selection. This quest yields no reward. Subsequent quests unlocked. Main quest, 2 upper-class investigator, difficulty level, LV, 3 quest description. Rapidly ascend the ranks within the CCG to prepare for subsequent quests. Quest information, elevate your status through any means, exterminating ghouls, bribery, or any other stratagem. Quest duration, 20 days. Quest reward, 1 stat point, 1,500 paradise coins. Hunter has successfully joined the CCG. Faction contribution value, enabled. Current position, 3rd class investigator, CCG contribution value 0.50. Eradicating ghouls will yield contribution value. Upon reaching maximum contribution value, promotion is possible. Contribution value can also be used to purchase items within the CCG or to craft quinqua. The subsequent quest had finally materialized. According to previous notifications from the Paradise of Reincarnation, he needed to complete 3 main quests to return to the Paradise of Reincarnation. However, upon successfully joining the CCG, the Paradise of Reincarnation delivered dire tidings. Announcement: a contractor has joined a faction. Contractors are capable of influencing factional balance. Balancing mechanism activated. This announcement was not merely a notification for Xiao, but for all contractors within the Tokyo Ghoul derivative world. With the exception of Xiao, the main quest, 1, for all other contractors had been altered. Instead of choosing a faction, they were now restricted to joining the Ghoul faction. This was a balancing mechanism employed by the Paradise of Reincarnation to prevent any one faction from becoming excessively weak. Xiao's expression darkened. He, too, had received the notification. As matters stood, he was the sole member of the CCG faction, while all other contractors were aligned with the ghouls. He had previously pondered an issue. His identity as a hunter seemed to grant him preferential treatment only within the Paradise of Reincarnation. In derivative worlds, the Paradise of Reincarnation treated everyone impartially. Xiao harbored no resentment. This was, in fact, consistent with the impression he had of the Paradise of Reincarnation, ruthless, frigid, and just. Upon further reflection, he realized that being the sole contractor in the CCG faction was not without its advantages. At least no other contractors would interfere. Bai Yi. The higher-ups have assigned you to the 14th ward. The situation there is complex and demands your strength. Kiriomato wore an expression of regret, as Xiao had not been assigned to the 20th ward. Understood. I have a feeling I will return to the 20th ward before long. Amidst Kiriomato's perplexed gaze, Xiao departed the 20th ward's CCG branch, clutching his employment documents. The 14th ward was adjacent to the 20th ward. When the 14th ward faced excessive pressure, the 20th ward's CCG branch would provide assistance, underscoring the precariousness of the 14th ward. As he prepared to leave the 20th ward, a thought struck Xiao. Should he visit the CAF known as Antiku? After all, it was a gathering place for numerous ghouls. Chapter 10. The young receiver. The bustling streets were alive with the cacophony of honking cars and the chatter of passers-by. Xiao strolled along, a map clutched in his hand. Having arrived in District 14, he had initially intended to visit a CAF named in Ding District, but reconsidered, opting to forego the encounter with its formidable manager. There was no pressing need to confront the manager just yet, although both were SSS-class ghouls. The manager's combat prowess far surpassed that of Takatsuki Izumi, despite the manager's advanced age leading to a decline in fighting capability. Xiao deemed it more prudent to eliminate ghouls in District 14 instead. Soon, Xiao located the CCG branch in District 14. As a third-class investigator, he entered the building without hesitation. It was around 9 a.m., and the office was bustling with investigators, many of whom noticed Su Xiao's unfamiliar face, a testament to the sensitivity ingrained in their profession. "May I inquire about Mr. Shinohara Yukiki?" Su Xiao approached the reception desk, where a young female attendant greeted him. "Are you looking for Mr. Shinohara? May I ask who you are?" She responded with a professional smile and a warm demeanor. "I am the new third-class investigator, Bai Yi. I am here to report for duty today." Su Xiao presented his identification. After verifying his credentials, the attendant made a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Bai Yi. Mr. Shinohara is on the 12th floor in his office. You should hurry. He is about to leave." Retrieving his identification, Su Xiao promptly boarded the elevator. Ascending to the 12th floor, the head of the CCG branch in District 14 was the special investigator Shinohara Yukiki, whom Su Xiao had encountered in the original storyline. Shinohara was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, known for his humility and affable nature. "Come in," came a voice from within the office as Su Xiao knocked on the door. Inside, Shinohara was organizing his quinqua, seemingly preparing to depart. "You're quite early, third class Bai Yi," he remarked, setting aside the quinqua and gesturing for Su Xiao to take a seat as he searched for some documents. "Let me see. Here it is. Bai Chuan's family member, 20 years old, has been honing combat skills since childhood. Combat Power SSS?" Shinohara's gaze widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the document in hand, momentarily doubting his eyes. He had merely heard rumors of a particularly strong third-class investigator being transferred, yet he had not anticipated the immense power that Su Xiao possessed. "Hello, Mr. Shinohara." Su Xiao's presence drew Shinohara's attention back to him, who found it hard to reconcile Su Xiao's unassuming physique with an SSS combat rating. "Greetings, third class Bai Yi. However, before your official appointment, I must conduct a battle assessment." "Of course. When shall we commence?" The main quest, too, granted Su Xiao a generous 20 days, allowing him to relax slightly from his previously taut nerves. In the context of the Ghoul world, while he may not be the strongest, he was certainly not weak. Being transported to a world that was not overly challenging seemed to be a deliberate intention of the Reincarnation Paradise. The pirate world had tested his worthiness to become a hunter, and now the Ghoul world served as a covert reward. After a moment's contemplation, Shinohara replied, "We can proceed now. I can assess you here." With that, he removed his suit jacket and began to loosen his arms. Su Xiao understood Shinohara's intent. It was merely a friendly sparring match. What one hears is often less convincing than what one sees. "I'm ready. Come at me." Su Xiao's demeanor sharpened as he prepared for the assessment. Since this was a spar, Shinohara refrained from using his quinqua, and Su Xiao chose not to employ his dragon slash. The office was relatively small, and with his impressive agility rating of 13, he swiftly closed the distance to Shinohara. Shinohara quickly raised his fists in defense, feeling the pressure of Su Xiao's aura. Without hesitation, Su Xiao struck at Shinohara's forearm. Bang! Shinohara involuntarily staggered back 2 steps, a throbbing pain radiating from his arm. What a powerful punch! As Shinohara retreated, Su Xiao unleashed a flurry of punches targeting Shinohara's shoulders and arms. However, Shinohara, being a special investigator, was no pushover. After enduring a few blows, he shouted and attempted to push Su Xiao back with a powerful sweep of his arms. The two soon engaged in a circle of combat, with Su Xiao's style being agile and fluid, delivering heavy strikes, while Shinohara remained grounded, willing to take hits rather than expose his vulnerabilities. The sounds of their exchanges echoed throughout the room. As they continued to spar, Su Xiao executed a sweeping kick aimed at Shinohara's chest. Shinohara skillfully sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow, but Su Xiao's kick shattered the corner of a nearby desk. Crash! The desk corner flew, causing Shinohara to grimace, yet his determination only intensified. To become a special investigator in the CCG required extraordinary courage, facing formidable ghouls with only one's physical prowess. Just as Su Xiao had sent the desk corner flying, a sudden cry of pain echoed from a distance, interrupting their sparring session. Both turned to see the source of the commotion. What met Su Xiao's eyes was a young boy with a head of white hair. At first glance, he resembled a girl, with a pale face, petite frame, and androgynous attire. "Are you all right, Suzuya?" Shinohara rushed to the boy's side. Concern etched on his face as he noticed the bruise forming on the boy's forehead, a result of the desk corner struck by Su Xiao. "I'm fine. Mr. Shinohara, why did you stop?" "I was just getting started." The boy, known as Suzuya Juzu, was Shinohara's subordinate and, in fact, his ward. Shinohara took great care of Juzu, even in his daily life. Although Juzu's appearance leaned towards femininity, he was originally male, with his current gender being none. Raised by ghouls. Specifically a ghoul named Big Madam, who was an S-class ghoul, Juzu's childhood was marked by trauma. Big Madam, a sadistic pedophile, could not tolerate Juzu's increasingly feminine features as he grew older, thus cruelly mutilating him to halt his transformation into manhood, pushing him further into femininity. It was only during a CCG raid that Juzu was rescued, leading him to become a ghoul investigator. The misfortunes of his childhood endowed Juzu with a peculiar personality, lazy and lacking basic understanding, a blend of victim and aggressor. After examining Juzu's injury, Shinohara confirmed that he was indeed unharmed. Glad to hear you're alright. This is our new colleague, Bai Yi. Please greet him. Shinohara motioned for Juzu to introduce himself to Xiao. Hello there. I'm Suzuya Juzu. Can I cut you? Juzu's unconventional greeting left Shinohara exasperated. The boy bore no ill intent. He simply lacked fundamental social awareness. Ah, you little rascal. Chapter 11. An unreserved high school girl now. Now, we're all colleagues here. Let's maintain a peaceful rapport. Juzo, you mustn't greet colleagues in such a manner. Shinohara Yukinori interjected, standing between the two and attempting to instill basic social graces into the young man. Realizing that his counterpart lacked even rudimentary common sense, Xiao refrained from excessive anger. However, he resolved to discipline the imp at a later juncture. Is that so? My apologies. Juzo Suzuya offered a sincere apology, revealing a contradictory nature. Shinohara-sensei, has the assessment concluded? Shinohara Yukinori, still feeling the numbness in his arms, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, you're now officially a ghoul investigator for the CCG. Shinohara Yukinori's countenance turned grave. Becoming a ghoul investigator entails responsibility, safeguarding ordinary citizens and eradicating those cannibalistic ghouls. This is our primary duty, for which we may be required to make sacrifices, but we shall not falter. As the impassioned discourse commenced, Xiao, though finding it tedious, refrained from displaying any impatience. That's all. If you're mentally prepared, you may now embark on missions. However, third-class investigators are prohibited from operating independently. They must be under the protection of a first-class investigator. Xiao cleared his throat softly. Shinohara-sensei, whom do you believe is capable of safeguarding me? Shinohara Yukinori chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Well, those are the regulations. I'm certain you're capable on your own. And the means are inconsequential as long as the objective is achieved. After considerable deliberation, Shinohara Yukinori nodded in agreement. Xiao hardly required the protection of a first-class investigator. It was more likely that Xiao would be the one providing protection. In that case, I shall provide you with a lead concerning a ghoul. Shinohara Yukinori approached his desk, handing Xiao a file. Xiao perused the contents, which were rather trivial. Reports of strange noises emanating from the sewers, burnt lingerie discovered on clotheslines, and the disappearances of impressionable high school girls. This is our daily routine. Ghouls are remarkably cunning, particularly in the 14th ward, which is neither entirely stable nor chaotic. Eradicating ghouls is no simple feat. The majority of ghouls in the 14th ward are concealed among ordinary people, revealing their true forms only when preying on others. Otherwise, they remain hidden. Ghouls need only hunt once or twice a month to sustain themselves. To eradicate these ghouls, the first step is to locate them. For Xiao, the most challenging aspect of ghoul eradication was the search itself. Once located, matters became considerably simpler. The information you now possess pertains to the whereabouts of a ghoul. Find him and eliminate him. Shinohara Yukinori's expression was solemn, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Understood. Xiao turned to leave the office, recognizing the value of time. Bai Yi, remember to collect your equipment from the logistics department. Those tools will prove invaluable. Xiao paused, nodding before departing. Another taciturn colleague. Alas, what a vexation. Shinohara Yukinori sat behind his desk, gently massaging his forehead. Upon noticing the idiotic grin on Juzo Suzuya's face, Shinohara felt even more burdened. Xiao first proceeded to the logistics department, where, upon presenting his credentials, he received a plethora of tools. An hour later, Xiao arrived alone at a park, settling onto a bench by the roadside. The park boasted verdant foliage, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, while the midday sun scorched the earth. Cicadas buzzed on the tree trunks. Due to the sweltering heat, the park was sparsely populated. Fortunately, Xiao was seated in the shade, which provided some respite. The information provided by Shinohara Yukinori was not particularly detailed, but it provided a general target. Over the past 6 months, numerous disappearances had occurred within this park. The CCG had a clear division of labor, with ordinary investigators responsible for gathering leads, though their combat capabilities were limited. When a lead was relatively concrete and encounters with ghouls were probable, first-class investigators would personally lead their subordinates to investigate, thereby minimizing unnecessary casualties among ordinary investigators. However, despite these precautions, 5 ordinary investigators had vanished within this park. Shinohara Yukinori had been preparing to patrol this park before Su Xiao's arrival. Su Xiao observed the passers-by, but to no avail. Nevertheless, he remained patient. According to Shinohara Yukinori, no disappearances had occurred in this park for the past 2 weeks. The ghoul would soon re-emerge, as this was its hunting ground. Some ghoul behaviors mirrored those of wild animals, such as the delineation of territories, hunting grounds. Disputes over territories could even lead to skirmishes between ghouls. Within 3 days, the ghoul would reappear, and it was likely to be of considerable strength. Certainly not a weakling below A rank. The demise of most ghouls was attributed to their inability to control their hunger, ultimately leading to their discovery by investigators. Success and patience were inextricably linked, and Su Xiao remained seated on the park bench, patiently awaiting the ghoul's return. Time slipped away swiftly, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the tranquil melody of music drifted from afar. A school? Su Xiao gazed at a distant building. Half an hour later, the park grew more crowded with high school students recently dismissed from school. Ghouls typically prayed at night, so Su Xiao prepared to spend the night in the park. Brother, why are you sitting here alone? Feeling lonely? A high school girl in uniform sat beside Su Xiao, her slender legs accentuated by a cool top, a black skirt, and black stockings. Su Xiao was taken aback. Had he encountered the legendary compensated dating high school girl? How unexpectedly unreserved. Silence. TCH, what a dull fellow. Disappointed by Su Xiao's lack of response, the high school girl rose and departed. As night fell, the park's streetlights illuminated the area. Su Xiao, having spent the entire afternoon on stakeout, felt hunger pangs. Just as he was about to rise and seek dinner, he heard a brief scream. The scream was fleeting, lasting only a moment, but he managed to capture it. Su Xiao immediately rose and hastened toward the source of the sound, which emanated from a corner of the park not far from his location. Upon reaching the area, Su Xiao surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing. There was not a soul in sight. He was certain that he had heard the scream, so something must have occurred. After a thorough search, Su Xiao discovered a few drops of blood and half a broken fingernail at the edge of a flower bed. Touching the blood with his finger, he noted that it was cold but not yet congealed, indicating its freshness. Crack, crack. The sound of flesh being torn drifted from the nearby woods. Su Xiao stealthily entered the forest, where a gruesome scene unfolded before him. A victim, whose features were obscured, lay on the ground, while a ghoul feasted on the body. Finding a ghoul was usually a cause for celebration, but Su Xiao frowned. The ghoul before him was not particularly strong, probably only B rank, and its crude feeding method made it unlikely to evade detection by ordinary investigators. Judging by the ghoul's ravenous behavior, Su Xiao surmised the situation. This was likely not the ghoul's hunting ground, but it was so hungry that it had no choice but to take a risk. You cur. Who authorized you to hunt in my domain? Do you have a death wish? A melodious female voice echoed through the forest, and simultaneously, a slender Kagun lashed out at the feeding ghoul. Thud. The ghoul's head flew off, and before it could utter a word, it was decapitated, its face frozen in terror. The wielder of the Kagun emerged from the trees, and Su Xiao was surprised to see that it was the high school girl he had encountered during the day. She was a ghoul. Chapter 12. Ghoul human concealed behind a towering tree. Su Xiao observed as the female high school ghoul meticulously attended to the scene of the carnage. Her proficiency was undeniable. She began by eradicating the extensive bloodstains that marred the ground before proceeding to drag the lifeless bodies. A guttural sound escaped her throat. The high schooler's gaze was riveted upon the human corpse before her, the pangs of hunger gnawing at her insides. This is the last time, she vowed. I shall never again indulge in raw flesh. I am not a beast. Her hand, pale and delicate, reached out towards the cadaver, the crimson fluid staining her skin. Do you intend to feast in my presence? Su Xiao emerged from his arboreal sanctuary. An inexplicable tremor coursed through the ghoul's frame. Her crimson eyes and Kagun receded as she furtively concealed her blood-soaked hand, frantically attempting to cleanse it, her demeanor betraying her apprehension. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" she stammered. "CCG, rank 3 investigator, by Yi." Zanlong flash materialized in Su Xiao's grasp, its gleaming blade catching the moonlight, casting an icy glint. "A CCG investigator," she murmured. "So this day has finally arrived." The high schooler lowered her head, her concealed hand dangling limply, the evidence of her deeds still clinging to her palm. Her Kagun and crimson eyes resurfaced. This ghoul possessed a tail like Kagun, 2 slender appendages, no thicker than fingers, sprouting from the base of her spine. "You have seen my face," she declared. "My name is Chica, and I am the one who will end you." Chica's delicate features contorted into a grotesque mask. Though vestiges of humanity remained, she was, undeniably, a ghoul. "This park is your hunting ground, is it not? Judging by your actions, you lure lustful men. What of the missing female students?" Su Xiao's pointed inquiry ignited Chica's fury. "Those sows, they sell their bodies for a pittance. They possess the privilege of being human, yet they squander it. Why can't they find someone to love and live a peaceful life?" She spat. "Yes, I envy them. I envy their humanity. I tear them to shreds, then boil them and devour them." The prolonged consumption of human flesh had warped the minds of many ghouls, blurring the line between them and the humans they preyed upon. Su Xiao had gleaned the genesis of the matter. The ghoul he sought was none other than Chica. "You have 10 seconds to utter your final words." Chica was taken aback, a mirthless smile playing on her lips. "You are merely a rank 3 investigator. You dare demand my last words? Based on that pathetic blade in your hand? It cannot even scratch me. A truly peculiar epitaph." With that, Su Xiao lunged forward, blade in hand. A cacophony of combat, agonizing shrieks, and desperate cries filled the air. Within a minute, the forest was once again cloaked in silence. Chica lay prostrate, drenched in blood, her Kagun severed, her arms missing. "It hurts so much," she whimpered. "So this is the pain the prey endures when they scream so loudly." Tears welled in Chica's eyes. She was merely a ghoul between A and S rank, effortlessly subdued by Su Xiao's swift strikes. "Are you going to kill me?" Su Xiao remained mute, looming over Chica, Zanlong flash, poised in his hand. "Is it truly a sin to exist as a ghoul?" She mused. Devouring humans raw. It seems retribution has found me. Irrelevant to me. It is merely a task. Farewell." The blade descended, and blood spurted forth. "You have slain the S-rank ghoul, Chica." Chica was a common ghoul. "You have acquired 0.5 world source. You now possess a total of 5.7 world source. Your talent, Soul Devourer, has been activated, permanently increasing your mana by 7 points. Your current mana is 170 points. You have obtained 40 CCG contribution points." Despite her S-rank designation, Chica did not yield a treasure chest. This was not unexpected. The disparity in power between Chica and Su Xiao was too vast. The world source acquired reflected this, indicating Chica's negligible impact on the storyline. The reason the ghoul gecko dropped a green treasure chest was not due to his strength, but because of his close association with the original story. Su Xiao retrieved the CCG's dedicated telephone and contacted the 14th Ward Branch to report the situation before terminating the call. The subsequent proceedings were not his concern. The CCG would dispatch personnel to dispose of Chica's corpse. Once Chica's Kakahu was extracted, he would receive additional contribution points. He could, of course, retain the Kakahu and expend contribution points to transform it into a Quinqua. However, a Quinqua crafted from an S-rank Kakahu would likely be merely a white-grade weapon. Therefore, Su Xiao opted to surrender the Quinqua and obtain 10 contribution points. Consequently, Su Xiao's contribution points tally stood at rank 3 investigator, contribution points 50-50. Elevate position, yes, no. Upon selecting elevation, his rank remained unchanged. The Paradise of Reincarnation issued a notification, awaiting response from CCG headquarters. Estimated time, 3 hours. Promotions were not merely a matter of selection, they required authorization from CCG headquarters. With the influence of the Paradise of Reincarnation, his elevation to rank 2 investigator was assured. Without the Paradise of Reincarnation's intervention, Su Xiao might have languished for years before attaining the rank of senior investigator. This was not contingent upon the number of ghouls he had eradicated, but rather upon seniority. Now, with the Paradise of Reincarnation's influence, the issue of seniority was circumvented. Su Xiao merely needed to relentlessly hunt ghouls. Even so, promotion to senior investigator would not be facile. The CCG's investigators were divided into 6 ranks, from lowest to highest. Rank 3 Investigator, Rank 2 Investigator, Rank 1 Investigator, Senior Investigator, Associate Special Investigator, and Special Investigator. Rank 3 was the weakest, while Special was the strongest. Upon returning to the 14th Ward Branch, Shinohara Yukinori proactively sought out Xiao. The events transpired thus. In short, the ghoul has been eradicated. Are there other ghouls requiring eradication? Xiao recounted the events to Shinohara Yukinori, who nodded in acknowledgement. I have already reported your solo eradication of the S-rank ghoul to headquarters. If all goes according to plan, you should receive a promotion to Rank 2 Investigator. After all, your capabilities render Rank 3 far too demeaning. No, even Rank 2 is somewhat demeaning, but without demonstrable merit, headquarters will not elevate your position. Xiao remained silent, his sole desire being to continue his pursuit of the next ghoul. Currently, with the exception of himself, all contractors were aligned with the ghoul faction. This meant that the target he needed to eliminate, contractor number 12470, was also within the ghoul faction. Judging by the two main missions, 1, 2. The subsequent main mission, 3, would likely be a confrontational mission. Otherwise, there would be no need to divide the contractors into two factions and initiate the balancing mechanism. In that case, Special Investigator Shinohara might consider providing me with the locations of additional ghouls. Expediting the completion of main mission 2 would undoubtedly be of great benefit. Indeed, that is a viable approach. However, what you require now is rest. It is already 10 o'clock p.m. Moreover, I have a matter to entrust to you tomorrow morning. Or rather, Investigator Motto has a matter to entrust to you. Xiao was perplexed, but refrained from further inquiry. After bidding farewell to Shinohara Yukinori, he proceeded to the dormitory assigned to him by the 14th Ward CCG branch, located on the 16th floor of the branch. 11th Ward, Oda District. As the stronghold of Aojirai Tree, the 11th Ward had become a virtual no-man's land for humans. Aojirai Tree had repeatedly assaulted the 11th Ward CCG branch, decimating the human presence in the ward. Only scattered civilians eked out a precarious existence near the 11th Ward CCG branch, living in perpetual fear. These civilians were not residing there by choice. They were trapped, confined by the ghouls of the 11th Ward, serving as emergency rations. Only the most formidable investigators could traverse the 11th Ward freely. The ghouls residing there relied on imported human flesh, a testament to the ward's perilous nature. At that moment, in a dilapidated, unfinished building on the outskirts of the 11th Ward, approximately 20 individuals had congregated. These individuals did not constitute a unified force. They were divided into 3 factions, each varying in numbers. These were the contractors aligned with the ghoul faction. Hanyu, cease your nonsense. The balance mechanism merely exists because the CCG's power now surpasses that of the Bronze Tree. Spare me your fabricated adversaries. A young man with fiery red hair and a tempestuous temperament cast a disdainful glance at Hanyu. With a cold smirk, Hanyu shook his head. If you were not a fire mage, I would not have sought an alliance with you. Don't mistake my willingness to ally with your arrogance, he continued. As he struck the ground with his staff, a thin layer of ice gradually spreading beneath his feet. Hanyu, also a mage, specialized in ice magic. While his offensive capabilities were not formidable, his strength lay in control. Were we not of the same faction, I would have obliterated you by now. Firebao tightened his grip on his short staff, a wave of heat radiating outward as sparks ignited around him. The intensity of his aura caused Hanyu's expression to shift. What is this sensation? Have you found a staff suited to your elemental affinity? Hanyu's gaze fell upon the short staff in Firebao's hands. The staff, rather unimpressive and reminiscent of a firewood stick, bore a red crystal the size of a fingernail at its tip, within which flames seemed to flicker and dance. Firebao, with a hint of smugness, cast a contemptuous glance at Hanyu's staff. This treasure cost me 14,000 paradise coins, my total earnings from 2 worlds, not counting the expense of bringing others along. Firebao grimaced at the expenditure, yet a glimmer of excitement shone through his discomfort. Fortunate fellow, Hanyu remarked, his eyes filled with envy. He shook his head and retrieved a small camera from his storage space, tossing it to Firebao. Upon catching it and inspecting the device, Firebao's expression shifted dramatically. The camera had recorded Su Zhao's swift defeat of the wall lizard and his overwhelming victory over Li Shi. Though Firebao was known for his fiery temperament, he was not without intellect. Otherwise, he could not have gathered a temporary adventurer group of 10 individuals. Let us form an alliance, Hanyu. In this derivative world, we must collaborate, or we shall both fall prey to that monstrosity. The S-class ghoul has been ruthlessly slaughtering its kind. How could such a creature infiltrate the ghoul world? It must be at least level 7 or higher. I shall first extend my sincerity with a crucial piece of information. The third phase of the main quest involves a confrontation task, which I acquired for 400 paradise coins. Han Yu exhaled in relief. An alliance with Firebao might indeed present them with a glimmer of hope. Chapter 13. Mascots. Ghouls and contractors reluctantly join forces. Su Xiao remains unaware. Although he surmised that the third segment of the main quest would involve confrontation, it was merely an inference based on the preceding tasks. Early in the morning, Su Xiao arrived at Yukinari Shinohara's office. The latter had mentioned the night before that he had something to discuss. Have you had breakfast? Shinohara Yukinari inquired, rising to greet Su Xiao with unexpected cordiality. Su Xiao was taken aback. Shinohara Yukinari's demeanor was unusually affable. Not yet. Perfect timing. Let's visit a nearby eatery. It's quite commendable, though the branch's provisions, while nutritionally balanced, lack. Now Su Xiao was certain that the other party required his assistance. My treat, Shinohara Yukinari emphasized. There was no mistaking it this time. The man sought a favor. Su Xiao nodded and followed Shinohara Yukinari to a modest establishment. The small shop was bustling with patrons, and the savory aromas emanating from the food invigorated Su Xiao's appetite, stirring a sensation of hunger. Over here. Shinohara Yukinari gestured for Su Xiao to take a seat across from him at a table for 4, before ordering several breakfast items. Once the breakfast was served, Su Xiao remained still, casting a meaningful glance at Shinohara Yukinari. Special Investigator Shinohara, this breakfast is an unexpected indulgence. Noticing Su Xiao's hesitation, Shinohara Yukinari chuckled softly, encouraging Su Xiao to partake. Let us commence. She will be joining us momentarily. Su Xiao remained silent and began to eat. Bai Yi, the ghoul apprehended last night has been transferred to headquarters. As an exception, headquarters has promoted you to second-class investigator. Here is your new identification. Su Xiao set down the pastry he had been eating and accepted the document. Notification. The hunter has been promoted to second-class investigator. Contribution points, 5,400. Su Xiao's promotion did not necessitate seniority, but rather the subjugation of more ghouls. The 400 contribution points would likely require the elimination of 2 to 3 S-class ghouls. A feat fraught with peril. Progression from first-class investigator to upper investigator would prove even more arduous. Under normal circumstances, main quest, too, should not have been so demanding. This was primarily due to Su Xiao being the sole member of the CCG faction. Typically, the CCG would have a dozen or so ordinary contractors who could distribute the contribution points among themselves, requiring only about 30 points each to advance to first-class investigator. However, Su Xiao was alone in his faction, so he had to complete the tasks of many, hence the exorbitant contribution points required. Most of the 14th ward was relatively peaceful, making it challenging for Su Xiao to hunt ghouls. If he were assigned to wards 1 through 4, the difficulty of the task would decrease significantly. The ghoul density in wards 1 through 4 was exceedingly high, making it uninhabitable for ordinary humans. The ghouls there relied on cannibalism for survival, resulting in a high concentration of powerful ghouls. Under normal circumstances, S-class was the pinnacle for ghouls. To grow stronger, they could only consume other ghouls, thereby increasing the concentration of RC cells in their bodies. D-class ghouls were infants. C-class ghouls could utilize their Kagun but were weak. B-class ghouls were ordinary ghouls who concealed themselves among humans. A-class ghouls were the elite within ghoul factions, and S-class ghouls were rare prodigies. Beyond S-class, they could only rely on cannibalism. A ghoul's strength was not developed through training, but through consumption, continually devouring others of their kind. Reflecting on this, Su Xiao took a bite of his pastry. Apologies for my tardiness. As Su Xiao pondered, a slender beauty took the seat beside him. Her flaxen hair was tied back, and her black business suit accentuated her fair complexion. Dark stockings emphasized her shapely legs. Allow me to introduce Akira Mato, your subordinate from this day forward. Shinohara Yukinari watched Su Xiao with a smile, as if to say, see how magnanimous I am, assigning such a beauty to be your subordinate. I see. I have no objections, but... Su Xiao raised his head, his gaze fixed on Shinohara Yukinari. She may meet an untimely demise. I intend to venture into areas with a high concentration of ghouls soon, such as the West District. Hearing that Su Xiao did not object, Shinohara Yukinari's smile widened. But upon hearing West District, it immediately vanished. The West District? That is the cannibalistic zone of the 14th Ward. The number of S-class ghouls there is unimaginable. Bai Yi. Are you certain you wish to go? Affirmative. If it were anyone else, Shinohara Yukinari would never have agreed, but Su Xiao's strength left him at a loss for words. Akira, it seems I must find you a new superior. Shinohara Yukinari turned to Akira Mato. Special Investigator Shinohara, I have no qualms. As a ghoul investigator, I am prepared for any eventuality, even if it means going to the West District. Akira Mato straightened her posture and spoke resolutely, glancing at Su Xiao. Shinohara Yukinari tapped the table lightly with his index finger and retrieved his phone, dialing a number. He spoke only a few sentences to Kiryu Mato before hanging up. That man. Very well, you will temporarily follow Bai Yi. Although you are both second-class investigators, you are to obey Bai Yi's commands. Bai Yi. When do you intend to depart for the West District? It seemed Shinohara Yukinari also wished for Su Xiao to go to the West District, where ghoul cannibalism was rampant and desperately needed to be addressed. Immediately. Let's go, mascot. The mascot Su Xiao referred to was Akira Mato, who, according to the original story, possessed only average strength. As for her fate in the West District, that would be up to chance. Hearing herself called a mascot, Akira Mato was momentarily stunned and pointed at herself in disbelief. Shinohara Yukinari could only smile wryly, signaling for Akira Mato to follow Su Xiao. A black sedan sped along the road, with Akira Mato at the wheel and Su Xiao resting in the passenger seat. They were en route to the West District. Second-class investigator Bai Yi, do you have any plans for the West District? What is expected of me? Akira Mato inquired, her expression grave and her chest held high. Upon arrival in the West District, slay. This simple and direct plan clearly surprised Akira Mato, who abruptly slammed on the accelerator, nearly rear-ending the car in front, displaying the characteristics of a typical female driver. Then, what is expected of me? After regaining her composure, Akira Mato posed her second question. Your responsibility is to be aesthetically pleasing. Su Xiao's calm demeanor caused Akira Mato's anger to surge. Ghouls will not be enticed by my beauty. Su Xiao chuckled softly and glanced at Akira Mato. Rest assured, you serve a vital purpose. Without you, my plan is unlikely to succeed. 2 seconds prior, Su Xiao had conceived a plan. Sensing Su Xiao's gaze, Akira Mato suddenly felt the urge to turn back. Then, could you share your plan? Su Xiao smirked and shook his head. I cannot. If you were aware of the details, it might compromise the plan. Akira Mato felt despondent and pressed down on the accelerator as if to vent her frustration. With Akira Mato's trepidation, the two arrived in the West District, this brutal zone of cannibalism. Chapter 14. Ominous Intuition. Upon arriving in the West District, Su Xiao remained in the vehicle. Madam Mato, are you acquainted with the specifics of the West District? While cannibalism is prevalent among ghouls in the West District, some civilians also reside in this vicinity. Indeed, after my assignment to the 14th Ward, I made a thorough study of its intelligence. Mato rummaged through a file folder within the car. The 14th Ward, specifically Nakano, is rife with cannibalism. Most ghouls conceal themselves among ordinary people. Various factions of ghouls are distributed here, making it a social hub with numerous ghoul informants. Su Xiao ignited a cigarette, listening intently to Mato's description. He lowered the window and exhaled a plume of smoke. Investigator Ghoul, please refrain from smoking. Cigarettes contain over 4,000 chemical compounds, 60 of which are detrimental to health, including nicotine, tar, carbon monoxide, and irritants. Moreover, secondhand smoke affects my skin. Amid the swirling smoke, Su Xiao inquired, can you locate a bar called Helter Skelter nearby? Mato sighed in resignation. Affirmative. Retrieving a compact computer, she began examining the local map. It's located. Before Mato could finish, Su Xiao abruptly straightened up, his gaze fixed on a pedestrian on the street. Ghoul. Su Xiao's piercing gaze startled Mato. What? She stared blankly at Su Xiao, incredulous that he could identify a ghoul by sight alone. Su Xiao exited the car and began trailing a middle-aged man. The man appeared haggard, resembling a struggling office worker, clutching a briefcase. Investigator Ghoul, wait for me. Mato, carrying her briefcase, hurried after Su Xiao. Pray tell, how did you discern that man to be a ghoul? Intuition. The middle-aged man turned into an alleyway, and Su Xiao quickened his pace. In intuition, Mato's eyes betrayed skepticism as she watched Su Xiao's back, wondering if this investigator was truly sound. In the dim, damp alley, the middle-aged man continued his leisurely stroll. Halt! Su Xiao's chilling voice echoed behind the man. You are? The man stared at Su Xiao, his eyes darting around nervously. Refrain from transporting human flesh in a briefcase. The blood will seep through. Su Zhao's words caused the man's complexion to shift, his eyes betraying panic. Mind your own affairs. You're courting death. The man's expression turned malevolent, his eyes turning crimson as he lunged at Su Xiao. The ghoul was weak, only around B grade. Su Xiao didn't even bother drawing Dragon Flash. The man reached Su Xiao and threw a punch at his head, his movements stiff and slow. Su Xiao didn't even bother to dodge. His left leg shot up, and he kicked the man in the abdomen, doubling him over and causing him to spit out a mouthful of stomach acid. The man's posture conveniently positioned his head in front of Su Xiao. Su Xiao wrapped his arm around the man's neck and tightened his grip. Re-release me, you. Just as Su Xiao was strangling the man, Mado rushed into the alley. Crack. The sound of bones snapping filled the air, and the man's body went limp. Su Xiao released his grip, and the man's corpse collapsed to the ground. Summon someone to clean this up. Su Xiao walked past Mado, who stared in astonishment at the deceased ghoul. She began to wonder if it was truly possible to identify ghouls through intuition. Su Xiao returned to the car. He wasn't sure why, but upon seeing the middle-aged man, he had an inexplicable feeling that he was a ghoul. The bloodstains on the briefcase hadn't appeared until later. He speculated that it might be related to his stat increase. Along with the stat increase, he felt a significant change in his body. His physique hadn't changed, but his muscles were noticeably tighter and more powerful. Before entering the paradise of reincarnation, Su Xiao had practiced swordsmanship for extended periods every day. The relentless training had caused some damage to his right wrist, which would ache whenever it rained. Now, his old wrist injury was almost completely healed and would soon be gone entirely. Mado returned to the car, her gaze towards Su Xiao noticeably different. Investigator Ghoul. Where shall we proceed? Helter Skelter Bar. The car started, and 5 minutes later, they arrived in front of the bar. Await me in the vehicle. Su Xiao exited the car, leaving Mado alone. The Helter Skelter Bar was owned by a female ghoul named Itori. Although Su Xiao didn't know the exact location, he knew it was a small intelligence hub. He wasn't there to eliminate Itori, but to gather information. Itori was an SS-grade ghoul and under normal circumstances, Su Xiao wouldn't spare her. However, Itori had a more important purpose. A ghoul informant was far more valuable than a treasure chest. Through Itori, Su Xiao could acquire more treasure chests. He entered the bar. Because it was daytime, there were no customers. The bar had a retro style, with unadorned, yellowish walls. There were no windows, and the only light came from a lamp on the bar, creating a dim atmosphere. Welcome. A languid female voice came from behind the bar. Su Xiao sat down. What can I get for you? Itori stood behind the bar, her fiery red hair standing out in the dimness. Despite her calm demeanor, she was highly vigilant. As an informant, she immediately recognized Su Xiao. Noticing Itori's gaze, Su Xiao knew things would be easier. Answer one question, and I won't cause you trouble. Itori stepped back, maintaining a safe distance. Investigator Ghoul, the monster who fought Ito. Silence descended upon the bar. Neither spoke. Su Xiao was slightly surprised by Itori's intelligence-gathering abilities. It was normal for her to know about Ito, but she also knew that he had joined the CCG. Speak. What is your question? Itori sighed and relented. Where is the cannibalism zone in the 14th ward? Here, the West District. Itori picked up a glass filled with a dark red liquid, which looked like wine, but was actually human blood. Ghouls' taste buds differ from humans. They experience a strong metallic taste when consuming human food. They can't even drink human beverages, except for water and coffee. The specific location of the West District. The more specific, the better. Su Zhao's patience was wearing thin. Don't look so frightening. Itori said, all right, every night after 9 o'clock. The central area of the West District is where cannibalism is most rampant. Itori didn't hesitate to betray the other ghouls. Having obtained the necessary information, Su Xiao left the bar. He had already devised a method to quickly complete the mission. If everything went smoothly, he could finish the main mission within a week. What exactly does cannibalism look like? It is anticipated. Chapter 15. The Grim Reaper. The night sky was adorned with a resplendent moon. In the heart of District 14, the Western Street area stood notorious throughout Tokyo, transforming into a haven for ghouls as darkness fell. The ghouls that congregated here were ruthless marauders, their singular aim being to slaughter one another and partake in cannibalism, thereby elevating their status among the ordinary ghouls. The hierarchy among ghouls was dictated solely by strength. At approximately 8:30 in the evening, shadows flitted across the streets, and most ghouls were poised for action. A man and a woman strolled down the street, showing no signs of concealment compared to the furtive ghouls around them. Is this truly acceptable, second-class Bai? questioned Zhenhu Xiao, clutching a suitcase and glancing nervously around in her black uniform. Su Xiao sighed. There's no cause for concern. We will proceed according to the plan. In stark contrast to Zhenhu Xiao's anxiety, Su Xiao wore a relaxed expression. Second class by Yi. I have a lingering question, she inquired. Yes? Where is your quinqua? We may need to confront ghouls shortly. Su Xiao, however, possessed no quinqua. He preferred the Dragon Slayer flash over such weaponry. I do not require a quinqua. Zhenhu Xiao halted abruptly, gazing at Su Xiao in bewilderment. Do not need a quinqua? Her voice rose in pitch, reflecting her incredulity. We have arrived, Xiao. You may remain here, Su Xiao instructed, patting Zhenhu Xiao's shoulder before leaping onto the roof of a nearby two-story building, disappearing into the night. Bai Yi? Second class? Zhenhu Xiao nearly dropped her quinqua in shock as she began to grasp Su Xiao's intentions. She had now become the bait. As a second-class investigator, Zhenhu Xiao could at most fend off B to A-rank ghouls. Facing an A-rank ghoul could spell her doom. At that moment, she felt akin to being stripped bare and cast into a frigid expanse. Just as she contemplated fleeing, several pairs of blood-red eyes emerged from the surrounding darkness. 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 ghouls. I'm done for. If Su Xiao does not come to my aid, I am as good as dead. Zhenhu Xiao pressed the button on her suitcase, summoning her quinqua, a weapon reminiscent of a whip, named him as a ghoul investigator. How could a CCG investigator appear here? Just kill her. It isn't yet time for cannibalism, and I have yet to feast on an investigator. For reasons unknown, the ghouls surrounding her exhibited no signs of infighting. Their cannibalistic rituals indeed adhered to a specific schedule. It appeared that the communal cannibalism in the Western Street area was not a spontaneous gathering of ghouls, but maintained by some unseen force. Otherwise, these ghouls would not wait until 9 o'clock to commence their slaughter. This seemed to be a selection process. Emerging victorious among the ghouls would grant one the opportunity to join a particular faction. She is not particularly strong. There is little danger. As more ghouls amassed, the initial few transformed into a throng of over a dozen. Zhenhu Xiao's heart sank. She had no chance of escape. Seems the plan is effective. Su Xiao's voice resonated from the rooftop. Upon hearing him, Zhenhu Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, although uncertainty lingered within her. Could this newly inducted CCG investigator truly handle so many ghouls, despite the rumors of his prowess? Who are you? Another ghoul investigator? The gathered ghouls eyed Su Xiao warily, sensing a vastly different aura from him compared to Zhenhu Xiao, an aura akin to that of a natural predator. With his Dragon Slayer flash drawn, Su Xiao leaped down from the several-meter-high rooftop, landing gracefully. 14 ghouls. That should suffice in 5 minutes, he noted, gradually advancing towards the ghouls, his pace quickening until he broke into a sprint. 2 astute ghouls sensed the impending danger and turned to flee, while the remaining 12 confronted Su Xiao head-on. 10 tentacles of crimson energy lunged towards him, enveloping him in a moment. Seeing this, Zhenhu Xiao gasped in shock, charging towards an A-rank ghoul with her quinqua drawn. This was the extent of Zhenhu Xiao's capabilities. Even facing an A-rank ghoul was a formidable challenge for her. The dark red tendrils enveloped Su Xiao, and the gleaming blades sliced through the night. Activating Steel Shadow. His mana drained at a rate of 2 points per minute. The 10 tendrils were severed in an instant, dissipating into a crimson mist. The ghouls whose tendrils were severed shrieked in agony, their eyes filled with fear as they beheld Su Xiao. He swiftly closed in on an A-rank ghoul, the Dragon Slayer flash, leaving a faint azure line in the air. In a mere moment, a head soared into the night sky. In the blink of an eye, the ghoul met its demise at Su Xiao's hands, swift and decisive. He did not halt his momentum, swiftly redirecting towards another nearby ghoul. Perhaps due to the suddenness of their companion's death, this particular ghoul stood frozen in shock. After a brief moment, it turned to flee. Foolish. Su Xiao's dark eyes sparkled with intensity. Fleeing in combat while exposing one's back to the enemy was the epitome of folly, akin to courting death. With a swift thrust, the Dragon Slayer flash pierced the fleeing ghoul's heart. Su Xiao gripped the hilt, his 13 points of strength allowing him to effortlessly lift the ghoul before hurling it towards another that was attempting to escape. With a thud, the ghoul tumbled like a rolling gourd. As it sought to rise, a flash of silver light appeared before its eyes. First came a ringing in its ears, then a dizzying sensation. The last memory of that ghoul was of a headless corpse gushing blood and a man standing beneath the moonlight, wielding a blade like a harbinger of death. Among the 12 ghouls, only 11 remained, with one ensnared by Xiao. Within a mere 20 seconds of battle, the number dwindled from 11 to 8. Now, the remaining ghouls were consumed by the singular thought of escape, desperate to flee from this man who resembled the Grim Reaper. Impossible. How can such a powerful human appear in the cannibalism zone? Does that organization truly allow this? One ghoul roared in fury before turning to flee. Su Xiao's agility was rated at 13, comparable to his strength, placing him above average in a world where ghouls were not particularly strong. Yet, it was not merely his extraordinary attributes that rendered him formidable, but his swordsmanship and combat techniques as well. Of course, the effectiveness of the Shadow of Annihilation must not be overlooked. However, at this moment, it possessed only one combat skill, and Su Xiao had acquired it recently. Thus, the full extent of this profession's potential remained unrealized. As the slaughter commenced, Su Xiao raced down the street, effortlessly dispatching ghouls along the way. Their anguished wails and pleas for mercy echoed in the air. The ghouls were not foolish. They scattered in separate directions. Ultimately, of the 8 ghouls, Su Xiao left 6 dead, with 2 fortunate enough to escape. Meanwhile, Xiao was still engaged in a fierce battle with the A-rank ghoul, who appeared on the verge of tears, not out of fear of her, but of the man akin to death itself. Xiao was deeply engrossed in her confrontation. The pressure from the A-rank ghoul overwhelming. She had no time to assess the situation around her. She was still too inexperienced. It was essential to be aware of all surroundings during combat, or else she risked being ambushed. Please, I beg you, let me go. The sudden plea for mercy from the ghoul caught Xiao off guard. How could the one in the advantageous position begin to plead for mercy? The battle momentarily paused, and it was only then that Xiao could finally perceive the surrounding circumstances. Perched upon the lifeless bodies of 2 ghouls, Su Xiao leisurely smoked, his elongated blade still weeping with crimson. Inspector Mato's gaze widened in astonishment. She had yet to dispatch a single ghoul, while he had already annihilated the remainder. You, the one over there. Su Xiao's attention shifted to the last surviving ghoul. Should you dare to flee, I shall render you a human log. A fresh lure had materialized, as employing subordinates as bait proved less than ideal. Chapter 16. A modest harvest. The sudden halt by the true hunter granted the ghoul a fleeting opportunity to escape. Just as the ghoul contemplated fleeing, it heard Su Xiao's menacing words. Hesitating for a moment, the ghoul immediately turned to run, disregarding Su Xiao's remarks. Perhaps it was the right choice. Staying would mean certain death, so why not seize the slender chance of escape? As the ghoul darted a few meters away, a long blade sliced through the air with a whoosh. Thud! The blade pierced the ghoul's calf, embedding itself deep into the asphalt road. A cry of agony escaped the ghoul's lips as it collapsed, its face kissing the unforgiving pavement. The choice had been made. Su Xiao rose and walked slowly towards the fallen ghoul. In his eyes, the act of fleeing was entirely rational. Had he been in its position, he too would have chosen to flee. To remain was to court death. Why not strive for survival? What do you intend to do? The ghoul's gaze was frantic as it attempted to crawl forward, but the Dragon Slayer remained steadfastly lodged in the ground. Grasping the hilt of Dragon Slayer, Su Xiao withdrew the blade, prompting the ghoul to attempt to escape once more. In a flash, blood sprayed across the asphalt as Su Xiao executed 4 swift strikes, severing the ghoul's limbs, delivering on his word. Given the ghoul's resilience, such injuries were merely severe wounds, devoid of immediate life-threatening danger. What next? A hint of fatigue graced True Hunter's face. The recent battle had drained her, sweat soaking her attire, her pale golden hair clinging to her forehead. Let us continue. Tonight, we shall slay as many ghouls as dare approach. A chill crept into True Hunter's heart. There were potentially hundreds of ghouls in the West District, possibly more. Are we truly capable of handling this? Su Xiao remained silent, commencing the grim task of clearing the street of corpses. He intended to set a trap, using the dismembered ghoul as bait. Yet, ghouls were not fools. The multitude of bodies scattered about would only frighten them away. He began to pile the bodies in a narrow alley, leaving the blood-soaked asphalt unattended, as the scent of blood would attract ghouls. The dismembered ghoul was left in the center of the street. No need to draw other ghouls too close. Merely to entice their appearance would suffice. With Su Xiao's agility, once they showed themselves, escape would be impossible. Hunting lower-tier ghouls might yield a meager chance of treasure, but it would earn him CCG contribution points. Moreover, his innate ability, Soul Devourer, would significantly replenish his mana. At this moment, mana was crucial for Su Xiao, as the Qing Steel Shadow consumed it voraciously, brandishing Dragon Slayer. He stood at the center of the street, with True Hunter beside him. Ghouls would surely emerge. This place had just witnessed a violent clash. Ignoring True Hunter's concerns, he knew that ghouls capable of cannibalism were akin to beasts. The scent of blood would not deter them, but rather beckon them forth. Merely 2 minutes passed before the first ghoul appeared. An elderly ghoul, emaciated and frail. Upon catching sight of Su Xiao wielding his blade, the elderly ghoul hesitated, opting to retreat. Alas, it was too late. Su Xiao charged forward with his weapon drawn. 1 minute later, Su Xiao returned to his original spot, his sleeves stained with blood, awaiting his next prey. On the rooftop of a tall building in the West District, the night breeze ruffled the air beneath the moonlight, revealing 2 figures standing atop the structure. What shall we do? If we leave them be, all the ghouls here will be slaughtered. With a black rabbit mask obscuring his features, Kirishima Ayato spoke, his gaze filled with apprehension as he regarded Su Xiao in the distance. Beside him, Tudu Ryu remained silent, watching the unfolding scene. This place served as a recruitment ground for the Bronze Tree, where its officers frequently invited stronger ghouls. For instance, the Bottle Brothers had caught the attention of the Bronze Tree here. Let us abandon this place. Tudu Ryu's words stirred a sense of reluctance in Kirishima Ayato. This place. Before he could finish, he noticed Tudu Ryu's intense gaze fixed upon him. Are you suggesting we confront that monster? Kirishima Ayato was taken aback, recalling the vivid memory of Su Xiao's blade aimed at him. Are you asking me to go? A glint of malice flickered in Tudu Ryu's eyes. No, I mean we should gather our members and eliminate this human. It was evident that Kirishima Ayato harbored deep-seated animosity towards Su Xiao, for the latter had nearly brought about his demise. After a moment of contemplation, Tudu Ryu shook his head. The cost is too great. Even if we succeed in killing this man, both of us may perish in the process. We should leave. Relinquishing this place entirely is a necessity, as knowing this monster resides in District 14 is vital intelligence. Although the Bronze Tree had other recruitment grounds, abandoning this one would incur significant losses. A decision made out of sheer necessity. With that, Tudu Ryu and Kirishima Ayato departed, leaving the ghouls here without support. As dawn approached, the first rays of golden light began to emerge. In the heart of the West District, Su Xiao sat upon the street, weariness etched upon his face. Within a half-kilometer radius, patches of blood were visible at intervals, the air thick with the stench of blood. How many ghouls had he slain that night? Su Xiao had long since lost count. By the end, not a single ghoul could be found in the entire West District. The overwhelming scent of blood had heightened the awareness of the remaining ghouls, spreading a warning among them. Absolutely do not approach the central area. There lurks a terrifying human. Despite his bloodied appearance, Su Xiao meticulously cleaned Dragon Slayer, placing it within his storage space, for he held great reverence for his weapon. Activating his seal, he assessed the night's gains. First, his contribution points had risen to second-class investigator, contribution, 390,400. In a single night, Su Xiao had amassed 340 contribution points, a testament to the number of ghouls he had dispatched. Not only that, but his innate ability, Soul Devourer, had consumed 68 points of mana. His current mana stood at 238 points, significantly enhancing the duration of Qing Steel Shadow's activation. Within his storage space, he also discovered 3 white treasure chests. The sheer volume of ghouls he had slain, despite the low drop rate, had still yielded 3 chests. Let us return. I can no longer continue. True Hunter lay supine on the street, her concern for maintaining a ladylike demeanor forgotten. I too am nearing my limit. We should return to the division. As Su Xiao rose, he noticed True Hunter still sprawled on the ground. I'm utterly drained. Her tone carried an awkwardness. Throughout the night, Su Xiao had been the one hunting ghouls, while True Hunter dealt with the aftermath, yet even so, she was now utterly exhausted. Su Xiao approached her, hoisting True Hunter onto his shoulder. The sensation of her soft, ample form against his back was palpable. Please, do not return to the division. I would find it too embarrassing in this state. The closeness of their bodies caused a faint blush to rise on True Hunter's cheeks. My home is nearby. It's merely a few minutes by car. After a moment's consideration, Su Xiao found merit in her suggestion, as he too was in dire need of rest. Upon arriving at the base of True Hunter's apartment building, she had regained some strength, enough to walk unaided. True Hunter resided in a cozy, albeit small, single apartment. Upon entering, Su Xiao, under her astonished gaze, swiftly shed his outer garments and headed straight for the bathroom. His body was caked in dried blood, the remnants of the night's endeavors clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Just as he began to wash away the grime with warm water, a knock echoed at the bathroom door. Second-class investigator Bai Yi, please hurry. I must bathe quickly. I have a cleanliness obsession, and the blood congealed on my skin is nothing short of a nightmare. Chapter 17. Abducting Itori. Awakening from a profound slumber in the afternoon, Xiao felt invigorated. He sat up on the living room sofa, the fragrant aroma of food wafting towards him. An assortment of exquisite dishes was arranged on the coffee table beside him. A bowl of rice, a grilled fish, and a fragrant soup. A note accompanied the meal. Bai Yi. I'm at the branch handling the aftermath of the Ghoul extermination, Mato Akira. Xiao stretched languidly. Though not exceptionally strong, Mato Akira was a capable assistant. He devoured the meal before retrieving the 5 white treasure chests and opening them one by one. These chests, obtained from ordinary ghouls, held little promise. He acquired the following: 1,100 paradise coins, total from 5 chests. Kakuja, A grade. 2 Kakuja, B grade. 2 chests yielded only paradise coins, while the remaining 3 contained kakujas. These kakujas were of no immediate use. Xiao needed contribution points to elevate his rank before he could craft quinquas. Fortunately, rank advancement required only a sufficient accumulation of contribution points, without any expenditure. Once he ascended to first-class investigator, he could utilize his accumulated contribution points to forge quinquas. Alternatively, he could sell the kakujas within the paradise, a substantial income source. The acquisition of 1,100 paradise coins was a satisfactory outcome. Xiao leaned back on the sofa, contemplating his future course of action. First and foremost, he needed to complete main quest 2, as the penalty for failure, a reduction of 3 points in all attributes, was severe. While the loss of 3 points in strength, agility, and intelligence would be impactful, it would not be insurmountable. However, a 3-point reduction in vitality, currently at a mere 6 points, would plummet it to a precarious 3 points, with dire consequences. The potential impact on charm and luck was equally alarming, with charm potentially plummeting to a dismal 0. Xiao speculated that charm was not merely a measure of physical attractiveness, but rather an indicator of personal charisma. Individuals with innate affability would likely possess higher charm, such as celebrities in the real world. Conversely, Xiao's aura of lethal intensity would hardly be conducive to a high charm score. Nevertheless, this disposition had its advantages, as it would likely make him a favored candidate within malevolent factions. A 3-point reduction in luck would plunge it into negative territory, potentially leading to a series of unfortunate events reminiscent of the Final Destination films, where death lurked around every corner. Therefore, the completion of main quest 2 was paramount, especially considering the reward of 1 attribute point and 1,500 paradise coins. His secondary objective was the completion of the hunting quest. While the paradise had not explicitly stated the rewards, Xiao sensed they would be substantial, given his role in eradicating threats to the paradise. Thus, the search for ghoul strongholds would continue. The benefits of the previous night's mass extermination had been rewarding, and Xiao would no longer waste time searching for ghouls individually. Instead, he would focus on locating large ghoul concentrations. However, finding such concentrations was no simple task. The well-known strongholds were far too dangerous, such as those in wards 1 through 4, which teemed with hundreds or even thousands of ghouls. Even Xiao would hesitate to venture into such massive gatherings, as the sheer number of opponents, even if only B-grade ghouls, could overwhelm him. Ideally, the number of ghouls in a stronghold should be limited to under 100, beyond which Xiao would struggle. The success of the previous night's extermination was largely due to the fact that the ghouls had not attacked in unison. Engaging one opponent was vastly different from engaging 100. Even Xiao, with his formidable strength, was still vulnerable, and injury could lead to death. With this in mind, he resolved to revisit Helter Skelter Bar, as Itori likely possessed such information. This time, however, he would refrain from resorting to threats, as it was not a sustainable approach. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone an SS-grade ghoul. He picked up the phone from the coffee table and dialed Mato Akira's number. Bai Yi, you're awake. Mato Akira's voice was bright and cheerful. How did things go? All settled. Headquarters has received the ghoul corpses, and if all goes well, I'll get a new quinqua. Mato Akira's laughter echoed through the phone. Bai Yi, what should we do with the ghouls' kakujas? You were the one who exterminated them, so you have the right to decide. Su Xiao deliberated for a moment. His current contribution score was second-class investigator, 390-400, just 10 points shy of promotion to first-class investigator. Turn in 2/3 to headquarters for contribution points. As for the remaining 1/3, help me exchange it for something at headquarters. Su Xiao used 2/3 of the kakujas to acquire contribution points. Upon hearing Su Xiao's request, Mato Akira paused. That item? All right, I'll report it to my superiors. But headquarters doesn't have much of it in stock. It's only used when making quinquas. Mato Akira was now eager to assist Su Xiao, as their partnership not only boosted her achievements, but also accelerated her combat skills. After hanging up, Mato Akira returned home an hour later. I got it. The branch happened to have one on hand. But Bai Yi, I'm curious, what are you going to do with it? It's very dangerous for humans, a potent poison. Mato Akira held a small metal case with care, as if it contained a fragile object. Some things are best left unknown. Su Xiao took the metal case and opened it. Careful. Mato Akira instinctively retreated a few steps as the case opened. After confirming the contents were intact, Su Xiao closed the case and placed it in his inventory. He made no attempt to conceal it from Mato Akira, who showed no surprise at the sudden disappearance. As if it were a matter of course. This was the Paradise's camouflage mechanism, integrating various abilities into the Ghoul world. Let's go to that bar again. Mato Akira was full of questions, but kept silent. As Su Xiao said, some things were best left unknown. Su Xiao could trade with ghouls, but Mato Akira could not. Due to a difference in perspective. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Helter Skelter Bar. Su Xiao left Mato Akira in the car and entered the bar. Welcome. Itori began habitually, but stopped upon seeing Su Xiao. In Itori's eyes, Su Xiao was like a plague, having purged a large number of ghouls from West District the previous night, making her even more wary of him. Relax, I'm here to make a deal. Su Xiao produced the metal case and removed a vial from it. The vial was exquisitely crafted, about 10 centimeters long and the thickness of a thumb, filled with a translucent, light red liquid with bubbles swirling within. Upon seeing the vial, Itori swallowed hard, her gaze fixated on it. Ghouls rarely obtained items from Su Xiao, but almost all of them yearned for this particular substance. Chapter 18. The Dawn of Purification. The test tube spun gracefully at Su Xiao's fingertips, tracing fleeting shadows beneath the dim glow of the light. Noticing the expression on Yin Yao's face, a smile crept upon Su Xiao's lips. With a delicate clink, he set the test tube down upon the bar, the glass meeting marble with a sharp resonance that made Yin Yao's heart skip a beat. Fearful that Su Xiao might shatter the fragile vessel in his grasp. What do you say? Care to collaborate with me? It is rather rare to see a search officer like you working alongside ghouls, Yin Yao remarked, her gaze appraising Su Xiao with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Deep down, she understood the inherent danger of allying with him, yet the liquid contained within the test tube held a deadly allure for her. The contents were no miraculous elixir. For humans, it was a potent poison. RC cell concentrate, quality, white type, material rating, 8. Note, the rating for white items ranges from 1 to 10, with higher ratings indicating greater value. Description, the test tube contains a high concentration of RC cell solution, an essential material produced by CCG for the activation of quinquas steel. The RC cell concentrate is exclusively produced by CCG, making it highly unlikely for ghouls to acquire it. Should a ghoul inject this substance, their RC cell count would surge dramatically. While the risks are considerable, they pale in comparison to the dangers of cannibalism. With this before me, do I even have the option to refuse? A smile blossomed on Yin Yao's face, her demeanor shifting significantly. What do I need to offer in return? Transactions are built upon mutual benefit. Threats of force may yield short-term gains, but they are hardly a sustainable strategy. I require the locations of ghoul gathering spots in District 14, as many as you can provide. Su Xiao tossed the test tube to Yin Yao, and her enchanting smile vanished. You mean to cleanse District 14? A flicker of fear glimmered in Yin Yao's beautiful eyes. Is there a problem? Su Xiao's gaze remained fixed on her. In that moment, Yin Yao felt the test tube grow warm in her hands. And no, there is no problem. Just a moment. She hastily retrieved paper and pen, scribbling furiously. 5 minutes later, a rudimentary map was presented to Su Xiao. I've circled the locations of ghoul gathering spots, including restaurants, auction houses, and information exchange points. The map, though simplistic, held significant utility. If the accuracy is lacking, I shall return. Su Xiao regarded Yin Yao with a knowing glance. After all, she was a ghoul, and his trust was not easily given. Once Su Xiao departed the bar, the panic on Yin Yao's face dissipated. "Bei, come forth." Yin Yao lifted a glass of human blood to her lips, taking a sip that accentuated the allure of her crimson mouth. A peculiar ghoul, adorned with lip piercings and a somewhat flamboyant style, emerged. This ghoul, named Bei, owned a mask shop in District 4, where Kaneki Kin's mask was crafted. "He has discovered me," Bei stated, settling beside Yin Yao. "How could that be? With your stealth abilities, that man should not have noticed you," Yin Yao replied. Disbelief etched across her features as a droplet of blood trickled from her lip. "I am certain. I felt as if I were being watched. As though a fierce beast had its gaze fixed upon me. After all, he is the one who repelled the one-eyed owl. It is not unexpected." Bei leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. "Never mind. As long as we avoid provoking him, all should be well. Does the organization have any plans?" Yin Yao silently resolved to relocate. Wishing to steer clear of the monster, her life was of utmost importance. Although she yearned for more RC cell concentrate, her survival held greater priority. "We have no plans. Neither Nick nor Roma are to be found." The organization to which Bei and Yin Yao belonged was known as the Joker, a mysterious ghoul faction with only 5 known members. Zhong Tai, the primary antagonist and leader of the Joker. Nick, a drag queen who is a masochist, often seen with a gecko. Yin Yao, the bar owner in District 14, who once provided Kaneki Kin with information about Rise Kamishiro. Roma, a female ghoul who infiltrated a CAF in the stable district later in the story, working as a waitress. Bei, the mask shop owner. Among these 5, all but Zhong Tai were classified as SS-grade ghouls, adept at concealing their true abilities while maintaining a facade of harmlessness. Zhong Tai, whose full name is Hishojuin Zhong Tai, not only leads the Joker, but also holds sway in other organizations. Currently, he lurks in the shadows, boasting top-tier strength. Following a later transplant of Rise Kagun, his power escalated dramatically, allowing him to effortlessly defeat Takizawa. The Joker's influence is undeniable. However, its members typically operate independently, seldom congregating. In essence, the Joker remains a neutral party amidst the conflicts between the Bronze Tree and CCG, seeking to benefit from the chaos without engaging directly. Upon acquiring the locations of the Ghoul factions in District 14, Su Xiao returned to his vehicle. "Xiao, where is this?" Su Xiao pointed at a circle on the map, and Jean Hu Xiao leaned closer, furrowing her brow in concentration. "This appears to be the De Yuan auction house." "Appears?" Jean Hu Xiao took the map, her expression turning sour as she studied it intently. "It should be accurate." Su Xiao sighed, the map's rudimentary nature exceeding his expectations. "It cannot be mistaken. This is indeed the De Yuan auction house." Jean Hu Xiao retrieved an official map of District 14 for a thorough comparison. "There is an auction scheduled for Sunday night at 11 p.m. What does this imply?" she questioned, puzzled by the inscription on the map. "Literally, it means we continue our efforts to eliminate ghouls tonight at the De Yuan Stadium." Coincidentally, today is Sunday. Reclining in his seat, Su Xiao pondered the nature of the items that might be auctioned among the ghouls. They likely would not be of great value. Over 70% of ghouls exhibit some level of psychological distortion. Their only sustenance is human flesh, and their resemblance to humans complicates their psyche, rendering it anything but healthy. Moreover, Su Xiao theorized that ghouls may not be a naturally occurring species. Otherwise, humanity would have perished long ago in the annals of evolution. While the ghoul's physical power is not overwhelmingly potent, they outmatch ordinary humans significantly. If ghouls had always existed, humanity would have been extinguished, and in the aftermath, ghouls would have followed suit. With 20 days allotted for the main quest, and only 2 days elapsed, Su Xiao believed he could delve deeper into the secrets of the ghoul world. However, such musings were premature. He must first accomplish the primary task at hand. Just then, a notification from the Cycle Paradise emerged. A significant number of low-grade Kakuja have been dispatched to the CCG headquarters, earning 135 contribution points. Current, second-class investigator. Contribution, 525,400. Would you like to promote your rank? Su Xiao raised an eyebrow, noting the considerable value of the low-grade Kakuja, which had garnered him 135 contribution points. The reason he did not retain those Kakuja is that they cannot be taken from the derivative world. Except for items obtained from treasure chests, most cannot be carried beyond the derivative realm. Opting for the promotion, the Cycle Paradise's prompt vanished. To ascend to a first-class investigator, Su Xiao would require CCG's endorsement, which would soon arrive. For now, he needed only to persist in hunting ghouls, as he aimed to cleanse all of District 14. Xiao was resolute. He would not accept that exterminating all ghouls in District 14 would prevent him from ascending to a higher rank. Chapter 19. The Mightiest Milk Supply? In the eastern side of District 14, within the Grand Yuan Auction House. Ladies and gentlemen, this auction item is absolutely not to be missed. As the host on stage introduced the item, the bidders below eagerly raised their paddles. It was daytime, thus the realm belonged to humanity, though a few ghouls inevitably infiltrated even during the light of day. The atmosphere in the auction house grew increasingly fervent as two solemn old men began to engage in a display of wealth over the coveted item. Xiao sat in the audience, his focus diverging from that of the others. The auction house was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of bidders simultaneously, with 3 exits available: the main entrance, the back door, and an emergency escape route. The emergency exit remained closed under normal circumstances, only to be opened in cases of dire emergencies such as a fire, making its lockdown necessary. With 3 exits, relying solely on the prowess of the renowned investigator, Xiao, was insufficient. It appeared that reinforcements would need to be dispatched from the branch. Xiao rose from the crowd and made his way to the restroom. Retrieving his phone. Shinohara, this is Bai Yi. Shinohara Yukiki was likely busy on duty, as the voice on the other end was quite noisy. What's the matter? First class Bai Yi? Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the honorific, realizing that he had been promoted by headquarters. I have discovered a large gathering of ghouls. Assistance is necessary, many hands are required. He emphasized the need for many hands, understanding that purging District 14 would be a daunting task for just himself and Xiao. It was not a matter of lacking strength, but rather the need for ample manpower to secure the routes. How many? As a first-class investigator, Xiao had the authority to mobilize personnel, though he could not command an excessive force. A considerable number, yet they need not be particularly strong. They simply need to block the routes. On the other end, Shinohara Yukiki pondered for a moment. The number of investigators in District 14 was limited. There were approximately 80 below 3rd class. However, you must first inform me of your plan. Xiao detailed his strategy, and Shinohara Yukiki was clearly taken aback. Purging District 14? This is no trivial matter. While the ghouls may be few, they are exceedingly elusive. Do you possess a viable method? I do. Shinohara Yukiki remained silent for a long while. Proceed with caution. Failure may significantly impact your future. Xiao chuckled softly, unconcerned about his prospects. It matters not. I shall act tonight. I cannot reach you in time, so I will dispatch Shirzwa. As for the personnel you require, they will arrive shortly. As Xiao prepared to hang up, he was halted by Shinohara Yukiki's voice. Bai Yi, you have been promoted to first-class investigator. Your credentials await you at the branch. I will have Shirzwa deliver them. Understood. Xiao ended the call. Just as he was about to exit the restroom, he inadvertently spotted a peculiar mouse. This mouse was distinct, with fur of a pale yellow hue. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was, in fact, a hamster. It was not surprising to find a mouse in the restroom, but why a hamster? Was it a pet brought by a bidder? That was not out of the realm of possibility. The little yellow hamster showed no fear, standing upright at the edge of the sink, its tiny front paws clutching something to nibble on. Crunch, crunch, crunch. In the quiet restroom, only the sound of the little hamster munching could be heard. It eagerly chewed, looking quite adorable, with its jet-black eyes curiously gazing at Xiao. For some reason, Xiao suddenly felt as though he were being watched, as if this were not merely a hamster, but rather a person observing him. Squeak. The little hamster made a sound, holding out a small piece of carrot with its front paws, seemingly offering it to Xiao. The intent was unmistakable. It wanted him to eat. Xiao smiled wryly and turned to leave. The clever little hamster was certainly intriguing, yet nothing seemed amiss. After Xiao departed, the little hamster quickly devoured the carrot, patting its belly in satisfaction. A glimmer of blue light flashed in its dark eyes, and with several agile leaps, the hamster vanished from the restroom. 500 meters away from the auction house, in a residential building, a girl clad in a light green dress suddenly opened her eyes. Sister, I found it. The girl in green possessed a pure appearance, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, and if one were to stand beside her, they would catch a whiff of a fragrance reminiscent of nature, not any artificial perfume, but the essence of the wilderness. Is it true that the man is as formidable as Hanyu claimed? Indeed, that fellow is exceedingly cunning. He feigns fear of us while harboring ulterior motives. Had it not been for that person's influence, he would have been eliminated long ago. A tall, striking woman clad in knightly armor, wielding a shield the size of a door, spoke. Despite the weight of her armor, at least 200 to 300 pounds, she wielded it with ease. Han, you might have lied. According to the perception of Kaka, the hamster, that man has simultaneously enhanced 3 attributes: strength 13, agility 13, intelligence 12. His individual attributes are similar to ours, but he follows a balanced approach. The girl in green yawned, her delicate face revealing a hint of fatigue. It seemed that controlling the hamster from a distance was no simple feat. The knightly woman furrowed her brow. I can understand high strength and agility. What is this intelligence nonsense? A warrior wielding a blade, enhancing intelligence? The girl in green reclined on the bed, her fair legs raised, swaying occasionally. Who knows? Oddities abound every day, and today is particularly rife with them. With that, the girl in green burst into laughter. Shall we eliminate him? A raspy female voice emerged from the corner of the room, shrouded in darkness, revealing a woman clad in tight-fitting attire. If the woman remained silent, no one would have noticed her presence. The knightly woman, evidently the leader of the trio, contemplated cautiously for a while. Of course we shall eliminate him. Being alone in a faction is entirely abnormal. Killing him would disrupt the balance of this derived world, resulting in a surge of world essence. The other 2 women nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, when shall we act? The girl in green yawned again, appearing half asleep. Just call me Your Majesty. Do not add my lady. It sounds so pedestrian. The knightly woman shot a glare at the girl in green. Understood, Your Majesty, came a flirtatious voice from the corner. Hey, you 2 are engaging in this airport nonsense. Upon hearing the term airport, the girl in green exploded with indignation, sitting up abruptly. I am not an airport. My milk supply is extraordinary. Were it not for my milk supply, you would have long been a corpse in the mouth of a giant. The queen suddenly recalled something and displayed a gentle smile. Indeed, you are the greatest milk supplier, a supreme nurturer. Let us set aside jesting for now. We shall act tonight. As the discussion turned serious, the expressions of the other 2 women became grave. I will seek a vantage point. The woman who had been lurking in the shadows stepped forward, her purple bodysuit accentuating her voluptuous figure, with long purple hair tied in a ponytail, and a heavy sniper rifle at least a meter long slung over her shoulder. Thank you for your assistance, Bai. Thus, these 3 enigmatic women prepared to ambush Xiao, who remained blissfully unaware as he strategized to eradicate the ghouls at the auction. Chapter 20. Vigilance. As Xiao stepped out of the auction house, daylight enveloped the surroundings, a time when ghouls typically roamed. Good day, Mr. Bai. A somewhat languid voice called out from a short distance, drawing Xiao's gaze to the small white-haired figure of Shugawa Shirzua. This is your identification. Shugawa handed a document to Xiao, a silly grin plastered across his face. The moment Xiao received the identification, a notification from the Reincarnation Paradise appeared. Promoted to first-class investigator, contribution 525-2000. Upon seeing the contribution points required for the title of first-class investigator, Xiao's brows furrowed. There seemed to be no discernible pattern in the contribution points needed to advance from third-class investigator to first-class investigator. Sometimes, it required a nearly 10-fold increase, at other times, merely 5-fold. However, to accumulate 2,000 contribution points, one would likely need to eliminate several hundred, if not thousands, of ghouls. Mr. Bai, what are you pondering? Shugawa inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed Xiao. Nothing. Xiao began to respond, but suddenly felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. It was akin to being scrutinized, reminiscent of the moment he was bitten by that little hamster in the restroom. His eyes sharpened instinctively, scanning the surroundings discreetly. Crack, crack, crack. A faint gnawing sound reached his ears, blending into the cacophony of honking cars and pedestrian chatter. Xiao's gaze locked onto a piece of refuse. There, perched atop a garbage lid, was a small hamster, gnawing on something. This familiar sight caused Xiao's pupils to constrict in alarm. Something was amiss with this hamster. As his attention focused on it, the little creature abruptly halted its gnawing and presented a small piece of apple towards him. Xiao instinctively averted his gaze, but suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Previously, after the hamster had made a similar gesture, he had left the restroom without further suspicion. He wondered why that had been. Once more, he directed his gaze towards the hamster, which ceased its chewing, dropped the small piece of apple onto the garbage lid, and scampered away. This little creature was surveilling him. Xiao dashed across the road, heedless of the passing vehicles. The hamster darted swiftly towards a nearby alley. But Su Xiao was faster, gradually closing the gap. In a house 500 meters away, a green-haired girl lying on her bed suddenly opened her eyes. What a joke! How could the level 3 deception fail? The lethargic expression on the green-clad girl, known as EZ, vanished, replaced by a hint of panic. The little hamster was her symbiotic partner, endowed with 3 passive abilities, an invaluable asset. EZ, what is it? The armored Night Queen looked at EZ with confusion. Kaka has been discovered and is fleeing for its life. Queen, please save Kaka. How is that possible? The Queen could hardly believe it. The little hamster was their most vital source of intelligence. I'm going now. The Queen rushed towards the exit. The sound of her armor clashing echoing with each step. Su Xiao sprinted after the hamster, aware that just 200 meters ahead lay a sewer drain. If the hamster managed to escape into the drainage system, the likelihood of him catching up would diminish significantly. The dragon slash materialized in his hand. Su Xiao twirled the weapon twice to adjust his grip before forcefully throwing it. Clang! The dragon slash accurately pierced the hamster's body, embedding itself deep into the ground. The handle remaining steadfast, demonstrating the blade's remarkable durability. Su Xiao hurried forward, withdrawing the dragon slash before crushing the little hamster beneath his foot. The sensation of being watched dissipating. He had sensed the surveillance due to his intelligence rating of 12 points. Intellect directly influenced perception. Furthermore, his training in swordsmanship had sharpened this acuity. The hamster was not an ordinary creature. Its level 3 deception was sufficient to mislead the human eye. Otherwise, EZ would not have allowed it to appear so brazenly. In the house, 500 meters away, the Queen had yet to exit when a piercing scream echoed from behind her. Kaka! EZ fell into despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. Drip, drip. Blood from her nose splattered onto the ground as she collapsed, seemingly drained of strength. EZ, what is wrong? The Queen hastily supported her. A look of concern crossing her face. It was evident their bond was strong. Kaka is dead. It was trampled by someone. I saw it through shared vision. Oh. EZ began to wail uncontrollably. The Queen's expression darkened. The death of Kaka, the little hamster, was a significant loss for their trio. Kaka possessed level 3 deception. How could it have been discovered? Even I, as an ally, often subconsciously overlooked that little creature. It appeared the Queen shared EZ's bewilderment over how Kaka had been detected by Su Xiao, a circumstance none of them had anticipated. A voice laced with tears emanated from EZ. An increase in intelligence also enhances perception. That bastard may have a score of 12, but his perception cannot be that acute. Under normal circumstances, a person with 12 points in intelligence would not possess such keen awareness. However, Su Xiao's swordsmanship training had heightened his sensitivity. The meditation techniques imparted to him by Geng Shiro also augmented his perception, having become habitual for him. This cannot be allowed to go unpunished. I will kill that bastard now. Yizi rose, seething with rage as she prepared to leave. If you seek to court death, do not involve me, and hey bye. A cold voice interjected, causing Yizi to tremble. Although the Queen was typically amicable, her serious demeanor instilled fear in Yizi. After all, she was the captain of their team. In Yizi's adventuring party, defying the captain without cause could lead to severe consequences. Stay calm. We will strike tonight. Heibai is already scouting for a vantage point, and she must also exercise caution. If Kaka could be detected, Heibai cannot escape that man's perception either. The Queen retrieved a headset, gently pressing a button to contact Heibai. In the alley, Su Xiao stood silently, the dragon slash firmly in hand. The previous surveillance by an enemy had nearly escaped his notice, but fortunately, he had detected it in time. This served as a lesson in the world of ghouls. He had enjoyed considerable success, which had led to a degree of complacency. Now on high alert, Su Xiao understood that he could not afford to relax in this derivative world, not for a moment. The hamster, now reduced to a pulpy mass, was no ordinary creature. Each time it had attempted to ingratiate itself with him, presenting food, his hostility would inexplicably wane, causing him to overlook the creature. This prompted him to ponder skills within the Reincarnation Paradise. He had encountered a similar situation in the real world, ultimately relying on his acute perception to evade danger. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao inquired of the Reincarnation Paradise. Paradise, is there a method to investigate enemy profiles? The prompt from the Reincarnation Paradise materialized. 1. Detection equipment. 2. Apostle summons. 3. Reconnaissance skills. Insufficient permissions. Further details cannot be accessed. The response from the Reincarnation Paradise pleased Su Xiao. and he resolved that once this derivative world concluded, he would strive to obtain one of the aforementioned items. To know oneself and know the enemy is to win 100 battles, he mused, acknowledging the wisdom in those words. At the very least, he needed to comprehend the various attributes of his adversaries, as their strengths and weaknesses would provide insights into their overall power. Just as Su Xiao prepared to leave the alley, the Reincarnation Paradise unexpectedly issued another notification. Detected Hunter level is LV2. Below the first level of the current derivative world, temporary skill activated. Temporary skill, basic detection, cost, 800 Paradise coins, enable disable. Notice, temporary skills will vanish upon leaving this world. Upon noticing the basic detection feature, Su Xiao felt a surge of joy in his heart. However, upon seeing the required expense, he couldn't help but curse inwardly, deeming it excessively exorbitant. Although the Reincarnation Paradise seemed to capitalize on the situation, he undeniably found himself in dire need of such an ability. Su Xiao was acutely aware that the little hamster he had crushed was undoubtedly connected to the opposing contractor. The perils within the derived world stem not only from various tasks or narrative figures, but should also not overlook other contractors. With the demise of the little rodent, the appearance of its master is surely imminent. Su Xiao found himself filled with anticipation, as he had yet to engage in combat with other contractors. Chapter 21. The Life of Ghouls. After paying 800 Paradise coins, Su Xiao discovered a new skill in his skill bar. This newly manifested skill, depicted as an eye symbol, was distinct from others, appearing in a pale gray hue, likely indicating its temporary nature. Basic detection, temporary, skill level, LV. 2 usage requirement, 10 points of mana skill effect. Observe the information of any living entity. The completion level of the acquired data is determined by the disparity between the observer's strength and that of the target. Tip. Each level increase adds 5 to the data's completeness. Tip. This skill has a cooldown period of 10 minutes. From its literal description, the basic detection skill seemed quite promising. However, the nature of the data it could reveal remained uncertain. Mr. Baiyi? Su Xiao heard a voice as Shirzua Suzuki entered the alley, gazing at him with confusion. Noticing Shirzua, Su Xiao raised an eyebrow and activated basic detection. 10 points of mana consumed. Basic detection activated, acquiring the following information. Name, Shirzua Suzuki. Rank, 3rd class investigator. Health, 100 mana, 50 strength, 7 agility, 10 stamina, 6 intelligence, 5 charm. For luck, 1 skill. 1. Masochism, passive experiences heightened excitement upon suffering pain, largely ignoring most pain sensations. Skill 2. Sadism, passive exhibits a maddened demeanor, instilling fear in enemies, increasing damage by 8. All of Shirzua's information was laid bare before Su Xiao, and since the opponent was weaker than him, the data was quite comprehensive. Basic detection proved to be a valuable ability. Regrettably, it was merely a temporary skill that would vanish upon leaving the Ghoul world. Su Xiao resolved that upon returning to the Reincarnation Paradise, he must acquire equipment or skills for strength detection. Mr. Baiyi, where shall we go? Shirzua Suzuki circled around Su Xiao, seemingly unwilling to pause even for a moment. Su Xiao stood still, pondering the appearance of this little creature, signifying that the enemy's contractor was beginning to take action. This left him somewhat perplexed. He felt that he had made swift progress on the main quest. Could it be that the contractors from the Ghoul faction were advancing even faster? Such a possibility seemed unlikely. If the Ghoul contractors were indeed that formidable, the balance mechanism of the Reincarnation Paradise would not have been activated. The initial reason Su Xiao did not regard the little creature as a threat stemmed from this notion. Or perhaps the one surveilling him was not a contractor from the Ghoul faction at all. The Reincarnation Paradise was rife with dangers. One must not allow their thoughts to become rigid. The contractor observing him had yet to reveal themselves, and the source of his surveillance had been identified and eliminated. Even so, he remained in the light while the enemy lurked in the shadows. To complete main quest 2, he could not remain concealed. Shirzua Suzuki. Follow me back to the CCG branch. Su Xiao decided to temporarily return to the CCG branch. Unlike Akira Mato, Shirzua possessed some combat prowess. Should the enemy contractor appear, Shirzua could at the very least buy time. If the enemy contractor was not particularly strong, Shirzua could even eliminate 1 or 2 contractors. The main quest could not be halted. He would not abandon it simply because a contractor was watching him. That would be the most foolish choice. When danger lurked, one must confront the source of that danger. Evasion was never an option. This was Su Xiao's modus operandi. In the lobby of the CCG branch, 2 rows of investigators clad in suits stood before Su Xiao. "This is the general plan. We will gather here again at 9 o'clock tonight." After leaving this statement, Su Xiao proceeded towards the logistics department. Once Su Xiao departed, the Ghoul investigators in the lobby began to murmur amongst themselves. They were not privy to the specifics of the plan. Su Xiao had merely informed them of the routes that needed to be secured. No one was aware whether there were ghouls among the CCG branch's ranks, thus caution was prudent. After arranging the plans for the evening, Su Xiao returned to his quarters on the upper levels of the CCG to rest. He had an unsettling feeling that the operation to eliminate the auction would encounter unforeseen complications. With only a few hours remaining before the execution of the plan, he needed to make the most of his time to rest. At 9 o'clock that evening, the CCG branch was ablaze with lights, and numerous CCG vehicles congregated at the entrance. Fully armed members of the CCG awaited. As Su Xiao exited the branch, Akira Mato approached him. "Mr. Baiyi, everyone is assembled and ready for departure." Akira appeared somewhat anxious, as this was her first time participating in such a large-scale operation against ghouls. "Let us depart." Su Xiao entered the vehicle, the sound of closing doors echoing amidst the rumbling engines as he led a squad of nearly 100 members into action. Given Su Xiao's rank as a first-class investigator, it was improbable that he could mobilize such a contingent without the special authorization of Yukinori Shinohara. The reason for Shinohara's approval was simply due to Su Xiao's strength. Moreover, the elimination of ghouls in District 14 held significant appeal for Shinohara. 20 minutes later, the convoy arrived near the auction site. CCG members swiftly disembarked, concealing the vehicles while gradually surrounding the auction venue. Each member possessed experience in ghoul extermination. Moving silently through the inky darkness of the night, "Mr. Baiyi?" Su Xiao heard Shirzwa's voice through his Bluetooth earpiece. "What is the situation?" "We have arrived at our position, no abnormalities detected. Shall we storm in?" Shirzwa's peculiar laughter echoed in the earpiece. "Remain where you are." Su Xiao switched channels to contact Akira. "Akira, report. No abnormalities. We are well concealed." Su Xiao continued to communicate with the others. All 3 exits of the auction venue were being monitored by his subordinates. It was now 9:30, with over an hour remaining before the auction commenced. It was still too early to act. "Mr. Baiyi," the maskey requested. A CCG member clad in black combat attire delivered a mask to Su Xiao. During large-scale operations, this attire was customary, as the heavy combat gear minimized casualties among personnel. After receiving the mask, Su Xiao donned it and proceeded towards the auction venue. The main entrance was securely locked, with only the rear door ajar. Ghouls could not openly conduct an auction, especially not in District 14. Upon reaching the vicinity of the back door, Su Xiao produced a small canister of spray and applied it to his clothing. This was a scent-masking spray, designed to prevent ghouls from detecting his human identity. Most ghouls possessed keen olfactory senses, and should Su Xiao attempt to enter the auction venue directly, he would undoubtedly be discovered. His plan for eliminating the auction was straightforward. He would first enter the venue alone, and once the auction commenced, he would seal off the 3 exits, leading to a carnage of epic proportions. Code phrase. Just as Su Xiao was about to enter through the back door of the auction venue, a burly ghoul blocked his path. Human blood T3. Saint. Upon Su Xiao uttering this peculiar code phrase, the hulking ghoul permitted him entry. "Do not cause any disturbances, or I shall end you." The ghoul's threat was of no concern to Su Xiao. He was here to slay ghouls. Stepping into the ghoul auction, the atmosphere was markedly different from that of the daytime. The venue had transformed drastically. Before the auction began, pulsating music filled the air, and a crimson light had even been temporarily installed in the corner of the ceiling. In the dim environment, amidst the blinding lights and deafening music, Su Xiao felt a sense of audacity emanating from these ghouls. Did they not fear being discovered? They had already begun to revel before the auction commenced. Under the dazzling multicolored lights and the exhilarating music, some female ghouls, overwhelmed by excitement, had even shed their upper garments, dancing unabashedly. Madness and hysteria were the prevailing sentiments that Su Xiao perceived among these ghouls. Living day by day without regard for tomorrow, they indulged in unrestrained revelry. Chapter 22. The Wolf Among the Sheep. Amidst the cacophony of music, 11 o'clock arrived. With a resounding snap, the bright lights of the auction house illuminated the space, bringing the music to a halt. In the center of the venue, ghouls ceased their rhythmic movements, some murmuring their discontent, yet none dared to disrupt the atmosphere. "Ladies and gentlemen, The auction is about to commence. Please take your seats, announced a ghoul host, adorned with a clown mask and a peculiar accent. Mr. Clown, do you have any surprises for us tonight? The last auction left me quite dissatisfied, interjected a ghoul dressed as an aristocrat. All ghouls present wore masks, concealing their identities from humans and from one another. A feud between two ghouls could spell disaster if one were to learn the other's identity and report it to the CCG. Most ghouls scurried like rats in the sewers, lurking in the shadows. Yet, there were exceptions, such as the audacious girl named Izumi Takatsuki, leader of the Bronze Tree and a novelist, who brazenly exposed herself to the public eye. Without further ado, tonight's auction items are sure to delight you. Now, just as the host was about to declare the auction open, Xiao activated his Bluetooth earpiece. Action. The moment Xiao's command echoed, the ghouls nearby turned to him with suspicion, retreating a few paces. What did you just say? He had uttered the word action, which set off alarm bells among the ghouls. He must be a CCG investigator. I'm out of here. The mere utterance from Xiao ignited a frenzy within a small section of the auction hall. It was no wonder that the ghouls reacted this way. After years of being hunted by the CCG, they had grown somewhat paranoid. The tension permeated the auction house, and the ghoul host sensed that something was amiss. Suddenly, with a loud clap, the lights extinguished, plunging the venue into darkness. Screams, shouts, and the sound of overturned furniture filled the air. Before Xiao stood in impenetrable blackness. But he remained unfazed, his expression tranquil. An object resembling a monocular materialized in his hand, and he affixed it to his head, restoring his vision. Although he could see only with his right eye and everything appeared tinted in green, he had regained a semblance of sight. Xiao had prepared night vision goggles and had previously issued a command to cut off the auction house's electricity the moment actions commenced. The blade known as Dragon Slayer shimmered in his grasp as he approached a ghoul, positioning the knife against its throat. The unsuspecting ghoul extended its hands blindly, groping in the darkness. Xiao was testing whether the ghoul could see in the dark. Clearly, it lacked such an ability. With a swift motion, he drew the Dragon Slayer, the blade slicing through flesh with a faint sound, blood gushing forth. The ghoul's eyes widened in shock, emitting a choking sound before collapsing to the ground. In the pitch-black auction house, Xiao, equipped with night vision, resembled a ravenous wolf amidst a flock of sheep. As he navigated through the ghouls, the blade of Dragon Slayer flashed like lightning. The sounds of flesh being cleaved echoed in succession as one ghoul after another fell, blood staining the path he traversed. The commotion within the auction house masked Xiao's actions. In mere seconds, over 20 ghouls met their demise at his hands. The auction house was a semi-enclosed space, and the stench of blood began to permeate the air, alerting the remaining ghouls to the unfolding horror. What is that smell? Blood? It's a trap set by the CCG. Run. I don't want to die. I refuse to die. Chaos erupted in the auction house as over 100 ghouls fled in every direction. Some of the more volatile ghouls unleashed their Kagun recklessly, indiscriminately attacking any ghoul that dared come near, resulting in even more casualties. Realizing time was of the essence, and that they would not allow him to slaughter them at leisure, Xiao maintained an impassive demeanor as he weaved through the fray, each blow claiming another life. Blood splattered across his face, yet he remained indifferent. Would killing ghouls weigh upon his conscience? Perhaps for others, but in the realm of the Reincarnation Paradise, it was a matter of kill or be killed. In the relentless cycle of violence, Xiao chose to wield his blade, with blood and limbs scattering. The glint in Xiao's eyes began to glow with a crimson hue. With a crash, a glass bottle shattered, igniting a bright flame. The ghoul host, in an act of desperation, had procured a bottle of liquor, transforming it into a makeshift Molotov cocktail before hurling it to the ground. This was likely leftover alcohol from the daytime auction, as ghouls could not auction off beverages. The flames illuminated the auction house, dispelling the darkness. As the blood dripped from the tip of the Dragon Slayer, all ghouls fixed their gaze upon Xiao. Surrounded by the lifeless bodies of at least 30 ghouls, their throats slit, the ground beneath him was awash in a thin layer of blood. A B-rank ghoul swallowed hard, terror evident in its eyes. Upon noticing Xiao, the first instinct of the ghouls was not to converge upon him, but to flee. However, they quickly realized that all exits had been sealed. This was part of Xiao's orders. The outside personnel were merely precautionary measures. Although he was now the captain of the cleansing squad, the contribution points he could earn from ghouls killed by CCG members were minimal. Thus, to ascend to the rank of a superior investigator. He needed to eliminate his foes personally. With all exits blocked, the ghouls caught glimpses of a throng of investigators outside, driving them deeper into madness. What do we do? It's over. We're doomed. Run. The guy with the knife is coming. The pandemonium escalated as Xiao plunged his knife into a ghoul's throat, claiming yet another point as the ghoul crumpled to the ground. Not all ghouls fled. Among them were two S-rank ghouls. One was the clown-masked host on stage, and the other stood directly before Xiao. Clad in a pig mask and possessing a rotund physique, the S-rank ghoul before Xiao weighed at least 300 pounds, resembling a rolling ball. You're human. The corpulent ghoul Kagun was of the armored type, enveloping his shoulders like a suit of half-armor. He was clearly a tank, lacking in speed but boasting formidable resilience. With determination, Xiao charged forward, and the rotund ghoul bellowed, rushing at him. The two drew closer. Xiao's movements were agile, while the ghoul resembled a heavy tank, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Die! The hefty ghoul lowered his head, charging towards Xiao. With his focus sharpened, Xiao sidestepped the oncoming collision effortlessly, slashing at the ghoul's lower body with his long blade. With a sickening thud, a fat leg severed and fell to the ground, the force of the ghoul's momentum aiding Xiao's strike. The ghoul let out a blood-curdling scream as he collapsed. Xiao swiftly advanced, planting his foot on the ghoul's back, the tip of Dragon Slayer poised at the back of his skull. No, please don't help the icy. Sharp sensation at the back of his head rendered the ghoul's words incoherent. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through his brain without hesitation. Xiao felt the ghoul's body convulse beneath his foot. A light green treasure chest began to ascend from the corpse of the rotund ghoul, prompting Xiao's eyebrows to lift in surprise. Fortune smiles upon me. Slaying an S-rank ghoul has yielded a green treasure chest. As Xiao retracted the treasure chest, his gaze shifted towards the second-place S-ghoul on the field, the one adorned with a clown mask. Perceiving Xiao's scrutinizing stare, the masked ghoul hastily exclaimed, "Wait. I am a member of the Jukiyama family. You cannot kill me." Chapter 23. Life and Death. The ghoul donned in a clown mask gradually retreated, its eyes brimming with a menacing glint, seemingly confident in the stature of the Jukiyama family. Xiao is somewhat acquainted with the Jukiyama lineage, known for their considerable influence in both political and commercial spheres, boasting extensive connections and abundant resources. While an ordinary individual might tread carefully around the Jukiyama family, Xiao held no such reservations. Not only would he not hesitate to eliminate the ghoul before him, but he would also not spare the young master of the Jukiyama family, Jukiyama Shu. Furthermore, the most formidable force in the ghoul world was the CCG, the very organization Xiao belonged to, a fact unbeknownst to most. The Jukiyama family was indeed a source of dread. With a nonchalant demeanor, Xiao advanced towards the ghoul, wielding his longsword. The clown ghoul became increasingly wary. "I will give you 1 billion yen. Let me go." True to Jukiyama family traits, the ghoul was lavish with its offers. Yet, Xiao continued his slow approach, and the clown ghoul quickly realized that Xiao had no intention of letting him escape. "If I do not perish today, I will unleash my family's power to hunt you down until you wish for death." The ghoul's Kagun emerged, manifesting as a tail-like appendage, 2 fiery red tendrils, thick as a thigh, yet not particularly lengthy. Tail-type ghouls generally possessed balanced attributes, albeit lacking explosive power, with commendable lower body strength. The clown ghoul clenched its fists and assumed a brawling stance. Most proficient users of tail-type Kagun were martial arts experts. Yet the clown ghoul before him was evidently a pampered scion, lacking combat prowess. Its incessant scanning of the surroundings indicated its inability to focus during battle. Xiao aimed to conclude the skirmish within a minute, for more pressing adversaries awaited his attention. The ghouls fleeing the auction house had largely halted, their eyes filled with murderous intent directed at him. Xiao lightly tapped the ground with his sword, diverting the clown ghoul's attention, before charging forward without warning. The clown ghoul stiffened, appearing somewhat flustered. The glint of the blade flashed before the clown ghoul, which gasped, instinctively attempting to block with its Kagun. However, Xiao merely feigned a strike, his free left hand forming a fist that connected with the ghoul's abdomen. The impact sank in, causing the clown ghoul to double over with a strangled cry. A whimper followed, leaving Xiao momentarily bewildered. Had he truly brought a ghoul to tears? The clown was, indeed, a pampered heir. One could only wonder how it had ascended to an S-rank ghoul status. Unmoved by the enemy's sobbing, Su Xiao delivered a swift kick to the ghoul's calf, the sickening crack of bone echoing as a pale shard protruded from the muscle. A high-pitched scream, reminiscent of a woman's, erupted from the clown ghoul, now terrified and limping away. Ignoring the fact that the auction house was entirely sealed off, fleeing amidst combat was tantamount to courting death. With a swift thrust, Su Xiao's blade pierced the clown ghoul's back, halting its escape. The mask fell away, revealing a handsome yet sinister visage. "I do not wish to die. I still have so much money." With a thud, the clown ghoul collapsed, devoid of any treasure aside from contribution points. Such a worthless creature, it was no surprise it bore no loot. Su Xiao doubted it could even contend with a seasoned B-rank ghoul. Withdrawing his blade, Su Xiao flicked away the blood and removed his night vision goggles. The auction house was ablaze, ghouls igniting wooden chairs to create a bonfire. Turning to face the gathering ghouls, Su Xiao smiled, his dark eyes glinting with a hint of crimson in the firelight. There were nearly 100 ghouls present, most being B rank, with over 20 A rank among them. Should they all charge at once, he risked his own demise. If he killed the clown, even if he could not escape today, he would at least take one down with him. Yes, today's events were indeed part of that scoundrel's scheme. The multitude of ghouls revealed their kagun, feather, armor, scale, and tail types, a veritable spectrum of powers. Though outnumbered, Su Xiao had alternative methods to eliminate them, yet those would be time-consuming and yield little contribution points. The CCG investigators outside could burst in at any moment to assist him. Such an opportunity was rare. He yearned to test the limits of his capabilities. Enough talk. If you wish to fight, let us engage without restraint. If you can slay me, perhaps you might survive. The ghouls displayed their kagun in a breathtaking display. Charge. Kill him. A ghoul's commanding shout incited a frenzied rush from the throng. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao met the oncoming wave of ghouls. With a resounding clang, he cleaved through the foremost ghoul, closing in on the crowd. Activating King Ganging, he maximized his swordsmanship and commenced a fierce battle. A pale blue energy enveloped his blade, arcs of electricity dancing and sharpening the already exquisite weapon. Three swift strokes severed 3 heads from their bodies, meeting the gaze of a nearby ghoul. It froze in terror. A swift cut to the throat, and Su Xiao sought his next victim. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck his back, sending him staggering forward. Uncertain of which ghoul had struck him, he sensed the attack but could not fully evade due to the multitude surrounding him. Blood seeped from his back. He tore off the tattered remnants of his shirt. The previous blow had cost him 6% of his health, yet the injury was not severe. Surrounded by ghouls, Su Xiao deftly evaded most of their strikes, only absorbing damage when evasion was impossible. His agility, rated at 13 points, not only enhanced his speed but also sharpened his reflexes. Compared to his own injuries, the casualties among the ghouls were far greater. If they fell to his blade, it meant certain death or grievous harm. In the face of death's terror, the ghouls descended into hysteria. The scent of human blood was palpable. He was human, and his stamina would eventually wane. He had been injured. They should not relent. Amidst the chaos, the ghouls forged temporary alliances, just barely dodging an incoming attack. Su Xiao seized one ghoul by the throat, the sound of bones snapping echoing as he exerted his 13-point strength. Holding the lifeless body aloft as a makeshift shield, he continued to engage the ghouls. 3 minutes elapsed, leaving over 70 ghouls remaining, with Su Xiao at 72% health. 5 minutes later, more than 40 ghouls persisted, and his health dwindled to 46%. After 10 minutes, merely a dozen ghouls remained, with Su Xiao at 28% health. Breathing heavily, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The onslaught of hundreds was a stark contrast to dueling a single SSS-rank ghoul, 2 entirely different realms. The multitude created blind spots, forcing him to rely on instinct and sound to evade attacks. If confronted head-on by the 100 ghouls, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. On several occasions, he had narrowly escaped death. Combat was unforgiving. The slightest miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. This was Su Xiao's first experience with a group battle. Though his experience was lacking, the growth he achieved in the fray was immensely gratifying. The remaining ghouls regarded Su Xiao with fear etched across their faces. "No, do not come closer. We surrender." Overwhelmed by terror, they sought to capitulate. Yet, at this stage, surrender was an impossibility. It was either their demise or his. Su Xiao brandished his blade and charged forward, followed by a cacophony of wails and the sound of flesh being cleaved. The auction house was plunged into an eerie silence. Chapter 24. Explosion outside the auction house. Numerous Ghoul investigators, armed with assault rifles, awaited anxiously. They had never received such an unusual order during a mission to expel ghouls. They were merely required to guard the exits. The sounds of combat emanating from within the auction house heightened their unease. Similarly, Makoto Tojo paced nervously at the back door, pondering the chaos unfolding inside. What on earth was happening? Even the mightiest could not confront so many ghouls alone. 20 minutes had passed, and the initial cacophony of screams had given way to an eerie silence, a fact that made Makoto's heart race. Just as anxiety gripped him, a fatigued voice came through his Bluetooth earpiece. "Come in, begin clearing the auction house, and prepare for rescue." Rescue? Makoto was puzzled, but nonetheless led his team to open the back door. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the overwhelming stench of blood, his elegant brow furrowing. He hastened his steps towards the main hall of the auction house. The sight that met him left him dumbfounded. A multitude of ghoul corpses lay scattered about, and seated atop the pile was a man smoking a cigarette. The brutal spectacle instinctively made Makoto take a step back. Though he had seen many corpses before, the scene before him was unprecedented, a chilling tableau reminiscent of ancient battlefields. As he attempted to approach the man, he suddenly slipped, nearly falling due to the blood-soaked floor. "What are you dawdling for? Start clearing the bodies," the man commanded, flicking away his cigarette butt and stowing away his weapon, the Dragon Slayer. "Understood," Makoto replied, straightening instinctively. The other investigators, equally shaken by the scene, quickly retrieved body bags and began their grim task. The man, Xiao, stretched his sore body. He had pushed himself to his limits. If the number of ghouls exceeded 100, he would struggle. If it surpassed 200, he would face certain death. Previously, the lights had gone out in the auction house, and he had seized the opportunity with night vision goggles to intimidate the ghouls. Moreover, the two S-rank ghouls had failed to unite. Had they led the charge against him, the outcome would have been drastically different. Tonight's events seemed perilous, yet Xiao's actions were not without forethought. He knew that at his command, a multitude of ghoul investigators would rush in. He was confident in his ability to withstand the onslaught of ghouls for a considerable time. Xiao understood his strengths. His overwhelming offensive capability and rich combat experience allowed him to excel in one-on-one confrontations. However, in group battles, his lower stamina rendered him vulnerable. No one is flawless in this world, and Xiao had balanced his attributes. Should he focus on physical strength, his progress would inevitably stall, leaving him lagging behind other contractors. As a hunter, he needed to maintain an edge over his peers. Otherwise, how could he pursue his targets? Inside the CCG vehicle, Xiao observed the investigators diligently clearing the corpses. It would take some time to restore the auction house to order, allowing him a brief respite to recover his health, which was currently at a mere 27. He retrieved a portion of golden fried rice, a restorative food that remained in a dormant state until activated. Upon activation, the delicate membrane surrounding the rice ruptured, releasing steam into the air. A delightful aroma wafted towards him, causing Xiao to swallow instinctively. It seemed utterly delectable. Equipped with chopsticks, he sampled a bite. The rice grains were enveloped in soft eggs, imparting a delightful texture, while the masterful cooking technique melded the flavors of rice and egg harmoniously. One bite led to another as he couldn't resist the exquisite taste of this golden fried rice. A culinary delight worthy of the Food Wars realm. An idea flickered in his mind. Should he consider abducting a chef from the Food Wars world? He chuckled softly. Shaking his head, the effort did not equate to the reward. Strengthening himself took precedence. With formidable power, delectable food would come naturally. Before he knew it, the entire portion of golden fried rice was consumed, not a grain left behind, leaving him yearning for more. After downing a bottle of mineral water, Xiao leaned back in satisfaction. Nothing surpassed the joy of a hearty meal after a battle. Warmth spread through his stomach as his health gradually replenished. What is that smell? It's so fragrant. Suzuya rushed over, his nose twitching with curiosity. Suzuya, get in the car, we're heading back to the division. Though Suzuya had a quirky personality, he generally obeyed orders. Are you eating something? Can I have some? Suzuya's head popped up from between the seats, a beaming smile on his face. I'll treat you all to a feast tomorrow. He needed to foster camaraderie among those who would assist him in cleansing District 14. Gaining their goodwill was essential. Having dispatched numerous ghouls, he was entitled to a substantial reward under CCG regulations. It was only fair, given the high-risk nature of their work. which came with enviable salaries. After dismissing Shirzua, Su Xiao began to reflect on the battle's outcomes. He had gained 372 contribution points, bringing his total to first-class investigator. Contribution 897-2000. He still needed 1103 points to complete his task. He had also acquired a green treasure chest, despite slaying over 100 ghouls. He had not received a single white treasure chest. This led him to ponder whether he possessed a propensity for bad luck, akin to being African, a term used to describe someone with poor fortune in obtaining treasures. Throughout his treasure-hunting journey, aside from certain specific items, he had seldom encountered anything of real value. The Dragon Slayer, white, was a prize seized rather than found within a chest, and the Soul Crystal, small, was a result of a significant disparity between him and the monsters. The Wailing of Evil Spirits, green, had originated from a gecko's treasure chest. A key player in the narrative, defeating it had yielded considerable world source. Even so, he had only received a green ring with a rating of 21. Su Xiao sighed, realizing he possessed the qualities of a chieftain. Thankfully, he was not exceedingly unlucky. He merely had average luck. With a bitter smile, he resolved to set aside such thoughts. By 1 o'clock in the morning, the bodies within the auction house had been cleared, and the CCG investigators regrouped as the convoy began its return to the division. This was undoubtedly a resounding victory. They had annihilated the enemy without suffering any casualties. Many investigators bore smiles, their gazes towards Su Xiao filled with reverence. The convoy traversed the deserted streets under the dim glow of streetlights, creating an unusually serene atmosphere. As Su Xiao sat in the passenger seat, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him, as if he stood on the precipice of an abyss, his body leaning forward instinctively. Danger approached from below. Without hesitation, Su Xiao flung open the car door and leaped out, rolling onto the asphalt before regaining his footing. Another figure followed suit, Shirzua, the clever little white-haired investigator. Boom. Suddenly, the vehicle that Su Xiao was aboard erupted in a violent explosion, catapulting the car into the air, where it spun several times before coming to a halt. A massive crater appeared on the road, revealing that the explosive was not concealed beneath the vehicle, but rather buried underground. Flames soared into the sky, accompanied by a peculiar charred odor mingled with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Su Xiao quickly discerned that this was the unmistakable aroma of polyisobutylene burning. Someone had planted a C4 plastic explosive along his route. It was evident that a fellow contractee was attempting to ambush him. Yet to assume that a mere bomb could eliminate him was a rather fanciful notion. Grasping his sword, Zhanlong, Su Xiao surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. He had just spent over an hour resting in the car, restoring 80% of his stamina, and his health had fully replenished after consuming restorative food thrice. Su Xiao had long suspected that a contractee might attempt to attack him, though he was uncertain of the exact timing. During a period of dangerously low health, he had not hesitated to consume expensive restorative provisions, all in preparation for any eventuality. In hindsight, his actions proved to be exceedingly prudent. Otherwise, in his prior condition, he might have faced certain death. Chapter 25. The wrath of nature accompanied by a resounding explosion, the CCG convoy came to a halt. Ghoul investigators, armed with assault rifles, leaped from their vehicles, using the doors as shields while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. "Shinobu, are you all right?" asked Kanu as he rushed forward, wielding his quinkwa. Su Xiao concealed himself behind a car, signaling Kanu to maintain his distance. The recent explosion may have merely been a test, an attempt to ascertain whether they could eliminate him. Presently, a multitude of Ghoul investigators surrounded Su Xiao. Unless the enemy contractor was utterly foolish, a confrontation was improbable. The firepower of these 100-plus investigators was not to be underestimated. Only if the enemy contractor could swiftly dispatch these investigators would they stand a chance. The streets were eerily silent, save for the faint crackling of burning vehicles. "It seems someone intends to kill us." "Why?" Shinichiro peered cautiously outside, his expression one of eagerness. As Su Xiao observed the vicinity, preparing to discern the enemy's general position, the opposing contractor abruptly made their move. A wave of green energy surged forth, sweeping over Su Xiao in an instant. "You have been struck by wrath of nature. Intelligence attribute assessment underway. Assessment result. Intelligence attribute exceeds 10 points. Immunity to sleep effect activated. You have resisted the control of wrath of nature. Vitality restored to 100. In the wake of the green shockwave, The Ghoul investigators beside Su Xiao began to collapse one after another, not dead, merely in a deep slumber, exuding a faint green luminescence. Shinichiro, appearing as if intoxicated, swayed unsteadily, yet managed to retain consciousness through sheer will. Seizing Shinichiro's head, Su Xiao forcefully slammed it against the car door. With a resounding thud, a significant dent formed in the metal, and a trickle of blood streamed from Shinichiro's white hair. Shinichiro's initially dazed eyes gradually regained clarity, looking at Su Xiao with confusion. "Are you awake now?" Su Xiao asked, still gripping his head. If Shinichiro remained dazed, he was prepared to strike again. Shinichiro nodded, prompting Su Xiao to release him. "What just happened? I feel so sleepy." Shinichiro bore no grudge, instead leaning closer to Su Xiao. "Shinichiro, enemies are about to appear. Do your utmost to delay one or two foes. Even if they are not ghouls, do not hesitate to kill. Understood?" Shinichiro nodded. This was the reason Su Xiao had brought him along. This white-haired youth possessed a remarkable lack of moral discernment. If it were Kanu, he would undoubtedly refuse such orders. "Hide for now and await my command." As Su Xiao spoke, he took Kanu's quinkwa and tossed it to Shinichiro. Kanu had succumbed to slumber, evidently unable to resist the sleep effect. Su Xiao stood, brandishing his dragon slayer as he emerged from behind the car, his focus razor-sharp. The street lay silent, save for the unconscious Ghoul investigators. The adversary had come prepared, first employing explosives to obstruct their path, followed by a crowd control tactic to weaken Su Xiao's forces. A few hundred meters away, in a narrow alley, a girl clad in green, Yezi, gazed sorrowfully at a piece of parchment in her hands. The parchment, adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns, bore significant cracks. It was a green skill scroll, usable but once. "Queen, if that fellow does not drop health cards, we will suffer greatly." The queen's crimson lips curled into a smirk. "Fear not. Even if no health cards drop, the subsequent source of the world will sufficiently compensate our losses, and we shall profit handsomely. I will procure a healing staff for you then." Upon hearing healing staff, Yezi's eyes sparkled, yet she suddenly recalled something. On second thought, "I must first revive Ka, which requires a tremendous price." The queen's expression darkened. She was well aware of the cost of reviving Ka. "Very well, once this world concludes, we shall bring back Ka." Yezi felt a surge of emotion, about to speak when the queen raised her hand to silence her. "The target has emerged. Heibai, prepare to snipe." The queen retrieved a massive metal shield, ready to confront the enemy at any moment. "Understood." On the rooftop of a building, Heibai lay at the edge, a brown cloth spread beneath her. She spat out her chewing gum, her long purple ponytail cascading down her back as her pale fingers pressed against her temple. Buzz. The sound of precision machinery resonated. Click, click, click. A small piece of headgear materialized above Heibai's head, and a detection device resembling night vision goggles appeared before her right eye, emitting a red glow, intricate in design. This was green equipment, equipped with night vision, thermal sensing, and ultrasonic detection, ideal for a sniper. Heibai's slender fingers rested on the trigger of her sniper rifle, the red crosshair within the scope aligning with Su Xiao. Until now, Heibai had refrained from taking action due to Su Xiao's acute perception. As Su Xiao traversed the street, his steps suddenly halted, an instinctual shiver running down his spine. He was being targeted, and by a lethal weapon. Relying on his intuition, he began to sense the source of danger, quickly pinpointing its general location, above and to his left. As he gazed in that direction, he could only see a building silhouetted against the night sky. Through the scope, Heibai noticed Su Xiao lift his head, staring directly at her position. She scoffed, feeling exasperated. What an irritatingly perceptive individual. In that moment, Heibai squeezed the trigger. Su Xiao remained rooted in place, the sensation of danger escalating to its peak. Suddenly, a faint stabbing pain shot through his heart, prompting his body to instinctively shift to the side. Bang! A gunshot shattered the night. A fierce gust grazed his shoulder, generating a wave of heat as a massive hole exploded in the asphalt behind him. A sniper. Su Xiao's evasion of the bullet did not stem from speed exceeding that of the projectile, but rather from his anticipatory movement. What began as a stationary stance transformed into a sudden burst as he charged toward the source of danger. Bang, bang, bang. Heibai fired 3 shots. Yet only one grazed Su Xiao's sleeve. The distance between them rapidly diminished, from 700 meters to 400 meters. Heibai felt a surge of anxiety, akin to being hunted by a fierce beast. Her finger hastily pulled the trigger. Yet Su Xiao seemed to predict the trajectory of the bullets, skillfully evading each shot. In this life-or-death moment, Su Xiao's perception sharpened, reaching unprecedented heights. Where the unknown sniper aimed, Su Xiao felt a faint sting, the key to his evasion. Queen. This fellow's perception is utterly monstrous. I cannot lock onto him. Buy me some time. I shall employ that technique. No problem. The queen, concealed in the alley, nodded. Yezi, stay hidden and look for an opportunity to heal me. Yezi nodded, a flicker of emerald light shimmering in her hand before the queen departed the alley. A radiant green aura enveloped the queen, her arm muscles visibly bulging. I'm going in. Watch my health. With a battle cry, the queen surged from the alley, charging towards Su Xiao. Though her primary attribute lay in stamina, her speed increased dramatically as she dashed, almost becoming a blur. Noticing the rapidly approaching queen, Su Xiao reluctantly chose to abandon his focus on the unknown sniper. Shinichiro, head to the rooftop of that shopping mall and deal with the enemies above. Chapter 26. Such a bold maneuver? The queen, wielding her shield, charged fiercely at Su Xiao. He sank slightly, steadying his center of gravity. Aware that her speed was too swift for him to evade, he positioned the Dragon Slayer blade horizontally before him, bracing for the impact. The queen barreled into him like a frenzied wild bull. Su Xiao gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand, while the other pressed firmly against the back of the blade. The collision was thunderous. The sharp blade met the solid shield, and the asphalt beneath them cracked dramatically. Impressive strength, Su Xiao thought, as he exerted force against the queen. Being a physically strong individual, she could not rival his might. Her earlier charge had merely allowed her to hold her ground against him temporarily. Her elegant face turned a deep shade of purple as Su Xiao pushed her back, her iron boots skidding against the ground, igniting sparks. You shall not harm my allies while I am here, he asserted, noting her lack of true power despite her bravado. With renewed strength, he pressed downwards, and she faltered, dropping to one knee. The title of queen suggested her formidable nature, yet here she was, kneeling before him. Such humiliation was intolerable for her. I will kill you, she exclaimed, struggling in vain against the overwhelming disparity in strength. Su Xiao grasped the edge of her shield, intent on yanking it aside rather than striking it, a testament to his superior power. He aimed to tear it away and then plunge his blade into her flesh. The queen's cheeks twitched in surprise. She had likely never encountered an adversary bold enough to seize her shield directly. Shouldn't there have been a more rigorous exchange first? Su Xiao wrenched the shield from her grasp, thrusting the Dragon Slayer toward her throat. At that very moment, a sharp pain pricked his back. The sniper had arrived, but it was too late for any meaningful intervention. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiao forcefully pulled the queen's shield behind her, causing her to stumble. A gunshot rang out, striking the shield, which dented under the impact, embedding the bullet within, leaving a crimson mark on that small area. The shock reverberated through Su Xiao's hand, leaving it slightly numb. In that moment, the queen yanked her shield away and retreated a few steps. This warrior, known for her physical prowess, had never faced a foe like Su Xiao, who brazenly attempted to wrestle her shield from her. As humiliation washed over her, she resolved to enhance her strength upon returning to the cycle of rebirth. Losing her shield to an enemy was simply too embarrassing. Had she not clung to it so fiercely, it would have already slipped from her grasp, leaving her vulnerable to annihilation. The synergy between the shield warrior and the sniper was intriguing. This was Su Xiao's first encounter with a contractor, and he began to grasp their dynamics. The queen before him seemed to have focused solely on defensive capabilities, while the sniper provided the offensive might. A well-rounded pairing, indeed, a support role would make it flawless. Su Xiao felt no trepidation. His enhancements were comprehensive, possessing few weaknesses outside of his low health. While other contractors operated in small units, he was a formidable force on his own. Ingzi, switch to strength. I no longer require stamina. This scoundrel has taken my shield. The queen's tone reflected her frustration. In the alley, Ingzi appeared momentarily taken aback before promptly shifting her aura from stamina to strength. How audacious to challenge me directly, the queen declared, her armor gleaming, exuding a formidable presence. I am curious about this aura that surrounds you. What is its nature? Do you have allies apart from that sniper? Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, the queen maintained her composure, revealing no hint of emotion. Displaying any sign of vulnerability could betray Ingzi's position, whose survival skills were limited, especially in close combat. Fool. This aura is a natural extension of my royal essence, she retorted. A smile spread across Su Xiao's face. Is that so? Let me hazard a guess. Where is your third ally hiding? On the rooftop? Inside the building? In the alley? His seemingly trivial inquiries were, in fact, a probe into the queen's mind. He was uncertain of her numbers, merely speculating to instill psychological pressure during combat. Enough of your prattle. The queen snapped, charging at Su Xiao once more. This time, she adopted a more measured pace, aiming for a steady advance. Su Xiao merely glanced at her, dismissing her presence as he resolved to eliminate the sniper first. Suddenly, he darted away, quickly creating distance between them. Panic tightened in the queen's chest. Her greatest fear was manifesting. This man was bypassing her to attack her ally. Do not think you can escape. She raised her hand, summoning a silver chain that shimmered with a semi-transparent hue, swift as lightning. One and ensnared Su Xiao's arm, merging with him. You have been bound by mithril chain. The caster's stamina is 33 times yours. Escape is impossible. You cannot exceed 30 meters from the caster. Su Xiao's movements halted abruptly, not by his own volition but by the force of the binding. Inspecting the ethereal chain on his arm, he attempted to slice through it. But the Dragon Slayer passed through without effect, for the chain was non-corporeal. As I said, you will not escape, the queen proclaimed, a hint of triumph in her voice. Having turned the tide of the battle, she felt a surge of exhilaration. She trusted in the sharpshooter's marksmanship. If she could just hold Su Xiao in place, he would soon meet his end. Su Xiao turned his gaze toward her, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Do you truly wish for death? He had just slain hundreds of ghouls, his aura radiating a palpable menace that startled the queen. She pondered the number of lives he had extinguished in the derived realms. Contractors typically dispatched only a few foes, perhaps a dozen at most. Yet, even such minimal carnage would weigh heavily on the psyche of most contractors. Cease your bluster. While I may not match your strength, you are far from capable of ending my life. Su Xiao, feeling the strain in his left arm, tore away the cumbersome battle attire and tossed it aside. He had grown serious. If he did not eliminate the shield warrior before him, he risked being overwhelmed. With the activation of Blue Steel Shadow, Su Xiao recognized that contractors possessed limited health, and the true damage from his abilities would prove advantageous in this conflict. Blue arcs of energy crackled along the edge of the Dragon Slayer as he propelled himself forward, charging bare-chested at the queen. Previously, he had not taken their battle seriously, intent on dispatching her ally first. Now, as he focused intently, the queen could sense the immense pressure bearing down upon her. Chapter 27. A Blade to the Bone. Yezi. Prepare to heal me. This man may very well be a cold-blooded madman. The queen, sensing Su Xiao's formidable aura, suddenly found herself regretting the decision to provoke this man. Alone in his faction, the benefits of eliminating him were far too great. As a level 6 contractor, her actions upon entering the level 3 realm had been somewhat rash. Su Xiao propelled himself forward, akin to a cannonball, charging at the queen. She raised her enormous shield in defense, with both hands gripping his blade. He opted not for a slash, but instead, with his left hand, he dragged the end of his knife and thrust it towards the shield. Crack! The tip of his weapon, the Dragon Slayer, became lodged in the shield. Although the Dragon Slayer was a top-tier white weapon, it was still merely a piece of white equipment. The queen wielded a green shield rated at 26, without Su Xiao's high attack power. Breaking the shield would have been impossible. Watching the blade embedded within her shield, the queen's heart bled. The cost of repairing this green shield would make her question her very existence. If mages were the lords of the Reincarnation Paradise, then tanks were akin to giant pandas. In the early derivative worlds, very few contractors opted to develop physical attributes. Taking hits was not something just anyone could endure, not to mention the pain of being struck. Simply standing there defenseless while holding a massive shield was enough to deter most contractors. It was a profoundly frustrating experience. Thus, tanks had to be specially trained. Stable adventuring teams would cultivate a few contractors with tanking talent. Fortunately, only a small number were needed. In a party of 10, one main tank and one off-tank would suffice. After all, in the derivative worlds, the primary goal was to defeat enemies. After the Dragon Slayer pierced the shield, Su Xiao delivered a powerful kick to its front. Bang! The sound reverberated as the queen staggered back several steps. This initial strike was intended to gauge the enemy's defensive capabilities, and the results exceeded his expectations. He would need to employ cunning to overcome her. The sniper above had not moved for quite some time, indicating that Shirzwa had likely located the enemy. After such a prolonged absence of fire support, The queen sensed something was amiss. Kuro and Shiro. She attempted to contact them, only to hear heavy breathing in her ear. Queen, I cannot provide support at the moment. I have been discovered. By whom? The plot character, Shirzwick Kiryu. The queen's expression darkened. Without Kuro and Shiro's sniping, they were powerless against Su Xiao. Give me 5 minutes. Kuro sounded confident, and the queen seemed to trust Kuro implicitly. I will do my utmost to buy you 5 minutes. The queen retrieved a vial of potion and bit down on it. Although Yezi could heal her at any moment, Su Xiao's ability to shatter her shield instilled a deep sense of dread within her. While the queen spoke with Kuro and Shiro, Su Xiao charged forward once more. The queen immediately retaliated, swinging her shield forward, which radiated with a golden light. Divine shield assault, she cried as she lunged at Su Xiao with her shield. The force of the blow was tremendous, the shield cutting through the air with a fierce wind. Su Xiao sensed the extraordinary nature of this attack. It was likely a skill. As the golden shield surged towards him, he remained calm, meeting it head-on. Just as the shield was about to strike, he deftly leapt, planting a foot on the shield and using its force to gracefully execute a backflip. He landed smoothly as the queen's skill concluded. The queen stared at Su Xiao. Disbelief etched across her face. How is it possible to evade a skill? The description of her divine shield assault indicated it was an unavoidable attack. Su Xiao offered no reply, merely closing the distance between them. This contractor relied heavily on skills, yet she failed to grasp that skills were merely aids in combat. Adaptability and rich combat experience were essential to overcoming foes. The Reincarnation Paradise was not a game. The supposed unavoidable skills could change based on circumstances. Su Xiao, firmly planted on the ground, launched a powerful kick against the queen's shield. Even with an aura augmenting her strength, she was knocked back several steps, her stance faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiao's figure flickered. His agility of 13 allowed him to swiftly maneuver behind the queen. Transitioning from a one-handed grip to a two-handed grip, Su Xiao unleashed a full-force strike at the queen's back. The Dragon Slayer sliced through her armor, penetrating flesh. And the special energy of the blue steel shadow coursed into her body. In an instant, the queen's health bar plummeted by 27. This blow was merciless. The weapon's inherent sharpness, combined with Su Xiao's might and the blue steel shadow's true damage, proved devastating. The burning pain from the blue steel shadow caused the queen to scream, stumbling forward. Such an opportunity would not be squandered. Su Xiao aimed for the back of her neck, delivering another strike. The blue steel shadow consumed an additional 10 points of her mana, inflicting another 10 points of true damage. The agony from the earlier strike had barely subsided when a new wave of torment surged through her. The cumulative pain rendered the queen's face ashen. The overwhelming suffering induced a strange sensation of exhilaration. This strike cost her 31 of her health. If the current trend continued, she would surely perish within 4 blows. Before she could acclimate to the agonizing sensations coursing through her body, Su Xiao's third strike came forth. The Dragon Slayer sliced through the air with a terrifying wail. Hearing this sound, the queen bit down hard on the potion in her mouth, swallowing the shards of glass along with it. With a splatter, blood gushed forth as this blow proved even more brutal, reducing her health by 34. Having endured 3 consecutive strikes, the queen felt as though she were on the brink of destruction, not from the severity of her injuries, but from the relentless pain that threatened to shatter her resolve. The terrifying aspect of the blue steel shadow became evident once Su Xiao landed the first strike. If she could not withstand the pain from the mana burn, retaliation would be nearly impossible. In the depths of despair, Su Xiao's fourth blow arrived. The queen's formidable armor crumbled before him as if made of paper, a testament to the blue steel shadow's true damage. Surprised that 3 consecutive strikes had failed to finish her, Su Xiao noted that this shield warrior was remarkably resilient. Previous opponents had not withstood his onslaught. With a swift motion, he severed the queen's arm, the one that clutched her shield. This strike, aimed not at her torso, merely cost her 16 of her health. Had she not consumed the potion moments before, she would now be lifeless. Even so, the queen was left with only 19 health. As Su Xiao prepared to deliver his 5th blow, a green orb suddenly flew from a distance, merging with the queen. Her health rapidly recovered from 19 to 34, and it continued to rise. At last, your third ally has arrived. Su Xiao aimed to strike the queen, but the recent infusion of healing energy allowed her to recover from the torment. She executed a roll, narrowly evading Su Xiao's blade. You freak, the queen gasped. Supporting herself against the ground, blood dripping onto the pavement. She had mentioned enduring for 5 minutes, yet only 30 seconds had passed, and she had nearly perished beneath Su Xiao's onslaught. If not for Yezi's remarkable healing prowess, she would already be a corpse. Chapter 28. Blood of Madness. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, swarms of flying insects congregated. The midnight silence was shattered by the report of a gunshot. Su Xiao turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, where he anticipated that Rinya Shiz had engaged in combat with the enemy contractor. He pressed the button on his Bluetooth headset. Shiz. No response came, likely because Rinya Shiz had inadvertently dropped the headset during the fight. Su Xiao was uncertain of the sniper's abilities, but he believed Shiz could hold the enemy at bay. The immediate priority was to deal with the female shield warrior before him. Thanks to Yezi's healing, the queen's health had recovered to 67. One could not deny that the girl in green, named Yezi, was quite proficient in her restorative abilities. The queen eyed Su Xiao warily, having already retrieved a shield from the ground. However, due to the severing of her right arm by Su Xiao, her stance with the shield appeared awkward. Even with a balanced development of attributes, it was implausible for her to possess such terrifying offensive power. The agonizing blue light that accompanied her attacks was unmistakable. This individual had already acquired a professional template. The queen had traversed through 3 derivative worlds, her experiences far surpassing those of an ordinary contractor. Who could know? What Su Xiao desired most at present was to eliminate the auxiliary contractor lurking in the shadows. Yet, due to the constraints of the mithril chains, he was unable to move more than 30 meters away from the female shield warrior. This was undoubtedly a repugnant skill. The shield warrior was remarkably resilient to slashing attacks, and combined with the hidden auxiliary contractor, it would be a challenge to defeat her swiftly. The situation regarding Rinya Shiz remained uncertain, so a prompt resolution seemed prudent. Su Xiao advanced a few steps toward the queen, reversing the grip on his long knife, and struck the shield forcefully with the hilt. A dull thud echoed as the queen's arm, holding the shield, bore the brunt of the impact. When confronting an enemy wielding a shield, blunt force proved far more effective than slashing strikes. The queen gritted her teeth and retaliated by slamming the shield toward Su Xiao, a desperate move indicative of a life-and-death struggle. Su Xiao refrained from taking the hit. He had sustained some minor injuries during the fight, and the impact from blocking a bullet had left him shaken, causing his health to drop to around 85. With a nimble sidestep, he evaded the shield strike, his arm curling as he grasped the edge of the shield. The queen let out a pained groan, internally lamenting, "Here we go again," seizing the edge of the queen's shield. Su Xiao lowered his gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As a shield warrior, unable to maintain her grip on the shield, she might as well perish. With his left hand pulling back, his right thrust the dragon slayer forward. The queen now faced 2 choices: relinquish the shield or be pierced by Su Xiao. If she abandoned the shield, she would be completely exposed to Su Xiao's formidable attacking power, a prospect that filled the queen with despair. Conversely, if she chose to retain the shield, she would inevitably be struck by Su Xiao, the previous excruciating sensation forever etched in her memory. Ultimately, the queen opted to discard the shield, retreating to avoid Su Xiao's long knife. After wresting the shield from the queen, Su Xiao hurled it forcefully into the distance. With a clang, the sizable metal shield crashed into a nearby shop, causing chaos within as it lodged itself askew against a row of shelves, bottles of shampoo rolling down upon it. The queen stood silently, contemplating for a few moments before speaking. "Today, we initiated the attack on you. I am willing to pay 10,000 Paradise coins as compensation for mental distress. Let us cease hostilities. If this continues, we may both suffer defeat." Recognizing Su Xiao's formidable nature, the queen chose to adopt a more conciliatory stance. "Let us settle this first." Su Xiao intended to outmaneuver her without any cost. Very well. A notification from the Reincarnation Paradise appeared before Su Xiao. "Contractor No requests a temporary contract with you. Within this derivative world, you shall not attack any members of team, and they shall not engage in any actions detrimental to you. Upon the conclusion of this contract, Contractor No will pay 10,000 Paradise coins as a reward for its establishment. Note: this contract is notarized by Reincarnation Paradise. No one can contravene it. Warning: the contract is drafted by the initiator. Hunters must read it carefully. Should any breach occur post-signing, Reincarnation Paradise will impose penalties. Penalty for breach of contract: deduction of 300,000 Paradise coins. Do you agree to sign the contract? Yes, no. Su Xiao read through the contract with intrigue, surprised that Reincarnation Paradise possessed such functionality. Upon inquiry, he learned that he too could draft contracts, albeit at the cost of 50 Paradise coins. Naturally, he chose to reject the Queen's proposal, as he had aimed to take advantage of her vulnerability but had not anticipated the existence of the contract mechanism. Since the adversary had opted to assault him, he could not let the matter rest. Upon seeing Su Xiao's refusal, the Queen's expression shifted. "What do you mean by this?" "What do I mean? I intend to eliminate you," Su Xiao retorted, pulling out a salt rice ball and swallowing it whole. The salt rice ball restored 10 of his health, proving to be a valuable supply. "Do not force my hand," the Queen's voice turned icy. Su Xiao suddenly erupted into laughter, brandishing his blade. "You dare to say not to pressure you when I've laid explosives along my path? Today, I shall not leave without severing your head." His gaze shifted toward a narrow alley beside the street. "You can hide there. Once I dispatch her, you shall be next." At this moment, Su Xiao exuded a malevolence that was palpable. Yezi, cowering in the shadows, shrank back in fear. As an auxiliary, she rarely engaged in combat, and thus lacked the courage for such confrontations. The Queen, aware of her precarious position, fell silent. Yet she produced a test tube and a knight's sword from her grasp. The test tube contained a viscous, crimson liquid. "Yezi, keep a close watch on my health," the Queen shouted, tilting her head back to consume the potion. Ugh, what a dreadful taste. After drinking the unknown liquid, the Queen's face bore strange, whisker-like markings, and a dark red energy enveloped her body. Power surged within her. In mere seconds, the Queen's once dark eyes transformed into blood-red beastly orbs. An ominous feeling enveloped Su Xiao, who refrained from charging in immediately and opted instead to use basic detection. 10 mana points consumed, basic detection activated, acquiring the following information. Contractor, number 11740. Berserk state, strength, 610 agility, 510 stamina. Intelligence, 5 charm, 6 skill 1. Berserk state, temporary passive, loses 3 of health per second. The state forcibly ends when health drops below 5. Skill 2, inferior fox bloodline, temporary passive, strength, agility, and stamina attributes 10. Skill 3, blood of madness, temporary passive. Performs a random attribute check every 10 seconds. Failure results in a state of confusion. Random attribute check. One attribute is randomly selected from 5 for evaluation. Skill 4. Skill 5. Skill 6. Su Xiao's lips twitched. What did this woman consume to gain such temporary passive skills that augmented her strength, agility, and stamina by 10? While her combat power surged, it came at a cost. Losing 3 of her health per second meant she would perish in 34 seconds. However, with the auxiliary contractor positioned at a distance, this time frame might extend somewhat. A feral roar erupted from the Queen, who, unfortunately, drew the short straw in her third skill's random attribute check, landing on charm. The judgment? A failure. Chapter 29. Divergent paths. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes, acutely aware that the contractor before him was formidable. A low growl reverberated from the Queen's throat as she crouched on the ground, enveloped in a shroud of dark red energy. This energy lacked a stable form, resembling a loose cloak. The knight's sword she had initially wielded lay discarded nearby. The Queen's original intention was to consume a vial of liquid to enhance her attributes, and then engage Su Xiao in close combat, relying on her augmented strength to vanquish him. Unfortunately for her, fate was unkind. She failed the judgment and fell into a state of chaos. The blood-red, beast-like eyes betrayed her loss of reason. At this moment, Su Xiao stood closest to her, and she instinctively focused her attention on him. Sharp bone claws sprouted from her slender fingers, and her canine teeth jutted out. From prior reconnaissance, Su Xiao had determined that the Queen possessed a strength of 16, agility of 15, and her stamina was too high to ascertain. With her strength exceeding his by 3 points and agility by 2, it was not insurmountable. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiao fixed his gaze on the increasingly feral Queen. A threatening roar escaped her lips once more, though she had lost her sanity. The instincts of a beast alerted her to Su Xiao's formidable nature. Since entering the world of ghouls, Su Xiao had never feared a one-on-one confrontation, even daring to challenge Takatsuki Izumi, let alone a drug-enhanced contractor. He had invested a significant amount of paradise coins in the trial grounds, summoning the mirror image of Gung Shiro, which significantly improved his swordsmanship. More importantly, the practical combat techniques imparted by Gung Shiro enriched his experience. He had practiced swordsmanship for 3 years prior to entering the Reincarnation Paradise, amassing considerable combat experience. Come forth, little fox. For reasons unknown. The queen now exuded an aura reminiscent of a fox. I will kill you. She enunciated each word with palpable ferocity, whether driven by instinct or remnants of her consciousness. Su Xiao chose to remain still, resisting the urge to strike first, aware that the queen was losing 3 of her health per second, affording him ample time. A beam of green light shot from the street, merging with the queen's being, causing her plummeting health bar to rise noticeably. Let us see how long you can endure. Su Xiao mused, circling the queen while remaining vigilant against her impending assault. Moments later, the queen seemed to grasp the rapid deterioration of her life force. She kicked off the ground and lunged towards Su Xiao. A red blur swept past, and when the queen reappeared, she was right before him. Su Xiao's pupils constricted as he tensed his right arm, delivering a swift strike towards her. The sharp dragon slashing slash sliced through the air, grazing the outer muscle of the queen's arm. This stamina, truly formidable, he noted, realizing that her stamina was indeed 24 points. Previously, when the queen utilized the mithril chains, the Reincarnation Paradise had indicated that her stamina was 33 times greater than his, with Su Xiao's stamina at 6 points. This made her effective stamina approximately 14 points. After consuming the unknown liquid, her 3-dimensional attributes increased by 10, which meant her stamina now reached an impressive 24 points. Once her stamina surpassed 20 points, a remarkable transformation occurred. The sharp dragon slashing slash struggled to inflict significant damage. Although Su Xiao managed to wound the queen, the injury quickly ceased bleeding, showing signs of rapid healing. As wisps of green smoke emanated from the wound, Su Xiao's lips twitched in disbelief at her extraordinary regenerative capabilities. After sustaining an injury, the queen momentarily froze, seemingly lost in thought. Her blood-red, beastly eyes quivered. 2 seconds later, the crimson hue receded, restoring her clarity. Damn this blood. Finally, a judgment on my stamina attribute. Now, her condition would be reevaluated every 10 seconds. Should she pass the judgment, her consciousness would return. Easy, no need to hide. Come forth. As long as I remain unharmed, he cannot touch you. With the mithril chains binding them, Yeezy emerged from the alley. Her physique was stunning. Though not voluptuous and perhaps a tad flat, her delicate features and the essence of nature surrounding her bestowed upon her a unique allure. The queen approached the discarded knight's sword on the ground and, with a swift motion, sent it soaring into her grasp. Yeezy, cast Sanctuary, then execute Plan C. Upon hearing the queen's command, Yeezy clasped her hands before her, releasing a cascade of verdant light. The light coalesced above her head, forming 2 small birds. One green and one blue. The vibrant elemental birds flapped their wings, soaring above the queen, circling in unison. As they flew, the emerald and azure light particles descended, infiltrating the queen's being. With her health bar previously dwindling to a mere fifth, it surged back to full vitality within 3 seconds, and she no longer suffered health loss. This was not due to a temporary passive effect fading, but rather the queen's recovery speed now surpassed the rate of her health drain. Such a sensation of power is utterly intoxicating, the queen purred, glancing at Su Xiao with a seductive smile. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Her confident grin seemed to herald Su Xiao's impending doom. Su Xiao, momentarily taken aback, let out a bitter laugh. Do you truly believe that an increase in attributes makes you my equal? Should the queen's strength or agility have exceeded 20 points, he might have considered her a significant threat. Such attributes could create an overwhelming effect. However, her stamina surpassing 20 points merely indicated a temporary passive skill that mitigated the advantages of her high stamina. Thus, despite her enhanced strength and agility, she posed little danger to Su Xiao, provided he remained cautious of the skills yet to be detected. In Su Xiao's perspective, it was almost comical that the queen, a shield warrior, would engage him in close combat. Did she assume his swordsmanship mastery, LV3, was merely for show? The majority of his earnings in the world of pirates had been invested in honing his sword skills. With a melodic hum, the dragon slashing slash surged forward as Su Xiao closed the distance, intent on demonstrating the essence of battle. His long blade, accompanied by the whispering winds, arced toward the queen's head, prompting an instinctive block with her knight's sword. The clash of metal rang out, sparks igniting as the queen successfully parried Su Xiao's strike, momentarily bolstering her confidence. Yet, at that instant, a searing pain shot through her abdomen, propelling her body backward uncontrollably. In midair, another wave of fiery agony coursed through her face as she felt the sting of a wound. She landed hard on the unforgiving pavement, rolling twice before regaining her footing, her expression one of bewilderment, unsure of what had just transpired. Xiao casually flicked the blood from his blade, the tip pointed towards the ground. With your level of close combat, you dare to challenge me? Battle is not merely about hiding behind a shield. Without that shield, you are utterly defenseless. The queen remained dazed by Xiao's onslaught, still in shock over her unexpected ejection from the fray. Swallowing hard, the queen suddenly realized that the disparity between her and the man before her lay not in attributes or skills, but rather in combat experience. That ability to restore health. I refuse to believe it can persist indefinitely. When it fades, your time will come. Xiao's words caused the queen's expression to darken, and the truth was indeed as he stated. I do not believe you can evade this strike. The queen stood tall, gripping the knight's sword with one hand, raising it high toward the heavens. Holy sword slash, she exclaimed, her voice resounding with authority. This was her sole, formidable offensive technique, reserved for emergencies. And now it was finally unleashed. The night breeze tousled the queen's long hair, yet after her fierce proclamation, nothing transpired. At some point, the queen's magical energy dwindled to a mere 6 points, rendering her incapable of casting any skills. The azure steel shadow had consumed a significant portion of her mana. Now, standing with the knight's sword raised, the queen exuded an air of youthful exuberance. Chapter 30. The final struggle of the three sisters. The queen raised the knight's sword high. Yet nothing transpired. There was no resplendent glow, no surging sword energy. Holy sword slash! Holy sword slash! The queen, taken aback, lowered her arm and gazed in confusion at the knight's sword in her hand, rendering the scene exceedingly awkward. Truly a powerful technique. Xiao's perfectly timed mockery left the queen feeling a swell of frustration. At that moment, she noticed the notification from the Reincarnation Paradise. She had depleted all her mana. The queen could not fathom this predicament. Throughout the battle, she had utilized merely 3 skills and had been cautious of exhausting her mana, which is why she had purchased an expensive necklace that increased her mana by 30 points. While the queen was oblivious to the situation, Xiao understood all too well that it was his steel shadow skill that had drained her mana. Although he was uncertain of its effects against mages, it proved remarkably effective against this shield warrior with low mana. With just a few strikes, even if the opponent did not perish, they would be unable to unleash any skills. For quite some time, Xiao had pondered a question. The name Mage Slayer evidently targeted mages, but how was he to combat them? If he could close the distance, the agony induced by steel shadow could allow him to repeatedly strike the mage. Yet how to approach remained a significant challenge. The skills of Mage Slayer, yet to be unlocked, should provide a solution. Otherwise, this class would hardly deserve its title. However, such thoughts were premature. The immediate priority was to eliminate the adversary before him. Upon confirming the queen's lack of mana, Xiao surged forward. Even if she had consumed some unknown liquid that suddenly enhanced her strength, gaining new skills, without mana, she was akin to a toothless tiger. As for the knight's sword in her possession, Xiao chose to disregard it. She was incapable of wielding it. Upon closing in, he slashed towards the queen's throat. The long knife cut through the air, creating a wave of force at an exceptionally cunning angle. The queen raised her sword to block, only to find it a futile effort. Xiao had transformed his slash into a cut, and a portion of her ear was severed. The sensation of losing her ear was profoundly unpleasant, causing her head to buzz. As the dragon slash remained in its striking position, needing to charge for another blow, Xiao pressed forward, almost glued to the queen's side. He raised his left knee and forcefully struck her side. There was a spot on her flank unprotected by ribs, rendering it particularly vulnerable. The queen, still dazed from the ringing in her ears, received the blow, and the pain was unimaginable. Xiao leaped back a step, creating some distance of about a meter. Before his feet could touch the ground, the blade flashed again, striking the queen's chest, slicing through her armor to reveal her fair skin beneath. Blood oozed from the gash in her armor, and the queen was once more overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Above her, the energy bird offered some relief from her suffering, granting her a modicum of counterattack capability. The queen's resolve faltered. A warrior of steadfast will could typically ignore most pain in battle. You bastard, die? With all her might, the queen swung her sword. Xiao chose not to face the attack directly, but instead nimbly leaped back. Just as he landed, He sprang forward again. The queen's swing barely missed him, leaving her wide open. A quick thrust resulted in a wound on her throat, causing her to stagger backward a few steps. Breathing heavily, she felt as though her lungs were collapsing, each breath a laborious effort. Where had that earlier confidence gone? Xiao approached the queen slowly. Throughout the encounter, he had maintained a semblance of calm. Had he been beset by a shield warrior, a sniper, and a support simultaneously, he would not have been as untroubled. However, the sniper, their primary source of firepower, had been entangled with Ling Yushizwa. The shield warrior before him was remarkably resilient, but in a direct melee, she was no match for Xiao. He began to discern a pattern. If the developers of the contract holders focused on PV, his path was decidedly PvP. This was by design from the Reincarnation Paradise. He was a hunter, frequently clashing with contract holders. A tank proficient in damage absorption, yet confidently engaging a master of death in close combat, could only expect dire consequences. This is impossible. My attributes, my equipment, my skills, everything surpasses yours. Why is this happening? There must be some mistake. The queen's eyes shone with resentment. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the entity above her seemed to be fading. Xiao, too, faced difficulties. The female shield warrior, upon reaching a mere 24 health points, was astonishingly resilient. Even the dragon slash struggled to breach her defenses, an experience he had never encountered before. This served as a warning to Xiao. Should the disparity in attributes be too great, even his superior combat skills might not suffice. However, the queen was evidently not among them. Her current attributes were a result of drug use. The two elemental birds hovering above her simultaneously emitted a cry, shattering into countless specks of light that merged into the queen's form, signaling the end of their healing effects. Her health plummeted rapidly. Seeing this, Yizi's complexion turned pale from a distance. Her mana was also nearly depleted, allowing her to sustain the queen's life for only a few fleeting seconds. Yet, according to the queen's orders, her remaining mana held other purposes, hopes for the trio's victory. As despair loomed over both the queen and Yizi, Xiao charged towards the queen, his long knife poised for another strike. In this critical moment, a melodious voice whispered into the queen's ear. "Queen, I have dealt with the opponent." The heavy breaths of Baihe resonated as she coughed several times. "Did you eliminate Ling Yushizwa?" The queen's spirit surged. "No, that fellow was quite tenacious. He fled at the last moment, but he was grievously injured." Although Ling Yushizwa had not been slain, the queen was unconcerned. As the trio's primary offensive force was finally free to act, "I shall fight you to the death," the queen roared, discarding the knight's sword and lunging at Xiao as if embracing her fate. Xiao was taken aback. Such an unexpected maneuver raised his caution. Instinctively, he withdrew. However, the queen's advance allowed the dragon slash to embed itself in her abdomen. As Xiao attempted to extract the blade, the queen gripped its edge with both hands. With a swift motion, her fingers nearly severed, yet she paid no heed, lunging at Xiao and clinging to him tightly, akin to a koala embracing a tree. It must be noted that the queen's strength attribute was now 15, surpassing Xiao by 2 points, rendering his escape a matter of skill. Gripping the hilt of the dragon slash, Xiao twisted it violently within her abdomen. The queen's tears streamed down her face, yet she continued to hold on. A distant gunshot echoed. Xiao had sensed the impending danger, but the queen's weight, compounded by her armor, rendered his movements cumbersome. At the last moment, he could only slightly shift, attempting to avoid a fatal hit. A bullet, roughly the length of a pinky, penetrated Xiao's abdomen. Its momentum unabated as it passed through him and pierced the queen as well. This shot cost Xiao 70% of his health. The queen's body went limp, her arms losing strength. At that instant, Yizi, who had been standing at a distance, unleashed their trump card. Judgment. With a melodic cry, a colossal energy cross appeared above Xiao's head. The cross radiated with holy light, crashing down upon him. Boom. A resonant hum filled Xiao's ears as the energy cross shattered. "You have suffered a judgment execution. Your health is below 15. Execution effect activated. Beep, beep demonic body. LV, max activated. Execution failed. Immunity granted. Health reduced by 9. Chapter 31. Cunning cold sweat trickled down Xiao's forehead as the notification he had just received filled him with trepidation. In the realm of the Reincarnation Paradise, there existed a disturbingly powerful skill known as execution. The girl named Yezi was concealed at a distance. not solely due to her role as a healer, but also in anticipation of this lethal strike. When the radiant cross imbued with holy light descended, the blinding golden glow compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. After 3 seconds, the brilliance waned slightly, and the figures of Bai and He, perched at a vantage point, observed with palpable tension. Yezi collapsed to the ground, her complexion pale and her lips trembling. How could there be no kill notification? Sitting there in disbelief, Yezi's eyes were filled with shock. As the light faded, Xiao stood with some difficulty, a wisp of green smoke rising from him. He bore a fist-sized wound on his abdomen, through which, if one leaned close enough, they could even glimpse the other side. His upper body was drenched in blood, droplets cascading from his chin, yet Xiao wore a smile. In his grasp, he held a woman, the queen, by her long hair, presenting her as a shield. It must be said that the queen was indeed beautiful, though this was of little concern to Xiao. She and her 2 companions had ambushed him without reason. Since they were enemies, the most prudent course was to eradicate them entirely. A vial of XT, 12 life vitality potion, appeared in Xiao's hand, capable of restoring 15 of his health and rapidly healing wounds. After uncorking the vial with his teeth, he downed it in one gulp. The potion was somewhat bitter, rather astringent, with a pungent aroma. Mere seconds after consuming the XT, 12 life vitality potion, his body reacted, and signs of healing began to manifest at the horrific wound on his abdomen. The high price of XT, 12 life vitality potion, was not solely due to the restoration of 15 health, but also because it facilitated rapid recovery from injuries. Unless one suffered a severed limb, it could mend nearly any wound. As Xiao held the queen, she resembled a discarded rag doll, her armor battered and her body limp. Had he not been gripping her, she would have crumpled to the ground. Now that I have your people in my grasp, let us converse, Xiao bellowed, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Let us talk this over. What do you want? I can offer equipment and paradise coins to redeem the Queen's life, I called out from the rooftop in the distance. Xiao lowered his gaze, and with a swift motion, severed the queen's remaining arm. One more word, and I'll dismember her further until her death is assured. His voice was devoid of any emotional fluctuation. What should we do? Yezi struggled to stand, caught in turmoil. I hesitated momentarily before declaring, the queen has saved my life. I must rescue her. With that, Bai vanished from the rooftop's edge, seemingly on her way to confront Xiao. Before long, Bai and Yezi stood side by side before Xiao. It seems she is of great importance to both of you, he remarked, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You dare, Bai began, but her words were cut short as Xiao released the queen's hair, drawing his blades to swiftly sever her neck. The queen's beautiful head soared into the air, while Yezi stared blankly at the decapitated form. You wretched fiend. I will slay you. Bai's hoarse, furious cry echoed as she aimed her sniper rifle at Xiao, yet she was too close to him. Negotiation? That was never an option. From the very beginning, Xiao's intent was to use the queen to lure Bai and Yezi nearer. Severely injured, he knew that only in close combat could he hope for victory. He dashed towards Bai, his long knife crackling with a faint blue electric aura. With a clang, Xiao's blade met Bai's sniper rifle, leaving a deep gash in the weapon. As a sniper, Bai was adept in both strength and agility. Her might enabled her to withstand the rifle's recoil, while her agility enhanced her reflexes. The rifle was now rendered useless, a deliberate tactic by Xiao. Knowing that a sniper's combat effectiveness would plummet by at least 50% without their weapon, Bai snorted disdainfully, discarding her sniper rifle. Her hands moving to draw two pistols, one black and one white, each with a barrel measuring at least 30 centimeters. The sound of gunfire erupted, rapid and relentless, as she unleashed a barrage of bullets. If struck, even the most fortunate would suffer grievous wounds. Once the sniper's bullets were fired, Xiao found himself unable to evade. But handguns were a different matter. His pupils narrowed to pinpricks, his vision sharpened to its maximum. The muscles in his right arm tensed, and with a swift motion, he cleaved through two bullets, carving a path through the deadly onslaught. The sickening sound of bullets embedding in flesh echoed as Xiao's left arm and right chest were struck thrice. Yet all of it was worthwhile, for he had closed the distance to Bai. Without mercy, he swung his blade, severing Bai's arm, the one that wielded the white pistol. The faint blue arc of electricity surged into Bai's body, causing her to grit her teeth against the excruciating pain. With another decisive strike, he amputated her other arm. He then plunged his blade deep into her chest, piercing her heart. Bai's health rapidly plummeted, and with a fatal wound, her remaining health became inconsequential. In the Reincarnation Paradise, one would perish from mortal injury regardless of their remaining vitality. The flower of the other shore adventurers will not let this go. She spat, before her head drooped. Life extinguished. The flower of the other shore adventurers? He had not heard of them, and even if he had, he would not show mercy. Shaking his head, Su Xiao turned his attention to the sole survivor on the enemy side, the healer named Yezi. A healer drained of mana was utterly defenseless against Su Xiao. No, don't come any closer, she cried, stumbling backward as she fell to the ground. With a cold chuckle, Su Xiao advanced slowly towards Yezi. When the three of them had previously besieged him, she had healed the queen with such vigor. Now, her pleas for mercy were futile. She was an enemy, and thus she must die. Even if she was a striking woman, that would not deter him from his purpose. Those who showed mercy upon encountering a woman were unworthy of existence in the Reincarnation Paradise. The women who thrived in that realm were not mere ornaments. Each was more perilous than the last. Only the slain enemies could be deemed good enemies. Su Xiao was prepared to risk everything for his goals, and anyone who obstructed his path would be obliterated. Standing silently before Yezi, he seldom wasted words outside of necessary provocation during battle. Yezi's face was awash with tears, embodying the frailty of humanity, ferocious when inflicting harm, yet pitiable when harmed. I will give you everything, just spare me. With a swift motion, his blade sliced through flesh, and Yezi collapsed, surprisingly fragile. After vanquishing his foes, Su Xiao sank to the ground, exhausted. He could have extorted her before delivering the final blow. But the Reincarnation Paradise was rife with peculiar skills, and Yezi's prior execution skill instilled in him a wary caution. Who could say she was not feigning weakness, biding her time for a lethal strike once her mana was restored? Su Xiao considered himself greedy, yet he understood the importance of timing in his avarice. Lying on the cold pavement, he burst into laughter. This battle can only be described as harrowing. The powerful ranged attacks, the steadfast tank, and the healer's support allowed him to narrowly escape death on several occasions. Nevertheless, he ultimately emerged as the victor. Chapter 32. The green light. After resting for a few minutes on the road, Su Xiao managed to rise to his feet. His current health stood at approximately 16, and he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Although the XT-12 Vitality Potion had alleviated most of his injuries, the significant blood loss and exhaustion could not be remedied by the potion. Above the corpse of the queen floated a crimson card, its red glow flickering in the night, standing out starkly. Even from a distance, Su Xiao could sense an ominous aura emanating from the card, as if it exuded a scent of blood. Su Xiao picked up the blood-red card, and a notification from the Cycle Paradise appeared. You have obtained the Crimson Card. Do you wish to use it? Note: the Crimson Card is obtained after slaying a contractor. Upon use, a random draw will occur. Note: each Crimson Card grants 3 drawing opportunities, with items or equipment randomly selected from the deceased contractor's storage space or worn gear. Note: in the world of ghouls, which is a semi-peaceful setting, there is a 50% chance of dropping a Crimson Card upon the contractor's death. Su Xiao chose not to use the Crimson Card immediately and instead stored it away. It was not safe at the moment, and he could not ascertain whether other contractors were present. He approached a sleeping CCG member, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Finding a phone on the CCG member, Su Xiao recalled a number and dialed it. Mr. Shinohara, my team has been ambushed and requires assistance. Shinohara Yukinori, who was handling important documents in his office, immediately stood up, concern etched on his face. Are there casualties? Where are you? I will rush over at once. Shinohara Yukinori was a reliable superior, swiftly exiting his office to rally reinforcements. I'm unsure of the exact location. The phone's positioning should suffice. As for casualties, Shirzwa may have perished, though I have not seen his body. The mention of Shirzwa's potential demise caused a weight to settle in Shinohara Yukinori's chest. Yet, he understood the fate that befell Ghoul's searchers and refrained from further comment. How are you, Bai? You sound gravely injured. I'm fine. I won't die within a few hours. I will do my best to locate Shirzwa. Shirzwa was assigned to him by Shinohara Yukinori, and he had been of considerable assistance during the battle. After hanging up, Su Xiao began searching for Shirzwa nearby. Before long, Su Xiao discovered Shirzwa lying in a clothing store, face down in a large pool of blood. The conspicuous bloodstains had revealed Shirzwa's location. Su Xiao flipped Shirzwa onto his back to check for vital signs. Remarkably, Shirzwa was fortunate. Although he bore several gunshot wounds, none were fatal. Cough, cough. Shirzwa involuntarily expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes opening slightly. Su Xiao pondered for a moment before producing a salt rice ball and placing it in Shirzwa's mouth. Shirzwa was entirely unaware and unable to chew, but that posed no challenge for Su Xiao. He pinched his fingers together and inserted the rice ball into Shirzwa's mouth. Ugh! Shirzwa emitted a muffled groan as the salt rice ball lodged in his throat, causing him to convulse. His eyes wide with a gaze that seemed to plead for release. With a gulp, Shirzwa swallowed the rice ball, slipping back into unconsciousness, perhaps never fully waking. Su Xiao was uncertain whether restorative food would be effective on narrative characters, yet he felt compelled to save Shirzwa, who had previously helped him. It was simple. Without Shirzwa's assistance, Su Xiao might have perished under the combined assault of the queen, the white and black ghouls, and the leaves. Initially, Shirzwa's intervention had played a crucial role. After Su Xiao had forcefully fed him the salt rice ball, Shirzwa awakened groggily within 5 minutes, proving the restorative food's efficacy. Mr. Baiyi, am I dead? Not at all, you are still alive. Leaning against the side of the bed, Su Xiao lit a cigarette, attempting to minimize movement. He had sustained numerous injuries, and blood continued to seep from him slowly. The woman earlier was incredibly strong. I nearly had my head blown off. How exhilarating. Shirzwa, seemingly devoid of the relief one would expect after surviving, spoke as though nothing had changed. However, Mr. Baiyi, my throat is quite sore, and my mouth feels uncomfortable. Su Xiao, resting with his eyes closed, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. That is merely your perception, is it? Yet I taste food in my mouth, as if someone forcibly stuffed something into it. Just a figment of your imagination. Su Xiao maintained an air of serene detachment. Is that so? How peculiar. Shirzwa scratched his head, seemingly oblivious to the wounds on his body, which might be attributed to his passive ability, masochist. A strange power that transformed pain into exhilaration. Before long, the commotion outside escalated. Shinohara Yukinori had arrived with a team. Baiyi, Baiyi, came Shinohara's voice. Before Su Xiao could respond, Shirzwa shouted, Mr. Shinohara, we are here. Following Shirzwa's call, Shinohara Yukinori burst into the room. Shirzwa, so you are unharmed. Upon seeing that Shirzwa had survived, Shinohara could not help but smile. Baiyi, how are you? Shinohara approached, and upon noticing Su Xiao's injuries, his expression shifted to one of alarm. Hurry, summon medical personnel. Su Xiao's severe injuries shocked Shinohara Yukinori, prompting him to command the searchers behind him to seek medical assistance. Medical staff arrived promptly. At that moment, Su Xiao's head felt heavy. He had lost an excessive amount of blood. And although the XT-12 Vitality Potion had addressed his abdominal wounds, its effects had significantly diminished, leaving only a minor recovery of other injuries. Baiyi, hold on. Upon reaching the scene, Shinohara Yukinori had surmised the situation. Su Xiao had completed the cleanup of the auction house, and the body bags strewn across the street served as undeniable evidence. Given the explosions and bullet marks present, it was evident that enemies had ambushed Su Xiao's squad. Such incidents were not uncommon within the CCG. While exterminating ghouls, they also had to safeguard against retaliatory strikes. Su Xiao was lifted onto a stretcher and urgently transported to the CCG hospital for treatment, sharing the medical vehicle with Shirzwa. Feeling somewhat relieved, Su Xiao longed for sleep after the extensive blood loss, yet he could not afford to succumb to slumber. His mistrust of the CCG lingered. If the higher-ups ordered a ghoul organ transplant, he would be at a grave disadvantage. While it may seem absurd, it was not outside the realm of possibility. There had been precedents for such actions, though they had not been publicized. Thus, throughout the medical journey, Su Xiao remained vigilant, refusing blood transfusions and resisting the doctor's attempts to administer anesthesia. After urgent medical care, his bleeding ceased and his condition stabilized. Lying on a warm and dry hospital bed, Su Xiao gradually drifted into sleep, at least free from the threats posed by the ghouls. Due to the extreme blood loss, Su Xiao did not awaken until after sleeping for several hours, his health restored to 65. Although his wounds still throbbed faintly, he was now fit for battle. Sitting up, he leaned against the hospital bed, feeling invigorated after his prolonged slumber. The room was shrouded in darkness, indicating that night still reigned. With the danger now receded, Su Xiao let out a wry smile, lamenting that even in a level 2 derived world, peril was omnipresent. With time on his hands, he retrieved the previously acquired green treasure chest and the crimson card. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiao chose to open the green treasure chest first. Do you wish to open the treasure chest, green? He selected to proceed. This time, the chest opened in a manner unlike any before. It gradually revealed a blinding green light that emanated from within, illuminating the entire ward. Chapter 33. Is my chieftain Blackhand saved? The piercing green light compelled Su Xiao to instinctively close his eyes. What is this? He had opened several green treasure chests before, yet this phenomenon had never occurred. As the radiance subsided, the already opened chest dissipated into the air, revealing a heavy object with a smooth texture in his hand. The prompt from the Reincarnation Paradise materialized. You have obtained the Flame of the Goddess of Fortune. Flame of the Goddess of Fortune, Premium, Origin, Eastern Ghoul Quality, Green Category, Accessory, Lighter, Durability, 40/40 Equipment Requirement. Usable by anyone. Equipment Effect, Flame of the Goddess. Active. Igniting a cigarette with the Flame of the Goddess will temporarily increase luck by 1 point, lasting for 15 seconds. Note: the cooldown for the Flame of the Goddess is 10 natural days. Note: using the Flame of the Goddess will consume 500 Paradise coins. Rating: 30. Note: green equipment ratings range from 10 to 30. Those with a rating of 30 are marked as premium and possess special attributes. Description: is smoking truly harmful to health? Are you certain? Price: 3,600 Paradise coins. After examining the exquisite lighter in his hand, Su Xiao was momentarily stunned. Gently caressing the metallic casing, he noticed an intricate blue flame pattern etched upon it. His hand trembled slightly. It seemed that his chieftain-level abysmal luck might finally be salvaged. Although this lighter would only augment his luck by a single point upon lighting a cigarette, for him, that meant a direct doubling of his happiness attribute. While he was uncertain whether the luck attribute equated to fortune, it was certainly worth a try. For instance, igniting a cigarette with the Flame of the Goddess when opening treasure chests might yield unexpected rewards. Given its impressive rating of 30, this piece of equipment held significant value. Su Xiao chuckled softly, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped disaster, destined for future blessings. He also discerned a phenomenon regarding treasure chests. If a common item was obtained, the chest would simply open. However, if a highly valuable item was revealed, the chest would radiate with brilliant light. He tentatively named this occurrence flashing. If a chest flashed, he would strike it rich. This was merely the case with green treasure chests. If a blue chest were to flash, it could potentially yield items worth tens of thousands of Paradise coins. Yet, achieving a flash was no trivial feat since entering the Reincarnation Paradise. Su Xiao had opened numerous chests, yet this was the only instance of a flash, indicating the rarity of such an event. In truth, this flash was not merely a stroke of luck. After entering the ghoul world, Su Xiao had slain hundreds of ghouls, all with his own hands. These hundreds of ghouls had dropped only a handful of chests, and the rewards from opening them had been rather meager. His ability to flash was entirely a result of pent-up anticipation, or perhaps the Reincarnation Paradise could no longer overlook his chieftain's misfortunes and bestowed him a moment of fortune. Nevertheless, with the Flame of the Goddess, the likelihood of obtaining valuable items from treasure chests in the future might significantly increase. Not only for chests, but in various situations requiring a stroke of luck, he could also employ the Flame of the Goddess. The sole drawback of this tool was its cooldown of a lengthy 10 days. As for the 500 Paradise coins required to use the Flame of the Goddess, Su Xiao dismissed it entirely. The potential rewards could vastly outweigh the costs. That 500 Paradise coins was merely a nominal expense. It was entirely reasonable for such a capability to require 500 Paradise coins for a single use. Su Xiao solemnly stowed away the Flame of the Goddess, recognizing its immense potential for future endeavors. Reclining on his bed, Su Xiao began to reflect on the gains and losses from his battle with the 3 contractors. The most notable acquisition was that Crimson card, which could randomly draw 3 items or pieces of equipment from the Queen. However, having just experienced a flash, his luck was severely drained. Thus he planned to refrain from opening it for the time being. The Queen was a powerhouse of physical strength, and even if he drew her equipment, the enhancement to his combat capability would be minimal. Moreover, after slaying the 3, Su Xiao realized that the Devourer had not activated. He initially believed it could not absorb mana from contractors. Later, he discovered that after cleansing the auction house of ghouls, his Devourer talent had added 100 points to his mana, reaching the maximum for this derivative world, now totaling 253 points. From this battle, Su Xiao understood that although the Reincarnation Paradise operated on a semi-data-driven basis, The combat here was visceral and bloody. Skills merely supplemented the fight. The true strength of combat power hinged on the individual's performance. It was akin to providing a housewife with a nuclear bomb. The most likely outcome would be that the bomb would merely become a hunk of scrap metal, admired but useless, regardless of how formidable the skills. If the individual lacked inherent strength, they would not manifest significant combat capability. The Queen, Black and White, and Leaf each wielded powerful skills. In comparison, apart from Azure Steel, Shadow, and Swordsmanship, Su Xiao's other abilities paled in comparison. Yet, during that encounter, aside from the moment when the Queen desperately clung to him, causing him to take a bullet, Su Xiao dominated the entire fight. The Queen's sharp shield skills posed little threat to him. He toyed with her, ultimately reducing her to a hostage before ending her life. There are no inherently weak skills or professions. Rather, the strength of abilities hinges on the user's prowess. Su Xiao's greatest strength did not stem from any particular profession he had inherited, but rather from his heart, which dared to fight without fear of death. Such concepts may seem simple, yet in the heat of battle, how many can truly remain unafraid? However, within the Reincarnation Paradise, there existed something that surpassed both equipment and skills, the various physical attributes. Once the Queen's physical attribute reached 24 points, she could withstand his slashing attacks with her body alone. What transformations might occur if Su Xiao's strength, agility, and intelligence exceeded 20? Undoubtedly, a high attribute combined with his swordsmanship would create a fearsome combination. Lighting a cigarette, Su Xiao lay quietly on his bed. Unintentionally, a memory surfaced. Previously, Leaf had used the execution skill against him, and the prompt from the Reincarnation Paradise indicated that he was on the verge of being executed. Yet, at the last moment, he vaguely sensed that some skill had intervened to prevent this execution, saving his life. Su Xiao mentally communicated with the imprint, selecting the skill option to examine his various skills. Azure Steel, Shadow, and Swordsmanship album remained unchanged, but beneath Absolute Demon Physique was an additional line of text. Absolute Demon Physique, LV. Max. Skill effect. Unable to master learn any magical skills. Note, the Absolute Demon Physique is activated upon mana invasion. Passive ability activated. View skill changes? Su Xiao chose to view, and the description of the Absolute Demon Physique revealed changes. Absolute Demon Physique, LV. Max. Skill effect. Unable to master learn any magical skills. Passive ability. Absolute Demon. Immune to 40 of magical damage. Note, this passive ability has a very high priority, allowing immunity to true magical damage, holy magical damage, and execution-type magical damage. We detest those deceptive arts that disrupt elemental balance, resisting them with our souls. They shall not corrode our bodies. Marvin Walls. Closing the skill panel, Su Xiao exhaled deeply. He finally understood why his profession was called the Shadow of Magic Destruction. Chapter 34. Progress. Su Xiao had long been curious about one particular matter, how the Shadow of Annihilation fought against mages. It now appeared that the Absolute Mage Physique was his effective means of countering them. In Su Xiao's understanding, the most challenging aspect of battling a mage was getting close to them. Mages typically engaged from a distance. While he was a melee fighter, the Absolute Mage Physique afforded him the opportunity to approach them. Once he closed in on a mage, the outcome of the battle was virtually assured. Su Xiao had observed in the trading market of the Reincarnation Paradise that most mages had slender limbs, and once he was upon them, he would be the dominant force. The Absolute Mage Physique endowed him with two abilities. The first was rather unfortunate, as it rendered him incapable of learning spell skills. The second, however, granted him immunity to 40 of spell damage. The inability to learn spell skills did not imply a complete prohibition on acquiring other skills. Within the Reincarnation Paradise, numerous abilities fell outside the realm of spell skills. Most passive skills, for instance, were not classified as spell skills. Furthermore, Su Xiao believed that the phrase unable to learn spell skills should be interpreted as unable to learn a mage's skills. After all, as the Shadow of Annihilation, it would be utterly incongruous for him to cast a fireball or similar spells during combat. From the attitudes of the 6 statues during the inheritance of the Shadow of Annihilation, it was evident that they harbored a deep-seated animosity toward mages, which explained why he could not learn their skills. Nevertheless, all things are relative. While he could not learn spell skills, he simultaneously gained substantial resistance to magic. The following day, Su Xiao rose early, shedding his hospital gown in favor of his usual attire. "Mr. Bei, why are you up? You should lie back down." Your injuries are quite severe, a petite nurse in a white coat hurriedly interjected, blocking his path. It's fine. I have already recovered, Xiao replied. The nurse grew serious. No, you mustn't. This diligent nurse was clearly concerned. As a first-class investigator, Xiao was entitled to specialized care. He patted the nurse's soft shoulder and deftly maneuvered behind her. Wait, the nurse began, only to be halted by a colleague nearby. Xingzi, let it be. The investigators have their own missions. We only need to assist with their recovery. This is Mr. Bei's medical report for today. He has met the discharge criteria. Xingzi appeared somewhat incredulous, meticulously examining the report. How is this possible? What extraordinary physical condition? Upon exiting the hospital, Xiao immediately retrieved his phone and dialed Shinohara Yukiki's number. Special Investigator Shinohara, I have been discharged. The plan to cleanse District 14 can proceed. Shinohara Yukiki was taken aback by Xiao's call. Is your health satisfactory? Yes, all is well. Very well. Return to the division. We will maintain the original personnel. However, Shurzwa's injuries have not fully healed, so he cannot participate in the cleansing of District 14. Xiao hailed a departing vehicle and drove toward the division. 20 minutes later, in Shinohara Yukiki's office, the personnel have been assembled. I am indifferent to where you obtained the intelligence on the Ghoul gathering. I only require results. We must transform District 14 into a safe area akin to District 20. District 14 was quite expansive. If it were cleared, it could accommodate a substantial population, thereby diminishing the threat posed by ghouls to humanity. Understood, Xiao replied, preparing to leave the office. By the way, have you heard? Headquarters is planning significant operations in District 11. Xiao halted his steps. Shinohara Yukiki's mention of activities in District 11 likely referred to the events in the original narrative where Kaneki-ken was captured, leading to a confrontation between CCG and the Bronze Tree. Recently, District 11 has grown increasingly chaotic. An organization known as the Bronze Tree has openly attacked local ghoul investigators. I am scheduled to depart for District 20 in 4 days. I am uncertain who will be assigned to oversee District 14 in my absence, so we must expedite the cleansing operation there. I can offer my support, but that does not guarantee others will do the same. I understand your hatred for ghouls. My father and I once drove them away together. Shinohara Yukiki had evidently misconstrued the situation. Xiao's identity was a fabrication of the Reincarnation Paradise. However, such a misunderstanding was advantageous for him, and he had no intention of correcting it. For days, I will do my utmost, Xiao declared before exiting the office. Time was indeed of the essence. Should Shinohara Yukiki be reassigned, unforeseen complications could arise. No one could ensure that the next investigator to be appointed would support his plans. The personnel participating in the cleansing of District 14 awaited him in the lobby, with Mihiro Akira standing at the forefront. Today, Mihiro's demeanor was somewhat unusual. Her eyes were dull and lifeless, and her meticulously styled golden hair was merely tied up haphazardly. First Class Bay, the personnel are ready and can depart at any time, Mihiro Akira stated, her eyes reddened and her focus wavering. Let us proceed. Xiao chose not to inquire about Mihiro's distress. He would not indulge in sentimentality. The remaining time was limited, and the main mission took precedence. According to the map marked by Inbird, a dilapidated building on the outskirts frequently attracted a significant number of ghouls, estimated between 200 and 300. This was a loosely organized group of ghouls, led by several leaders. This time, he would not venture alone. The number of ghouls was too great, and he needed to be prudent, leveraging CCG's strength. As Xiao sat in the front passenger seat contemplating strategies, he heard the sound of liquid dripping. Glancing over, he noticed Mihiro Akira, who was driving, was already in tears. Noticing Xiao's gaze, Mihiro quickly turned her head aside, wiping her nose. Given your current state, your survival rate for this mission does not exceed 20, Xiao remarked, reclining in his seat. Ugh. Mihiro Akira could no longer contain herself and began to weep openly. Is dying in battle our destiny as investigators? Her voice trembled with sorrow, tears streaming down uncontrollably. It is a fair exchange. Investigators eliminate ghouls, and ghouls likewise take the lives of investigators. Xiao surmised the reason behind Mihiro's emotional state. In the original narrative, Mihiro's father, Juzu Suzuya, perished shortly after the story commenced. It now seemed likely that Juzu had already met his fate. His death signified the onset of the plot, wherein Kaneki-ken had undergone the transformation into a ghoul after having ghoul organs transplanted into him. At this juncture, The timeline was shortly after Kaneki had entered the CAF in the safe zone prior to his capture. However, with the lizard having been eliminated by Su Xiao, Kaneki might still be apprehended, though it remained uncertain whether he would endure any torment. The ghouls had the presence of contractors among them. Given Kaneki's formidable strength unleashed after his training, the likelihood of his transformation was substantial. Accompanied by Mihiro's sobs, the CCG convoy arrived at the perimeter of District 14, near the location where the ghouls congregated. Chapter 35. Renowned. The periphery of District 14 boasts an exceptional geographical location, adorned with picturesque scenery, making it an ideal place for habitation. However, the rampant proliferation of ghouls has driven many humans away from this region, leading to a gradual decline in its vibrancy. Within an unfinished building, hundreds of ghouls congregate, sharing intelligence, trading food, or seeking mates. Have you heard? The auction house and the communal feeding zone have been eradicated by the CCG. Those fools are courting death. How could I not have heard? The ghouls of District 14 are buzzing about it. They've dispatched a lunatic from the CCG. Someone by the name of Bai Yi, my friend mentioned him. He used to operate in the communal feeding zone and has seen that man. A student-like ghoul paused mid-sentence as several notorious ghouls closed in around him. Come on, don't leave us hanging. What does this Bai Yi lunatic look like? We must avoid him when we encounter him. The student-like ghoul, hands tucked in his pockets, regarded the others with a sardonic smile. I'm starving. The CCG's pressure has intensified. I've been famished for half a month. The ghouls exchanged knowing glances, grasping the student's implication. Tianchuan, do you not have some rations to share? Pass him a bit. Why should it be me? My rations are for emergencies. As for what that lunatic Bai Yi looks like, I have no interest. The inquisitive spirit among the ghouls ignited, casting dubious glances at the student. You, come on, speak up. I also have a penchant for communal feeding. The student, appearing youthful and somewhat timid, revealed a flicker of fear. Yet, surrendering like this felt slightly humiliating. I assure you, I'm not divulging out of fear. We are all ghouls here. Survival is tough. The surrounding ghouls exchanged smiles, recognizing their shared lack of courage, merely attempting to intimidate the student. Hanma, we understand your sentiments. Please, share your insights. The student cleared his throat and began to recount the information he had gathered, while the others listened intently. In the overgrown grass surrounding the unfinished building, shadows began to approach. Squad 1 on the left flank, Squad 2 on the right, Squad 3 responsible for the frontal assault, and Squad 4 sealing off the large exit at the rear. Su Xiao crouched in the grass, inching closer to the unfinished structure. The number of ghouls he was to confront was substantial. Thermal detection indicated at least 240 ghouls inside, if not more. If he charged in solo, he would surely be outmatched. However, with the cooperation of other investigators, the dynamics would shift. He would lead the charge while the investigators provided cover, ensuring a complete extermination of the ghouls after a fierce battle. Squad 1 ready. Squad 2 ready. Squad 3 ready. Squad 4 has reached the designated position. The blade, Zanlongshan, gleamed in Su Xiao's hand as he pressed his fingertip against his Bluetooth headset. Action. At Su Xiao's command, the investigators from Squads 1, 2, and 3 simultaneously raised their grenade launchers. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of canisters resembling tear gas grenades were launched into the unfinished building. Initially, Su Xiao had intended to bombard the ghouls directly with grenades, but it was puzzling that the CCG's arsenal did not offer a substantial supply of grenades. The armory claimed that grenades were ineffective against ghouls and could potentially harm civilians. This left Su Xiao perplexed, harboring a sliver of suspicion towards the CCG. They were executing an expulsion in the suburbs, far from civilian reach. Perhaps the CCG headquarters was concerned about some extreme investigators, fearing they might deploy weapons of mass destruction in populated areas. While not impossible, this justification felt somewhat flimsy. Su Xiao chose not to delve deeper into these undercurrents. His primary focus was to complete the main mission. Conducting an in-depth investigation into the CCG could provoke the ire of its higher-ups, jeopardizing his mission and potentially leading to failure. A series of muffled explosions echoed within the unfinished building, and a white mist began to spread. This mist was not tear gas, but CRC gas. Once the CRC gas reached a certain concentration, it significantly impacted ghouls, dampening the activity of their RC cells, causing their Kakuja to atrophy, rendering them incapable of releasing Kakuja. The time was ripe. Su Xiao charged towards the unfinished building, followed by dozens of investigators. The air was filled with the sounds of gunfire, clashing weapons, and anguished screams as the battle erupted into a frenzy. CCCG is here. Flee. The ghouls were thrown into chaos, the sudden onset of CRC gas preventing them from even releasing their kakuja. However, the unfinished building was not a sealed structure, and the CRC gas was dissipating rapidly. Xiao, at the forefront with his blade, cleaved through several ghouls, carving a bloody path while the investigators defended his rear. With their cover, Xiao navigated the fray with remarkable composure, ghouls succumbing to his blade in rapid succession. 2 hours later, Xiao, drenched in blood, sat on the ground. He tore a strip of cloth from the body of a fallen ghoul and began wiping down Zanlongshan. The battle had raged for a full 2 hours, an exceptionally brutal encounter. During the chaos, the ghouls attempted to flee but were intercepted by Su Zhao's external team. By then, the CRC gas had been blown away by the wind, and the ghouls had gone completely berserk, fighting desperately. Discarding the blood-soaked cloth, Su Zhao sheathed Zanlongshan. Before him lay a sea of ghoul corpses, yet not a single treasure chest in sight. Perhaps that prior stroke of luck had exhausted his fortune. Having slain all the ghouls, Su Zhao amassed a total of 367 CCG contribution points. His task completion status now read, First Class Investigator, Contribution 1264-2000. Although over 200 ghouls had been expelled, he had not personally dispatched them all. A significant portion had been killed by other investigators, leaving him with only a modest share of contribution points. As he neared the completion of his main mission, an idea began to crystallize in Su Zhao's mind. Should this notion come to fruition, it would grant him ample time for free movement. Xiao, report on casualties. The death of Jinhu Wusu weighed heavily on Jinhu Xiao. Yet, due to the demands of the day's mission, she chose not to take a leave of absence. This woman was tenacious and stubborn. A total of 128 personnel were deployed, with 78 sustaining minor injuries, 15 severely injured, and 23 fatalities. Only 12 remained with mere scrapes. Upon hearing the casualty report, Su Zhao was not surprised. Expelling ghouls was no simple matter, and lives were sacrificed in the process. Losing only 23 was considered a resounding victory. Had Su Zhao not led the charge, the death toll would have exceeded half. While it may sound exaggerated, it was the stark truth. Consolidate the team. The deceased will be sent to headquarters, and the injured will be taken to the hospital. How many combatants remain? Su Zhao prepared to cleanse the next ghoul gathering point, as time was of the essence. Approximately 50 still stand ready for combat. What is the specific number? Amidst the carnage and combat, Su Zhao sensed an aura of uniqueness enveloping him. 53. Jinhu Xiao instinctively straightened her posture. 53? Not sufficient. Contact Special Investigator Shinohara and inform him that we are short-handed. Shinohara Yukiki had previously discussed with Su Zhao the purging of District 14. His threshold for acceptable casualties was a maximum of 100. Exceeding this number would compel him to forcibly halt the cleansing operation in District 14. To eradicate a significant number of ghouls, casualties on our side are inevitable. A battle devoid of death exists only in fervent tales. Su Zhao is not so naive, nor is Shinohara Yukinori. Both are acutely aware of this reality. A killer must possess the readiness to be killed. Chapter 36. Your marksmanship is remarkable in an abandoned large warehouse. A multitude of ghouls was engaged in combat with the CCG. Break through. Hurry. No way, boss. The rear is blocked. Have these ghoul investigators lost their minds? The sound of gunfire echoed. A rapid series of thuds resonated. Su Zhao stood behind a towering concrete pillar, dust billowing from the impacts of bullets. He was locked in a fierce battle against a faction of over 100 ghouls, led by an S-class ghoul. Surprisingly, this group was heavily armed. Judging by the current firepower, they possessed at least 100 firearms. This is the third group of ghouls I've cleared out since the unfinished building fight. And the last gathering of ghouls I can find, he thought. We can't push in. Their firepower is too overwhelming, Bai Yi remarked. We must hold on. True Hu Xiao, standing beside Su Zhao, was visibly shaken. The concrete pillar was shrouded in dust from the relentless gunfire, and the occasional explosion of grenades could be heard. As Su Zhao contemplated exposing himself, a prickling sensation crept up his spine. With a powerful push off the ground, he yanked True Hu Xiao along and leaped behind another concrete pillar. The warehouse was vast, dotted with at least 100 1-meter-wide concrete columns. Boom. Just as Su Zhao jumped, a scorching wave of heat surged behind him, the force of the explosion staggering him a few steps forward. True Hu Xiao sat slumped behind the pillar, astonished by the blast. A rocket launcher? Both Hu Xiao and Su Xiao were taken aback. They had not anticipated the ghouls having such weaponry. Su Xiao raised his automatic assault rifle and, without aiming, unleashed a hail of bullets upon the ghouls. Whether he hit his targets was a mystery. The sound of gunfire echoed as the ghouls let out two anguished cries. And Su Xiao received a notification that his CCG contribution value had increased. It was sheer luck. He swore he hadn't aimed at all. Nice shooting, boss. Hu Xiao, perhaps unaware of Su Xiao's haphazard shooting technique, only saw the ghouls fall. Well, it was decent, Su Xiao replied, feeling a bit awkward. Most ghoul exterminations were close-quarters combat, yet this time it had transformed into a gunfight. Bai Yi, we can't hold out much longer. The brothers are on the brink, exclaimed a middle-aged investigator, wielding a bulletproof shield as he rushed to Su Xiao's side. Those investigators who had followed Su Xiao in purging multiple ghoul gatherings referred to him as boss, a term imbued with respect. Banzhuang, where did you get that? Su Xiao curiously examined the bulletproof shield in Banzhuang's possession. In a rear assault, a ghoul had this, but I blasted him with a grenade. Grenades are the only explosives permitted by the CCG, Banzhuang replied with a proud grin, offering the shield to Su Xiao. The shield was entirely black, about 1.4 meters tall, featuring a rectangular viewing port with bulletproof glass embedded in it. Boss Bai Yi, this is the FXF-6T anti-explosion shield made in China. Rated for level 6 protection. It can withstand all firearms except heavy sniper rifles. Taking the shield, Su Xiao felt its reassuring weight. Everyone listen up. I will create an opportunity. Prepare to exterminate these ghouls. He raised the shield with his left hand and brandished a knife in his right, charging out from behind the concrete pillar. Through the bulletproof glass, he observed a row of firearms aimed at him, the black muzzles spewing flames as bullets flew. The rapid-fire impacts against the shield slowed his advance. Each bullet carried significant force, and now there were dozens, even hundreds, striking his shield. Upon seeing Su Xiao charging forth with the shield, the ghoul leader was taken aback. He recognized Su Xiao as the man who had dispatched 6 of his subordinates in mere seconds. The ghoul leader, dressed like a mercenary and with impressive marksmanship, knew he had to stop Su Xiao from breaching their lines. A scarred mercenary ghoul's face twitched as a cruel smile emerged. He rummaged behind him and lifted a sniper rifle that was at least 2 meters long. I'll make you pay. The mercenary's eyes gleamed with malice. His finger poised to pull the trigger, the distance rendering aiming unnecessary. Su Xiao, observing through the bulletproof glass, remained unfazed. He summoned the Dragon Slayer flashback to his storage space and retrieved a fist-sized iron ball from his lower back. With a crisp clang of metal, he tossed the ball near the mercenary ghoul. It rolled to the feet of the ghouls, and the mercenary cursed. Throwing down his sniper rifle and curling up into a defensive stance, his cocoon enveloping him. Boom! A fireball erupted within the warehouse, dust cascading from the ceiling. Shrapnel rained upon Su Xiao's shield, creating a cacophony of noise. This was a high-explosive grenade, one that Su Xiao had to petition the CCG headquarters twice to obtain. At that moment, most of the ghouls' firepower ceased, a charred odor filling the air. A severed leg dropped at Su Xiao's feet, the exposed flesh blackened and flames flickering on the tattered pants. Su Xiao had long wished to deploy the high-explosive grenade, but the ghoul's dense fire had made it risky. A long-distance throw could have resulted in it being shot down mid-air. Charge! With that command, the investigators leaped from their cover. Su Xiao led the charge, taking the forefront. The mercenary ghoul, dazed and confused, looked around, his cocoon shredded, blood seeping from his ears, his body in a state of shock. Before the mercenary could regain his senses, Su Xiao was upon him, delivering a swift, merciless cut to his neck, then immediately searching for other ghouls. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. What had been a stalemate transformed into a one-sided slaughter. Half an hour later, only humans remained breathing within the warehouse. Su Xiao sat upon a dilapidated chair, its legs reduced to 3, making for an uncomfortable rest after the gunfire ordeal. The investigators began gathering the corpses of the ghouls. Bai Yi, we've cleared a total of 147 ghouls, he reported. After hearing the battle report, Su Xiao nodded for Hu Xiao to attend to subsequent matters. Tomorrow, Shinohara Yukiki would be reassigned to District 20, and Su Xiao had eradicated every ghoul he could find. Ito had no inkling that her casually drawn map had indirectly led to the demise of thousands of ghouls. At this moment, Su Xiao's task completion status changed to First Class Investigator, Contribution 2053-2000, Upgrade Position, yes, no. He chose to upgrade, and the notification from the Reincarnation Paradise vanished. As soon as news from CCG headquarters arrived, he would complete the main storyline task. This brought Su Xiao relief. He did not wish to have his fate dictated by the CCG. Just as he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, a notification from Reincarnation Paradise suddenly appeared. The hunter has expelled 95 of the ghouls from District 14, with the hunter responsible for 34 of the deaths and indirectly causing 46 to flee. Due to the hunter's actions, a significant number of ghouls in District 14 have died or fled, completing the achievement task, the Scavenger. Achievement task, the Scavenger, requires personally expelling over 30 of ghouls in an area, leading to over 90 of the ghouls dying or escaping from that area. Achievement task, Cleaner, reward, 1 attribute point. 7 Source of the World. Current total of Source of the World, 14. 3. Chapter 37. The Human Forbidden Zone. Upon witnessing the achievement task, Cleaner, Su Xiao was taken aback. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Whether it was the 1 attribute point or the 7% of the world's origin, both were commendable rewards. Completing this achievement task was even more rewarding than the rewards of his main quest. Lighting a cigarette, wisps of blue smoke began to rise. Now that the conditions for the main quest, too, had been met, he no longer needed to exterminate ghouls. Although killing ghouls was a cruel endeavor, Su Xiao had his own objectives, and he would resort to any means to achieve them. With 12 days remaining until the deadline set by the main quest, too, he had ample time. Bai Yi, what shall we do next? The companions, Shinohara Yukiki and Suzuya Juzu, had also grown weary from the recent ghoul extermination efforts. Return to the division. The CCG convoy quickly made its way back to the division. Upon entering, Su Xiao was greeted by the sight of Shinohara Yukiki and Suzuya Juzu approaching. Bai Yi, has today's extermination concluded? Su Xiao had garnered quite a reputation in the 14th district. In fact, his name had echoed throughout the entire CCG. In just 8 days, he had nearly cleared out the entire 14th district, a feat that perhaps only that one could accomplish. Not only within the CCG, but also among ghouls. His name was known to many. Some referred to him as Bai Yi, while others called him the Black Reaper, a title derived from his black hair and eyes, coupled with his ruthless nature of leaving no survivors. Almost all S-rank ghouls had heard of Su Xiao, and even those who were aware of the Black Reaper of the 14th district. It's done. I've basically cleansed the ghouls in the 14th district. Shinohara Yukiki smiled, pleased not for personal accolades, but for the additional safe space it provided for humanity. On behalf of all humans in the 14th district, I thank you. Bai Yi. Su Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Shinohara Yukiki was aware of his impending promotion to Special Class Investigator. Don't be surprised. News from headquarters travels fast. I am heading to the 20th district to rendezvous with others. The situation in the 11th district has become dire. The Bronze Tree has taken over the 11th District S Division, which has now become a ghoul territory. Upon hearing Shinohara Yukiki's words, Su Xiao furrowed his brows. The CCG division in the 11th district has been breached? That is alarmingly swift. If there were no contractors involved, I would find that hard to believe. It seems that a direct confrontation with the Bronze Tree is imminent. Is there a specific timeline for the conflict? Not yet clear. We are heading to the 20th district to form a special response team. However, Bai Yi, you must accompany me. Su Xiao looked at Shinohara Yukiki in confusion. Was he also a member of the special response team? Though you will also go to the 20th district, you will not join the special response team. Higher-ups have assigned you a far more critical, albeit perilous task. Su Xiao's interest was piqued. What task? Whack-a-mole. Su Xiao was left in shock. Whack-a-mole? Shinohara Yukiki chuckled at Su Xiao's bewilderment, as if it were strange not to know what whack-a-mole entailed. Have you heard of the 24th district? Shinohara Yukiki's expression turned serious. Of course, I've heard of the 24th district. If the 1st to 4th districts are perilous areas teeming with ghouls, then the 24th district is the human forbidden zone. A saying circulates within the CCG. Even special class investigators lack the qualification to enter the 24th district alone. The 24th district is not a defined area, but rather a series of tunnels excavated by ghouls beneath Tokyo, sprawling throughout the city. These passages are intricate and remain largely unexplored. Most ghoul investigators only dare to venture along the periphery of the 24th district. Among the entire CCG, only one team has dared to delve into the depths of the 24th district, known as Team Zero, led by Arima Kishu, the most powerful investigator in CCG history. famously dubbed the Invincible Investigator. Now, the order from CCG headquarters is for Su Xiao to go to the 24th district to whack moles. The danger level of the 24th district can be summarized in one phrase. A-rank ghouls roam freely, S-rank ghouls abound, and only SS-rank ghouls can barely shake things up. However, this shaking up comes with immense risk, and one could be eliminated at any moment. Indeed, this is the 24th district, the human forbidden zone. There, cannibalism is commonplace, as ghouls cannot find human flesh to consume due to the absence of humans. According to intelligence gathered by Team Zero, the depths of the 24th district, deep beneath Tokyo, may harbor tens of thousands of ghouls, or even more. How intriguing! Should a whack moles on the periphery or delve deeper? Su Xiao's inquiry surprised Shinohara Yukiki, as most individuals assigned to the 24th district would be gripped by fear. You will be with Arima and his team, and with your capabilities, you will certainly venture into the depths to whack moles. After grasping the situation, Su Xiao bid farewell to Shinohara Yukiki, who was on his way to the 20th district. His own transfer orders had not yet arrived, but he would also head to the 20th district to rendezvous with someone. That afternoon, Su Xiao received the transfer orders from CCG headquarters and acquired new identification. Promoted to Special Class Investigator, CCG Contribution, 2053-10,000. Becoming a Special Class Investigator was far from the end. Above this rank lay the Semi-Special Class Investigator and the Special Investigator. However, the requirements for the main quest, too, only necessitated becoming a Special Class Investigator. Su Xiao opened the task options. Main quest, 2 Special Class Investigator. Achieved. Task difficulty, LV. 3 Task overview. Rapidly ascend the ranks within CCG to prepare for subsequent tasks. Task information. Utilize any means to elevate your status. Exterminate ghouls, resort to bribery, and all other methods. Task rewards. 1 attribute point, 1,500 paradise coins. Time remaining for task, 12 days, 16 hours. Su Xiao was now poised to complete the task at any moment. Just as he was preparing to fulfill the main quest, too, a thought crossed his mind. What would happen to the remaining 12 days and 13 hours if he completed the task now? It was well known that the longer one lingered in the derived world, the greater the opportunities for gain. The resources Su Xiao required to grow stronger could only be acquired within the derived world. Upon returning to the Cycle Paradise, he would have no means to obtain resources. By inquiring with the Cycle Paradise, Su Xiao learned that if he completed the main quest now, the remaining time would reset to 0. After pondering for a moment, he decided against completing the main quest for the time being. Currently, he was the only one in the CCG camp. If he did not complete the main quest, too, even if the contractors of the Ghoul faction completed it, it would bear no significance. Given the current format of the main quest, it was highly likely that the main quest, 3, would involve a confrontation. If he did not complete the main quest, too, the Ghoul faction's contractors would merely have to wait. He could complete the task at any time, which afforded him a significant advantage. Until the deadline arrived, his main quest, too, would not fail, meaning he had an additional 12 days of freedom to act. Now, being dispatched by CCG headquarters to the 24th district to whack moles alongside Arima Kishu presented an undeniable opportunity for gain. The more ghouls there were, the greater the likelihood of treasure chests dropping. While Su Xiao's hands were indeed stained, he did not believe that ghouls would never drop treasure chests. Chapter 38. Shirzwa. You have caused trouble in District 11. At the Bronze Tree Stronghold, a piercing scream echoed through the dilapidated building. On the ground floor, numerous contractors had gathered, and the source of that anguished cry was none other than the protagonist, Kaneki Ken. These contractors, in their quest to bolster their strength and ensure the continuity of the narrative, had allied with Ayato Kirishima to capture Kaneki and bring him to the Bronze Tree. Unlike Su Xiao, who remained indifferent to the progression of the story as long as he could fulfill his mission, they were deeply concerned with the narrative's integrity. Su Xiao believed that true strength was paramount. Excessive reliance on the storyline would inevitably lead to disaster once it crumbled. Is this really all right? Murmured Hanyu, a shiver running down his spine at the sound of Kaneki's cries. He speculated on the torment Kaneki must be enduring to elicit such a response. It should be fine. In the original, it was the gecko torturing Kaneki, and now it is the half-human, half-demon Nicole, whose methods are nearly identical to that of the gecko. Even the normally composed Hua Bao felt a twinge of unease at the cries. Tell me, what is 1,000-7? A sickly shout pierced the air above the contractors. Kaneki won't die, will he? Hua Bao swallowed hard. Probably not. After all, he is the protagonist. Both Hua Bao and Han Yu fell silent. Standing behind the throng of contractors was a little girl, Xiao Luo, the one who had previously made a deal with Su Xiao, dressed in a manner reminiscent of Connor. Given her position and the dismissive attitude of the contractors around her, it was clear that her status within Han Yu's adventuring party was quite low. Has that perverse individual from the CCG made any recent moves? Hua Bao inquired casually. But Han Yu's reaction was one of surprise. No significant activity, he replied while discreetly transmitting a message to Hua Bao using a mark. That guy has eradicated all ghouls in District 14. Hua Bao froze, his mind racing with the implications of such a statement. To cleanse an entire district of ghouls, what a formidable concept. Han Yu understood the necessity of keeping this information from the other contractors. The fewer who knew, the less their morale would be affected. Both Han Yu and Hua Bao were keen on limiting the contractors' access to information. A strategic advantage in intelligence would solidify their leaders' standing, allowing them to reap greater rewards. Self-interest was a universal trait, and especially so within the ranks of a temporary adventuring party, which was not meant to be permanent. Exploiting the contractors within this temporary group was a tacit understanding among all the leaders. The exploited contractors were aware of their situation, yet they felt they had no choice. Without joining a temporary party, they were unlikely to survive the derivative world. How goes your main quest? I've completed over 50% here. Hua Bao shifted the topic. It's been mediocre. Finding ghoul investigators is exceedingly difficult. There are too few scattered investigators. My team has probably completed around 40%. After today, there are still 12 days left for the task. The plot in District 11 is about to unfold. It is an excellent opportunity, Han Yu sighed. Su Zhao's mission was to expel the ghouls, while Han Yu and his companions were tasked with eliminating investigators. However, they needed to kill far fewer investigators, only 5 each, compared to the number of ghouls Su Xiao had to expel. If the number of investigators to be killed was the same as that of the ghouls, even exterminating every investigator in Tokyo would not suffice, given their scarcity. Xiao Luo, listening to their discussion, felt increasingly frustrated. She had already paid her dues, yet Han Yu seemed indifferent to her progress. As of now, her kill count stood at 0. And Han Yu's words that she need not rush were becoming increasingly suspect. She sensed he might renege on their agreement. Despite having paid and signed a contract with Han Yu, she knew that if she encountered someone with ill intentions, the contract would not guarantee her safety. The contract merely stipulated that Han Yu would assist her in completing her mission and protect her to the best of his ability. However, that to the best of his ability left considerable room for interpretation. Should Xiao Luo perish, the contract would become void, and Han Yu would only suffer a minor loss of paradise coins, a sum he would find acceptable. While painful, it would not be crippling. Otherwise, he would not have signed the contract in the first place. Under normal circumstances, Han Yu would not behave this way. But the presence of Su Xiao placed immense pressure on him. He no longer cared for Xiao Luo's paradise coins, let alone her life. With formidable foes outside and contractors harboring their own ulterior motives, even Han Yu and Hua Bao, who had seemingly allied, were likely calculating against one another. District 20. CCG Branch. After receiving directives from headquarters, Su Xiao promptly made his way to the CCG branch in District 20. The two districts were not far apart. District 14 bordered District 20, and travel between them was swift. Upon arriving at the branch's edifice, Su Xiao stretched lazily, having been under the strain of the main quest. He felt a sense of relief now that he could complete it at any time. It was 5 in the afternoon, and the sunlight was gentle, casting a warm, pale yellow hue over the surroundings. The sunset painted the horizon with fiery clouds, and in the park adjacent to the branch, some elderly individuals were sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter. It was indeed a splendid day for exercise. Since entering the world of ghouls, Su Xiao had been engaged in intense combat. If his time in the Reincarnation Paradise was spent honing his combat techniques, now was the time for practical application. After extensive experience in blood and iron, Su Xiao felt a marked improvement in his swordsmanship, the sensation of weaponry becoming an extension of the body, as described by Geng Shiro, was becoming increasingly evident. Mr. Bai Yi, a swift white figure approached, and Su Xiao instinctively reached for his sword, only to recognize a familiar face. Shirzwa. Su Xiao chuckled softly. He had a favorable impression of Suzuya Juzu, having fought alongside him and developed a bond that surpassed others. Mr. Bai Yi, what brings you here? I'm looking for someone, and you can just call me Bai Yi. Though he was searching for someone, Su Xiao was uncertain of the specifics. I got lost earlier. This is the CCG branch in District 20, right? I've been searching all afternoon. Mr. Bai Yi, do you know where the conference room is located? Su Xiao nodded and led Suzuya into the branch, having visited the CCG branch in District 20 before. As they entered the conference room, Su Xiao sensed something was amiss. All eyes turned toward him, as if he were some rare specimen. And several female investigators discreetly took out their phones to snap pictures. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the District 20 branch, Special Investigator Marud was presiding over a meeting. Dozens of investigators were seated, including 2 special investigators, 3 associate special investigators, and a greater number of senior investigators, an unprecedented assembly within the CCG. Though Marud was a special investigator, he typically refrained from combat. His prowess lay in command rather than fighting. During large-scale missions, he was the one to direct operations on site. Acting as the CCG's battlefield commander, particularly adept at orchestrating large campaigns. As Marud spoke with fervor, the morale of the attendees soared. This is a war between humans and ghouls, so I entrust your lives to me for the time being. By the way, this is an order. You have no right to refuse. Hereby, I declare the establishment of the Special Tactics Unit in District 11. At this moment, Marudi was speaking with a fervor that bordered on a shout. He was about to articulate his final statement. A culmination of the lengthy discourse he had pondered for 2 days, a battle declaration intended to inspire those gathered. Pre-battle mobilization is of utmost significance. Suddenly, the door to the conference room swung open without warning, startling several investigators. My apologies, announced Shizu, an aide to Mr. Shinohara. I inadvertently lost my way and arrived late. With both hands extended before him, the force with which he entered explained the loud noise of the door. At that moment, Su Xiao stood just behind Shizu, his vantage point allowing him to observe Marudi's expression, reminiscent of a dog's dejection, as seen in a previous video. The room fell into an eerie silence. It seemed that Shizu, the little angel, had inadvertently stirred trouble. Chapter 39. Frightening encounter. Upon concluding his statement, Suzuya Juzu revealed a smile. Marutzai, with one hand claw-like in front of him, trembled slightly. Nearby, Shinohara Yoshinori observed this scene, pressing a hand against his forehead. His expression one of acute headache. Really? Shinohara's gaze swept over, quickly noticing Su Xiao behind Suzuya. Marutzai also took note of Su Xiao, and the stiffness in his expression suddenly vanished. Shinohara, has headquarters temporarily assigned him to us? How splendid. It was no wonder Marutzai was so jubilant. Su Xiao had nearly single-handedly purged District 14, a fact well recognized by all. Amaru, you might be celebrating prematurely. Byakuya has been reassigned to District 24 to play whack-a-mole alongside Kaneki. Marutzai was taken aback. Deep in District 24? That cursed place seems unreachable by anyone other than the Zero Squad. Has Byakuya become a member of Zero Squad? Isn't there a rule regarding that? Consider it a temporary membership. Upon hearing temporary member, Marutzai's eyes lit up. Temporary member. Haha, that leaves room for maneuvering. If the Black Reaper is present during the operations in District 11, even if we encounter a setback, we shall not suffer significant casualties. As Marutzai spoke, he had already approached the doorway, bypassing Suzuya Juzu to warmly greet Su Xiao. Byakuya, we have met previously. We are in a meeting, you should join us. Taken aback by this sudden display of enthusiasm, Su Xiao hesitated. But Byakuya still has some time before he arrives, at least a day's wait. Reluctantly, Su Xiao took a seat in the conference room. Juzu, you can observe for now. Suzuya looked perplexed at Marutzai's instruction. Observe? Outside. Bang. The door to the conference room was firmly shut. Marutzai was evidently a vengeful character, often adopting a roguish demeanor, yet he was indeed a reliable individual. Suzuya, clad in bright red slippers, leaned against the wall by the door as the meeting continued. Now, let us discuss the focal points of our operation. The Bronze Tree evidently conducts organized and disciplined actions, leading me to conclude that they possess a leader. Moreover, based on previous cases, their leader. Marutzai began to elaborate on the operation in detail, while Su Xiao stifled a yawn, resting his chin on his hand. I may issue rather harsh directives, but please endure it, I implore you. The operation was set for 1 week later, with surviving residents of District 11 needing to find avenues for relocation. Recently, the presence of ghouls in District 14 had astonishingly diminished, so relocation to District 14 was proposed. I will handle media matters. That is all. The meeting is adjourned. Yes. The meeting finally concluded, and Su Xiao had dozed off, exhausted from the relentless pace of recent days. Byakuya, we are leaving. Shinohara Yoshinori roused Su Xiao. Is it over? Merit Zai is quite long-winded. Su Xiao yawned and stood up. Amaru is also concerned about the casualties this time. Our work is such that we cannot afford to be negligent. As Su Xiao and Shinohara exited, they encountered Merit Zai by the door. At that moment, Merit Zai wore a mischievous smile as he approached Suzuya, who was leaning against the wall. So you are Suzuya Juzu, a rather frail-looking little fellow. Suzuya remained silent, staring blankly at the ceiling. Shinohara, who had been chatting with Su Xiao, noticed this unfolding scene. This is not good. I should intervene. Shinohara hastily approached. Merit Zai, noticing that Suzuya ignored him, leaned closer, donning a rather predatory expression. Have you been eating well? Do you have what it takes to speak? Clearly, Merit Zai was seeking trouble, harboring a grudge due to Suzuya's prior interruption during his meeting. Huh. Upon hearing the phrase, do you have what it takes, Suzuya finally reacted. Never mind, Amaru. Suzuya has just arrived at the division and must be tired. Let him be, let us go eat. Shinohara gently pushed Merit Zai's shoulder, and they made their way outside. What's wrong? I was merely chatting with him. Forget it, we'll address this tomorrow. Let us go? With that, Shinohara turned back, making a pleading gesture towards Su Xiao. Suzuya had just arrived at District 20, and being unfamiliar with the area, he was likely to cause trouble, especially since he lacked a fundamental sense of right and wrong. In District 14, only 2 individuals could manage Suzuya. One was Shinohara, who aimed to reform him with kindness. The other was Su Xiao, who would resort to physical reprimand until Suzuya complied. After Merit Zai departed, Suzuya turned his head, glancing in the direction Merit Zai had gone, his large, pale red eyes firmly etching the image of Merit Zai in his memory. Suzuya, this little white-haired boy, was also one to harbor grudges. How do you plan to retaliate? With your current combat capability, Merit Zai could eliminate you within 10 minutes. Suzuya's gaze returned. Byakuya, I am hungry. Let us go? Su Xiao led Suzuya out of the division, and after searching the vicinity, they discovered a luxurious barbecue restaurant. Its price is evidently high. Su Xiao, unfazed by financial concerns, had received a considerable bonus before departing from District 14. Welcome. The server guided them to a table. Suzuya ordered a breathtakingly expensive portion of beef, then gazed at Su Xiao with a silly grin. Su Xiao ordered an array of meats and fish. Soon, a self-service grill, crafted from iron mesh, was placed before them. The beef Suzuya had ordered was a type of tenderloin known as Wagyu. Sizzle. The surface of the beef on the grill began to glisten, the animal fat dripping onto the charcoal, producing a delightful hissing sound. Su Xiao sampled a piece, finding the flavor exquisite. The meat was tender and delicate, leaving a lingering taste when paired with the unique sauce. After a hearty meal, Su Xiao strolled aimlessly down the street. Since entering this derived world, he had been incessantly occupied, and the sudden idleness felt somewhat disconcerting. As the sky darkened, he spotted a CAF in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was named Anti-I District. What a coincidence. Su Xiao had not been specifically searching for Anti-I District. He was merely wandering post-meal. Since he was already there, he might as well enter and ascertain the general situation regarding the ghouls. Despite Anti-I District's formidable strength, with individuals like the manager, Shikamo Renji, the Magic Ape, and Black Doberman, Su Xiao did not intend to take initiative. In District 20, Anti-I District would likewise refrain from acting unless they wished to abandon their residence there. Pushing open the CAF door, a bell chimed melodically. Welcome. A somewhat sweet, youthful voice greeted him. Upon entering, Su Xiao was met by a pale-skinned little girl with short, tea-colored hair. He recognized her as Hinami Fueguchi, who had recently lost her parents. For some reason, upon seeing Su Xiao, Hinami froze, as if confronted by something terrifying. No, please don't come closer. Her voice trembled, and she sank to the floor. Having recently slain numerous ghouls, Su Xiao was suffused with a palpable aura of bloodshed, while Hinami possessed an innate ability, a heightened sense of perception. Chapter 40. Paradise, are you kidding me? A profound silence enveloped the CAF. Among the patrons were the likes of Tuka Kirishima, Keigen Fumizuki, Nishio Nishiki, and others. I apologize. My staff has recently endured a tragic event and are somewhat emotionally unstable, the manager, Keigen Fumizuki, announced as he approached with a courteous gesture. This fellow is. Tuka whispered, her eyes wide with apprehension as she regarded Su Xiao. Tuka, a prominent character in the original narrative, is a ghoul. Ghouls in the safe zone differ from others. They generally do not prey on humans, but rather consume the remains of those who have taken their own lives. With her light blue hair tied back, Tuka hesitated momentarily before stepping forward to assume the role of a server. In this CAF situated in the safe zone, both the manager and the staff are ghouls. It is a haven frequented by many of their kind. The manager, Keigen Fumizuki, is a formidable figure, classified as an SSS-rated ghoul. In his youth, he committed numerous atrocities, but in his later years, he settled in District 20 and established this CAF. His aim is to foster harmony between ghouls and humans. They do not actively hunt humans, but merely seek to survive. Su Xiao sat at the bar, while Shirzwa glanced around with curiosity. "How may I assist you, esteemed guest?" The manager inquired, his head of white hair meticulously styled, dressed in a waiter's attire, and his expression exuding warmth akin to that of a venerable gentleman. Oddly, the manager's eyes appeared perpetually closed, perhaps due to their diminutive size. "Since I am here at the CAF, I shall indulge in a cup of coffee. I have heard whispers of your establishment's excellent brew." Su Xiao was not here for combat. His purpose was to gather intelligence. Within the CAF, he did not spot Kaneki-ken. This led to two possibilities. Either Kaneki was absent, perhaps captured by the CCG. Or worse, Su Xiao leaned towards the latter. "Please hold on, esteemed guest." The manager busied himself, having recognized Su Xiao, thus personally attending to the ominous figure. Tuka presented a towel, placing it on the bar before attempting to retreat after a slight bow. "Wait." Su Xiao's sudden call caused Tuka to stiffen. What is it? Esteemed guest? She lowered her gaze, feigning shyness, avoiding eye contact with Su Xiao. "You must have an older brother or younger sibling." Upon hearing this, a chill surged from Tuka's feet to her brain. "How could that be? I have no brother." From the moment Su Xiao entered, Tuka's expression had been one of utter tension, and he was merely probing her with casual remarks. "Your coffee is ready," the manager announced, presenting a cup to Su Xiao, urging him to enjoy it. "Tuka, please prepare the ingredients for tomorrow." With a sense of relief, Tuka hurried into the back room. The unique aroma of the coffee wafted through the air. Although Su Xiao did not have a habit of drinking coffee, he found himself unable to resist taking a sip upon catching the rich scent. As he tasted the coffee, his brow arched in surprise. "Delicious." A smile graced the manager's face. "Thank you for your kind words." He took a seat beside Su Xiao, holding his own cup. "You do not indulge in coffee often, do you? It should be savored slowly, otherwise it may affect the flavor, much like life itself. Though bitter, one can still discern other flavors within that bitterness." "I do not typically drink coffee. I merely came to see a friend who works here, but regrettably, he is not present today." Su Xiao continued to sip his coffee. "A friend?" The manager regarded Su Xiao with curiosity. "Indeed, a friend, Kaneki-ken. I wonder if the manager might be able to reach him, as we have not met in quite some time." Su Xiao set his coffee cup down, casting a meaningful glance at the manager. "Ah, Kaneki. He recently took a trip and requested some time off. Quite unfortunate." At this revelation, Su Xiao was nearly certain that something had befallen Kaneki. "Is that so? In that case, I shall let it be." Su Xiao drained his cup in one go. "Shirzwa, let us go." While Su Xiao appeared relaxed, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, noting the multitude of eyes regarding him with recognition. Su Xiao pretended to reach for his wallet. "There is no need. This one is on me," the manager replied, rising with a serene demeanor. Although his interaction with the manager had been brief, Su Xiao discerned that he was unlike most ghouls he had encountered. There was no hint of madness or depravity. Instead, he resembled a wise elder, his weathered face occasionally betraying a sense of helplessness towards the world. "Thank you." Su Xiao and the manager exchanged a meaningful glance. "Esteemed guest, should you find the opportunity, please return to the safe zone for coffee. Even at night, it is quite safe here." The manager's words hinted at multiple meanings, an invitation extended to Su Xiao, a display of goodwill, and a subtle warning that District 20 differs from District 14, where ghouls here are peaceful and do not harm humans. Simultaneously, he implored Su Xiao to refrain from any reckless purging of District 20. The manager may have already sensed what Su Xiao had discovered. Purging an entire district of ghouls is a terrifying notion for their kind. Moreover, the manager was wary of Su Xiao's infamous title, the Black Reaper. "Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, we shall meet again." Su Xiao smiled at the manager, a glint of crimson flashing in his eyes. Draping his jacket over his arm, he exited the CAF. The manager returned to his seat, sighing, as Tuka emerged from the back room. Is this fellow the newly emerged Black Reaper? He must be a lunatic. Tuka's expression was one of concern. She feared that Su Xiao might purge District 20, leaving the safe zone with no choice but to relocate. What a terrifying individual. Nishio Nishiki, merely an A-rated ghoul, felt an even greater trepidation towards Su Xiao, his legs trembling slightly. Su Xiao had taken the lives of more A-rated ghouls than Nishio had ever encountered. It was astonishing how a mere human could possess such strength. If he was not mistaken, Su Xiao had come in search of Kaneki. After the manager's statement, silence descended upon the CAF. On the way back to the CCG branch, Shirzwa was unusually cheerful. I had the strangest feeling in that CAF just now. Shirzwa's instincts were sharp. Aside from the two of them, all the others were ghouls. Who knows? As they strolled down the night-lit streets, Su Xiao lit a cigarette. Shirzwa darted to Su Xiao's left, only to quickly switch to his right. How can I become as strong as you, Brother Bei? Opportunity, diligent training, and fearlessness. Shirzwa nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. 5 minutes later, the pair returned to the CCG branch. Upon arriving at his temporary quarters, Su Xiao took a shower and lay bare-chested on his bed. A blood-red card materialized in his hand, and he prepared to activate the crimson card dropped by the queen, hoping to acquire something of value. Tomorrow, he may need to venture into District 24. Enhancing his combat prowess or acquiring supplies would be advantageous. Do you wish to use the crimson card? Choosing to proceed, the crimson card gradually dissolved, transforming into a soft, pink liquid suspended in the air. The liquid began to spin rapidly, forming a vortex before Su Xiao. One end of the vortex was just wide enough for a hand to reach through, and he extended his hand inside. After some exploration, he grasped a smooth, supple object. A smile crept onto Su Xiao's lips. It appeared he had stumbled upon an item. Perhaps the Grand Chieftain's black hand. His luck seemed to be holding. Retrieving his hand from the blood-red vortex, a notification from the Reincarnation Paradise echoed in his mind. Upon receiving the notification from the Reincarnation Paradise, the smile on Su Xiao's face faded, leaving him in a daze. After a prolonged silence, he muttered a curse under his breath. The message from the Reincarnation Paradise read, "You have randomly drawn silk bra." Chapter 41. The Violator 12470 holding the bra in his hand. Vale was somewhat astonished, and what left him even more speechless was the fact that it was, astonishingly, a piece of equipment. Silk bra, origin, magical index. District 3 of the Academy City. Quality, white category, armored durability. 1115 equipment requirement, female exclusive. Equipment effect, charm 1, cup size 1. Rating, 7. Note, the rating for white equipment ranges from 1 to 10. A rating of 10 will be marked as rare and will include special attributes. Description, cup size equates to charm. Trust me, it's infallible. Price, 900 paradise coins. Su Xiao scratched his head, realizing this item held little value for him and could only be sold within the Reincarnation Paradise. The pale red vortex still swirled, and Su Xiao commenced his second draw. Having learned from the previous experience, he began searching for a hard object. Soon, he encountered something that felt exceedingly firm and smooth to the touch. With a sense of curiosity, Su Xiao pulled out the item. Universal wrench. The Reincarnation Paradise provided only the simple 4 characters, and Su Xiao's countenance paled as he held up the silver wrench. This item was not even classified as equipment. It was merely an ordinary item within the Reincarnation Paradise, likely valued at less than 3 paradise coins and used by the workers there. How could such an item exist in the queen's storage? Was she perhaps a worker? That seemed improbable. Su Xiao speculated a possible explanation. The queen might frequently activate the crimson card, familiarizing herself with this random draw method. In the Reincarnation Paradise, no one could guarantee their survival upon departing from the derivative world. Hence, the queen, in case of misfortune, stowed away numerous useless items in her storage. This way, even in death, her enemies would gain nothing from her. Given the queen's nature, such a scenario was bound to occur. With a sigh, Su Xiao had little hope for his third draw. Due to his permanent passive ability, Soul of the Chieftain, combined with the multitude of clutter in the queen's storage, the likelihood of acquiring something valuable was dismally low. Randomly, Su Xiao yanked out another item from the crimson vortex and focused his gaze. Oh dear. What appeared in Su Xiao's hand was a plastic bottle. Rejoice shampoo, crafted by workers. After much hesitation, Su Xiao suppressed the urge to discard the shampoo. It was still a form of yield, Should he find himself stranded in the wilderness during a mission, washing his hair by the riverside wouldn't be too terrible. After forcing some self-comfort, Su Xiao sat cross-legged on the bed, resting the Dragon Slayer flash on his legs, and began meditating to alleviate his gloomy mood. The meditation technique imparted by Geng Shiro was far from merely calming the mind. Recently, he had developed a sense that each time he engaged in deep meditation, his perception became increasingly acute. Like before, during the black-and-white sniper incident, Su Xiao had been able to sense danger beforehand, which was undoubtedly linked to his frequent meditative practices. Although he had slain numerous ghouls recently, he did not succumb to the frenzy of bloodlust. Despite being drenched in gore, his will remained resolute and unyielding. This might also be attributed to his regular meditation. Whenever he had the time, he would meditate for 2 hours before sleep, which had become a habit. Upon concluding his meditation, Su Xiao felt a slight fatigue, a sensation that allowed him to drift into slumber more swiftly. Night, District 4, Shinjuku. The bright moon hung high, and despite the towering buildings in District 4, darkness enveloped the area as if humanity had abandoned it. Indeed, this was the case. Due to the rampant ghouls, no humans remained in District 4. Hush! The sound of a whistle emerged, and a figure clad in a black robe, equipped with a broad hood, appeared at the outskirts of District 4. Surrounding him were wild grasses, and the occasional sounds of nocturnal creatures could be heard. The shadowy figure carried a large linen bag on his back, within which something seemed to stir. The contractors of the Ghoul faction were utterly incompetent, hindering the speed of my mission. How could the CCG faction be reduced to a single individual? What a predicament! A deep male voice resonated from beneath the hood. A pair of triangular black eyes emerged in the moonlight. The mere sight of these eyes conveyed the malevolence of their owner. The depths of those eyes brimmed with negativity, bitterness, cruelty, and an undercurrent of madness. Ugh, ugh. The bag behind the triangular-eyed man swayed slightly, and judging by the muffled sounds, it contained a human. This triangular-eyed man had ventured alone to the outskirts of District 4 around 10 at night, and he had stuffed a person into a bag. Be quiet, or I shall sever your tongue. The triangular-eyed man discarded the bag and kicked it viciously. A painful cry emerged from within, indicating the occupant's mouth had been sealed. Here we are. The triangular-eyed man unfastened the bag, revealing a small boy, approximately 7 or 8 years of age, with an adorable appearance, yet marred by filth. 2 distinct streaks of tears decorated his grimy little face, and his tear-filled eyes had turned red from weeping. Consider yourself unfortunate. I could find no one else, so you shall suffice. However, the quantity of flesh is somewhat lacking. The triangular-eyed man let out a ghastly laugh, his claw-like, withered fingers digging into his mouth, extracting a viscous substance resembling chewing gum. Huh! The triangular-eyed man spat out a mouthful of black saliva, cautiously distributing small portions of the sticky substance around him while retaining some in his hand. After completing this grotesque ritual, the triangular-eyed man retrieved a curved dagger the length of his palm, emitting a series of sinister chuckles. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The little boy trembled in terror, desperately writhing on the ground, yet his limbs remained bound by tape, allowing him only to squirm. At your tender age, how many pieces shall I divide you into? The triangular-eyed man feigned contemplation. 5 pieces should suffice. You are simply too small. Licking his lips, the triangular-eyed man brought the dagger closer to the boy. Under the moonlit night, a brutal scene unfolded as a man donned in a black robe skillfully dismembered the child. Though the boy's mouth was sealed, he emitted low, anguished cries. 10 minutes later, the small boy had been reduced to a pile of flesh, carelessly discarded on the ground, where remnants of a viscous black substance could be faintly seen atop the scattered remains. The triangular-eyed man lurked in the shadows, waiting in silence. An hour later, 2 crimson lights flitted through the night. Those were the ghoul's red eyes. Is this a murder scene? Huh, what luck to feast upon human flesh. Upon confirming the absence of anomalies, one ghoul picked up the boy's remains and began to devour them greedily. The triangular-eyed man's lips curled in dissatisfaction at the appearance of only one ghoul. Boom. At the triangular-eyed man's low command, the gluttonous ghoul suddenly exploded. Boom. A shower of blood mist erupted. Though it was an explosion, no flames were present, only the raining of dismembered meat. The stench of blood intensified, soon attracting a dozen ghouls, all eager to feast upon the boy's remains, a rare delicacy in District 4. The triangular-eyed man shouted explosion once more, and the ghouls simultaneously detonated. They all shared one characteristic. They had consumed the boy's remains. 2 hours later, the stench of blood in the outskirts of District 4 lured dozens of starving ghouls, drawn by the scent of the boy's blood. 60, 70, that should suffice. The triangular-eyed man, concealed in the shadows, summoned forth a dark light from his palm. Boom. A tremendous blast erupted where the ghouls had gathered, sending dirt flying and debris soaring into the sky. As the shockwave subsided, 2 white treasure chests floated gently to the ground. With a cackle, he unexpectedly unearthed 2 white treasure chests, which, considering his status as a double portion, seemed quite reasonable. The man with triangular eyes, thoroughly pleased, stowed away the chests while simultaneously receiving a notification of completing an achievement task. Since his entry into the derivative world, he had been stealthily eliminating ghouls in Zone 4. Although he belonged to the ghoul faction, he possessed a unique method to evade the deduction of faction contribution points after slaying ghouls. However, the expression of the man with triangular eyes darkened, as if he had received some unsettling news. Why does the Paradise incessantly issue warnings? Am I not merely entitled to double rewards for my tasks? If they have the audacity, they should execute me. With a derisive sneer, the man dismissed the warnings from the Reincarnation Paradise, utterly indifferent. He was, after all, the target of Su Zhao's hunt, the violator known as Contractee number 12470. Chapter 42. Area 24. The following morning, beneath the shade of trees in the park of Division 20, Su Xiao supported himself with one hand, maintaining a handstand. 543, 544, 545. He was performing one-handed handstand push-ups, training his arm strength. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, forming a small puddle on the ground below him. Although the Reincarnation Paradise could enhance attribute values, Su Xiao had never slackened in his physical training. The feeling of gradually becoming stronger often leads most individuals to become enamored with it. Imagine the joy of feeling stronger each day. It is indeed a delightful experience. Byakuya, someone is looking for you. A male investigator approached Su Xiao, whom he did not recognize. Su Xiao exerted strength in his arm, bringing his body upright. Who? Arima Kisho. Upon uttering this name, the investigator displayed a look of admiration. Arima Kisho understood. Where is he? After learning of Arima's location, Su Xiao picked up his jacket and departed the park. To his surprise, the person he was waiting for was indeed Arima Kisho. In the division's dining hall, Su Xiao devoured the food before him. Sitting opposite him was a handsome man with white hair and glasses. He was Arima Kisho, the strongest investigator of the CCG. So, you are now my superior? Su Xiao asked, finishing the last bite of his breakfast and looking up at Arima. Yes, you have been temporarily assigned to Team 0, responsible for reconnaissance in Area 24. Arima spoke calmly, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. Su Xiao pondered for a moment. He had 12 days of freedom left. Although Area 24 was perilous, it was also a promising place. To grow stronger swiftly, one must embrace risks. After all, rewards come with sacrifice. A fundamental truth of the Reincarnation Paradise. When do we depart? Now. Su Zhao's initial impression was one of overwhelming intensity, evident from his mere 3 points of charm. Arima, being stoic, kept their exchanges straightforward. He did not suggest testing Su Zhao's abilities. His success in cleansing Area 14 spoke volumes about his strength. Su Xiao followed Arima as they left the CCG Division 20, driving towards Area 24. This area lay on the outskirts of Tokyo, characterized by desolate wilderness, with the true Area 24 concealed underground. In the conference room of Division 20, Maruti stood by the window, watching the departing vehicle with a sigh. He has indeed left. If the Black Reaper were to join this mission. Maruti's demeanor appeared somewhat gloomy. Don't worry, I may have a solution. Shinohara Yukiki reassured, patting Maruti's shoulder while gazing at the receding vehicle, lost in thought. A solution? Do tell. Maruti looked at Shinohara in surprise. Shinohara smiled mysteriously, leaning closer to whisper something in Maruti's ear. Yes, just like that. I didn't realize you could think of such a plan, Shinohara. Maruti remarked, albeit surprised. Shinohara's expression darkened, looking at Maruti in silence. In Area 24, a CCG armored vehicle came to a halt amidst overgrown grass. This is the place. Arima exited the vehicle first, followed by Su Xiao. Before him was a wide opening, measuring several meters in diameter, leading underground. The entrance was shrouded in darkness, emitting faint wailing sounds, reminiscent of ghostly cries. It was merely the sound of wind, indicating a vast space below. Yuna, please introduce the situation of Area 24 to Byakuya. From the driver's seat of the vehicle, a student-like beauty descended. This young woman, named Yuna, appeared to be around 18 or 19. With long black hair and clad in a white sailor uniform, her figure only slightly developed as she held two quinquo boxes in each hand. Yuna cast a glance at Xiao and cleared her throat. It was apparent that she, too, possessed a cold demeanor. Area 24 is what we refer to as the underground labyrinth. To date, we have been unable to fully explore it. Xiao felt puzzled. He had heard vague mentions of the meat walls underground in Area 24, but was unfamiliar with their specifics, knowing only fragmented information. Yes, the meat walls, created from the flesh of ghouls, are somewhat akin to the technology used to manufacture quinquo. It is precisely because of these meat walls that the difficulty of exploring Area 24 has significantly increased. Yuna proceeded to elaborate on the situation in Area 24. In summary, the current exploration team consisted of 3 members: Arima Kisho, Xiao, and Yuna. As for the other members of Team Zero, they had been reassigned by headquarters due to Xiao's arrival. The headquarters directive was to disperse combat power across various areas, given the current instability of the situation. Despite her fragile appearance, Yuna was a quasi-special investigator. This is the information regarding Area 24. We happen to be passing through here now, and I am providing you with a brief overview. We will commence our operation in the afternoon. The 3 stood in silence, and Xiao couldn't help but wonder if they would remain idle until afternoon. Eventually, Yuna broke the silence. Are you 2 planning to stand here? Arima remained silent and simply returned to the vehicle. Xiao looked at Yuna, who was gazing back at him, resulting in a silent standoff. Temporary division. Yuna articulated each word slowly, her tone peculiar. Through their brief interaction, Xiao realized he had misjudged Yuna. The beautiful investigator was not merely aloof, but rather somewhat neurotic, with unpredictable moods. 5 minutes later, the trio arrived at the temporary division, which was a 3-story villa. This was a resting place for investigators in Area 24, and there were very few of them. Currently, only Xiao and the 2 others were present. Upon entering the division, Xiao noticed several busy staff members. Aside from them, there were no other investigators, rendering the temporary division somewhat desolate. Don't bother looking, aside from the newcomers' training. It's just the 3 of us investigators here. Yuna's demeanor shifted from cold to warm. What time do we head out to explore Area 24? Xiao surveyed his surroundings. The layout was quite simple, with the only significant departments being logistics and information investigation. We will depart at 1 in the afternoon. The dining hall is inside. That will be your accommodation. After speaking, Yuna suddenly leaned in closer to Xiao, her delicate nose twitching. I can smell blood. I like the scent on you. Xiao's mouth twitched. This woman was a complete replica of the neurotic Shinohara, perhaps even more so. Ignoring the eccentric girl, Xiao approached the logistics department's window. Having received a prompt from the Reincarnation Paradise. Prompt: you have entered a special area, Temporary Division 24. Prompt: Temporary Division 24 is a hidden area. At the logistics department of the Temporary Division, you can exchange CCG contribution points for items. Xiao was curious about what items could be exchanged at the logistics department. Byakuya, welcome to the logistics department. Our items are of high quality and reasonable price, but they are by no means free. A thin old man wearing round sunglasses greeted Xiao with a sinister grin. Xiao felt bewildered. Was this truly the logistics department of the CCG? It felt as though he had entered a shop. As the old man spoke, a list of items appeared before Xiao. Upon seeing the first item on the list, his eyes seemed to ignite with flames. The dazzling blue brilliance was something he had never encountered before. At this moment, Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the opportunity to arrive in Zone 24. A profound and heartfelt appreciation. Chapter 43. Doubts and departure. At the forefront of the inventory list lies a vial emanating a radiant blue glow. This bluish luminescence resembles the brilliance of a blue diamond, dazzling and captivating. The inventory details state: Human Genetic Enhancement Liquid, Origin, Reincarnation Paradise, Marcus Human Genetic Research Institute. Quality: Blue type, Potion effect. Upon consumption, increases stamina by 4 and strength by 2. Effect is permanent. Stock quantity: 1 redemption requirement. 15,000 CCG contribution points. Provisional Special Investigator rank. Description: this potion can be consumed once by each individual. Repeated consumption is ineffective. Shattering Spirit, Premium. Origin: Tokyo Ghoul. Quality: Green attack power, 6 to 20. Attack power is calculated based on destructive capability, firearm potency, and weapon synergy. Category: Quinqua, large handgun. Magazine capacity: 6. Quinqua-type firearms automatically reload, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Durability: 35 equip requirement. Strength 12, agility 10. Equip effect: gaze shot, active, after activation. The user must hold the weapon and gaze at the enemy for 5 seconds, during which movement speed is reduced by 50. After 5 seconds, the user will unleash a rapid barrage of 6 bullets at the gazed enemy. Tip: gaze shot locks onto the enemy, and the fired bullets are homing projectiles. Tip: using gaze shot consumes 50 mana points. Tip: gaze shot, active, cooldown time is 24 hours. Rating: 30. Note: green equipment ratings range from 1 to 30. A rating of 30 marks the equipment as premium and grants special attributes. Description: my marksmanship may be lacking, but once I lock my gaze upon you, death is the only outcome, unless there are ample obstacles before you. Price: 3. 800 Paradise Coins. Stock quantity: 1 redemption requirement. 13,000 CCG contribution points. Provisional Special Investigator rank. C-Type Battlefield Injector. Origin: Tokyo Ghoul. Quality: green. Type: potion. Effect: administration restores 30 of health and accelerates healing. Stock quantity: 1 redemption requirement. 8,000 CCG contribution points. Provisional Special Investigator rank. Description: a life-saving remedy, the result of CCG's human trials. Beneath these 3 items lies a plethora of potions and quinqua, yet aside from these 3, Xiao has little desire to exchange for the other items, as their prices are excessively inflated. In truth, Xiao yearns most for the vial of human genetic enhancement liquid, which grants an increase of 4 in stamina and 2 in strength. It is, moreover, the first blue item he has encountered. Blue quality items are exceedingly rare and, consequently, hold greater value. This vial of human genetic enhancement liquid does not originate from the world of ghouls, but rather from Reincarnation Paradise. Thus, one might infer that Area 24 is a peculiar zone, as such a redemption feature would not exist otherwise. The CCG divisions in other areas lack this functionality, at least in Areas 14 and 20. Perhaps it is due to the perilous nature of Area 24 or its unique location. Xiao remains uncertain. At present, he has but one task: to delve into Area 24, slaying ghouls, and exploring its uncharted territories. The exploration of these unknown regions may yield additional CCG contribution points, provided they hold value for the CCG. Should his contribution points remain ample after redeeming the human genetic enhancement liquid, he might consider acquiring the formidable, shattering spirit handgun. As a solitary wanderer without companions, he requires a certain degree of ranged capability. Lacking such, he risks being outmaneuvered and perishing at the hands of unique adversaries. Cultivating range proficiency is no simple endeavor and demands considerable investment. Yet, the skills accompanying the shattering spirit present a swift avenue to develop such capabilities. The active ability of the shattering spirit allows for enemy lock-on, followed by a rapid 6-shot barrage. What piques Xiao's interest most is the tracking ammunition specified for the rapid-fire ability. His marksmanship may be subpar, but the shattering spirit requires no extraordinary skill to activate its ability, making it a commendable choice. As for the final item, the C-Type Battlefield Injector, it too is a valuable life-saving tool. These 3 items are highly coveted by Xiao, yet upon reviewing his current contribution points, he can only sign resignation. Upper Tier Investigator, contribution points 2053-10-000. First, he must elevate his rank to Provisional Special Investigator to redeem these items, and second, amass a significant amount of CCG contribution points. With 12 days left of automatic action time, he needs to acquire a staggering 33,947 CCG contribution points. A daunting task indeed. However, given that Area 24 is notoriously dangerous, teeming with ghouls, and that he can earn points through the submission of ghoul organs and exploration of unknown territories, it is not entirely impossible to gather such a bounty of contribution points. That afternoon, Xiao, along with Arima Kishu and Yuna, convened to inspect their supplies, for their explorations in Area 24 are never brief. Arima Kishu bore a large pack on his back, with a quinqua in each hand, clad in a distinctive white trench coat. This coat belongs to Team Zero, and now Xiao donned a similar one, perfectly fitted for combat. Yuna was similarly attired, her pack containing sustenance, fresh water, and other essential supplies. Su Xiao, however, carried nothing, as all his provisions were stored within his spatial storage. The spatial storage spans 2 cubic meters, not overly spacious, yet ample enough to accommodate a considerable amount of provisions. Over 2/3 of the storage is filled with food and fresh water, sufficient for an extended duration. The remaining space is reserved for combat gear and restorative supplies. I am ready to depart at any moment. Yuna regarded Su Xiao with a hint of curiosity. What will you use for combat? The Dragon Slayer flashed into Su Xiao's grasp as he lifted the hilt. With this, PFF, Yuna chuckled, pointing at the Dragon Slayer in Su Xiao's hand. Isn't that an ordinary metal weapon? Can it truly pierce the hide of a ghoul? Clearly, Yuna harbored doubts regarding Su Xiao's capabilities. Clang. A glimmer of cold light flashed, severing several strands of black hair as the Dragon Slayer came to rest against Yuna's neck. Gulp. Yuna gazed at Su Xiao in disbelief. So fast. Not only Yuna, but Arima Kishu beside her also cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiao. Do you now believe it can slice through a ghoul's hide? Yuna placed her finger along the blade's edge, drawing a slight cut, blood marking her delicate finger. She brought it to her mouth, sucking the blood from her fingertip. With this sharpness, it should pose no problem. The Dragon Slayer was sheathed. Su Xiao wielded the long blade with ease, though its low quality was regrettable, merely a white-grade weapon. Had its rating not been as high as 10 points, it would have long fallen behind Su Xiao's stride. Even so, during battles against the Queen, the Dragon Slayer seemed somewhat lackluster. A change of weaponry is an inevitability, yet Su Xiao finds himself troubled by the prospect. Frequent weapon changes are hardly advisable. He requires a weapon capable of growth. Regrettably, the acquisition of such a weapon presents formidable challenges, and given his current strength, the pursuit of such an item seems like a fanciful dream. Let us set forth on the 108th expedition into Area 24. Arima Kishu stepped out of the temporary base first, with Su Xiao and Yuna following closely behind. Soon, the three arrived before the pitch-black mouth of the cave, which led deep underground. The mournful wails, reminiscent of ghostly cries, emanated from within, as if some lurking monstrosity lay hidden inside. Chapter 44. The initial encounter. Su Xiao stepped into the pitch-black cave, a faint metallic tang wafting across his face as the incline led downward into the depths. After traversing some distance, the tunnel narrowed slightly, yet it still retained a height of at least 5 meters and a width of 7 or 8. One could only wonder how long the ghouls had labored to carve out such a vast cavern. Upon entering the cave, Su Xiao realized that, despite being underground, it was not entirely devoid of light. At the apex of the cavern, a peculiar grayish plant clung to the rock, its dense roots yielding unique blossoms. These flowers hung from the ceiling, emitting a soft white glow that illuminated the cave's interior, dispelling the darkness. Drip, drip, water droplets cascaded from above, prompting Arima and Yuna to hastily retreat. Do not touch that liquid. It is the venom secreted by the light flower, highly toxic, Yuna cautioned Su Xiao, who nodded in acknowledgement. It was wise not to be careless. Over 50 investigators had fallen victim to the poison of the light flower. Noticing Su Xiao's indifference, Yuna reiterated her warning. Thank you, he replied. Though somewhat neurotic, Yuna proved to be a reliable companion. After traveling several hundred meters within the tunnel, a metallic door loomed ahead. We arrived, Arima announced, reaching into his collar to produce a necklace, from which dangled a golden key. The key slid into the lock, and with a resounding clang, the door swung open. Each time I pass through this cursed threshold, I feel an inexplicable sense of entrapment. Who on earth designed this wretched structure? Yuna muttered under her breath, her frustration palpable. This checkpoint had been constructed by the CCG long ago to prevent ghouls from escaping the 24th ward. With only 2 keys in existence, one held by Arima and the other by the CCG's director, Furuta. As the door creaked open, a foul odor assaulted their senses. Beyond the metallic barrier lay 2 divergent paths. The interior of the tunnel had transformed entirely. The walls had shifted from earthen to a dark crimson, flesh-like texture. Su Xiao drew his weapon, the Dragon Slayer, and thrust its tip into the fleshy wall. The texture proved resilient, almost sinewy. As the blade penetrated deeper, the wall began to constrict, attempting to ensnare the weapon. Arima, which path shall we take? Yuna inquired, well acquainted with her partner. You decide, he replied, wielding his quinqua, Narakami and Ixe. Yuna tossed a coin into the air. Heads, we go right. Arima nodded affirmatively. Su Xiao watched, puzzled. Was there truly no designated route? Does this approach seem peculiar to you? Yuna smiled at him. There are no fixed paths here. It's impossible, she explained, deepening Su Xiao's confusion. The walls were not static. They changed frequently, manifesting as 2, 3, or even 5 paths at times. This unpredictability rendered the 24th Ward nearly impossible to fully explore. The entire region was alive. Su Xiao furrowed his brow upon hearing Yuna's explanation. How would they exit the 24th Ward once they ventured deeper? Given the current circumstances, getting trapped was not an impossibility. Rest assured, we have this, Yuna said, tossing a compass into the air. Arima then stated, our exploration is set for 2 days. If we have no findings by then, we will return to the surface and regroup. After contemplating for a moment, Arima continued, Bai Yi, what are your strengths? He sought to understand Su Xiao's capabilities. Direct engagement, perception, and breaching, Su Xiao replied succinctly. Excellent. Arima adjusted his glasses. I'll lead. Yuna will follow in the center, and Bai Yi will guard the rear. Su Xiao had no objections to this formation, but Yuna pouted. I'm no novice. Why must I be in the center? It's quite vexing. After sizing up Su Xiao and concluding he was not her match, she reluctantly accepted her position. The trio commenced their expedition deeper into the 24th Ward. Roar. Not far into their journey, a thunderous growl resonated ahead. What bad luck. Yuna cursed softly, turning to flee. Arima mirrored her response, sprinting backward without hesitation. Retreat. Something is approaching. Without needing to be prompted, Su Xiao joined their flight, his strides outpacing Yuna's as they raced back to the junction. What is that? Su Xiao managed to ask Yuna amidst their escape. A monster. The 24th Ward is unlike the 14th. There are far more than just ghouls here. In no time, they reached the fork once more. While the terrain of the 24th Ward was indeed mutable, these changes occurred cyclically, typically every 7 to 8 days, with only minor variations in between. The right path is blocked. The blood eye is on that side. Yuna gasped, casting a wary glance toward the right passage. Su Xiao frowned, pondering what manner of creature could instigate such fear in Arima. Arima, the blood eye is active. Should we abandon this pursuit? Yuna suggested, her resolve wavering. No, the blood eye's range is limited. We shall explore the left passage, Arima decided, taking the lead as they ventured into the left corridor. Before encountering any ghouls, the 24th Ward had already demonstrated its perils. The ever-present dripping venom and the formidable beast that had compelled Arima to flee were evident threats. Their descent into the 24th Ward had thus far progressed smoothly. After several hours, not a single ghoul had appeared. Leaving Su Xiao puzzled, were there not supposed to be numerous ghouls in this area? Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the passage, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rain down. The blood eye was once again in a frenzy. Yuna's expression darkened, her apprehension toward the creature known as the blood eye evident. It has entered its molting phase. I encountered it last week, Arima revealed, shocking Su Xiao with the revelation that he had faced the unknown monster. After another hour of navigating deeper into the 24th Ward, Su Xiao found himself disoriented. True to its reputation, the 24th Ward was a labyrinth. They had traversed dozens of paths. Ahead, another corner emerged. Wait, Su Xiao suddenly called out, causing Yuna and Arima to turn their attention to him. What is it? Yuna asked, her body tense. There's a fresh scent of blood just around the corner. Skeptical, Yuna approached the turn cautiously, peering around the edge. She nodded to the others. Arima glanced at Su Xiao before they both moved quietly toward the corner. As Su Xiao leaned in, he beheld 2 ghouls feasting upon a corpse, which, judging by its crimson eyes, was also a ghoul. This was Su Xiao's first encounter with the ghouls of the 24th Ward, and they were unlike any he had seen before, not in appearance, but in attire. The 2 ghouls wore grass skirts, and one sported a necklace of bone teeth. Su Xiao was taken aback. Had he stumbled upon primitive ghouls? Chapter 45. The line The attire of these ghouls is indeed peculiar. Yuna murmured, clearly having never encountered such primitive beings before. Are these types of ghouls rare in District 24? Su Xiao casually inquired. They must be quite rare, after 6 months of exploring District 24. This is my first encounter with ghouls dressed like this, Yuna remarked, her gaze filled with astonishment as she examined the ghouls. Yamato, you have spent more time exploring District 24. Have you ever seen such ghouls? Yuna turned to Yamato, who remained silent, merely stepping out from around the corner. Su Xiao sensed that Yamato might possess some knowledge. Upon their first meeting, Su Xiao had an odd feeling about Yamato, as if he were not entirely human. His formidable physique could only belong to a ghoul. Yet, this was merely Su Xiao's speculation. He had witnessed Yamato consuming human food and had spent considerable time alongside him without any anomalies. Based on Yamato's exhibited behavior, it was improbable that he was a ghoul. While Yamato's physique resembled that of a ghoul, his actions did not align. As Su Xiao pondered, Yamato had already rounded the corner, revealing his quinqua, Mingshun. Mingshun is an S-grade quinqua with 3 forms. The first form is cannon-like, capable of discharging a wide range of electrical currents. The second form is claw-like, allowing for remote discharge of electric orbs. The third form is sword-like, exceedingly sturdy, suited for close combat. Currently, Yamato wielded the sword form. 1 against 1. We must resolve this quickly, Yamato signaled to Su Xiao, his intent unmistakable. Yamato's current actions perplexed Su Xiao. The 2 ghouls did not appear particularly strong, and one of them could easily be dealt with alone. Was he testing Su Xiao's strength? That seemed unlikely, as the 2 ghouls did not meet the criteria for such an evaluation. Since entering District 24, Su Xiao had felt an abundance of uncertainties. There seemed to be a secret lurking within, one that Yamato might understand. However, their acquaintance was limited, and Yamato was not one to offer assistance willingly. Su Xiao would have to explore on his own. With resolve, Su Xiao gripped the Dragon Slayer, standing alongside Yamato. They positioned themselves behind the 2 ghouls, who were preoccupied with their feast and oblivious to the 2 observers. Yamato extended 3 fingers, initiating a countdown. Upon the closing of Yamato's final finger, both surged forward towards their respective targets. During the charge, Su Xiao observed that Yamato's speed matched his own, further deepening his suspicions regarding Yamato's humanity. With agility reaching 13 points, could an ordinary human in the realm of ghouls truly achieve such a level? After a hurried approach, Su Xiao and Yamato reached their targets simultaneously. At this moment, the 2 ghouls finally reacted. A flash of gleaming blades severed a head, revealing a mouthful of decayed teeth. Quick, precise, lethal, Su Xiao dispatched his target with a single stroke. Looking up, he saw that Yamato had also felled his opponent, leaving a headless corpse before him. In the distance, Yuna stood in stunned silence, having long recognized Yamato's strength, yet astonished to find Su Xiao equally formidable. Damn it, how did I become the weakest? A hint of dissatisfaction lingered on Yuna's face, though she could do little about it. After Su Xiao eliminated his target, the Reincarnation Paradise provided a notification. You have killed a resident of Diakman. CCG contribution value increased by 46 points. Diakman tribe reputation decreased by 92. The current reputation of the Diakman tribe exceeds -50, and they will actively attack you. Upon receiving the notification, Su Xiao felt even more perplexed. What was this Diakman tribe? In the narratives he was familiar with, there was no mention of such an organization. Suddenly, Yamato sliced open the ghoul's back, extracting a ghoul's organ. This organ was quite valuable, if one desired status. It could be surrendered to the Information Investigation Department of District 24. Yamato produced a bottle of clean water, washing the blood from the organ before placing it in his backpack. Mimicking Yamato, Su Xiao extracted the organ from his own ghoul, prompting another notification from the Reincarnation Paradise. You have acquired a Type 1 organ, which can be exchanged for 40 points of CCG contribution value, whether slaying primitive ghouls or extracting their organs. Both actions yielded substantial CCG contribution points. The contribution value obtained from killing a primitive ghoul was at least 10 times that of surface ghouls. The reasons behind this remained unclear to Su Xiao, as one mystery unfolded after another, rendering District 24 increasingly enigmatic. As the 3 prepared to delve deeper, a pair of crimson eyes loomed in the distance, fixated on them with palpable hatred. At the end of a corridor, a ghoul stood, ominous in appearance. Not good. Yamato displayed an unusual expression of concern. The distant ghoul, resembling a primitive being, emitted 2 strange calls upon witnessing the corpses of its companions. Euu. The primitive ghoul's cries were short and high-pitched, echoing far and wide. Yamato transformed his quinqua into a ranged form. Bang! A golden electric orb shot forth, striking the ghoul squarely. Upon impact, the ghoul convulsed before collapsing, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air as it succumbed to its fate. Yamato squinted behind his glasses, his expression grim. Prepare for confrontation. Yuna, stay behind me. Yamato activated his briefcase, summoning another quinqua. The quinqua IXA, an S-grade weapon, could transform into various forms, serving as a formidable tool for both offense and defense. Where's the enemy? Su Xiao's demeanor turned serious. Although he could not sense the presence of the enemy, Yamato's uncharacteristic behavior heightened his vigilance. Before Yamato could finish his sentence, Su Xiao felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet. Boom. It was as though 1,000 galloping steeds thundered through the corridors, dust cascading from the ceiling. EU, EU, EU. The bizarre calls resounded once more. From both directions, a horde of primitive ghouls charged toward them, effectively blocking any possibility of retreat. These ghouls were clad in primitive attire, sporting grass skirts and bone necklaces as standard fare. Some ghouls displayed rudimentary patterns painted on their faces. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that the patterns resembled an exaggerated fish. A multitude of bare feet pounded the ground, stirring clouds of dust as the primitive ghouls clambered forward. Damn it! Su Xiao cursed under his breath, estimating that there were at least 300 primitive ghouls converging from both sides, encircling them completely. Though we have not fought together, we must cooperate, otherwise we shall all perish. Su Xiao glanced at Yamato, who nodded solemnly in agreement. Let's cooperate. You take the left, I'll handle the right. We cannot let the ghouls surround us. In the heat of battle, bonds could be forged, especially under the threat of death. What should I do? Yuna inquired, her expression one of helplessness. Provide support to both of us as needed. Su Xiao tightened his grip on the Dragon Slayer, preparing for the impending clash. Leave it to me. Though Su Xiao held a rank lower than Yuna, status mattered little in the face of strength. A leader-like primitive ghoul emitted a sharp cry, brandishing a long root and adorned with feathers atop its head. With that peculiar call, the ghouls lunged at Su Xiao, baring their teeth like wild beasts. Chapter 46. The center and beyond the underground passage where Su Xiao found himself was not particularly wide, measuring approximately 3 meters. At most, for ghouls could charge at him simultaneously, significantly alleviating the pressure he faced. For ghouls lunged at Su Xiao, their claws swiping, yet curiously, they refrained from utilizing their Kagun. With no time for contemplation, Su Xiao understood that even without their Kagun, these ghouls would still prove to be formidable adversaries. Gripping the Dragon Slayer tightly, Su Xiao unleashed several swift strikes, creating arcs of white light. With a series of decisive cuts, he severed several arms, eliciting anguished cries from the ghouls before him. He swung his blade horizontally, and with precision, he slashed the throats of the ghouls in front of him, blood erupting in a crimson spray. The timing of his attack was impeccably executed. As the 4 ghouls collapsed, others rushed to fill the void without granting him a moment's respite. Su Xiao's focus intensified as he directed his long knife towards the newly arrived foes. Blood and flesh scattered. Within less than 2 minutes, a pile of corpses had accumulated before him. Recognizing the urgency of his situation, Su Xiao swiftly ascended the mound of bodies. Although the heap was somewhat unstable, leaving him vulnerable, standing atop it granted him a vantage point. The cacophony of battle and the roars of the ghouls echoed throughout the passage. 5 minutes had elapsed since the onset of combat, yet Su Xiao had yet to witness a single ghoul utilize their Kagun. It seemed as though these ghouls either lacked the ability or simply did not possess one. In stark contrast, their physical strength and resilience were formidable, as evidenced by the rapid decline of the Dragon Slayer's durability, which had diminished by 3 points in a remarkably short time. Currently, the durability of the Dragon Slayer stood at 28 out of 40. Should this conflict persist for over 2 hours, its durability might very well be depleted. Faced with this predicament, Su Xiao activated the Steel Shadow ability, now possessing 253 points of mana, which would sustain him for 2 hours. A faint blue arc crackled along the surface of the Dragon Slayer, yet the effectiveness of his strikes against the ghouls noticeably waned. Just as Su Xiao cleaved through one of the ghouls at waist height, another leapt toward him from a distance. He kicked one ghoul aside and swung his long knife upward. The airborne ghoul met its doom as Su Xiao severed a significant portion of its skull, dismissing it without a second thought. However, as he prepared to eliminate yet another ghoul before him, an unexpected sharp pain pierced his calf. Looking down, he was astonished to find that the ghoul he had just injured had clamped its jaws around his leg. Initially, these ghouls had conveyed an impression of immense strength and resilience. Now, he could add a third attribute to their repertoire, tenacity. Su Xiao forcefully lifted his leg, tearing several decayed teeth from the ghoul's grip. Without mercy, he crushed the creature's head beneath his foot, a splatter of white fluid erupting as the already fractured skull shattered. In the blink of an eye, another ghoul surged toward him. Su Xiao's expression shifted. This was perilously close. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, adapting to the chaos of battle. He spun the dragon slayer in his grip, the hilt aimed forward, and struck the ghoul squarely in the face, causing it to stagger back with a shriek. As he delivered a final blow, the ghoul fell lifeless. A gunshot rang out from behind, and a ghoul approaching Xiao was abruptly dispatched with a bullet to the head. He turned to see Yuna, her hands firmly gripping a sleek firearm, her quinqua, red moon. With the realization that Yuna possessed ranged capabilities, Xiao felt a measure of relief. Under the protection of both Yuna and Arima, she could unleash her formidable combat prowess. Both Arima and Xiao found themselves atop heaps of corpses, while Yuna stood between two such mounds, flanked by them. The relentless slaughter continued. However, as Xiao engaged multiple ghouls, he inevitably sustained injuries, particularly from the primitive ghouls wielding black stone spears, which lurked among their ranks. One such spear had inflicted a grievous wound on his thigh. Suddenly, too short, guttural calls pierced the air. Those belonged to the ghoul leader who had been lurking at a distance. Following the brief cries, the ghouls descended into a frenzy, frantically rushing towards Xiao, likely signaling an all-out assault. The pressure mounted rapidly, nearly overwhelming him. With his eyes now flickering with a red glow, Xiao roared and unleashed 3 powerful slashes forward. With each strike, he carved a small path through the throng of ghouls. The melee had stretched nearly 20 minutes, and the exertion was rapidly sapping his stamina. Despite the significant boosts to his attributes, such an intense engagement could only be maintained for approximately half an hour. Casting a glance at Arima, Xiao noted that the latter's once dashing demeanor had waned. His glasses lay shattered, and his form appeared drenched in blood. The ghoul skirmishers suddenly halted, retreating in response to a commanding call from their leader. Xiao, panting heavily, regarded the retreating ghouls with some confusion. Surveying the battlefield, he noticed that a mountain of corpses had accumulated beneath him, towering at least 2 meters high and extending along the passage. The distance between himself and Arima had grown to 5 or 6 meters. They merely needed to ensure that the ghouls did not break through, avoiding proximity. The leader, a ghoul marked by hatred, glared at Xiao and Arima, its face adorned with a grotesque fish-like design that twitched intermittently. Perhaps due to the extensive casualties inflicted by the duo upon the primitive ghouls, the leader opted to withdraw. The throng of ghouls retreated to the sides of the passage, and Xiao chose not to pursue. These unknown entities were not to be trifled with. Had the battle continued for another 10 minutes, he would have been overwhelmed. Once the ghouls vanished from sight, Xiao leaned against the wall, a wave of fatigue washing over him. Arima, too, appeared equally drained, relying on Hisming Shin to support himself. What now? Yuna inquired, her stamina still ample as she provided support from their center. Let us depart at once. Both Xiao and Arima replied in unison, catching Yuna off guard. The stench of blood was overwhelming, potentially attracting other ghouls. Xiao ignited a cigarette, forcing himself to stand upright. We shall return to the temporary base. This exploration has reached its conclusion. It seemed that the encounter with the primitive ghouls had taken Arima by surprise, prompting him to abandon the mission prematurely. Yuna shrugged in acquiescence, and the trio retraced their steps for approximately 10 minutes before halting momentarily. Both Xiao and Arima required rest, while Yuna remained alert, weapon in hand. Xiao leaned against the fleshy wall, reflecting on the battle that had yielded him an impressive 2,670 CCG contribution points, not counting the Kagun he had collected from the ghouls. Those Kagun were no longer on his mind. Should another ghoul appear, it could spell his doom. In the aftermath of the battle, as Xiao and Arima departed, several ghouls cautiously approached the scene. Who was that newcomer? They were incredibly powerful, almost rivaling the White Reaper, one remarked, his expression grave. Uncertain, but we must exercise caution. Inform the children to stay away from Central City for the time being, another advised. These ghouls were markedly different from the primitive ones. They wore tattered clothing and conversed in human language. One ghoul, frowning at the sea of corpses, muttered, "These undeveloped beasts are causing breaches. Otherwise, they would not have been able to emerge. What do we do now? The leader is not in Central City. She is engaged in conflict with the CCG on the surface." Several ghouls fell into silence, ultimately choosing to depart and venture deeper into the heart of District 24. Chapter 47. The maze. After resting for approximately half an hour, the trio regained some of their strength. Xiao removed his upper garment and retrieved a large bucket of fresh water from his storage space, pouring it over himself. causing faint red stains to spread beneath his feet. Similarly, Arima Kishu and Yuna followed suit, washing off the scent of blood to diminish the likelihood of being detected by ghouls. Is exploring District 24 always this perilous? Su Xiao observed the two, contemplating the inherent dangers of venturing into this area. Not at all. This is the first time I've encountered such a ghoul. Where exactly do these creatures originate from? They are remarkably strong even without using their kagun. Yuna's response surprised Su Xiao, as she had been exploring District 24 for half a year without encountering such a situation. Arima, you seem quite familiar with these ghouls, Su Xiao remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Arima Kishu. Arima removed his glasses, revealing the shattered lenses. This is a special type of ghoul unique to District 24. Beyond that, I cannot say much. His demeanor remained calm. Perhaps because he and Su Xiao had fought side by side before. Is that so? Please continue. Su Xiao produced 2 bags of jerky, tossing them toward Arima and Yuna. Yuna effortlessly caught hers, while the jerky thrown toward Arima fell to the ground as he instinctively stepped back. The bag dropped with a soft thud, his hand suspended in midair. It was nearly impossible for Arima, with his close combat prowess, to miss catching a bag of jerky from such a distance. He adjusted his glasses and picked up the fallen jerky. Yuna, savoring her snack, remained oblivious to this moment. However, Su Xiao noticed something amiss. It seemed as though Arima relied on his glasses to maintain his vision. Su Xiao had always wondered why Arima wore glasses during combat, as it seemed quite inconvenient. This is decent food. It can quickly replenish energy. Arima glanced at Su Xiao as he ate the jerky. I suggest you try contact lenses. Su Xiao considered the necessity of fighting alongside Arima, realizing that if his partner were to fall, his own survival would be in jeopardy. I've worn them before, but I am not accustomed to them. The two fell silent, leaving Yuna puzzled as she watched them. Once they finished their brief respite, the trio set off to depart from District 24. The flesh wall in this direction had not changed. They could retrace their steps. Yuna led the way, holding a tablet that recorded their route. They were now deep within District 24, the passageways complex and labyrinthine. Oh no, the route has changed. Yuna stared at her tablet, a blood-red flesh wall obstructing her path. According to the device, there was supposed to be a fork in the road, but now it was a dead end. What should we do now? Break through this flesh wall? Su Xiao approached with his blade in hand. We can try. Let us see how much the terrain has shifted. Su Xiao gripped the hilt of his sword, thrusting it into the wall, forcefully tearing a gap that extended several decimeters. Yuna hurried forward to assess the situation beyond the opening. What met her gaze was yet another flesh wall. Sigh. It seems we must resort to the most rudimentary methods. Yuna stowed her tablet and rummaged through her backpack to produce a compass. As Su Xiao sheathed his sword, the flesh wall began to slowly heal, restoring itself within less than a minute. Is the compass still functional? In the maze-like expanse of District 24, Su Xiao felt the compass's efficacy was minimal. It is effective. I have tried it numerous times. Regardless of how intricate the routes may be, as long as there is a specified direction, we can find our way out of District 24. Though the trio was trapped within District 24, Yuna and Arima appeared unfazed, suggesting that the exit might not be difficult to attain. Left, right, left, right. Yuna's slender fingers oscillated as she began to choose paths at random. Arima remained silent, seemingly accustomed to her indecision, patiently awaiting her selection. The right path seems to have a faster airflow, indicating a lower probability of being a dead end. Su Xiao suddenly interjected, causing Yuna's finger to freeze mid-motion. The airflow is faster? I didn't notice. Yuna regarded Su Xiao with skepticism. Allow me to guide the way. Is that acceptable? Su Xiao asked as he took the compass from Yuna's hand. Certainly, Arima replied succinctly. All right then. Yuna and Arima followed closely behind Su Xiao as they advanced swiftly. 5 minutes later, they encountered another blood-red flesh wall, yet another dead end. Cough. That was an occasional miscalculation. Su Xiao observed the wall before him with confusion, as he indeed felt a stronger current of air in this vicinity. Byakuya, can I trust your judgment? I feel as if we are descending deeper underground. Yuna scratched her head, looking at Su Xiao with uncertainty. Yuna was not blaming Su Xiao. Even if she had been leading, she would have made similar random choices. Perhaps there is no problem. The trio continued onward, and 10 minutes later, yet another flesh wall appeared before them. Unlike the previous encounter, this time several ghouls awaited in the dead end. We have been avoiding you. Why do you persist in pursuing us? We do not wish to fight. A ghoul, tears streaking down its face, gazed fearfully at Arima. Ghouls, perish. Yuna's quinquo box transformed, revealing him. Red Moon. Bang, bang, bang. After a flurry of shots, the passage was drenched in gore. Press on. Su Xiao remained skeptical. He could not believe he was unable to find the correct path. 20 minutes later, another flesh wall emerged before them, a dead end. Half an hour later, still a dead end. An hour later, yet again, a dead end. Su Xiao's lips twitched. It appeared he had lost his way. Perhaps I should give it a try. Yuna looked at Su Xiao with a hint of exasperation, and without a word, Su Xiao silently handed over the compass. Yuna and Su Xiao's methods of selecting paths differed. Whenever they reached a fork, Yuna would mumble to herself for a moment before making her choice. Yet, even with Yuna at the helm, the situation did not improve. An hour later, the trio found themselves in yet another dead end. Damn it, how unlucky can we be this time? Yuna stomped her foot in frustration, gripping the compass tightly, which audibly cracked. Two pairs of icy eyes turned toward Yuna, causing her to tremble as she quickly checked the compass's condition. Fortunately, the compass was merely superficially damaged and remained functional. Allow me. Arima took the compass, assuming the role of guide this time. It must be said, Arima, the favored child of the original author, was quite fortunate. Over the next 20 minutes, the trio encountered no dead ends. At this pace, they would soon find their way out, though they were left sticky and drenched in blood. Yuna tugged at the collar of her shirt, casting envious glances at Su Xiao and Arima, who, being men, were less concerned about being bare-chested. As they rounded a corner, Arima suddenly halted. What? Yuna began to speak, but Su Xiao swiftly covered her mouth with his arm. Upon seeing the situation ahead, Yuna's eyes widened to their fullest, her pupils constricting in alarm. Chapter 48. The silent zone at the forefront, Arima Kishu began to retreat slowly, signaling for silence. Su Xiao, not one to hinder his companions, nodded at Arima, and the three of them gradually withdrew. Their cautious retreat was prompted by the sight of a vast open area that lay ahead after rounding a corner, where at least 1,000 monstrous ghouls were amassed. These creatures were referred to as ghouls due to their bizarre and even terrifying appearance. Their skin was a dark hue, resembling charred coal, rough and unyielding. Unlike ordinary ghouls, these possessed their kagun in an outward state, resembling tails protruding from their bodies. Notably, these ghouls lacked eyes. Rather, their ocular organs appeared to have regressed, covered by a layer of grayish-white shell. Despite being exposed to these ghouls, the trio remained unnoticed. After retreating a considerable distance, Arima let out a sigh of relief. I have encountered such ghouls before. They hunt by sound and are exceedingly difficult to deal with. If we were to provoke a swarm of this magnitude, we would be overwhelmed. Arima's understanding of the secrets of the 24th district was evident. In the original narrative, Su Xiao had never encountered primitive ghouls or these eyeless variants. What shall we do now? Yuna glanced at Arima, evidently relying on him as their backbone. Let's find another route. Su Xiao remained silent, and Yuna voiced no objections. The trio commenced their search for alternative pathways, only to discover, after 2 hours of fruitless exploration, that aside from the area occupied by the eyeless ghouls, all other 4 routes led to dead ends. The compass indicated that the direction of the eyeless ghouls was the only path to the surface. Gathered in a circle within a corridor, the 3 began to devise a plan. Su Xiao, at some point, had procured a notebook and a pen. Here, and here are locations we have yet to explore. From my hand-drawn map, the 24th district resembles a funnel shape. The direction leading deeper into the 24th district is the wider end of the funnel, while the passage to the surface is at the narrower end. This explains why we have encountered fixed paths leading to the 24th district. After sketching and annotating, Su Xiao revealed a detailed map, complete with coordinates and scale. Yuna gazed at him with admiration. How did you manage to remember all the routes we traversed? Not only was Yuna, the neurotic girl, astonished, but Arima also regarded Su Xiao with surprise. The carbon pen whirled swiftly in Su Xiao's grasp. My previous profession was rather unique. I often infiltrated specific locations to locate particular individuals. It became a matter of professional habit. Yuna pondered for a moment. That sounds akin to being an assassin. Similar in nature, yet differing in conviction. Su Xiao turned to face his companions. What do you think? Should we wait for the next terrain shift in the 24th district, or take the risk of traversing that dangerous area? Arima and Yuna contemplated their options. Our supplies won't last until the next terrain shift in the 24th district. Yuna and Arima carried provisions that would suffice for 4 days. While they could endure hunger until the next shift, their combat efficacy would significantly diminish in such a state. Su Xiao had enough supplies, but did not wish to remain trapped here. Time spent in this alternate world was precious. If we remain silent, those special ghouls will not detect us, Arima suggested, indicating his willingness to take a chance. Then let us dare to take this risk. Arima and Yuna rose to their feet. Since we've decided to venture forth, I have a plan, Su Xiao interjected suddenly. What method do you propose? Given that these ghouls are sensitive to sound, we can set up a sound source at this location on the map. Then we shall wait at this point. When the sound source activates, it will draw the attention of those special ghouls, allowing us to slip past. Su Xiao aimed to avoid a direct confrontation with the eyeless ghouls, as indicated by Arima's demeanor. Those creatures were formidable foes. That could work. I've employed a similar strategy before with significant success. Where will the sound source come from? With a smile, Su Xiao produced a mobile phone, deftly operating it with his thumb. I'll set the timer for 5 minutes. That should suffice. After placing the phone on the ground, the trio hastened away. Soon, they arrived at a dead end, perilously close to the location of the eyeless ghouls. A cheerful tune echoed from afar, and unexpectedly, Yuna began to sway rhythmically, her hands moving in time before her. It's my favorite song. Yuna's sudden change in demeanor left Su Xiao speechless, and Arima cast a sideways glance at her. Moments after the music began, the sound of rapid footsteps surged forth, echoing like a stampede of countless hooves. Without delay, the trio exchanged glances and sprinted toward their only escape route. Time was of the essence. Who knew when the eyeless ghouls might return? They moved quickly, with Arima leading, Yuna in the middle, and Su Xiao bringing up the rear, maintaining their original formation. Within mere seconds, they reached the previous corner. Arima abruptly halted, raising a hand behind him, palm facing Su Xiao and Yuna. Su Xiao immediately came to a stop, peering around the corner at the vast open space. A few eyeless ghouls lingered there, still present and not entirely drawn away. What now? Yuna whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. Remain silent and proceed slowly, Arima instructed, stepping forward with measured steps, with Yuna following closely behind. Su Xiao, however, remained stationary, prompting Arima to look back in confusion. Su Xiao gestured behind him, then pointed to the two of them, indicating they should move ahead. The message was clear. Moving together would create a louder sound. And with the ghouls potentially returning at any moment, it was prudent for one of them to pass first while he held the rear. Arima nodded, signaling a cautious agreement. Yuna gave a thumbs up, choosing to remain behind and allow Arima to go first. Su Xiao's decision was not one of self-sacrifice. At this moment, they were all in the same boat, and any foolish actions could jeopardize their survival. Though Arima's pace was slow, it was steady. The open space spanned approximately 200 meters, not overly long, yet certainly not short. In less than 3 minutes, Arima successfully crossed the expanse without incident. A low growl resonated, causing the trio to freeze. It was an eyeless ghoul, rudely awakened by the disturbance of its companions. The creature gruffly brushed aside the kagun and resumed its slumber. Yuna had reached the center of the space, cautiously navigating around 4 or 5 eyeless ghouls at her feet. Meanwhile, Su Xiao pressed his ear to the ground, attuning himself to the ambient sounds. All was safe. The eyeless ghouls drawn away by the sound source had yet to return. Su Xiao began to advance slowly, each step taken with utmost caution. Chapter 49. Arima, you lousy scoundrel. With a careful lift of his left foot, Su Xiao evaded a mindless ghoul's sweeping kakuja. The brisk wind rustled Su Xiao's pant leg, as the tip of the blind ghoul's kakuja lightly grazed it, resulting in a tearing sound. His pants ripped, drawing a frown from Su Xiao, who recognized the formidable strength and razor-sharp nature of these creatures. He advanced with unwavering composure, possessing a psychological fortitude that allowed him to remain calm even in the direst of circumstances. As Su Xiao traversed halfway through the perilous area, Yuna skillfully maneuvered past the blind ghouls, weaving through the gaps between them. Arima and Yuna stood at the opposite corridor, their thumbs poised over the activation buttons of their quinquas, ready to support Su Xiao at a moment's notice. From their previous skirmishes, Su Xiao was well aware that the duo was far from being incompetent allies. Otherwise, he would not have taken the rear guard. Yuna, crouched low with her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, meticulously observed the movements of the blind ghouls on Su Xiao's behalf. Suddenly, Yuna raised one hand while the other formed a gesture, signaling stop. Su Xiao immediately noted her action. Yuna pointed to 2 blind ghouls ahead of Su Xiao, who were turned away from him, rendering their movements obscured. Yuna gestured sideways, indicating a change of route for Su Xiao. Without hesitation, he opted for an alternate path. They were all in this together, and the distance between Arima, Yuna, and himself assured him they would not abandon him. After a few steps, Su Xiao discerned that the two blind ghouls Yuna had indicated were indeed alert, their heads swaying as if sensing something. Continuing onward, with Arima and Yuna providing cover, Su Xiao successfully navigated over 180 meters, victory tantalizingly close. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed behind them. The trio's expressions shifted drastically. The previously distracted blind ghouls were now returning. Su Xiao, disregarding any risk of exposure, quickened his pace amidst the cacophony of running. A few moments later, he successfully crossed the treacherous zone, regrouping with his companions. The echoing footsteps had activated the ghouls in the vicinity. Yuna signaled victory, but at that moment, a ghoul materialized behind her. It was a normal ghoul, a female approximately in her 30s. The sudden appearance of a ghoul in District 24 was not uncommon. The trio had encountered such situations numerous times before. However, the timing of this ghoul's arrival left them somewhat helpless. Their gazes locked onto the female ghoul, brimming with murderous intent. "White Reaper," she hissed through gritted teeth upon recognizing Arima. Su Xiao sensed impending doom, brandishing his blade, the Dragon Slayer, and throwing it with all his might. The female ghoul revealed a manic grin as she spotted the blind ghouls. Living in District 24, she recognized those beasts. A piercing scream shattered the corridor. The sound of flesh being pierced followed by an explosive impact resonated as Su Xiao's blade and Arima's golden electric sphere simultaneously struck. The female ghoul was first impaled by the Dragon Slayer, then charred to ash by the electric discharge, collapsing lifelessly. Yet it was too late. Her scream had alerted the blind ghouls, and the number was now at least 500, including those returning from deeper within. A multitude of gray-shelled eyes fixated on Su Xiao and his companions. In that instant, all sound around them vanished. Su Xiao stiffly turned his head, and upon seeing the multitude of standing blind ghouls, a wave of dread coursed through him, chilling him to the bone. Facing such a horde of blind ghouls was undoubtedly a death sentence. A collective roar erupted as the blind ghouls, moving on all fours, charged towards the trio. Prior to this, the three had desperately sprinted forward, and as they passed the female ghoul's corpse, Su Xiao reached down to grasp the hilt of the Dragon Slayer. A cloud of dust billowed behind them as the blind ghouls, resembling ravenous beasts, surged forward. Their speed was astonishing, running on all fours while utilizing their kakuja for balance. Unlike ordinary ghouls who stood upright even in combat, these blind ghouls embodied the very essence of predators, their kakuja perfectly substituting for tails. Su Xiao and his companions had no time to look back, fleeing with all their might. With an agility attribute of 13, Su Xiao's speed was commendable, yet astonishingly. The blind ghouls were gradually closing in. This was untenable. They would inevitably be caught. Though Arima raced forward with remarkable speed, he remained composed. Upon reaching a straight corridor, two paths emerged ahead. "Bai Yi, you take the left, I'll take the right. Lead Yuna and go on ahead. I will cover the rear." Previously, Su Xiao had been the one to cover the rear. Now, Arima voluntarily assumed that role. "Survive," Su Xiao nodded at Arima, recognizing his resolve. Arima halted before a fork in the path. Su Xiao and Yuna dashed into the alternate route, and just before entering, Yuna shouted, "Arima, make sure to stay alive." With that, she plunged into the passage. A thunderous crash echoed behind them as Su Xiao turned to see the entrance sealed firmly. It was Arima's quinqua, IXA, capable of altering its form at will. With a series of resounding impacts, it was evident that the blind ghouls were colliding against the wall formed by IXA. While undoubtedly sturdy, it could not withstand such relentless assaults. After Su Xiao had run a fair distance, a deafening crash resonated as the wall created by IXA was breached. Approximately 50 to 60 blind ghouls surged into the corridor, viciously pursuing Su Xiao and Yuna. Disregarding the approaching blind ghouls, Su Xiao pressed forward. After several minutes, he abruptly halted, causing Yuna to collide with his back. "What? No, keep running," she gasped, breathless. The preceding battle, compounded by their frantic escape, had taken its toll. If their speeds were recorded, they would have outpaced the world's fastest sprinters. "We can't outrun these beasts for much longer. Our stamina will deplete," Su Xiao declared, standing firm as the horde of blind ghouls closed in. "I'll cover you. Take this quinqua." Yuna tossed him a quinqua. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xiao activated the button on the quinqua. This was his first time utilizing such equipment. With a click, a silver-white metal case sprang open, and the quinqua began to expand rapidly, adhering to his upper body upon contact with air. This was not a weapon-type quinqua, but rather an armor type. Su Xiao recognized it from the original work. In the narrative, Yukinori Shinohara had wielded this armor quinqua. Known as New, recently developed by CCG. The dark blue armor enveloped Su Xiao, heavy yet exceptionally defensive. As he donned New, a notification from the Reincarnation Paradise appeared. You have equipped the quinqua New. Strength 3, Agility -3, Defense 2, Movement speed reduced by 30. Temporary state. Upon removal of New, enhancements or reductions will cease. This quinqua, New, when combined with Su Xiao's swordsmanship, would significantly amplify his combat prowess. Chapter 50. Fury. The new armor has a switch located at the nape of the neck. In dire circumstances, it may be activated, but one must remember to remove New within a minute of activation. The switch referred to by Yuna is the original state of New. Upon initiating this state, New will awaken and begin to consume the user's flesh and blood, while simultaneously enhancing its performance significantly. Understood. Su Xiao adjusted to the weight of the armor. Truth be told, he would prefer not to wear it if the situation were not so critical. Although his strength and defense had increased considerably, his speed had drastically diminished. In the narrow confines of the underground passage, this was manageable, but in other terrains, he risked being outmaneuvered by enemies. A blind ghoul lunged at him. Akin to a ravenous dog, its gaping maw stretching to an extreme, the muscles on either side of its face tearing apart. Su Xiao stood his ground, the heavy armor altering his combat style. This was a necessary adaptation. The decrease in agility had rendered him less nimble, yet the increase in strength had significantly amplified his striking power. With agility diminished, Su Xiao wasted no time attempting to evade. With both hands gripping his sword, Su Xiao unleashed a powerful strike. The force behind the blow was immense, combining the sharpness of his blade, Qing's steel shadow, and the newly augmented strength. Blood erupted forth as he cleaved through the ghoul, severing it cleanly. The blood of the blind ghoul was a dark crimson, exuding a foul stench. In the heat of battle, Su Xiao paid no mind to the surrounding odors. His priority lay in vanquishing his foes. A specially crafted bullet whizzed past him. Yuna had provided cover, utilizing her ranged abilities. As a user of New, Yuna also possessed close combat capabilities. Her quinqua could transform between a sniper rifle and a scythe. However, both Su Xiao and Kirishima Takashi vastly outclassed Yuna in melee combat. It was not that Yuna lacked the intent to engage in close combat, but rather that she hesitated to embarrass herself before the two. The sounds of slashing and gunfire echoed through the passage. The blind ghouls showed no fear of death. Despite Su Xiao slaying several, they pressed on relentlessly. Su Xiao severed the head of one blind ghoul, only to have another lash out at him with its tail. Instinctively, he attempted to dodge, but with agility reduced by 3 points, his movements were notably slower. The tail struck New, producing a metallic clang, leaving finger-width punctures in the armor's surface. Blood seeping out. Su Xiao had been wounded. The force of the blind ghoul's attack was formidable. Gripping the tail with one hand, he yanked it forcefully while thrusting his sword forward, piercing the ghoul's brain, which twitched before succumbing to death. The sheer number of blind ghouls began to weigh heavily upon him. Fortunately, they remained within his capacity to handle, and with Yuna's assistance, he swiftly reduced their numbers. After 10 minutes, only a few blind ghouls remained. Su Xiao's hand trembled as he held his sword. Fatigue was setting in. The earlier assault by primitive ghouls had drained much of his stamina, and now he was on the brink of exhaustion. With a painful lift of his arm, Su Xiao delivered the final blow to the last blind ghoul, a pool of blood forming beneath him, his own. Surrounding him lay a gruesome scene of dismembered limbs and bloodied walls. It was finally over. Yuna rushed forward, intending to support him. "Don't come closer. More are coming." Su Xiao's expression soured as he gazed into the dark tunnel ahead. "What?" Yuna stared in shock. Boom, boom. The sound of heavy footsteps resonated from ahead, indicating that the battle had not yet concluded. "Yuna, can you deplete stamina?" The situation had grown dire, yet Su Xiao refused to surrender, as long as he drew breath. There remained a chance to fight. "Yes, but..." Yuna's words fell on deaf ears as Su Xiao raised his left hand to activate the switch on the back of his neck. Click. As he donned New, he felt it begin to transform. A blood-red glow emerged upon its surface, and the armor surged to life. Morphing into writhing crimson tendrils, Nu shifted from its dark hue to a vivid red, mirroring the color of the ghoul's blood. Gurgle. As Nu thrashed about, Xiao sensed it consuming his blood, even yearning to tear into his flesh. This thing was truly ferocious. 3 seconds later, the activity of Nu halted, reverting to a dark red armor. Phew. A black-red mist began to envelop Xiao. It's coming. His voice was heavy, eyes glowing red as Nu formed a helmet that obscured everything but his eyes. His vision transformed into a pale red hue, and his physical attributes surged dramatically. The Nu you are wearing has been activated. State altered. Strength 5, Agility 5, Constitution 5. With a loss of 2 health per second. Temporary state. Benefits or penalties will dissipate upon removal of Nu. A torrent of power surged within him. Xiao estimated that over 60 blind ghouls remained before him. Cover me, I'm going in. With a powerful push against the ground, he launched himself forward. Boom. Dirt flew into the air as Xiao transformed into a streak of red. Slicing, slicing. The pale blue blade light coalesced as he charged into the throngs of blind ghouls. In that moment, Yuna forgot to pull the trigger of her quinqua, merely staring in awe. Is Nu truly this powerful? Yuna shook her head, finally pulling the trigger to provide fire support for Xiao. As Xiao's vision deepened into crimson, his heartbeat quickened, and he silently counted. 30 seconds, 31 seconds, 32 seconds. When the time reached 40 seconds, a groan escaped Xiao's lips. Nu was no longer satisfied with merely consuming his blood and had begun to gnaw at his flesh. Now, Xiao executed one final strike, cleaving through 5 blind ghouls before him. After this blow, a wave of dizziness washed over him, the sensation of weakness overwhelming him. He was no longer capable of fighting. Before him stood a dozen more blind ghouls. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a slender figure dashed past and shielded him. It was Yuna, her scythe spinning as she repelled a blind ghoul lunging at Xiao. What tough skin. By ye, I need Nu. Once more, Xiao pressed the button on the back of his neck, the Nu activation beginning to wane. Under normal circumstances, Nu would detach from his body. But now it clung to him tenaciously. Xiao planted his sword in the ground and forcefully grasped Nu. Snap, snap. With a Herculean effort, he tore several tendrils from Nu, forcibly removing it. He hurled the still undulating Nu towards Yuna, vowing never to don this cursed armor again. In another 20 seconds, Nu would consume his flesh entirely, and within a minute, it would reduce him to a pile of bones. Chapter 51. The secret room. The principle of Nu is quite simple. It resembles an engine, with human flesh serving as fuel. The more flesh provided, the more potent the abilities of Nu. The CCG is utterly foolish to have invented such a thing. The frequent use of Nu is far from a mere injury. It could even shorten one's lifespan. Within the CCG, it is not only Yuna who employs Nu. Individuals such as Yashiki Shinohara and Kuroiwa are also utilizing it. This leads Xiao to suspect that the higher-ups of the CCG are indifferent to the lives of their investigators. Their actions subtly convey an attitude that as long as they can eradicate ghouls, the lives of their investigators are of no consequence. Some high-ranking investigators may have sensed this, yet they persist, fighting for their beliefs. After receiving the Nu thrown by Xiao, it clung to Yuna's upper body. She would need some time to recuperate. Without hesitation, Yuna pressed the activation point at the back of her neck, reactivating Nu. 3 seconds later, wielding a scythe, Yuna's power surged several-fold. I'll shred you to pieces. Ha ha ha. She cackled, spinning the scythe and swiftly eliminating the remaining dozen or so eyeless ghouls. In under 30 seconds, the ghouls were completely slaughtered. Yuna's speed in killing ghouls was remarkable, but she fell even faster. Nu had begun to gnaw at her. Help, help. Just moments ago, Yuna was mercilessly slaughtering ghouls. But now she lay on the ground, reaching out to Xiao for aid. Xiao leaned against the wall and approached Yuna, beginning to brutally strip Nu from her body. The sound of tearing fabric echoed, and although he successfully removed Nu, Yuna found herself stripped bare, resembling a vulnerable lamb. Blood trickled down her pale skin as she curled up, one hand clutching her chest. Stop pretending to be a big deal and hurry up. There are at least 1,000 ghouls out there. Though Yuna's appearance was tempting, now was not the time for such thoughts. Their lives were at stake, and danger loomed. But this is too embarrassing. Yuna protested, still curled up on the ground, one hand covering her modesty. Choose between shame and becoming a corpse. With that, Xiao took slow strides forward. He needed to leave District 24 swiftly, for it was more perilous than anticipated. Wait for me. Yuna, disregarding her embarrassment, managed to stand, stowing her quinqua before trailing behind Su Xiao. Please, don't look back. I'm completely naked. How on earth can I return to the surface like this? She lamented, awkwardly following Su Xiao. 2 quinqua boxes held in front of her. Put this on. Su Xiao retrieved a set of clothes from his storage space and tossed them to Yuna. In a mere 5 seconds, she donned the outfit. Oh no. Yuna abruptly halted. Her expression troubled. What's wrong? Su Xiao inquired. The compass is lost. The battle was too intense. Losing the compass upon venturing deeper into District 24 posed a risk of getting lost, and if that occurred, their chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. No worries. Just mark the way as we go. Based on my hand-drawn map, we'll find our way out quickly. Su Xiao etched a line in the ground with his blade, designating the passage's position, and marked it on the map he had drawn. I wonder how Arima is doing. Compared to you two, I truly feel inadequate. Yuna lowered her head, trailing behind Su Xiao. Arima won't he die? Yuna looked at Su Xiao, puzzled. If it were that simple, I wouldn't he have helped him cover our retreat? Through the original text, Su Xiao did not know much about Kuki Arima, but after their encounter, he discovered that Arima was quite clever and harbored many secrets. This way, as Su Xiao turned a corner, he noticed something strange about the flesh wall nearby. While the rest of the flesh walls were solid, the one before him had a 40-centimeter wide gap. Inside the gap lay a pitch-black void. Su Xiao produced a powerful flashlight and shone it into the darkness. The gap in the flesh wall was narrower on the outside and wider on the inside. He could vaguely see some dust-covered items within. Yuna leaned in to peer. Is this a secret room? It should be. Su Xiao sheathed his blade and maneuvered through the gap in the flesh wall. Is there anything in there? I have claustrophobia. Can I not go in? The previously ruthless Yuna exhibited a look of fear at the prospect. Those eyeless ghouls could appear at any moment. If you wish to fight them, you may stay outside. But in your current state, you are likely to become a snack. As Su Xiao spoke, he had already squeezed into the depths of the gap, where the surrounding space widened. With the aid of his flashlight, Su Xiao surveyed the secret room. A musty odor permeated the air, and various unidentified items were scattered about. Some resembled wooden tables, while others appeared to be boxes, all shrouded in a thick layer of dust obscuring their forms. This place resembled an ancient laboratory, devoid of any electronic equipment, with a dusty balance beam in the corner hinting at its age. I detest cramped spaces. Yuna entered the secret room sideways, shaking off the dust from her hair. Su Xiao was compelled to enter this secret room out of necessity. His condition was dire, necessitating a brief respite. The absence of danger reassured him. Otherwise, he would never have stepped foot inside. He instructed Yuna to place the quinqua boxes in the gap of the flesh wall to prevent it from closing unexpectedly. Even if the boxes couldn't halt the wall's movement, they would buy precious time for their escape. The boxes were remarkably sturdy, especially the one for new. Crafted from a special alloy. Is this a laboratory? It appears so, and it has existed for quite some time. Su Xiao approached a wooden table and wiped away the dust covering its surface. Cough, cough, cough. Dust particles danced in the air, and Su Xiao coughed violently. Crash. A glass vessel shattered on the ground. Instinctively, Su Xiao stepped back, examining the broken glassware. The shards revealed it to be a beaker, with dark yellow residue and some suspicious black spots inside. I never knew such a place existed in District 24. Yuna curiously scanned the surroundings. Confirming that the secret room was devoid of threats, Su Xiao leaned against the wall and began to bandage his wounds. Yuna's injuries were minor, mere surface wounds, and she was currently experiencing fatigue from using Nu, which would subside with rest. However, Su Xiao's injuries were severe. Continuous battles had drained him significantly, further compounded by having several chunks of flesh bitten off by primitive ghouls, and he had taken considerable damage from Nu. Let us rest for a few hours before we set off again. Su Xiao retrieved food and fresh water, consuming a small amount to regain some strength. Gesturing for Yuna to do the same, he took a bite of a salt rice ball, which could restore 10 of his health, hastening his recovery. As for the more luxurious, golden fried rice, he refrained from consuming it. It was the last of his best restorative food, rendering it precious. Yuna sat before Su Xiao, replenishing herself with food and water after losing all her supplies. After consuming a salt rice ball, Su Xiao felt his wounds mend slightly, activating his imprint. He checked his current CCG contribution points, noting that the primitive ghouls he had slain had granted him a substantial amount. Just moments ago, he had slain over 100 eyeless ghouls, and he was uncertain whether this would yield any contribution points. Elite Investigator, current contribution points, 7,723 10,000. Su Xiao narrowed his eyes, astonished that he had amassed more than 5,000 CCG contribution points in such a brief span within District 24. There must be a significant secret here, intimately connected to the CCG. If he could uncover the mysteries that lie within, then Su Xiao pondered the implications of exploring the secrets of District 24 now. Doing so might lead to a confrontation with the CCG, yet the potential rewards were substantial. However, the time was not ripe for such risks. Even if a rift were to emerge, it would be prudent to wait until after he redeemed that vial of blue quality potion.